A powerful explosion lit up the space with a bright blue light, as if a blue tornado had engulfed everything around it. Leon watched in amazement as the sword glowed in the middle of the hall with yellow magical energy. Suddenly, a voice addressed the brown-haired young man, wanting to ask him an important question. The boy refocused his gaze on the mysterious weapon, trying to understand what was happening. The voice asked if Leon considered himself worthy of such powerful strength. This unexpected question made the young man think, and he closed his eyes and immersed himself in thought. The boy tried to understand the nature of the mysterious voice that was guiding him on the path of his destiny. It turned out that it was the holy sword Elcid itself that was speaking to him, appearing right in front of the determined young man. The blade declared that its power should only be given to those who walk the path of honesty and righteousness. When the determined Leon grabbed the mysterious weapon, the incredibly powerful force of the holy sword began to completely engulf the stubborn young man. In the real world, on the Academy's training grounds, intense training with wooden swords continued among the students. A brown-haired guy was engaged in a tense sparring match against one of the Academy's talented blonde-haired students. Constantly losing another fight, Leon thought deeply about how absurd and unfair this world was. Once again, his battered wooden weapon flew off with a crash in the opposite direction, falling painfully to the hard ground. The exhausted young man wondered why he kept repeating this fate. The frustrated boy turned to his opponent, insistently asking him to take the fight more seriously. The handsome blonde calmly replied that no one at the prestigious Imperial Academy ever challenged anyone except Leon. The noble Leon honestly admitted that he had fought at half strength, but noted the noticeable progress of his stubborn opponent. Hearing these condescending words, the angry brown-haired young man immediately ran and grabbed his sword. Enraged, Leon swung his broken weapon fiercely, loudly declaring that he could not tolerate self-pity. The exhausted young man thought with annoyance that their protracted duel looked completely unnatural. The young rivals even began to discuss possible competition due to their almost identical names. The luxurious, fair-haired Leon seemed to really enjoy this amusing situation with similar names. Although their names sounded exactly the same, they were spelled differently, which was definitely worth considering. Sitting tiredly against a stone wall, a disappointed Leon painfully realized that he had lost to his rival Leon again. The pensive young man bitterly realized that 3 long years had passed since the changes at the Academy. That was exactly how long it had been since the incredibly talented Leon had been transferred here. The honest young man understood that he would never surpass his perfect rival, despite their similar-sounding names. The blonde's elegant gaze, noble manners, and charismatic personality seemed to belong to a fairy tale prince. The realistic Leon bitterly admitted that there was no place for an ordinary guy here. Lions should be studying in an elite class. The worried blonde young man gently approached his friend and delicately asked how he was feeling. The flawless Leon looked as friendly as possible, and really did resemble a real prince from a fairy tale. The envious brown-haired boy gloomily thought that without his rival's presence, everything would be completely different. Sighing heavily and wearily, the defeated Leon realized that all he could do was politely extend his hand in response. Suddenly, loud female screams rang out across the square, someone desperately shouting the boy's name and running. The alert young man immediately tensed, wondering who had suddenly decided to call out to him. An unfamiliar girl gracefully approached them, the only sound being the melodious click of her elegant heels. Annoyed, Leon turned abruptly and at the last moment, rather rudely told the stranger to leave him alone. But the persistent girl stubbornly tried to stop him, asking anxiously where he was going. The beauty reproachfully remarked that she had heard everything perfectly well, wondering if Leon had started another fight with Leon on the playground. The girl was puzzled as to why the guy continued his futile battles when victory was clearly impossible for him. Gently calming the upset Chloe, the noble Leon delicately asked her not to misunderstand the situation. The girl's attentive gaze immediately noticed a bleeding wound on his finger that required immediate medical attention. With a sharp movement, Leon pulled his hand away, irritably declaring that he didn't need help, that she would only ruin everything. Rage overwhelmed the young man, and he shouted, demanding that she mind her own business because she wouldn't understand anyway. Continuing to be rude to the sweet Chloe, the guy accused her of worrying about trifles and constantly interfering with his training. The harsh words of the brown-haired young man plunged the training ground into a depressing, heavy atmosphere of complete silence. Night training alone became the only way for the stubborn Leon to continue improving his fencing skills. Envy of his rival's blonde hair tormented the young man, who dreamed of possessing at least a superficial resemblance to an aristocrat. Thoughts of a supportive family or natural talent haunted the young man, who was deprived of such advantages. A noble birth could have radically changed the fate of a simple boy, he thought with bitterness and envy. The crack of a wooden sword breaking echoed once again in the empty training area of the academy. The bitter realization of his deprivation of all possible advantages weighed heavily on the soul of the exhausted fencer. The insurmountable peaks of this cruel world seemed to mock the futility of mere effort and desire. The memory of Lion's birthday and the festive banquet stabbed the lonely outcast's heart. The grand party in honor of the Academy's pride was supposed to outshine all previous celebrations at the institution. The cold earth accepted the tired body of the boy, who promised himself that tomorrow he would try again to become better. The 3 years of his life spent within the walls of the Academy seemed to Leon like time wasted without result. Another day sank into oblivion, adding to the list of useless moments in the life of a loser. The agonizing question of predestination tormented his mind, which was searching for any answers. A predetermined fate made any attempts at self-improvement and achieving heights in art meaningless. A desperate cry from the depths of his soul poured out the accumulated pain, questioning the heavens about the cruelty of fate. The inadequacy of tireless efforts became obvious when life offered only disappointment and failure. The silence of the night could not answer the agonizing questions of a lonely heart seeking justice. A mysterious glow behind his back illuminated the deep night, drawing attention to an unusual celestial phenomenon. The dazzling brightness resembled a rapidly approaching comet, bringing unknown changes to the young man's life. The festive atmosphere of the party was overshadowed by the guests' concern about the whereabouts of the missing brown-haired guy. Leon's absence from the dormitory surprised Chloe, who had been expecting him to attend the celebration in honor of their friend. Disturbing thoughts about the fate of the stubborn young man did not give the girl any peace, and she decided to find him at any cost. A firm determination gripped the beauty, and the search for her missing friend became her top priority for the day. The sudden appearance of a distinguished gentleman interrupted the conversation with a polite message of refusal addressed to the blonde aristocrat. Lion quietly asked not to be called that in front of strangers, for Sir Gilbert knew that there was no point in hiding his identity. The venerable mentor confirmed the truth of his words, saying that a man of noble blood was indeed obliged to excel above others in everything. Only 1 year of waiting and preparation remained before the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy connected with the imperial family. The coming of age of a member of the imperial family of the great empire of Clyde would mark the end of the reign of the current emperor forever. The mourning of the holy emperor would mark the beginning of a new era, when a worthy successor would ascend to the throne. Lion was astonished at the mention of the great hero Roderick. Too high expectations were placed on the young man. The true abilities and destiny of the young aristocrat would only be revealed the following year, a year full of trials. Chloe's talent for 4th-level magic made her one of the most promising students at the academy. Leon's superhuman strength amazed everyone who watched the simple boy's relentless training. The desire to have these two allies by his side never left the mind of the future heir to the throne. According to ancient prophecies, the heavenly sword was to descend upon Leon on the day he came of age. The legendary weapon possessed the power to destroy the very essence of evil that threatened peace and justice everywhere. And that's how Leon ended up in the place where the brightly shining weapon was waiting for its chosen one. Strange, unfamiliar feelings overwhelmed the soul of the brown-haired young man, who did not understand the changes taking place within him. A glowing sphere suddenly appeared in front of his nose, causing confusion and fear in the confused academy fencer. A mysterious voice commanded the young man to approach the source of the enigmatic glow in the night's silence. Looking around, Leon couldn't believe what was happening and asked about the presence of his invisible interlocutor. The answer came with a reproachful tone, as if to say, "Can't you see who is standing right in front of your astonished eyes?" A closer look allowed the young man to discern the true shape of the sword and understand the source of the mystical glow around it. The talking weapon, like a living person, seemed like an incredible joke of fate to the shocked young man from the academy. The holy sword calmly explained to Leon that it was he himself who had summoned the ancient weapon to this place. His thoughts about the injustice of the world towards him had indeed reached the heavens and been heard. Some are given everything they desire without effort. The blade mused about the inequality between people of different origins. Others, however, are forced to grow solely through their own perseverance and tireless labor, without any outside support. Such injustice does not in any way disturb the world balance established by higher powers since time immemorial. The right to accuse life of cruelty belongs only to those who truly make every effort. Only those souls who have worked hard despite all obstacles deserve true reward. Leon's complaints about his fate seemed overly presumptuous to the sword. Did he really deserve divine help? Closing his eyes, the young man tried to reconnect with his spiritual essence and find answers within himself. The unpleasant but fair words of the weapon forced the young man to admit his own wrongness in some matters. A proud declaration that he definitely deserved something came from the lips of the determined fencer. Placing his hand on his heart, Leon passionately declared the long years of hard work he had put in to achieve at least some results. The sacred weapon offered the young man the chance to take it and prove that he was not a weakling after all. Doubt overwhelmed the young man at the thought that the holy sword really wanted to become his personal weapon. Doubts tormented his soul. Could a mere mortal even touch such a sacred and powerful artifact? The bitter realization of the injustice of his own life once again pierced the heart of the disappointed fencer from the academy. Daily training, as if cursed, allowed him to improve by at least 1% each day. The only right decision seemed to be a bold step forward toward an unknown but tempting fate and change. The impatience of the sacred weapon manifested itself in an insistent call to stop hesitating and come closer to the source of power. A proud declaration that he was not a coward burst from the determined young man's chest. The desire to prove his worth to everyone by any means necessary never left the stubborn young man's mind for a moment. The transformation of years of labor into rubbish seemed unacceptable to someone who had sacrificed so much. The weapon's rebuke sounded fair. Why just stand there and talk instead of acting decisively? The desire to prove the significance of his own decisions and efforts drove Leon more than any other motive in life. Equality of opportunity for all people seemed to the young man to be the foundation of a just and well-ordered world. The sword's indifference to his words disappointed the young man, who had spent time explaining his principles and beliefs. The confirmation of his righteousness was accompanied by an even brighter glow from the ancient artifact, illuminating the night around them. The recognition of the warrior's honesty caused the sacred energy to flow from the blade in even more intense streams of light. The insistent call to raise the sword and stop standing still sounded like a command to take decisive action. Leon was surprised by the warrior's words. Could the sacred weapon really trust a simple guy from the academy so easily? A heart unbroken by fate and born outside of noble lineage caused the sword to shine even more brightly. The desire to prove his convictions, devoid of any thirst for glory or wealth, proved to be the true driving force behind the hero. The appeal confirmed that he was worthy of becoming a hero, so he must finally raise the sacred weapon without hesitation. A well-deserved reward and the only opportunity to prove his true strength awaited the determined young man right here and now. Hearing these words, the brown-haired young man resolutely grabbed the shining sacred weapon in front of him with both hands. Elcid, the name of the imperial sword, and when Leon touched it, an incredible surge of energy overwhelmed his entire being. The sword of Emperor Rodrigo, guiding light into a new era, chose the simple young man as its worthy owner. The sacred weapon promised Leon joint victory over all words and obstacles on their shared path. The spirit of the great Rodrigo noted with a smile the amusing combination of the holy sword and the simple warrior from the academy. The spirit curiously inquired about the reasons for the sudden decision to break the ancient prophecy passed down through generations. The name Leon means lion, but the prophecy did not specifically refer to a member of the imperial family, and Leon did not meet the requirements. Talent and good fortune proved useless without the ability to awaken one's own unwavering will to act. Using one's heritage should not cause concern. The spirit mused about replacing the chosen one with a more worthy candidate. Observation from heaven would allow for close monitoring of events and the correctness of the choice of the new hero. A sudden awakening caused Leon to open his eyes wide and realize the familiar reality of his room. Thoughts of a possible dream tormented the young man lying in his own bed after the incredible events of the night. Looking around, the young man realized that he had woken up in his usual place, his room in the dormitory. A miraculous sight struck his eyes. The sacred weapon was indeed standing right there in his modest room. The realization of what had happened dispelled all doubts. This was definitely not the product of a fevered imagination or a dream. Elcid explained that this was the young man's last chance to become a truly strong and powerful warrior. Simply possessing the sword did not guarantee automatic improvement. Harsh trials lay ahead to test his worth. Understanding the full responsibility that rests on the shoulders of the chosen one is the first step on the path to greatness. Great power is inextricably linked to great responsibilities to the world and all who live in it. The sacrifice of a beloved woman or loyal friends may be the inevitable price for the power and authority gained. The thorny path to exceptionality among ordinary people was chosen by Leon himself, voluntarily and consciously. The question of a unique opportunity arose after the young man reflected on the complexity of the path ahead. The spirit of the weapon was surprised by such a straightforward and honest statement from the young contender for the role of hero. The calm confirmation of the boy's righteousness followed a brief moment of reflection by the ancient spirit of the sword. The beginning of the hero's true path must take place right now, at this turning point in the young man's destiny. Demonstrating his mastery of the weapon would be the first practical task to test his readiness for great deeds. The first test will require Leon to demonstrate all his fencing skills before a strict judge. The swiftness of dawn surprised the spirit of the sword, which had been watching the passage of time in the material world of humans. Elsid's impatience manifested itself in a call to stop trembling and get on with the task at hand. Anxiety about the coming morning and the presence of the sacred sword in his hands overwhelmed the academy student's thoughts. The sword agreed with the young man's reasoning, but emphasized that there were more important matters requiring immediate attention. An interesting solution to the problem was soon to be revealed to the astonished gaze of the weapon's new owner. A bright glow enveloped the sacred weapon in the young man's hands, illuminating the room with a mystical light of unearthly origin. Leon was overcome with confusion at the sight of the insanely bright light emanating from the ancient artifact. A miraculous seal with wings materialized on the young man's hand, signifying the conclusion of a contract with the sacred weapon. The ability to summon the weapon from his hand at any moment solved the problem of hiding the sword from prying eyes. The weapon hidden inside his body would remain invisible to those around him, completely solving the problem of the artifact being discovered. A peaceful sleep would not be disturbed by the presence of the sword, as the young man would not feel it at all while resting. Elsid strictly warned that from that day on, there would be no rest, only intense training without breaks. The young man's words expressed his confidence that the sword would not be disappointed with the results. The weapon expressed pride in its new owner, but emphasized the temporary nature of this feeling until results were achieved. Maximum effort would be required to prove the true value and worth of the chosen hero before the sacred sword. Success depends not only on the efforts of the student, but also on the quality of training provided by the mentor. The kind words of the weapon's spirit warmed the soul of the young man, who had long awaited recognition of his efforts and potential. The firm grip on the hilt of the sacred sword conveyed the young man's determination to achieve his goals at any cost. Leon's eyes filled with genuine determination, reflecting his inner flame of readiness for the trials and difficulties ahead. An even stronger grip on the hilt was accompanied by a gleam in his eyes and the thought of readiness for action. The beginning of real training was marked by a desire to prove his true worth and abilities to everyone around him. The swinging of the weapon was with an intensity and energy never seen before, astonishing even the fencer himself. The confidence in his movements, which had not been seen before, surprised the young man with its naturalness and precision. Surprised by his own strength after the words of encouragement, Leon realized the influence of mental attitude on physical abilities. A few encouraging words gave him more energy and strength than years of training had. The trust he had earned from the sacred sword caused the power to literally boil in the hands of the Empire's new chosen hero. An unexpected command to stop from the spirit of the weapon interrupted the surprised young man's intense training, which had only just begun. Leon was perplexed by the thought that the training had been interrupted almost immediately after it began. The explanation that the sword could be destroyed into small pieces by excessive force struck the inexperienced fencer. The young man holding the artifact in his hands was confused by his lack of understanding of the physics behind the destruction of the sacred weapon. The spirit noted with surprise that the boy's sword skills had already reached the level of an aura bearer, although the boy himself did not notice this. Not understanding the meaning of the term did not prevent him from grasping the main point. Continuing such training would teach a beginner nothing. The immaturity of the new owner required long training under the guidance of an experienced mentor, the spirit of the great emperor. A good foundation in swordplay needed to be complemented by perfect physical training for maximum effectiveness. The question of whether it was possible to wield a sword without using one's hands baffled the young man with its unusual nature. The body, as the foundation of all martial arts, requires constant improvement to achieve maximum results. Constant physical training can lead to incredible results in fencing. The first task was to run until receiving the command to stop from a strict instructor in the form of a sword spirit. The stop would only come after the instructor was satisfied with the result, regardless of how tired the student was. Subsequent muscle training included complex exercises such as standing on one leg and one arm to develop balance. Leon's confidence in his running abilities never wavered. In this, he was truly unmatched among his peers. Standing on one hand remained a mystery to the young man, who had never tried such acrobatic exercises before. The opportunity to become significantly stronger motivated the young man to perform any task, even the most difficult ones, given to him by his mentor. Rodrigo, who was watching, noted with satisfaction that events were unfolding exactly as planned. Eastern wisdom says that Leon is like an empty cup, capable of holding boundless knowledge and skills. Simply filling this cup with the basics of fencing could turn the young man into a true martial arts master. Rodrigo cannot allow his successor, born 300 years later, to remain merely a master. The main goal of the chosen hero must be to force the Demon King to kneel before his power. The decision has been made, and now all that remains is to wait patiently for events to unfold according to plan. Exhausted from training, Leon fell asleep right in the middle of class at the academy, among the other students. The evil gaze of the weapon spirit and a loud shout instantly attracted the attention of the boy dozing off in class. The appearance of El Cid in front of him made the young man immediately declare that he had not been sleeping in class. A perfect understanding of the tediousness of academic classes did not negate the need for the student to attend them. The realization that he had to do his homework in addition to his intensive training weighed heavily on the already exhausted young man. Too much of his energy was spent on balancing his studies at the academy with his secret sword training. The importance of not missing a single word in class was emphasized by the strict requirements of the educational process. The question of spirit regarding his missing skills initially directed Leon's thoughts toward weapon mastery. The only real flaw turned out to be attentiveness, not fencing technique or physical training. An ancient proverb spoke of the importance of 1 eye, 2 legs, 3 hearts, and 4 strengths. Attentiveness is more important than endurance, which in turn is more important than courage in battle. Strength ranks last in the hierarchy of important qualities for a true warrior. The unconditional importance of strength requires its constant development and improvement, along with other qualities. The existence of 4 main indicators that surpass strength in importance surprised the inexperienced fencer from the academy. There may be moments of disagreement with such a hierarchy, but the primacy of attentiveness remains an indisputable truth. Training attentiveness was a completely new concept for the young man, who had never heard of such a thing before. El Cid's suggestion to demonstrate the uselessness of his student's eyes sounded rather sinister and threatening. Fear gripped the young man, who did not understand what the mysterious spirit of the sacred weapon was leading to. Sitting through a boring lesson was accompanied by anxious thoughts about the upcoming demonstration from his mentor. Looking at the spirit caused excitement and a sense of anticipation of something unexpected in the near future. The command to look straight ahead marked the beginning of an exercise to develop observation and concentration. The task of focusing on the teacher at the blackboard required the student to concentrate all their mental abilities. Fixing movements in memory for 10 seconds was the first practical exercise in training attentiveness. A dark blue board, a middle-aged man with a pointer in his hands. The first details fixed by the gaze. The teacher's natural hair color and gray mustache completed the picture for memorizing all the details. Concentrating on the chosen object required the maximum effort of all the boy's mental abilities. A question about the number of lines on the board caught the student off guard with its unexpectedness. The shock of realizing he had failed the task made the boy remember that the instruction was to observe the teacher. El Cid patiently explained that the task was about concentration, but no one had said to look exclusively at the teacher. The board was right in front of the teacher, but apart from the man's figure, nothing else had stuck in the student's memory. 10 precious seconds of time were wasted because of a misunderstanding of the task. The lack of attention to the board was the result of limited perception of the surrounding space and details. Focusing exclusively on what seems important limits the ability to fully perceive reality. The eye turned out to be a much more wasteful organ than the inexperienced student of the sacred sword could have imagined. Rarely does anyone use their full field of vision, filtering out supposedly unnecessary information from their perception. The need to capture absolutely everything that is visible requires unlocking the true potential of the organs of sight. Understanding the breadth of vision's possibilities will only come through intensive training with time limits. The absurdity of the training methods struck Leon, who had not expected such complexity from training with the sacred sword. The new task of focusing on the top of the board again gave him only 10 seconds to memorize it. The intense concentration forced the young man to sit without blinking, staring at the designated part of the space. His classmates' strange behavior did not escape the attention of the other students, who watched his unusual actions. Leaving class was accompanied by a feeling of turning into a real zombie from the intense mental strain. The headache became so intense that it felt as if his skull was about to explode from overexertion. The explanation for the eye fatigue was logical: dryness, as the strain exceeded all normal limits. Headaches come in many forms, each of which indicates different processes in the body. The awakening of a long unused brain function caused unexpected pain in the student. The pain in the brain, unaccustomed to such stress, turned out to be a natural reaction to sudden changes. The brain is physically incapable of feeling pain, so understanding the process becomes the key to overcoming it. The need for constantly increasing training became obvious in order to achieve the desired results in development. The question about the number of candles on the candlestick in the hallway caught the unprepared student off guard. Was the boy next to the girl in glasses? Details that escaped the inattentive gaze of the student. The light in the 11th window turned out to be another detail that was missed from the overall picture of what was happening. Walking down the hallway was accompanied by the realization of complete memory failure and the difficulty of the upcoming lessons. Returning to the room brought no relief. His mind continued to torment him with endless questions about details. Falling onto the bed was accompanied by a single desire: to simply sleep after an exhausting day of training. The Holy Sword generously assessed the first day as a good result for a beginner. The request for a break and a chance to rest sounded like a plea from a guy exhausted by training. Reflections on the duration of such suffering brought no comfort. Helplessness had not been felt so acutely in a long time. Adapting to new things has natural limits, Elsid explained, emphasizing the importance of getting used to constantly changing conditions. Repetitive training has its advantages, but the main danger lies in the body receiving false results. Getting used to a certain form of training means a decrease in the effectiveness of further development of abilities and skills. The question of jumping on one leg is related to the same reason for the need to train the body. This absolutely correct observation was approved by the ancient spirit of the Empire's sacred weapon. The simple desire to discover a student's weaknesses motivated the mentor, not the desire to cause suffering. Human bodies function differently regardless of the amount of time and effort spent on training. The three criteria include a sailor's sense of balance, a hunter's sense of direction, and the excellent eyesight of an experienced shepherd. Leon's strong performance, endurance, and diligence in training form the foundation of sword mastery. The lack of physical and mental flexibility requires the development of other skills to achieve perfection in fencing. Disbelief in what he heard prompted the young man to ask his mentor to clarify his understanding. Fencing is ultimately a way of handling a sword correctly in various situations. The calm application of basic skills depending on the circumstances is the true art of fencing. The change in his emotions was accompanied by a reminder that everything that had been said was only theoretical knowledge. Theory cannot teach all the practical skills necessary for true mastery in combat. The impossibility of learning through theory alone is explained by the immense importance of practical application of the knowledge gained. Lion used his aura skill to defeat Leon in their last duel on the training ground. The blonde guy was probably a tough opponent who was able to use his hidden abilities. Training in aura skills will only begin after graduating from the academy and acquiring basic knowledge. A loud cry expressed Leon's sole desire to defeat his talented rival. The true desire to defeat Leon burned in the heart of the stubborn young man with a bright flame of determination. Constant training will lead to habit, warned the spirit about the need for variety in training. Today's practice taught him to see that he would soon have to complete a full course of training to develop all the necessary skills. A bad feeling came over Leon after the first day of such intense and unusual training. Curiosity about the upcoming training made the young man ask his mentor about its content. Knowing about future challenges could lead to sloppy work, so it's better to keep them a secret. Tomorrow would bring mistakes, which would be followed by punishment as part of the training process. His reluctance to bother with trivial matters was combined with the understanding that this would be an excellent stimulus for strength growth. A good mental attitude requires willpower, so the spirit decided to give the student a little push in the right direction. The righteousness of the sacred sword became clear to the young man who understood his mentor's logic. The folly of repeating tomorrow's mistakes made him realize the need to increase his personal strength. The sacred weapon's suggestion to try a new method as soon as possible sounded quite tempting. A deafening scream erupted from his chest as real electricity coursed through his entire body. 5 seconds of exposure were his first experience, so he had no control over the power yet. Apologies were accompanied by a promise to try to make the impact much weaker next time. The increase in strength with each mistake requires maximum effort from the student in training. The start of new training was scheduled for the next day according to the plan drawn up by the mentor. The morning sun slowly rose over the academy, marking the beginning of another day of intensive training. The usual strength and endurance training was accompanied by very fast running around the academy grounds. Classes at the academy were used to train attentiveness, according to the instructions of the spirit of the sacred sword. The return home was marked by practicing a difficult one-armed stand to develop balance. The question about the number of pigeons on the roof of the dormitory received a confident answer. There were 10 in total. Subsequent questions concerned the order in which the birds arrived, and the number of pigeons sitting on the windowsill. The approval of the student who had recently begun to focus his attention sounded like recognition of excellent progress in his training. The long-awaited moment finally arrived, and the boy could not believe what he heard from his strict mentor. Permission to take a short break sounded like a reward for a month of hard training. A whole month passed before the first break, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him. The appearance of the blonde-haired lion was a complete surprise to the young man training alone. The instant recognition was accompanied by a remark that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. They hadn't met since the start of the intensive training with the spirit of the sacred weapon. His comrade informed him of the need to gather in the hall immediately after lunch and asked him to call him. The assumption about his location in the training area turned out to be completely correct and accurate. A month without a single challenge to a duel made Leon wonder if his rival had given up. The changes in Leon's expression did not escape the aristocrat's watchful eye. The inability to accurately determine the nature of the changes did not prevent him from stating them with certainty. The brown-haired young man's surprise at the seriousness of his comrade's words was expressed in a skeptical question. The seriousness of his intentions was confirmed by the calm response of the noble blonde aristocrat. The expression on the faces of those who consider themselves incapable of victory is radically different from yours. The words he heard only brought a slight smile to the face of the brown-haired guy from the academy. Leaning forward, Leon acknowledged his opponent's skill as the only reason for his appearance in this place. Lion noted his comrade's usual coldness and suggested continuing their long-awaited conversation. The question of the blonde guy's right to demand a conversation was asked with undisguised irritation. A tearful request for 10 minutes of conversation caught the stubborn young man off guard, as he had not expected such a thing. Agreeing to talk was the only reasonable solution in the awkward situation that had arisen. Sitting in silence under the spreading tree created a tense atmosphere between the former rivals. The question about the rumors concerning the unusual nature of his origins was asked rather cautiously. Leon's thoughts about the conversations he had actually heard earlier took a few seconds. His acknowledgement that the rumors might be true was followed by a remark about the lack of any attempts to hide anything. Rumors about the seriousness of his intentions and the concealment of his identity were confirmed by Leon himself. Leon was completely shocked, having not expected such a turn in their conversation. The explanation for accepting the challenges solely because of his training at the academy sounded quite logical. It seemed obvious that a noble aristocrat would ignore a simple student. Avoiding unnecessary attention to his own person would have been the right decision for a prince in hiding. Such behavior seemed like the right decision, and the winner was very loyal to it. The announcement that this time was over sounded like a sentence to the surprised interlocutor. The unexpectedness of the statement made Leon swallow hard, clearing his throat. A shout at his companion was accompanied by a demand to explain what exactly had come to an end. The proposal to fight one last time sounded like the final decision of a noble young man. The condition of the duel was that it be fought with real swords, without the use of wooden training sticks. The offer to become a vassal in case of defeat sounded like a serious gamble in the upcoming duel. The comparison of the situation to a real game of chance came to mind of the young man, who was surprised by such conditions. The recognition of his opponent's pride and honesty was accompanied by the right to simply walk away without consequences. The promise to always remain on the side of his comrades sounded regardless of the outcome of their conversation. A pensive smile was the reaction to the proposal from the blonde aristocrat. The question of the consequences of his own victory was asked with a slight smile on the face of the determined fencer. The low probability of such an outcome meant that no one would seriously believe in the possibility of such a result. A simple smile accompanied Leon's question about his opponent's wishes in the unlikely event of victory over the aristocrat. The addition of the promise to fulfill any request ruled out any threat to the family and honor of the young man's noble lineage. Accepting the terms with a smile gave Leon the right to choose the date of the upcoming duel. The friends' agreement to find a suitable place for the fight required only timely notification of readiness. The main requirement was to give 3 days' notice before the appointed date of the decisive battle. Rodrigo, who was watching, noted with satisfaction that the long-awaited moment had finally come to test the chosen one. Leon, the hero chosen by the Holy Sword, and Lion, the pretender to the throne, would once again face each other in a decisive duel. The return home was accompanied by a strong sense of fear of the upcoming trial of fate. El Cid's appearance in a state of shock before their eyes expressed the complete bewilderment of the spirit of the sacred weapon. The loud cries of fear from the recently victorious apprentice expressed the disappointment of his mentor. Leon's response emphasized the completely different nature of his feelings about the upcoming battle. The excessive strengthening achieved in a month of training caused concern for the safety of his future opponent. The insane intensity of the training a month ago contrasted with the current feeling of greatly increased strength. The feeling of tremendous strength compared to his previous state amazed even the owner of these new abilities. The surprise at the accuracy of his assumptions about how events would unfold was expressed in a rhetorical question. The student's reassurance was accompanied by advice not to worry too much about the changes hidden from everyone. The difference between spiritual strength and physical strength explained the absence of signs of strengthening previously noticed by the student. The promise of help in passing the endurance exam supported the nervous young man's determination. The impatient anticipation of the exam day expressed the mentor's confidence in his protégé's success. The anticipation of truly intriguing events in the near future excited the ancient spirit of the Imperial Sword. The question of whether he intended to panic again was asked with a slight rebuke directed at the nervous student. Panic was clearly visible on Leon's face, despite his attempts to hide his true feelings. The chief examiner suggested that those who were unable to participate due to health reasons step aside. The serious mood was accompanied by an understanding of the upcoming test of endurance. Last year, he had come in 9th place. The physical training of the students was inferior to that of the children of high-ranking nobles, who had won prizes thanks to their origins. Special potions for the children of the nobility increased their endurance in a matter of seconds, creating an unfair advantage. Lion's first place last year was a clear answer to the question of the spirit of the weapon. The short distance of 2 laps of 400 meters each required maximum concentration and speed. Last year's result of 1 minute and 40 seconds served as a benchmark for the young man's current ambitions. Elcid's reassuring words emphasized the need to test true strength in a real confrontation with an opponent. Last year's results were no longer relevant, thanks to the appearance of the sacred sword as a mentor and ally. The seriousness of his intentions was clearly evident on Leon's face after hearing the spirit's encouraging words. The teacher's wave of the flag and the command to begin marked the start of the long-awaited endurance test. The sudden rush of all participants toward the finish line created a tense atmosphere of competition among the students. Every runner gave their maximum effort to achieve first place in the prestigious competition. Lion was amazed by the incredible spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Leon was running among the leaders so fast that no one could even get close to him. The significant difference between him and the other participants amazed all observers of the competition. Even the strongest participants from last year were unable to match his speed. The girl with the timer watched in amazement at the incredible results of the unexpected leader of the race. The announcement of the result, 1 minute and 29 seconds, stunned everyone present at the exam. The teacher's question about how long it took to learn aura reading expressed bewilderment at such significant progress. An honest admission of not having studied the aura was followed by a suggestion to test his abilities. The teacher's touch on the hand became a way to determine the presence or absence of aura use. Reflections on the verification procedure and possible disqualification if an aura was detected troubled the contestant. Confirmation of the absence of an aura was accompanied by the teacher's admiration for the incredible enhancement without magical abilities. The explanation for the results, based on training in the fundamentals and reinforced by spirit, sounded quite plausible. The acknowledgement of the intensity of the training explained the impressive results in the development of physical abilities. The sudden improvement of a simple guy in our time amazed the experienced academy teacher. Lion's tension was explained by his desire to retain last year's first place in the prestigious competition. His appeal to the spirit after the race expressed a need to explain the changes that had taken place. The request to explain what was happening instead of laughing expressed the seriousness of his intention to get answers to his questions. The question about the origin of physical strength was the beginning of an educational lecture from the spirit of the sacred sword. The refutation of the obvious assumption about the muscular origin of strength surprised the unprepared student. Most physical training methods are limited to increasing muscle mass and density without a deep understanding. The incompleteness of such an approach to achieving maximum results was a revelation to the young man. The true reason for the limitations of physical strength lies in the insufficient development of the muscle nerves. The innate density of muscles has clear limits in terms of development and size, which restrict growth potential. Current training is aimed specifically at developing muscle nerves to overcome the body's natural limitations. The scale of this previously unknown development system amazed the young man, who had never heard of anything like it before. The teacher's mention of weapons and so-called special methods interrupted his thoughts about the new knowledge. A loud cry of surprise made him forget about the presence of other people around him on the playground. Duke explained that the result of 10 years of effort by others had been achieved in a few months, thanks to training. Leon's question about why the information was being kept secret expressed his confusion about his mentor's secrecy. The answer about a possible increase in anxiety explained the need for gradual disclosure of training secrets. Mindfulness training proved to be a key element in achieving such physical results. Knowing the true nature of the training would have significantly reduced the effectiveness of mindfulness development. Doubts about the ability to focus on something else expressed an understanding of the limitations of human attention. A request to simply express gratitude concluded the spirit's explanation of the necessity of the work that had been done. Fulfilling the duties of a sacred weapon became the sole motivation for the intense training of the protégé. Reflections on the fact that the spirit was not just a holy sword led to a deeper understanding. The realization that a part of the hero Rodrigo's soul was present in the weapon struck the young man's imagination. The question of the possible evil nature of the great Rodrigo instead of heroic caused disturbing thoughts. The shouts of his classmates interrupted his philosophical musings about the nature of the ancient spirit in the sacred sword. Cheers for Leon and admiration for his amazing abilities rang out from all sides of the arena. The blonde aristocrat's breaking of last year's record thrilled the watching academy students. Tension gripped Leon as he heard the sounds of praise for his main rival's achievements. Approaching the scoreboard revealed second place in today's prestigious endurance competition. The teacher's remark about his haste emphasized the significance of his progress over the past few months of training. The comparison of positions, from 1st and 9th place to 1st and 2nd, showed impressive growth. Confidence in the possibility of defeating his rival had not yet been completely lost. The question about tomorrow's training at home expressed a willingness to continue intensive training. The answer about perfecting attentiveness signaled a transition to other aspects of preparation. The request not to ask unnecessary questions expressed a reluctance to reveal plans in advance. The question about the impossibility of direct fencing training expressed the student's impatience to start practicing. The need to first learn how to use the aura became a priority over sword technique. Martial arts without the aura are just ordinary movements, devoid of true power. The predictability of movements and the ease of reading intentions make a fencer vulnerable to an experienced opponent. The question of readiness to defeat a comrade required an honest assessment of one's current abilities. The need to learn how to use one's strengths became a priority for further development. A sword forged through long effort possesses incredible strength and reliability in battle. The growth of physical skills creates a defense that even the strongest opponent cannot overcome. A pause before an important addition was preceded by a message about the need to gain practical experience. The question of future enemies stronger than friends made one think about the serious trials ahead. Leon's objection about the slum gangs emphasized the safety of the academic environment for learning. Yesterday's serious conversation with Elsid left deep thoughts in the mind of the pensive young man. The mention of Leon's name in the hallway drew the attention of a passing young man to the conversation. The encounter with the wealthy academy students took place during a routine walk through the corridors of the institution. Distinctive badges on their school uniforms revealed that the boys belonged to the academy's elite class. Malicious comments about the vagrant who came in second expressed dissatisfaction with the results of the competition. The assumption that the instructor had made a mistake reflected a lack of belief in the ability of an ordinary person to achieve such results. Elsid's reflections on the immutability of rich children over 300 years expressed his disappointment in human nature. Leon's suggestion to appeal to the curator if dissatisfied with the leaderboard sounded very reasonable. The question about ways to cheat expressed distrust in the honesty of a simple student's achievements. The suspicion that the sudden revelation of potential was strange reflected the skepticism of the wealthy heirs. The realization that arguing with spoiled aristocratic children was pointless came fairly quickly. The reluctance to get involved with representatives of the elite class seemed a prudent decision. The appearance of another person calling on the rich to calm down changed the dynamics of the conflict. A remark about excessive noise sounded like a gentle rebuke to the heated aristocrats. The reminder of the equality of all students at the academy sounded noble, but not very convincing. Elsid's disbelief in such words was based on his knowledge of the true laws of this institution. Heroic words about opportunities for ordinary people to distinguish themselves sounded inspiring and fair. The agreement of those around him with Elmont's righteousness created the appearance of support for just principles. The ironic remark by the spirit of the weapon about boasting about one's origins expressed skepticism about the motives for intervention. Information about the second son of the Count of Bourbon and his second-place finish last year explained the interest in the situation. The loss of his place and inability to overtake his rival must have greatly hurt the pride of the noble young man. The skillful use of status to achieve his goals demonstrated the young aristocrat's political skills. Elmont's assumption about a sense of injustice was spot on, but sounded patronizing. The suggestion to follow his advice on Wednesday sounded like an invitation to cooperate. Leon's desire to hear the proposal first showed his caution in making hasty decisions. The rich folks' snide remarks about the foundling showed how they really felt about his humble background. Elmont's suggestion to hold individual competitions under the supervision of an instructor sounded like an official challenge to a duel. The true motives of the rich young man and his unexpected proposal caused Leon serious confusion and suspicion. A mask of calm and confidence hid his true feelings behind a gentle smile in the tense situation. The blatant injustice towards a simple student overshadowed the appeal of the duel itself. The opponent's desire to use magical abilities became clear after they mentioned not using their auras. Leon would automatically be branded a liar if he ignored the challenge in front of everyone present. The obvious desire to damage his reputation was evident in the coercion to accept conditions that were clearly disadvantageous. The dangerous trap closed quickly, and there was no way out of the situation. Looking for support in the crowd, his gaze fell on his friend Leon among the students watching the conflict. The possibility of getting help from a friend flashed through his mind, but his pride protested against such a decision. His pride loudly proclaimed that a real man does not get into ridiculous situations. Seeking help from his main rival in fencing and combat seemed humiliating to his pride. Agreeing to the challenge was the only dignified solution. Despite the possible negative consequences for his reputation, The surprise of the rich boys at the actual acceptance of their provocative proposal was quite understandable and expected. The condition that Helmut serve as referee and that the duel be completed in one day sounded reasonable. Leon's condition for participation was a vow to no longer doubt his abilities in the event of victory. The last chance to avoid conflict peacefully came in the question of whether they were ready to accept the conditions. Confidence in the fairness of the upcoming competition was based on the instructor's reputation as an impartial observer. The agreement on the duel was finally sealed by Elmont's acceptance of the conditions and his acceptance of his opponent's challenge. The promise to disgrace a mere student accompanied the statement that the instructor's personality was irrelevant to the outcome. Memories of the rich guy's face and his expression after returning home did not give him peace. The spirit's comforting words about simple luck in the current situation did not seem very reassuring. His own chances of defeating his opponent became a matter of debate after he failed to understand the meaning of his mentor's words. Natural fears about the outcome were caused by a lack of experience in fighting opponents who used their aura. The suggestion to show the nervous student something important in practice sounded quite encouraging. Curiosity and a desire to gain practical knowledge were expressed in questions about the specific content of the upcoming demonstration. Elsid's statement about the simplicity of the chosen teaching method promised a quick understanding of complex combat concepts. An unexpected way of obtaining the necessary knowledge was the appearance of a game screen before the surprised gaze of the young man. The first step toward understanding the mechanics of using the aura was to carefully study the information presented on the screen. Leon's question to the spirit about the unfamiliar phenomenon expressed his complete lack of understanding, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Elmont's explanation of the current level and abilities of the enemy clarified the situation for the young man studying the information. The weakness of the Count's second son was obvious, despite his frequent use of various magical potions. The development of strength through persistent training from childhood should have been the foundation of the future heir's preparation. The inability to digest large quantities of potions limited the potential for enhancement, even for wealthy aristocrats. Physical abilities without the use of an aura are limited to 99% of a human's maximum potential. However, it was still possible to achieve something interesting with the help of special training and preparation methods. The meaning of endurance training became clear. It prepared the student to overcome natural limitations. Overcoming barriers with one's own skills and abilities becomes possible with proper training and perseverance. Insane strength without an aura is achievable only through the ancient training methods of the Imperial Sword. The ability to respond to idiots in kind appeared thanks to months of intensive training under the guidance of a mentor. The question of whether it was necessary to worry about physical abilities showed Leon's growing confidence in his own strength. His agreement to follow the spirit's instructions was expressed in his immediate confirmation of his readiness to act according to plan. The time to climb up had truly come. Going down was no longer an option. Losing to some arrogant rich guy seemed completely unacceptable to the pride of a simple but determined young man. The surprise at his low rank and the note about his inability to use a sword caused justifiable indignation in the fencer. Sunlight streamed through the academy windows as Leon prepared for the upcoming important duel. The man's greeting expressed his joy at the young man's arrival at the appointed meeting place. Instructor Helmut, a muscular man, was ready to conduct the duel according to all the rules of honesty and fairness. His address to the young man highlighted the significant changes that had taken place over the last month of intensive training. The warning against reckless actions sounded like friendly advice from an experienced mentor. The assurance that he had no intention of doing anything foolish reassured the instructor, who was worried about his student. The main advice to think for oneself was accompanied by the granting of complete freedom of action in the duel. The call to show the freaks who was really in charge expressed hidden support for the simple student against the aristocrats. The joy of the instructor's unexpected support pleasantly surprised Leon, who had not expected such an attitude. The two of them entering the arena for the upcoming battle marked the beginning of a decisive test for both sides. Leon's face took on an extremely serious expression, reflecting his complete readiness for the important duel ahead. The appeal to him was the first sign of the enemy's presence in the arena for the decisive battle. The rich young man expressed disbelief that such a baboon could be his worthy opponent. The rich young man's laughter at Leon expressed complete contempt for the humble origins of his future opponent. His request to the instructor to begin immediately showed Leon's readiness to engage in the decisive duel. The instructor's countdown and permission to fight each other in his presence officially opened the long-awaited match. Henry's question about the desired outcome of the match revealed the true motives of the wealthy heir before the fight. The desire to humiliate a commoner became the main goal of the aristocrat, who was eager to demonstrate his superiority over the plebeian. The demand to repent for all sins committed was intended to finally break the spirit of his opponent after defeat. The simple desire to end the fight and test his own strength contrasted with his opponent's vengeful plans. The instructor's clapping and call for the participants to advance marked the official start of the long-awaited battle. Grasping the wooden training swords was the final preparation before the start of the intense fencing duel. The possibility of cutting flesh even with a wooden sword when using an aura was mind-blowing to an inexperienced fighter. Elsid's suggestion to demonstrate the enemy's abilities right now could give an advantage in the upcoming battle. Reflections on the enemy's strength led to the conclusion that he was just a pawn, regardless of his level. The lack of reason to use special methods to defeat this guy spoke of confidence in his abilities. The rich kid's charge straight at Leon marked the beginning of the active phase of the long-awaited duel between the rivals. A fierce cry and a swing of his weapon were accompanied by the thought that the most opportune moment for an attack had arrived. An analysis of the opponent led to the conclusion that a diagonal cut from the top right to the lower left side would be most effective. The overly obvious trajectory suggested a possible trick on the part of an experienced fencer. Continuing to stand and analyze his opponent's actions demonstrated the calmness and calculation of a simple guy. The strangeness of Heinrich's slowness puzzled Leon, who was watching the duel closely. A single lightning-fast movement after standing motionless turned into a furious, insanely fast sword strike. The instructor, shaken by what he saw, did not expect such speed and power from a simple student. Elmont and his henchmen were shocked by the incredible skill of their unexpected opponent. Even the young man's companions had no idea he was capable of such phenomenal displays of strength. The blow struck Heinrich like lightning, leaving him completely paralyzed and unable to resist. Leon couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of such weakness in an opponent who was considered a strong aristocrat. The fall of his opponent made him wonder if the long-awaited and important match would end so quickly. Clenched teeth and an inability to speak demonstrated the complete defeat of the self-confident rich man. Somehow managing to get to his feet, the defeated opponent declared that victory with a single blow was unacceptable. His explanation that it was just luck was followed by a demand for a rematch to restore justice. The instructor's reminder of Heinrich's defeat and the inadmissibility of breaking the rules put an end to the dispute. Leon's agreement with the judge's decision confirmed his willingness to accept the official result of the match. The laughter and accusations of arrogance directed at the simple guy revealed the rich man's inability to admit his own defeat. His acceptance of the stance and promise to fight seriously signaled his intention to continue the duel despite its official conclusion. The appearance of the spirit of the weapon with the advice not to win with a single blow prepared the way for the battle to continue. The first battle with a man possessing an aura became an important stage in the development of combat skills. Excellent practice in combat could significantly improve one's understanding of battles with magically enhanced opponents. The opportunity to learn more about the enemy's strength arose thanks to the spirit's suggestion to continue observing the fight. Mad Henry decided to attack the guy again, ignoring his own defeat and the rules of the fight. Blocking the attack with a weapon became Leon's instinctive reaction to the sudden attack of the enraged opponent. The bright blue glow in his eyes signaled the activation of special perception abilities to analyze the situation. Analysis of the enemy revealed a sharp acceleration of his hand, foot, and pupil movements compared to his previous slowness. The drastic changes in the nature of the movements indicated that Heinrich was using some kind of special enhancement techniques. The spirit's warning of impending changes after observing the changes prepared for a more serious confrontation. Continuing to set up blocks became a defensive tactic against the strengthened and enraged rich heir. The severed piece of hair demonstrated the real danger of attacks by an opponent using magical abilities. Understanding Heinrich's use of the aura explained the sharp increase in the speed and power of his attacking movements. Predicting the enemy's movements became relatively easy thanks to his developed observational and analytical skills. Elsid's advice to refrain from attacking emphasized the lack of experience needed to change the course of battle against a magically enhanced opponent. The enemy's personal limitations offered hope that weak points in his defense could be found. The moment the enemy was exposed allowed for a precise strike to the leg, using the tactical advantage of speed. Henry's teeth clenched in pain confirmed the effectiveness of the blow to a vulnerable spot. The jump backward was an attempt by the opponent to create distance and assess the damage he had received. An examination of the leg revealed an abrasion, confirming the success of the attack by a simple student against a magically enhanced aristocrat. The cries about the need to get rid of the enemy at the very beginning expressed regret at underestimating his opponent. The wealthy heir's growing caution was evident in his confidence that he could not be defeated with a single blow. The tactic of delivering multiple small blows all over the body became a new strategy against an opponent protected by an aura. The need to attack a moving target to practice quick attacks became a practical lesson in combat skills. The fall and declaration of surrender marked the final defeat of the self-confident representative of the elite class. The proud announcement by Instructor Leon that he was the winner officially confirmed the outcome of the unexpected match. Lion and Chloe's wild joy for their friend contrasted with the discontent of the rich kids from the elite class. The hallway discussions after the fight expressed surprise at the unexpected fighting abilities of a simple academy student. The defeat of Heinrich's entire gang, one by one, left only the leader to continue the confrontation. The spirit's reflections on the boredom of rich children expressed disappointment in their weakness, even when using their aura. The day of the fight with the gang leader finally arrived for Elmont, who was ready for the decisive confrontation. The spirit of the weapon's warning about the need for extreme caution prepared him for a more serious opponent. Elmont's readiness in the ring demonstrated his determination to bring the confrontation to a logical conclusion. Faking it in front of the crowd and acting all cocky were tactics to put psychological pressure on his simple opponent. Preparing for the final confrontation with the gang leader required maximum concentration of all his strength and abilities. The tense atmosphere in the ring foreshadowed the most serious test in the novice fencer's career. Elmont's determination to demonstrate his superiority in front of the audience motivated him to adopt more aggressive tactics. The psychological game before the start of the fight became an important part of preparing for the upcoming battle with an experienced opponent. The physical abilities of his wealthy opponent, when using his aura, would far exceed those of a simple academy student. His long stay in second place in the rankings indicated that Elmont had a secret sword technique. This unknown ability seemed the most suspicious of all the techniques that an aristocrat could possess. The likelihood that Rodrigo's method would be ineffective in this situation caused Leon serious concern. The question of the unexpectedness of his turn to fight was asked with undisguised contempt for his simple opponent. His disappointment at the dullness of the fights, instead of the expected exciting battles, was expressed in a dismissive tone. The words he heard frightened Elmont even more, as he understood the seriousness of the upcoming test before the audience. The understanding of the need for a perfect victory in front of his friends motivated him to concentrate all his strength to the maximum. The enemy's fairly high physical abilities posed a serious threat in the upcoming duel. The danger of blocking the attacks of an opponent who was skilled with a sword forced him to look for alternative tactics. The need to try a different way of fighting became obvious in the circumstances. Avoiding direct attacks seemed to be the only reasonable tactic against an opponent who was superior in strength. The start of the duel, on the instructor's command, nearly ended in a serious head injury for Leon. The blood on his cheek and the realization that he had been hit by the enemy's aura opened his eyes to the true danger. The insane violation of the rules of the duel became obvious to all spectators watching the battle. The complexity of the attack exceeded all expectations for a duel between students of a fencing academy. The speed of the basic attack proved too high for an unprepared fighter to counter effectively. Belonging to the nobility gave even a commoner advantages thanks to better training and resources. His satisfaction after landing the blow was expressed in a smug statement about the deservedness of what had happened. The shame of defeat at the hands of such a guy seemed unacceptable for a member of a noble family and the elite. The willingness to forgive upon submission sounded like a generous offer from a superior opponent. The threat to make him regret what he had done sounded like a final warning before serious punishment. Leon's decision not to waste time on words and to strike was a tactical move. Jumping aside demonstrated the rich young man's quick reflexes in preparation for battle. The blood from the wound on his own cheek was an unpleasant surprise for the self-confident aristocrat. The cries of indignation over the damage done in front of everyone revealed the wounded pride of the noble young man. Leon's disinterest in his opponent's foolish words expressed his contempt for empty talk instead of action. The question of whether such skills were truly shameful challenged the rich heir's self-importance. The unexpected turn of the weapon's spirit toward the young man changed the dynamics of the internal dialogue during the battle. The indignation at the insult to the technique sounded like a personal offense to the ancient spirit of the great emperor. The young man had never seen Elcid in such a mood during all their time training together. The saying about rivers and mountains changing in 10 years emphasized the scale of the changes taking place. The insult, 300 years later, from some snotty kid was the last straw for the ancient spirit. Leon was shocked by the incredible aura of malice he felt emanating from his mentor. The spirit of the weapon pointed indignantly at the youngster, who had dared to insult the ancient techniques of the great emperor. Insulting the teacher was tantamount to insulting all his students, which was unacceptable to his honor. The demand to knock out the teeth of the insolent boy before the end of the match sounded like a direct order from the spirit. The realization that 1 or 2 teeth would not be enough came to the young man rather quickly after hearing this. The maximum number of teeth knocked out of the insolent man became the new goal in the upcoming continuation of the brutal fight. The battle began with the 2 boys jumping toward each other to close the distance and launch an aggressive attack. Identical attacks and blocked blows gave the impression of equal strength between the combatants. The severity of the confrontation was evident to Elmont, who was being knocked down by the incredible strength of a simple student. The audience's demands to pay attention to the rich guy who had been knocked off his feet expressed their surprise. Lion, who was watching, noted Leon's use of his balance skill, which prevented the rich guy from losing his balance. Thoughts about the possible overkill in the attack without using an aura caused confusion among the blonde aristocrat. The realization of the true strength of his opponent made Leon understand the unbearable nature of the battle for his friend. The swing of his weapon was accompanied by a question about stubbornness and a call to stop resisting the superior force. The call to simply surrender and stop disgracing himself sounded like a final generous offer. The realization of his lack of speed and power forced Leon to rely on Rodrigo's methods to compensate. The ability to predict an opponent's movements could have ensured an easy victory if the attacks had been seen earlier. The ability to easily defeat an opponent depended on improving his foresight and analysis techniques. Visualizing attacks underwater helped him perceive them faster and more broadly for a better understanding of their trajectories. The sensation of swimming accompanied a complete awareness of what was happening during intense confrontations with opponents. A real battle of endurance unfolded between two opponents determined to win. The joyful realization that the plan was working gave Leon additional confidence in his own abilities. The rich guy's anger grew, his clenched teeth accompanying the question of his actual inability to use his aura. The instructor looked at Leon with disbelief, still unable to sense the aura and refusing to believe what was happening. Laughter and understanding of the situation led to the decision to use a secret technique against a stubborn opponent. Reflections on hidden techniques prompted Leon to recall a secret skill he had noticed before their battle. The secret skill, seen even before the fight began, could radically change the course of the upcoming battle. The anticipation of a strike or an increase in speed created a tense atmosphere of uncertainty before the unknown attack. The inability to attack the enemy left only the option of carefully observing his actions. The mad enemies leaped toward the young man, his eyes shining, looked like the beginning of a decisive attack. Thoughts of the need to dodge this blow at any cost filled Leon's mind. Leaning to the side did indeed help him dodge the first attack of the enraged rich heir. The rich young man's turn and second swing showed the thoughtfulness of his attack tactics. The realization that the first attack was just a trap came too late for Leon. The next blow, even after dodging, revealed the essence of his opponent's secret fencing technique. The sword, which always hit its target with precision, threatened to break his ribs if he tried to dodge, leaving him unable to fight. Tracking the sword using a single method seemed to be the only way to defend against the inevitable attacks. Such a pace of combat threatened defeat, so it was necessary to urgently change tactics. The realization that losing to the enemy was unacceptable motivated the search for radical solutions in battle. The need to end this business as quickly as possible became the #1 priority. A high jump forward with a turn was an unexpected tactical move to change the dynamics of the fight. The obvious surprise of this turn of events gave Leon a tactical advantage in the attack. A powerful blow to the opponent's shoulder broke his armor and caused serious damage. Screams of agony filled the arena, demonstrating the effectiveness of the blow delivered by the simple young man. Clenched teeth and a disbelieving look at the young man expressed the rich man's shock at the damage he had received. The wounded aristocrat quickly realized that his left arm was probably broken after the blow. Lion, who was watching, noted that the injury to his arm was nothing compared to the shock of the failure of his secret technique. Reflecting on the timing, he realized that if both of his hands had been intact, the enemy would have attacked head-on. The enemy's sword had reached its limit, opening up new tactical possibilities for Leon. A broken sword would greatly increase his chances of victory, even against an opponent with only one hand. The decision to knock the enemy's weapon out of his hands with a direct blow became Leon's next tactical move. Elmont's failure to understand what had happened and the loss of his weapon expressed his complete confusion in battle. A blow directly to the face was a logical continuation of the successful attacking combination of a simple student. The force of the blow was so great that the opponent threw his head back from the powerful impact. The execution of the teacher's order to knock out Teeth was successful, with 2 teeth flying out of the mouth. The audience's delight at the victory of an ordinary guy over a rich man expressed the triumph of justice over privilege. The instructor's joy for Leon and the announcement of another victory officially ended the match. Shouts of the boy's name from the stands demonstrated support for the ordinary student against the representatives of the elite. El Cid's praise for his student's excellent work emphasized the opponent's defeat, even with his disgraceful technique. The opportunity to learn how to choose words better became a lesson for the arrogant rich heir. The impression made by the student's work exceeded all expectations of the ancient spirit of the imperial sword. The time to open new doors, such as acceleration, had finally come to continue his training. Leon was overwhelmed by the meaning of acceleration after hearing the words of the ancient spirit of the imperial sword. The instructor's count of knocked out teeth after the duel showed an impressive result: 3 whole teeth. The hard day ended with the young man taking a leisurely stroll through the familiar corridors of the fencing academy. His question to his teacher about the superiority of acceleration over Elmont's technique expressed his curiosity. The explanation about the slower movement of the human body compared to consciousness opened up new knowledge. Emergency situations particularly highlight the gap between the speed of thought and physical reactions. Reflex movements have nothing to do with the real speed achieved by professional fencers. The question of the reasons for the incredible speed of professional swordsmen intrigued the novice fighter. The partial use of the aura explained the phenomenal speed of experienced warriors in battle. Not using the aura deprived the body of the ability to withstand the strong and powerful blows of experienced opponents. The use of acceleration, even without studying the aura, was an amazing achievement for an inexperienced student. The spectacle in the ring truly amazed everyone watching the incredible duel. The use of the skill without any restrictions amazed even the experienced spirit of the ancient emperor. Overcoming the instinctive limits of willpower explained the possibility of achieving such results in battle. The question of the integrity of the body when not using the aura expressed logical confusion about the contradiction. Using the skill on the entire body would have caused the internal organs to protrude without protection. The serious danger required a more responsible attitude toward one's own body from that day forward. An unexpected bolt of lightning seemed to strike the young man's pupil, causing sharp pain and discomfort. The realization that this was another punishment from his teacher for not taking his body seriously came quickly. Real muscle pain engulfed his entire body, demonstrating the seriousness of the ancient spirit's warning. The warning about the need to study the aura before using acceleration sounded like vital advice. The possibility of dying next time became a serious argument against reckless use of skills. The next day began with the usual arrival at the academy and a walk through familiar corridors. The girls whispering when he appeared created an atmosphere of heightened attention to him. Not only the girls, but also the boys showed interest, which began to annoy Leon a little. Reflections on the connection between his victory over his student and the revelation of his use of the potion explained the change in attitude. The secret weapon of the royal court and the secret fencing became the subject of discussion at the academy. The important role of pride in the events that had taken place became clear to the young man as he reflected on what had happened. The appearance of Chloe, an angelic girl with big blue eyes, brightened up his tense day. A sweet greeting and a simple hello from a beautiful girl lifted the spirits of a guy who was tired of being ignored. Leon was surprised that Chloe had greeted him after such a long absence of communication between them. Going outside to spend some quiet time on a bench was a pleasant opportunity to finally talk alone. The question about class and the alchemy lesson showed the guy's concern for the beautiful girl's schoolwork. Chloe's explanation about her alchemy teacher being ill and the lesson being cancelled clarified the reason for her free time today. The question about the possibility of simply meeting sounded slightly hurtful, as if he felt he had to justify his desire to talk. The girl's remark about the boy's drastic changes and his avoidance of even her company expressed genuine concern. Her concern about his fights with students from the elite class demonstrated the depth of Chloe's feelings for her friend. Leon clearly did not expect such an open admission of concern from this girl in the current situation. The feeling of sadness he felt upon hearing her words was an unexpected emotional reaction to her sincere confession. Reflections on the nature of feelings during light and casual conversation with the girl caused confusion in the guy. Understanding of the situation came fairly quickly after analyzing the changes in their relationship over the past few days. The difference in the girl's behavior was explained by a change in her perception of his personality and ability to resist. Her previous perception of him as weak led to a caring attitude based on pity for a loser. Getting rid of her feelings of inferiority and becoming significantly stronger radically changed the dynamics of their relationship. The days of anger at his own life were accompanied by daily infliction of moral and physical pain on himself. Memories of the day the Holy Spirit of the Sword appeared remain in his memory as a turning point in his destiny. The boy couldn't shake the disbelief that such a miracle had happened to him. Chloe's confirmation that the whole school was talking about him flattered his ego, but also made him wary. Rumors about the sacred sword being found as the reason for the increase were quite close to the truth of what was happening. His inability to hold back tears on the bench was an unexpected emotional reaction to the girl's confession. The girl's surprise at seeing his tears expressed her incomprehension of the reasons for such a strong emotional reaction. The immediate apology and question about the wrongness of what had been said demonstrated Chloe's concern for her friend's feelings. The statement that everything she had said was completely unimportant sounded like an attempt to hide his true feelings from the girl. The girl's surprised thoughts about the insignificance of what was happening expressed her lack of understanding of the guy's reaction to her words. The admission of his harsh nature and his rescue from the pit of despair by a holy sword was a frank confession. Rodrigo's continued observation of the guy demonstrated the ancient spirit's constant interest in his student's development. The bewilderment at the change in atmosphere despite the favorable course of events raised questions in the observing spirit's mind. The boy's surprising and unexpected growth became noticeable even to the experienced eye of the ancient emperor. A small but real increase in level confirmed the effectiveness of emotional experiences for the development of strength. Reflections on the role of the hero who saves the world and the hero weapon who saved himself occupied the young man's thoughts. The understanding that flaws were unacceptable for the owner of the sacred sword motivated him to constantly improve and develop himself. The commitment to become stronger every day became a new life principle for the owner of the sacred weapon. The desire to become a hero who surpasses the expectations of the spirit itself became the highest goal of the ambitious young man. The complete misunderstanding of the young man, who had grown stronger simply from talking to a girl, puzzled the wise Rodrigo. The possibility of raising one's resolve so high seemed incredible even to an experienced observer of human nature. The decision not to think too much about this strange phenomenon seemed reasonable under the circumstances. The upcoming training sessions promised to be a serious test of the student's physical and moral strength. The teacher's words made Leon tremble with a premonition of the difficulties and hardships that lay ahead in his training. Lying in bed in the middle of the night, deep in thought, had become a familiar pastime for the restless young man. Thoughts about truly significant changes in his own personality occupied the young man's mind more and more often. Memories of Chloe's words about his changed outlook haunted him in the silence of the night. The absence of anxiety and the ability to speak calmly became new traits of the changed boy's character. The girl's question about the difference between people who look up and those who look down seemed philosophical and profound. The strangeness of this question made him wonder about the hidden meaning and true intentions of his beautiful interlocutor. The suggestion to talk to Leon sounded like friendly advice from a girl who cared about them. The remark that Leon didn't get along with anyone else except him surprised Leon. His promise to do his best to fulfill the girl's request sounded sincere and determined. Mental apologies to the girl tormented the conscience of the young man lying on the bed in the silence of the night. The realization that he was probably unable to fulfill the girl's wish made him feel guilty and disappointed in himself. Lion's insomnia led him to the balcony to reflect in the cool night air under the stars. The blonde aristocrat's thoughts were also completely immersed in reflections on his comrade Leon. The dawn of a new day traditionally meant the start of another grueling training session under the guidance of the spirit. The intensity of Leon's training had reached such a level that he broke another wooden sword. El Cid's explanation about the rapid wear and tear of wooden swords, regardless of skill level, opened up new knowledge. The weakness of training swords compared to real ones meant that this factor had to be taken into account when preparing for battles. Reflections on the secret technique and its one-time use against the genius Leon seemed like a reasonable tactic. Victory over him was now only possible by reading his movements, in addition to the usual skill of weapon mastery. The swordmaster's question about wanting to see his comrade's plaque showed he understood his student's interest in his rival. A positive answer revealed Leon's ability to use the energy of the sword at a high level of skill. His superiority over most instructors was theoretically possible thanks to his outstanding abilities. The sword spirit's information that talented warriors mastered the technique by the age of 30 was astonishing. Reflections on his comrade's endurance and strength confirmed his exceptional abilities in fencing and martial arts. The recognition of a good start to the day motivated him to continue his intensive training and improve his skills. Interrupting a guy to give important advice demonstrated the seriousness of the moment and the significance of the words that were about to be spoken. Based on all the training he had undergone, defeating the enemy became the main goal at this stage of development. Leon's simple smile after hearing these words expressed his readiness to accept the challenge and accomplish the task at hand. Turning to his weapon and asking about possible failures expressed his natural fears before a serious test. Anxious thoughts about possible defeat in battle with a friend tormented the young man's soul, causing him to doubt his own abilities. Anxiety about the consequences of failure prompted the young man to turn to his mentor with a question about what to do next. The spirit of the sacred sword refused to give answers, declaring what was happening to be a personal test for his student. El Cid reminded his protege of the warnings he had given him from the very first days of their training together. The ancient spirit continued to explain that the path of a hero is full of trials, each of which will open new horizons. The mentor warned his student against anger, for with each step, the path becomes increasingly thorny and difficult. The teacher's promise to reveal the future only after victory over the opponent fueled the excitement of the upcoming battle. The spirit's confidence that everything would fall into place after the revelation only added to the intrigue of the moment. The grueling training continued until sunset, when the sun slowly disappeared behind the academy's horizon. A torrential rain fell on the city while Lion was having an important conversation with Gilbert at his estate. Sir spoke admiringly of the abilities of the commoner who had managed to surpass the heir to an influential count's family. The blonde aristocrat ironically reminded his servant how much the tone of their conversations about the mysterious rival had changed. Gilbert philosophically remarked that sometimes it takes very little time to gain valuable allies. The incredible victory of a young man without a trace of nobility over the Count's second son amazed the aristocratic elite. Lion shared with his servant the contents of Leon's laconic message, consisting of just 2 words about his readiness. The servant's astonishment at the rapid development of events could not be hidden behind his mask of composure. The young heir turned to his loyal servant with an additional request concerning the upcoming duel. An inner vow not to allow his rival to win and to show him his true place burned in the aristocrat's heart. The burning desire to prove his right to the heart of the beautiful Chloe added extra intensity to the upcoming battle. The rain finally stopped, allowing Leon to slowly make his way through the damp corridors of the ancient academy. The young man shared with his spirit mentor his observation that everyone around him was talking only about him. An unexpected encounter with Instructor Helmet, who had timed his arrival perfectly, foreshadowed important news. The news that Leon wanted to hold the decisive duel away from prying eyes caused confusion. El Cid became wary, pondering the reasons for such an unusual decision and sensing that something serious was afoot. The instructor explained that there would be no audience, but one special observer would honor the fight with his presence. The young fencer's tension reached its peak as he began to wonder about the identity of the mysterious spectator. The thought of the possible presence of the golden-haired beauty Chloe pierced the young man's mind like a sharp needle of anxiety. The realization that she might be at the duel caused the young man to feel a mixture of annoyance and excitement. An inner protest against the presence of this particular girl at such an important battle was bursting to get out. Lion's conviction that there were special feelings between them pushed the aristocrat to prove his superiority before her eyes. History knows many examples when rivalry between a king and a servant for the heart of one woman led to tragedy. Memories of his comrade's words came flooding back to the young man, who had demanded complete submission from his vassal in the event of victory. Leon was overcome with rage when he realized the cunning trap he had fallen into. The strangeness of the proposal to fight one-on-one with someone he considered a friend did not give the young man any peace. His memory helpfully provided details of their agreement and the consequences awaiting the loser of the fight. The prospect of bowing his head and becoming a vassal to his former comrade seemed humiliating and unbearable. The reason for choosing Chloe as an observer became clear. It was a carefully thought-out plan by the blonde aristocrat. There was no doubt that Lion would follow his plan to the end with unwavering determination. The aristocrat's ruthlessness extended to everyone. Neither the girl nor his opponent aroused any sympathy in him. Realizing the situation, the young man gathered all his strength and determination to show himself in the best light. The suspicions about his comrade's noble origins, which had tormented him from the very beginning, were finally confirmed. The habit of subjugating people to his will and manipulating them turned out to be the true nature of the aristocrat. The bitter disappointment at the revelation of the true nature of the man he had considered a friend burned his soul from within. His disgust at what was happening grew with every passing second, causing the young man to clench his fists in anger. El Cid asked his student if he was really angry and received an affirmative answer. Despite the storm of emotions, Leon felt an unprecedented confidence in his own abilities before the decisive battle. The two rivals finally entered the ring, ready to decide their fate in a fair fight under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Lion mockingly pointed out his opponent's tardiness, clearly trying to throw him off balance before the fight. The young man parried the barb, noting that his opponent had simply arrived too early for the meeting. The question of the mysterious observer's whereabouts was asked with a hint of defiance in the young man's voice. The aristocrat mysteriously hinted that it would be impossible to see the spectator, asking about possible regrets after defeat. The words sounded like a typical excuse, but they hid something more than met the eye. Leon responded to the provocation with a counter-question, asking how one could know anything for sure. Impatience made him suggest starting the fight, but his opponent unexpectedly stopped him with a gesture. The demonstrative removal of a pill from a small jar attracted the attention of everyone present in the arena. Swallowing the mysterious substance caused confusion and suspicion among the young fencers. A surprised question about the nature of the strange substance escaped Leon before he could restrain himself. Lion explained that the pill would suppress his aura, as the promise not to use it must be kept. The warning that he would inevitably lose if his aura manifested itself sounded like a threat. Both opponents took up their fighting stances, fully prepared for the decisive battle in the arena. Instead of the usual wooden training swords, the fighters took real iron weapons for battle. The lack of hostility from the enemy was surprising, creating a strange atmosphere before the fight. Despite this, the young man understood the need to remain extremely vigilant in the upcoming battle. A wave of the instructor Helmet's hand and his loud command signaled the start of the long-awaited duel. The swords of the opponents clashed with a loud clang, scattering sparks from the force of the first clash of blades. The seriousness of the battle was underscored by the metallic clang of weapons, echoing throughout the academy hall. Anger made Leon clench his teeth harder with each blow his opponent landed on his sword. Leon's determination not to retreat was evident in his eyes, shining with the excitement of a true warrior. Neither opponent was willing to give in, turning the duel into a battle of unyielding wills. The force of his opponent's blows forced Leon to acknowledge the seriousness of the threat and the skill of the blonde aristocrat. Realizing that he would not last even 30 seconds at this pace, the young man sought a new tactic. Leon clenched the hilt of his sword with double force and rushed into a direct attack, determined to crush his opponent with the full force of his might. At the last moment, Leon managed to block with his weapon, barely managing to parry his opponent's crushing blow. Doubts about the strength of his own blade tormented the young man. For the aristocrat's blow was more powerful than he had ever imagined. Things were unfolding exactly as he had feared in his darkest thoughts about the strength of his noble opponent. A blue glow enveloped the young man's eyes, signaling the need to analyze every movement of his dangerous opponent. Even Rodrigo's well-honored method did not fully help him cope with the unpredictability of the blonde aristocrat's attacks. The chaotic nature of his opponent's actions required Leon to remain as calm as possible and focus on the duel. The need to assess the situation soberly became obvious, for this was not the first time he had crossed swords with this opponent. Sir Gilbert, who was watching the fight closely, couldn't believe that this was just a duel between academy students. The absence of an aura around both fighters made the strength they demonstrated even more impressive and frightening at the same time. A comparison with experienced knights was not in their favor, as these two young warriors were so far superior to them. The length of the fight allowed Leon to fully realize the true power of the one he considered his comrade. The term blue-blooded monster was the perfect description for Leon's incredible abilities in battle. Sir Gilbert's admiration grew with every passing moment as he watched the skill of both participants in the brutal battle. Knowing of the young man's genius did not prepare the servant for such outstanding combat skills in action. The ability of a commoner to fight on equal terms with the heir to a noble family was astonishing to the observer. An unexpected double strike made Leon wonder about the nature of the technique used by his cunning opponent. His only salvation was his ability to read his opponent's movements at the most critical moment of the attack. Thanks to his foresight in predicting the trajectory of the blows, the young man managed to parry a powerful combination that threatened to end the fight. A crack in the armor was visible proof of the force of the attack, which he had barely survived in this battle. Leon's counterattack cut off a strand of his opponent's luxurious blonde hair, striking a blow to the aristocrat's pride. The exchange of blows marked a new phase in the confrontation, where each managed to hurt the pride of his opponent. Leon's fury at the loss of his precious hair was evident, as his appearance meant the world to him. The blonde youth's gaze changed, becoming cold and calculating, foreshadowing a change in combat tactics. Thoughts about the strange ability to see only the first strike in a combination troubled Leon. The enemy's original plan to crush him with brute physical force became clear after analyzing the attacks. Leon's underestimation of his own strength proved to be a fatal mistake in the calculations of the self-confident aristocrat. Recognizing the effectiveness of the enemy's tactics did not prevent him from looking for weaknesses in his noble opponent's strategy. Jumping back, Leon froze in a fighting stance, thinking about his next move in this tense game. Leon carefully studied his opponent, trying to predict his next moves in the unfolding confrontation. Stubborn defense allowed him to close the gap in endurance, gradually leveling the stronger opponent's advantages. The tactic, which allowed no room for error, required extreme concentration and precision in every move of the battle. The strategy proved so perfect that it left no room for change or circumvention under the current conditions of battle. Confidence in the coming victory grew with every moment of the battle, filling the young man's heart with determination and strength. Sir Gilbert watched in amazement, suspecting that pure law was being used in this duel between students. The need to break the enemy's will became obvious, otherwise the proud lion would never admit defeat. Leon's concentration was completely focused on the work of his muscles, and the flow of blood circulating throughout his body. Overcoming the physical limitations of his own body was the key to victory in this brutal confrontation. The realization that his opponent was only demonstrating half his strength without using his aura was cause for serious concern. The realization that he needed to accelerate to the maximum came to Leon just as his opponent was preparing to attack. Rapid movement across the arena was supposed to prevent his opponent from aiming and delivering a precise blow. Leon gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his mad eyes shining with a cold blue light of rage and determination. The shock of realizing that his opponent had managed to dodge his perfect attack was evident on the aristocrat's face. A glance at the ground revealed several crimson drops, evidence that the attack had not been entirely ineffective. A partial hit had still occurred, and Leon's hand was injured by the blow, though he had managed to avoid critical damage. The sudden appearance of Elsid, confirming the absence of an aura from the enemy, interrupted the tense moment of battle. The frightened cry of the young man expressed his shock at the unexpected appearance of the spirit mentor at a critical moment. The teacher's explanation of the hidden capabilities of the human body opened up new horizons of understanding in martial arts. The variety of training methods that affect speed and strength turned out to be much broader than the student had imagined. The mention of body-strengthening techniques highlighted the young fencer's limited knowledge of a warrior's capabilities. Lion's warning cry about the inadmissibility of distraction interrupted the conversation as he rushed into another attack. This last moment allowed Leon to block the blow, realizing his opponent's attempt to break his will with his fencing skills. The feeling that his opponent had reached his limit flashed through the young man's mind during the next clash of swords. The teacher's silence and the inability to determine Leon's true limits created additional tension in the fight. The decision to rely solely on his own strength without his mentor's intervention seemed right in this situation. A sharp jump backward was a tactical maneuver to create distance and reassess the situation. The unexpectedness of this move was reflected on Lion's face, whose gaze became even more malicious and dangerous. Calculating the distance, he saw that there were only 5 or 6 steps to the edge of the arena, which opened up new tactical possibilities. A plan to force his opponent out of the arena began to form in the cunning young warrior's mind. Sir Gilbert's confusion grew, as Leon's skill clearly surpassed the capabilities of his opponent's simple basic attacks. The need to quell his growing anticipation of victory forced Leon to keep his emotions under strict control. Maintaining his physical superiority while waiting for his opponent to relax seemed like the optimal tactic. The uncertainty of when his opponent would lose concentration required constant observation of his movements. A mocking remark about the comical nature of his opponent's actions sounded like an attempt to throw Leon off balance. Determination gripped the young man as he took the sword firmly in the middle of the hilt, his eyes burning with an unshakable will to win. The only thing he could believe in at this critical moment of the battle was his own strength and the tenacity of skills honed over years. For the first time in all their countless sparring matches, the young man felt a real superiority over his talented opponent from the upper world. Lion instantly sensed the change in the dynamics of the fight, his thoughts filled with the excitement of accepting the challenge thrown down by the former weakling. The unwillingness to remain in someone else's shadow forced the aristocrat to reactivate the technique of pure law, risking his health for victory. Sir Gilbert watched with concern as the pure law was used without an aura, realizing that this was the absolute limit of human capabilities. Even the ancient spirit of Elsid showed genuine interest in what was happening, watching the battle between the two outstanding young warriors. Lion's thoughts about his own heroic destiny strengthened his resolve not to lose to a commoner in this fateful duel. Leon mentally addressed his opponent, asserting that he completely misunderstood the true nature of their differences in strength. The contrast between natural genius and a man who had achieved mastery through blood, sweat, and tears became central to his thoughts. The need for constant improvement through grueling training shaped the unyielding will of a simple guy from the lower classes. The fundamental difference between them lay precisely in the path to achieving strength, a gift versus hard work. The decision to end the fight made Leon grip his weapon tighter and rush forward with maximum attack speed. The symmetry of their actions created a mirror image of their movements as they both rushed toward each other. The clash of blades ended with the crash of breaking metal, a fragment of someone's sword flying into the air above the arena. Surprise swept through the crowd when it became clear that it was the noble Leon's sword that had been broken. The fragment of the precious weapon fell with a crash onto the stone floor, symbolizing the collapse of the aristocrat's invincibility. The shock on the young nobleman's face at the sight of the broken blade expressed his complete incomprehension of the defeat. Elsid's words of approval confirmed that the long hours of grueling training had not been in vain for his student. Memories of the techniques he had mastered during his victories over Elmont's gang flashed through the victor's mind. The uniqueness of the technique he had mastered lay in its ability to pierce the enemy's strongest defenses. The unusual sword technique concentrated the blow in the upper part of the blade, multiplying its destructive power many times over. The complexity of mastering such a skill required incredible endurance and patience during endless training sessions. His superiority in perseverance and diligence over any other student at the academy was the key to today's victory. The countless number of broken training swords during his training attested to the intensity of his preparation. Gratitude to his opponent for pushing him beyond his limits was expressed with sincere appreciation. A remark about a different outcome if real swords had been used was an attempt to save face after defeat. Placing the wooden blade against the face of his defeated opponent, Leon announced his long-awaited victory with a proud smile. Sir Gilbert's admiration for the thrilling duel was expressed in his emotional exclamation about the amazing spectacle. The confirmation from the spirit teacher that everything had happened according to his predictions filled the moment with special significance. The mentor's question about the winner's desire for the loser to fulfill the terms of their agreement hung in the tense air. Memories of his friend's words came back to Leon. He had promised that if he won, he would pass on everything, including the secret fencing techniques and the secrets of using the aura. Reflecting on the right he had earned to all this knowledge, the young man came to the unexpected conclusion that he would not even need it now. Shocked, Leon admitted defeat, realizing that his excessive self-confidence had caused him to lose. Now all that remained was to accept the consequences. The aristocrat's nobility showed in his willingness to keep his promise, and he directly asked the winner what he wanted. The unexpected question made Leon think about what he really wanted from his defeated opponent at that moment. His proud declaration that he wished to postpone the fulfillment of his promise sounded like the words of a true victor. The offer to hold another duel in the future, when emotions had calmed down, expressed respect for a worthy opponent. Leon's astonishment at the proposal to fight again was obvious, as their grueling battle had just ended. After such a crushing defeat, the noble young man had no choice but to agree to a future rematch. The winner's thoughts were occupied with the unused acceleration and excessive zeal of his opponent in swinging his sword. The sudden appearance of Chloe, activating her healing light, interrupted the tense moment between the former rivals. The girl's spell, asking for peace for the wounded and complete healing of his wounds, filled the arena with a soft glow. Leon's admiration for the speed of the wound's healing and the skill of 4th-level magic was expressed in sincere praise. Instead of joy, the words of recognition caused the girl obvious distress, which was reflected on her beautiful face. Tears in Chloe's eyes accompanied her admission of complete incomprehension of the young man's behavior. The question of how friends could possibly fight each other was asked with genuine bewilderment and pain. The distress caused by the young man's incredible strength, and the consequences of that strength was evident in every word spoken by the distraught girl. The direct question about his intention to leave the academy caught Leon off guard with its insight and accuracy. The boy's surprise that the girl had guessed his plans was expressed in a question about the source of her knowledge. Chloe's simple explanation that she was not stupid and could see everything for herself emphasized her perceptiveness. The realization that he couldn't hide anything from his perceptive friend made the young man admit she was right. Memories of how the girl had always had this gift since childhood brought a warm smile to his face. The mention of a long-ago incident with a wild boar reminded him of their long friendship and the adventures they had shared. The girl's remark that he always needed more time to train sounded tender. Leon's objection about the speed of progress at a high level of difficulty revealed his modesty and perseverance. The only response the girl could give to such words was sincere praise for his achievements. A smile lit up the guy's face in response to his girlfriend's kind words, expressing his gratitude for her support. They both laughed at how crazy the whole situation was, which helped lighten the mood after the intense fight. Chloe's joking remark that Lion didn't need healing sounded slightly ironic. The understanding that the aristocrat was hiding deep emotions behind a mask of indifference demonstrated knowledge of his character. Leon's confidence that a friendly slap from his friend would quickly bring his comrade to his senses revealed their closeness. The prediction that defeat would only spur Leon to become even stronger was based on knowledge of his stubborn nature. The guy's request to the girl to continue caring for his defeated friend sounded sincere and warm as he left. Chloe's desperate cry asking about his plans after leaving the academy echoed through the empty arena. Without turning to his friend, the young man only mysteriously said that it would remain his personal secret. The realization of the rapid changes in their destinies pierced the girl's heart with the sharp pain of parting. Her hands, folded in prayer, betrayed the depth of her feelings for the fate of her dear friend. The only thought in her mind was a plea for her friend's well-being in the trials that lay ahead. El Cid noted with interest the rare sight of a sorceress who did not believe in gods offering prayers for another. The young man's assumption that the teacher was looking for someone unusual sounded slightly ironic. The admission of his desperate attempts to become stronger over many years revealed the depth of his aspirations. His unwillingness to give up in the face of an insurmountable wall of talent and status characterized the young man's unyielding will. Years of struggling with a terrible feeling of inferiority in front of two special people ended with an encounter with a miraculous sword. After this fateful encounter, his abilities developed at an incredible speed, exceeding all expectations. Fate gave him the opportunity to defeat himself, which became the most important achievement on his path to becoming a master. The reward for his perseverance was a strength he could not have imagined even in his wildest dreams. His transformation from a loser to a worthy warrior radically changed his position in the world. His proud declaration of his intention to become a true hero rang out with unwavering confidence in his voice. Elseed's laughter in response to his student's grandiose words was accompanied by a playful accusation of snobbery. Leon's indignant question about his teacher's disappointment revealed his concern about the ancient spirit's opinion. The sword spirit's philosophical remark about the right to desire everything at once was met with approval of ambition. The confirmation of the naturalness of the desire to become a hero and achieve something calmed the student's doubts. Persistent movement toward a goal without deviation opens the way to the fulfillment of any, even the most incredible, dreams. The revelation that Lion was originally supposed to be the hero shook the foundations of the young man's worldview. Disbelief overwhelmed the young man when he heard this shocking truth from the spirit of the sword. The story of the imperial family and the sword destined to build a new empire revealed the secrets of the past. The full name of his friend, Lion Gladios Clyde, revealed his true origins and destiny. The aristocrat's selection as the vessel for the hero's rebirth after 150 years was predestined by a prophecy. The spirit's remark about how everything had changed emphasized the unpredictability of fate and the choice of the sword. Thoughts that his friend could truly become the ideal hero flashed through Leon's mind. The question of whether the duel was a true test received an affirmative answer from the wise mentor. The teacher's praise for the one who would become a hero despite the prophecies was spoken with sincere approval. Only one's own willpower and determination can open the way to a great destiny without predestination. That is why fate chose those who create their own history, rather than follow a script. The teacher's question about feeling guilty for using someone else's chance hung in the air between them. The young man's confident answer about being on equal terms with his comrades sounded without a shadow of doubt in his voice. To Leon, there seemed to be no reason to feel guilty toward the arrogant aristocrat. Rather, it was the defeated who should feel ashamed of such a disgraceful defeat at the hands of a commoner. The reminder that the sword of the great Rodrigo himself had chosen him strengthened his conviction that he was on the right path. There was no time for empty thoughts and doubts in the face of the hero's great destiny. The day dawned with the submission of his application for expulsion from his beloved fencing academy. The decision to leave the educational institution for the sake of a career as a true adventurer was final and irrevocable. His mentor's reluctance to part with a talented student only spurred him on. The desire to inspire ordinary kids with his example became one of the driving forces on his new path. His firm intention never to return to the academy underscored the seriousness of his decision. The hawk's amber eyes piercingly followed what was happening below from a bird's eye view. The majestic bird with its powerful beak embodied the symbol of wealth and power over the skies. Its smooth glide over the forest was accompanied by a search for potential prey among the greenery. The bright sun flooded the sky with dazzling light, creating a play of shadows in the forest thicket. The rustling of bushes and undergrowth betrayed the presence of someone swiftly making their way through the thicket. Leon ran forward with all his might, pushing his way through the thick vegetation of the virgin forest. The frightened voice of the young man betrayed his desperate desire to find what he needed so badly. Tears of despair accompanied his plea to the Holy Spirit for help in finding a way out of the endless forest. Half a month of wandering after leaving the academy had made the distant city seem like an almost unattainable dream. Elseed's reassuring words about the safety of the forest, thanks to his good training, sounded slightly ironic. The young man's gratitude for his life-saving help was sincere, for without it, survival would have been impossible. Memories of entering the forest half a month ago to shorten the journey reminded him of the naivety of his decision. The initial fear and constant attacks by goblins turned the journey into a real ordeal. Only his training at the academy and his teacher's guidance had enabled him to survive the dangers of the wild. The first use of the holy sword in real combat was an important milestone on the path to becoming a hero. The killing of the goblin marked the transition from apprentice to a true warrior, ready for battle. Every day in the forest, wilderness became additional training in survival and combat skills. The acknowledgement of his spirit in underestimating the time needed for the journey was spoken with a hint of surprise and approval. Praise for the goblin's execution highlighted the significant progress in the apprentice's combat skills. The ability to destroy enemies in 10 seconds demonstrated incredible growth in strength and speed. Thanks to intensive training, it was possible to pass through the dangerous forest in such a short time. The realization of his own strength filled Leon with pride and a desire to improve further. The only thought occupying his mind was the desire to fight even stronger monsters. His teacher's remark about his high motivation was accompanied by a warning about the need for patience. His lack of experience required him to gradually accumulate knowledge in order to fully unlock the potential of the future hero. Elseed patiently explained to his student that a completely empty glass would have no magical effect, and Leon nodded attentively. In the distance, the majestic outlines of an incredibly beautiful city finally appeared, the sight of which was simply breathtaking. The seriousness and importance of this place became immediately apparent thanks to the armed guards standing at the massive gates. Behind the fortress walls, a real fair was in full swing, with the cries of merchants, the laughter of children, and the hubbub of the crowd. Leon admitted with obvious relief that he was very glad to have passed through the gates so easily thanks to his academic ticket. However, the spirit of the Holy Sword suddenly stunned him with an unexpected statement that the entire city was full of trash. The young man cried out in amazement, completely unable to believe the harsh words of his mentor. El Cid calmly explained that 300 years ago there were dozens of such towns, and this one was quite small. The dirty streets and crowds of vagrants certainly confirmed the ancient spirit's less than flattering opinion of the place. The general atmosphere of the city was not conducive to a long and comfortable stay. The mentor curiously asked the young man about his plans for the night at a local inn. Leon replied that instead of resting, he first intended to visit the local adventurers' guild. The work of an ordinary city guard seemed too limited compared to the boundless possibilities of a hero. The young warrior was determined to take on only the most dangerous and highly paid assignments. To start his career successfully, he needed serious training in destroying various monsters and creatures. A long journey through the forest taught him a great deal beyond simple combat skills against numerous enemies. The premature awakening of the Holy Sword a year earlier than expected led to most of its power being sealed away. Originally, the magical weapon was supposed to grant its owner immortality in exchange for truly immense power. The transformation of a simple young man into an invincible hero included an aura as an additional bonus to enhance his abilities. Free command of the sword's full power required mastery of the aura, so the road ahead was long. In the spacious guild building, he was warmly welcomed and thanked for his desire to become an adventurer. A kind clerk carefully verified his education and accepted a letter of recommendation from Sir Gilbert. Successful registration allowed him to start his dangerous career right away with a decent rank of D, thanks to his academic training. This initial level immediately opened up access to interesting assignments with real opportunities for advancement. The young man suddenly realized that in addition to simply using his aura, he also needed complete control over it. A blade covered with a magical aura could easily cut through hard stone and break strong steel without effort. Even with such impressive abilities, one could only aspire to the honorary rank of B at most. The wise El Cid noted with interest that the entire guild organization was arranged in a very curious and interesting way. The ancient spirit urged him to look around carefully and appreciate the incredible diversity of races. Among the numerous visitors to the guild, even exotic representatives of non-human races mingled freely. Here, all sorts of creatures had gathered, including those who were difficult to classify as human. All these creatures exuded a kind of madness and coldness, as if they dreamed of killing him on the spot. The werewolves and elves were particularly frightening, as 300 years ago they had fought each other fiercely to the death. However, now the enemies had decided to unite, and the man who had created such an organization was clearly a genius of diplomacy. The administrator asked the young man anxiously what had happened and why he had suddenly panicked. After that, the girl announced that the registration process was complete and he could officially begin his work. However, first the newcomer had to accept one task completely free of charge according to the strict rules of the guild. Leon wondered what kind of strange free task this was and why such conditions were necessary. The clerk patiently explained that being an adventurer meant having an official certificate from the guild. But first, every newcomer had to prove that they were truly capable of becoming a real adventurer in practice. Hearing this, El Cid laughed loudly and remarked that not everything in life comes easily. The next day, dirty water flowed rapidly through the gloomy sewers, creating an ominous atmosphere in the underground. The young man walked cautiously inside the tunnel, stepping with disgust on the horrible water beneath his feet. He had set out to complete that very free task, and was now fiercely fighting against hordes of rats. The guy thought with surprise that this was the first time he had fought so seriously with his magical weapon against enemies. El Cid explained that fencing used to be one-on-one, so now he had to keep an eye on several enemies at once. The wild flying monsters were the best practice he could get for training. The mission to clean up the sewers had already been chosen, so there was nothing else to do. The only thing left for the young warrior was to fight desperately against these crazy rats in the confined space. However, the young man was handling them easily, destroying these terrible monsters with a single swift movement without much effort. However, suddenly the young man noticed something strange in the distance that drew his attention to the end of the corridor. At the far end of the sewer tunnel, he could make out their huge and menacing leader among the shadows. This creature had clearly evolved and become much stronger and more dangerous than its numerous companions. It is important to know that monsters also evolve, and some acquire magical abilities. This happens when creatures consume a lot of resources. The principle is exactly the same as with humans. The rat's enormous horns clearly demonstrated that the beast possessed some special abilities in combat. The more horns a monster has, the higher its rank and the more dangerous it becomes. The mentor noted that it would be good to fight it one-on-one to gain experience. But now the guy had to understand that the enemy's rank didn't really matter in this situation. The spirit explained that despite its evolution, this creature still had a fairly low power rank. Leon must remember that he holds a holy sword in his hands, so almost everything will come easily to him. The terrifying creature used its plague curse skill, enveloping everything around it in a sinister red aura of death. However, the young man deflected all the blows with surprising ease, without even moving his magical weapon. Leon proudly declared to the rat that he hadn't even tried very hard, for it had met a truly formidable opponent. The young man swung his magical weapon decisively and promised the monster that it would now give him its horns. After some time, the young man triumphantly returned to the spacious guild building with a heavy bag on his back. Inside were countless tales of slain monsters, collected as irrefutable evidence. The lovely female administrator carefully weighed the trophies, and was surprised to find that they weighed approximately 23 kilograms. A quick calculation showed that the young warrior had managed to destroy about 230 rats in a single mission. After that, he also demonstrated the horns of evolved creatures from the second bag as special trophies. Leon honestly admitted that he had seen about 200 such creatures, but had only managed to catch the 4 strongest ones. Of course, the experienced administrator immediately offered to sell all the collected trophies right there for a good price. She calculated the total amount and informed him that he would receive 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. The horns of mutant rats were indeed highly valued, as the demand for them remained consistently high among alchemists. The girl also noted with admiration that he was the first newcomer to complete his debut mission so brilliantly. The clerk admitted that she would have been even more surprised if he had brought a live mutant rat here. She expressed hope that he would be able to subdue all 4 known species of these monsters. The girl suggested that such a young adventurer must be excellent at controlling his magical aura. The administrator solemnly congratulated him on the fact that from this moment on, he had everything he needed. Now Leon was officially registered as a full-fledged adventurer with the initial rank of D in the guild system. The young man asked with interest if he could now use his adventurer's seal at his own discretion. She confirmed this, but warned that below rank B, some missions had second priority. Such restrictions existed specifically to prevent people from becoming hunters solely for easy profit. The young man realized with satisfaction that he was no longer just a student at a prestigious academy. The metal plate in his hands served as irrefutable proof that he had become a real adventurer. The girl kindly offered to help him if he had any special or difficult requests. Even if the amount for the mission turned out to be very small, she would be happy to help in any case. Leon was sincerely pleased with such a warm welcome and left the room with a satisfied smile. Out on the street, he immediately noticed the cheerful reaction of his wise teacher, who was slightly amused by the situation. Elsid remarked with a smile that the lady at the counter had clearly mistaken him for one of the strongest heroes. The young man had neither money nor fame, yet he had taken on a rather difficult and dangerous mission. Since ancient times, it had been said that heroes did not reveal their identities until they were recognized. So she thought that was the case. The mentor philosophically remarked that he would endure all these jokes, since he was, after all, an experienced teacher of young warriors. The spirit reminded him that when Leon became a hero, books would be written about him and legends would be told. The young man laughed and said that right now it all sounded like complete nonsense and fantasy. However, if he thought about it carefully, he actually liked the idea of such a glorious future and found it inspiring. The main thing was that his activities would really bring people some real benefit and protect them from danger. Leon firmly stated that as soon as he reached level B, he would leave this city immediately. Elsid was truly shocked by such an unexpected and hasty statement from his stubborn student. The young man wondered with curiosity how long it would actually take. Elsid confidently told his student that he would definitely need only 100 days to achieve his goal. Leon, hearing this unexpected statement, thought incredulously, could it really take so little time? The mentor explained that he would be training him all these months, so the sooner, the better. The spirit warned that even more intense and exhausting training awaited him and his student every day. After all, the fact that his student was currently catching rats in a dirty sewer was a real disgrace. Elsid reminded him that by this point, he would have been training the boy for about 6 months without a break. Therefore, the sooner he achieved results, the better, so he should expect only intense and rigorous training. Leon must become stronger as quickly as possible in order to defeat the most difficult enemies, even those like dragons. Otherwise, there would be no point in even starting their intensive training together. The young man, hearing about dragons, asked in surprise if the teacher wasn't rushing things a bit by introducing such powerful enemies so soon. The mentor replied that the boy had now fully mastered all the basic skills and fencing techniques he had been taught. However, he must understand one important truth. He needs to become much stronger in real battles. One of the hero's main privileges is the ability to absorb and accumulate the magical powers of monsters he destroys. After a recent fight with rats in the sewers, his strength had indeed increased slightly and grown stronger. Leon, hearing this revelation, thought that the teacher had told him some valuable information about the connection between auras. Until that moment, the young man had naively believed that the fastest way to develop an aura was to take expensive potions. But in reality, anyone could absorb the power of a monster's body and turn it into their own strength. However, the nobles and royalty deliberately concealed this important information for their own political gain. So, only his wise and ancient teacher knew about this secret technique. This new knowledge greatly motivated the young warrior to become stronger every day. El Cid advised that once he got used to it, he should start hunting stronger monsters, preferably dragons. The boy asked incredulously if his teacher was joking, and the spirit began to shout that of course he wasn't. How could a holy sword laugh and joke with his student at such a serious and responsible moment? Leon remembered that when he came out of the sewer, he had asked his teacher to use his magical cleansing ability. Therefore, it seemed that in such a short time, a lot had changed in his life. The young man asked in bewilderment why his mentor wanted him to suddenly start hunting powerful dragons. To which the wise teacher replied seriously that the next goal was the legendary city of the Titans in the north. Upon hearing this, Leon exclaimed in shock that this was the very place that even dragons could not reach. Therefore, the young man asked in bewilderment why they needed a place that even the teacher had once failed to conquer by force. The teacher calmly explained that it would only be beneficial, as his physical body remained there. Therefore, the wise mentor suggested that he set himself the ambitious goal of achieving this within the next 6 months. El Cid solemnly assured him that he was not joking, and that the boy would surely succeed quickly. The ancient spirit emphasized that the most important thing was for the student to believe in him unconditionally, as he was a holy sword. Leon, hearing these inspiring words from his mentor, felt his motivation truly rise within him. The young man confidently replied that this was true, because after all, he had always trusted his teacher. At that moment, there was lively conversation among the guild members, and the bald adventurer asked if he was going to go kill rats again. The other guys looked on in amazement, wondering what kind of guy was so young and killed hundreds of rats every day. Leon, hearing these conversations, realized that he had become quite popular because of his frequent hunting of mutant rats. Now, absolutely all the adventurers in the guild affectionately called him Cat for his agility and quickness. The surprised administrator asked in bewilderment why there was so little prey in the bag today compared to usual. The thing was, these monsters were hardly ever seen, and their numbers had decreased significantly. The girl explained that mutant rats weren't very smart creatures. Intelligence was definitely not their strong suit. The guy then politely asked the administrator to show him other available tasks and orders for adventurers. With eyes burning with curiosity, the girl happily said that she knew this day would come someday. She enthusiastically reported that there were currently 4 special orders available, varying in difficulty and danger. The guy began to carefully study the options offered, and one of them definitely appealed to him more than the others. Leon noticed that he had looked at all the orders, but one of them turned out to be a rather old request. The mentor pointed out that the pay wasn't that great, but the choice was quite interesting for developing skills. The young man firmly stated that he still wanted to choose this particular job despite the low pay. Walking down the noisy street, he discussed the details of the task of destroying dangerous stone slime with his teacher. The monster's habitat was an underground passage near a wall, and due to its habit of gnawing on stones, the fortress's strength was noticeably weakened. The boy noted with interest that the clients were knights of the city, not private individuals. Smiling, he thought that now it was clear why they were paying so little money for this task. Approaching the fortress wall, he showed the guard a document stating that he had come on official business from the guild. The man asked anxiously if he was indeed referring to the stone slime and their request. Leon tried to explain clearly to the guard that yes, he had come for this important matter. The young man specified the location of the monsters, as he had received an official request directly from the Adventurers Guild. Suddenly, a young man appeared and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the famous Cat? The legendary adventurer who single-handedly cleared the city sewers of hordes of mutant rats in a short time." The stranger introduced himself in a friendly manner and said that it was great. There should be many more brave adventurers like him in the city. Because nowadays, the adventurers are so weak that they're completely useless, and it's ridiculous to even call them for help. After listening carefully to these words of approval, the guy cautiously descended the stone steps. Leon thought that depending on how well he completed the task, he might even be able to significantly increase his reward. The young man noted with relief that at least it wasn't as dirty here as in the sewers, but the floor was incredibly slippery. The mentor explained to his student that this would be ideal training for developing coordination and balance. Suddenly, the boy heard something, looked to the side, and saw these dangerous slugs among the stone debris. In front of him were 3 massive slugs of an ominous green color with shiny bodies. Now Leon understood why the local authorities would not hire adventurers without a serious reason. Literally a second later, the guy saw a huge rock rapidly approaching his face. At the very last moment, he managed to dodge the monster's deadly and powerful blow. The young man noticed that the rock was flying so fast that it easily broke through the thick wall behind him. The guy was in complete shock and couldn't believe that something so incredible was happening in this dungeon. When he turned around abruptly, he saw another slime creature in front of him, flying toward him. Leon quickly made a decision to deal with this dangerous problem, swinging his magical weapon decisively to attack. The monster emitted an overwhelmingly powerful energy, and electric bolts flashed menacingly around it. Now the young man finally understood why none of the adventurers had completed this difficult task before. The wise teacher asked his student if he already knew what the main weakness of these dangerous creatures was. Else had explained that it was the red core, which was securely located deep inside their massive bodies. If their vital core inside was broken, then a decisive victory could be easily achieved. Even with their powerful abilities, the monsters would be completely destroyed forever. However, the stone slimes store countless hard stones inside themselves to protect themselves from enemies. This reliably protects their vulnerable core from attacks, acting as the most genuine and durable armor. The teacher acknowledged that this task was indeed quite difficult, and that it rested entirely on the shoulders of the student. Leon must know that blunt weapons will not pierce the slime. They can only be pierced with the sharpest blade. It must be sharp enough to easily cut through the stones of these monsters, which are difficult to defeat with simple weapons. At that moment, the slimes began a veritable bombardment, firing a huge number of sharp stone projectiles from their mouths. They literally showered the guy with these dangerous stones, which were so numerous that it was impossible to deflect them all at once. The young man swung his weapon every millisecond to successfully deflect all the stone projectiles flying toward him. When he stood in front of these aggressive slugs, it became clear that they were truly insane creatures. The young man's entire body was shaking with pain, as some of the heavy stones had still hit him hard enough. Else had explained that the monsters understood he couldn't block all the attacks, so they were deliberately targeting his vital organs. Observations showed that the slime's shooting range was 5 meters, and there was a slight delay between shots. Leon realized that if he got closer, he would definitely be able to land 1 or 2 decisive attacks. The problem was whether he could even penetrate their powerful defense made of hard stone plates. He had to find a way to cut through the vulnerable core while avoiding deadly attacks from all sides. But then the young man asked himself an important question. Could he even cut through this sturdy core with his blade? Watching their movements and the flying stones, he would have to somehow manage to pierce the slime's body with his holy sword with precision. The difficulty lay in the fact that he would have to dodge their deadly attacks as quickly and deftly as possible. Smiling despite the danger, the young man thought that he now faced a serious task. He asked his wise teacher doubtfully if he thought he would be able to break through the defense at all. The Holy Spirit replied that when the slime created an opening to shoot through, the streams of stones stopped completely for a moment. With the skills the young man possessed, only at this critical moment would he be able to destroy the monster's protected core. But the young man asked how his teacher thought he could defeat the dangerous slime in such a case. The mentor confidently said that even in such a difficult case, everything would definitely work out well. When the boy received such motivation from his teacher, he had only one thought in his mind. He must do it. Leon activated his special ability to clearly see every movement of the dangerous enemy in slow motion. He plunged his sharp sword into one of them, successfully breaking through the slime. The boy knew that every second counted and that he had no room for error. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. He had to keep moving decisively and without hesitation. The teacher noticed that the slime could sense movement on the floor, so it was worth trying to minimize pressure on the surface. After all the intense training, this was now well within his capabilities and should not cause any difficulties. Leon replied that he understood perfectly what the teacher had said and would use the Lightfoot technique to get there unnoticed. The boy tried to use this technique, carefully stepping on a puddle next to the slimes in the dungeon. But then, as if everything had gone completely wrong, things started to go badly. The young man felt as if his legs were giving way beneath him, and he was losing his balance on the slippery surface. He simply began to lose his balance, dangerously falling backward onto his back at the worst possible moment. But then, at the last moment, he clenched his teeth and thought resolutely that no, he would not give up so easily. the guy abruptly stopped falling and managed to assume the necessary fighting stance to continue his attack on his opponent. He managed to land the decisive blow and not fall, maintaining his balance in a critical situation. In front of him was another slime monster, whose vulnerable red core was clearly visible inside. This creature was preparing to attack, and Leon realized that this was the most decisive moment of the entire battle. Leon, without wasting a single second of precious time, swung his sharp weapon decisively to finally destroy this dangerous creature. Numerous pieces of the severed monster fell with a loud splash onto various soft parts of the slippery floor of the dungeon. The wise spirit noticed with surprise that he couldn't believe the guy had noticed this, or done such a maneuver on purpose. The mentor explained with approval that the trick, performed with the correct footwork, had already reached the second advanced level. Balance on flat ground and reducing the sound of movement were just the basics of this complex combat movement technique. Even if the ground beneath his feet is not solid, a warrior must quickly adapt to its changing consistency and characteristics. The essence of proper footwork is that the fighter can calmly use the surrounding environment as their own safe territory. This useful skill is good because an environment that is unfavorable for combat can even be changed to one's advantage. The first time, he was lucky enough, but he spread his legs too wide for stability at a critical moment. He did this to significantly lower his center of gravity, but in doing so, he simply moved away from the correct standing position. From this awkward position, it was more difficult to dodge easily and attack opponents effectively from different dangerous angles. But if the environment is constantly changing, then the fighting stance must also change dramatically to suit the circumstances. The stance he used initially is not bad, but it is more suitable for flat surfaces, especially with a low ceiling. This means that a warrior must constantly adjust their fighting stance to the specific changing situation in battle. You need to feel all the nuances with your body, because this is the best and most effective training for developing skills. Leon wondered with surprise what the second level meant for him now, and that this was only the beginning of the journey. The ancient spirit of the magical weapon suddenly became lost in thought, interrupting his instructions for a moment. Elcid unexpectedly suggested that, for better training, he should completely stop dodging his opponent's attacks in this battle. After all, the boy didn't want to die being beaten to death, so he needed to learn how to take a hit while taking less damage. He should take the blow with his whole body correctly, rather than trying to block it, because he wasn't getting anywhere with that yet. The wise teacher also strictly warned him not to even try to attack the remaining enemies in the cave at this point. He must wait patiently for a certain amount of time and not swing his sword if there are fewer than 3 enemies in front of him at the same time. When the boy heard this strange request, he asked his teacher in bewilderment if he really wanted him to die. But the wise spirit only replied calmly that it was all for his own good, that he would have plenty of time to swing his sword later. Meanwhile, an impressive number of armed city knights in armor had gathered at the entrance to this gloomy cave. One of them remarked anxiously that it had already been 3 weeks since the mysterious young man had gone in to fight. He had gone down about 10 hours ago, which meant that the second guard shift was already underway at the entrance to the dangerous underground passage. At first, everyone thought it was just another failure of an inexperienced novice, but each time the guy came out with a bag full of slime. At that moment, all the knights gathered there suddenly saw that the mysterious guy was once again emerging alive from the dangerous dungeon. Leon walked carefully forward across the uneven ground, demonstrating his new movement skills with remarkable grace. His piercing gaze was completely different from before, radiating unwavering determination and confidence. Even the other guy's eyes widened at the serious and soulful gaze of the young adventurer. The young man calmly announced to the knights present that today was the last day of work in the cave with the monsters. He confidently stated that the stone slime would no longer bother the peaceful residents of the town. Moreover, these creatures grew very slowly, so the townspeople would live in complete cleanliness for some time. The young man politely asked them to contact the Adventurers Guild to officially confirm the successful completion of the difficult task. Leon proudly asked his wise teacher if he was now ready for the next stage of his training. Elcid solemnly replied that all the strength the boy had accumulated must now be used to activate his own aura. This momentous event had come even sooner than could have been planned, the ancient teacher noted joyfully. While the boy sat quietly in his modest hotel room on a soft bed, preparing for the procedure, the spirit of the Holy Sword admitted that at first he thought it would take him much longer to destroy the stone slimes. But thanks to persistent daily training, the student managed to complete the task brilliantly in a very short time. In any case, they had accumulated enough magical power, so the long-awaited hour of great change had arrived. Now the young man would finally be able to learn how to use his own aura. Was he ready for this test? Descendants of noble families, such as Lion, inherited this amazing power from birth. They constantly fed on special potions and built a magical foundation, which is what sets them apart from ordinary people. Suddenly, the wise teacher warned that there was something important. Not everyone would survive this process, because when you undergo purification, all the hidden channels of the aura in the body are painfully opened at the same time. However, all the magic they have accumulated, and even the holy sword, can affect an unprepared body in different ways. They will protect vital organs and blood vessels while healing them, so the process should go relatively smoothly. However, the young man must prepare himself for the fact that he will feel real, unbearable pain throughout his entire body. Therefore, if he loses consciousness during the procedure, the magical purification will simply not work as intended. Therefore, whether or not his aura awakens in this critical situation depends solely on him. The boy watched intently as his teacher began to activate this complex and dangerous magical transformation procedure. A bright, blinding glow appeared around the young warrior, along with some strange, glowing geometric shapes in the air. Then he realized that these were light swords materializing, created from his mentor's pure magical energy. The first such holy light sword struck the boy with force, right in the vulnerable area of his spine between his shoulder blades. The guy started screaming in unbearable pain. He had not expected such excruciating and brutal agony in his body. This piercing sword went deeper and deeper, painfully sticking in the guy's tense body. The other ready-made light swords were still standing by, waiting to determine the young warrior's fate. One after another, they crashed into his defenseless body, piercing every cell and nerve with light. The young man struggled with all his might to endure these terrible blows, which mercilessly tormented and enveloped his body. His stern master warned him that he must endure 10 more swords, and then he would have passed the test. The boy's bed and the floor around it were covered in real blood from deep wounds. Suddenly, the wise teacher noticed some suspicious eyes staring intently at the procedure from a dark window. Despite this alarming circumstance, he confidently said that he was certain the boy would succeed. After the painful process was complete, Leon said with delight that he felt a real flow of strength circulating through his body. All this incredible power was moving freely within him, and now he finally felt what a real aura was like. The young man was delighted that he felt as if he had become much stronger than he had been before the transformation. But the wise teacher sternly warned him that this was only an initial illusion of power. After these words, a deathly silence fell. As it became clear that this was indeed only an illusion of power, the great Rodrigo, watching the boy from heaven, smiled and thought how funny and naive he was. Considering that he had managed to awaken his aura so early, the young warrior was indeed very talented in magic. The Emperor's spirit asked El Cid discontentedly if he meant to say that he was wrong in his observations. After all, everything had turned out well from his point of view, because the stronger the heroes, the better for the world. However, everything that had been done up to the final result had been decided by the holy hero Rodrigo, and this young man was his direct successor. "Therefore, you can stop interfering and calmly watch what is happening," replied the irritated holy sword sharply. After that, the teacher's mood changed abruptly, and he said that there was something else important to understand. All that had been accomplished was to open the aura channels. Now he had to undergo hellish training to use them. Right now, the boy was just a small child in magic. He still had a very long way to go. Leon realized with disappointment that there was still something unpleasant about his current state after the procedure. His physical abilities hadn't changed at all. He just felt a flow of power deep inside him. It was as if his nervous system had expanded and gone far beyond the usual limits of his physical body and skin. His mentor explained that if he could concentrate properly, he would be able to control his awakened aura effectively. El Cid understood that his student was happy with his new abilities, but first he needed to repeat the basics. The aura has an individual magical attribute, most often one of the 5 classic elements of nature. However, this rule did not apply to him, as the young man was very fortunate to have such a unique aura. When the young man heard this, he began to shout and excitedly ask his teacher to explain in more detail. The ancient spirit of the magical weapon solemnly announced that his aura had the rarest attribute of bright sun and light. This is the real bright fire that burns inside him and gives him incredible abilities in battle. This supreme attribute of the sun grants its owner the power of justice and protection of the weak from evil and darkness. When Leon heard this, it was understandable that he was overjoyed at such amazing news about himself. The young man thought excitedly that this was the same attribute as that of the great legendary hero of the past. El Cid seriously told his student that before starting the main part of the intensive training, they should first summarize the results. The boy was surprised to see that his skills were vastly different from the last time, and his aura was already at the 3rd level. Leon remembered with amazement that he had used acceleration even before awakening his own magical aura in his body. Moreover, the young warrior could effectively use his innate sense of aura for combat and defense. He was really good at it, even without special training or long study of the basics. Such abilities go far beyond the first 2 levels, which the young man must know in detail. When he awakened his aura, his combat body reached the impressive 2nd stage of development, much earlier than expected. Therefore, he can now be safely taught to use the full power of the holy weapon without restrictions or fear. When the young man heard this, he exclaimed joyfully, as he had finally waited for this long-awaited and important moment. The young man enthusiastically asked his wise teacher if they could begin training today. The wise mentor replied that he understood his burning desire to become stronger, but there was something important to say before they began. The student must know that dangerous enemies had appeared in the city who posed a serious threat to the hero. When the young man heard this, he couldn't believe his ears and asked in shock where they had come from. El Cid admitted that he could not say exactly where they were, or who specifically posed this hidden threat. But the ancient spirit could sense the presence of these enemies of the future hero in the city among ordinary people. The guy must be able to deal with enemies, because from time to time heroes have defended the world from monsters and bandits. And who these specific enemies are right now is completely irrelevant to understanding the bigger picture. If they must be named, let them be called the Knot of Evil, for they are simply loyal minions of the devil himself. However, the mentor thinks that the student is too exhausted for new serious battles with strong opponents. The boy asked what they would do to prepare for the encounter with their enemies. Leon admitted that he was still willing to take the risk, as he was now in a state of combat excitement and readiness. At this moment, he feels completely determined to become a true hero of the world. El Cid noted that the enemies were lying low somewhere for a while, so he did not sense them nearby at the moment. The spirit suggests that in 2 months' time they will start to move actively, so for now they need to continue training hard. From now on, the young man knows the truth. He will have to achieve his goal through a sea of blood and hatred for the forces of evil. When he returned to the guild, the administrator told him that he had been gone for 4 days and that she had been worried. The guy apologized and admitted that he seemed to have made her wait in vain and worry about his fate all this time. The young man proudly announced that he had achieved a lot and completely destroyed all those dangerous monsters in the cave. The girl, upon hearing this, joyfully exclaimed that this was a real reason to celebrate his well-deserved promotion. When the young man heard this, he was completely shocked, not expecting such a turn of events in the guild. The administrator solemnly congratulated him on receiving the honorable rank of C in the adventurer system. Leon couldn't believe that he had risen so quickly through the ranks, and essentially gained this status almost instantly. No additional checks, exams, or anything special were required for this promotion. The girl explained with a smile that he had hunted mutant rats and stone slugs, and received positive feedback from customers. So, with the help of their thank you letters and recommendations, he was promoted to the next honorable rank. The guy was completely shocked that he had succeeded after completing only 2 tasks. His mentor approvingly remarked that this was quite good, meaning he could now take on more difficult tasks. In fact, this should make it much easier to find enemies and evil forces among the people in the city. As soon as he received his promotion, he decided to immediately take on new tasks. The girl thought about the young man. Moreover, the young man was completely different from all the other ordinary adventurers here in his approach to work. Leon curiously asked the wise spirit what he thought was the best task to take from those offered. El Cid replied that there were several tasks that would be perfect for testing, but nothing unusual yet. The administrator noticed that the young man preferred to take on tasks that involved fighting a large number of dangerous monsters. Leon started to say that wasn't true, then thought deeply about his preferences. He cautiously asked her if they had any tasks that were somehow related to the city slums. The girl explained that she had heard that not every adventurer in the guild would take on such dangerous tasks. People generally say that slums are places where only poor people live. But the slums of this city are radically different. Since they are home to thieves, murderers, smugglers, and criminals, it is a territory of illegal elements of society. The guy thought he was sure he would find what he was looking for among all these dangerous people. The girl regretfully informed him that there were currently no assignments directly related to the city's slums. This was because the area was mainly populated by mercenaries and assassins, rather than ordinary adventurers from the official guild. When Leon heard this important information, he realized that it was indeed logical and correct for all reasons. Adventurers, by rule, do not engage in direct conflict with people, even if they are criminals and bandits. Almost all business in the slums involves fights between people, and he couldn't become a mercenary due to restrictions. And just wandering around the dangerous slums without a specific goal could be extremely dangerous for his life. Then a girl offered him an interesting task: to destroy living armor in an abandoned mansion near the city. The decorative armor, which had been lying in the abandoned house for years, had turned into a real dangerous monster. However, the reward wasn't very great, as only a couple of people in the city were capable of destroying living armor. Leon thought that he had a holy sword, so he didn't think it would be a big problem for him. The girl added importantly that the mansion was located very close to the city's infamous slums. Therefore, if he completes the task, it will help him move freely through that dangerous area. Leon thought that this was it. Thanks to this official document, he would be able to simply walk into the slums. Even if the slum authorities want to provoke a conflict, they will not get involved with the Adventurers Guild because of the consequences. Therefore, if they attack a weak adventurer, Avengers of much higher rank will inevitably come to settle the score. For example, A-rank adventurers who deal with national security issues would certainly not ignore this. They will definitely come to severely punish these slum dwellers if they decide to act aggressively. The administrator, after putting forward this clever idea, sincerely hopes that the young man will find this option acceptable. Leon basically understands that there is absolutely no other reasonable way out of the situation. He sincerely thanked the girl for her excellent work, saying that now he was forever in her debt. The administrator handed him a wallet, saying that it was a reward for completely clearing the dungeon of slugs. The amount was quite substantial, as the city platoon commander had decided to increase the standard fee for the job a little. The guy was genuinely happy that he was treated with such kindness and respect here. But in the end, he realized that he still had one more important question for the nice girl. The young man cautiously asked if she could tell him where the main city church or temple was located. When the girl heard this unexpected question, she was truly shaken with surprise and even fear. The administrator nervously asked again what exactly he meant by church. Leon calmly told her that yes, she had heard correctly. He just needed to look something there. The young man thought that everything was happening just as his teacher had predicted. They were taking him for a new hero. Therefore, he needed the help of the Holy Order. There were exceptions when an ordinary church could be used for communication. No one dared to insult or desecrate this sacred abode of divinity and faith. Regardless of the visitor's origin, the rules would be absolutely the same for everyone, without any exceptions. The administrator uncertainly informed her that the church was located in the northeast part of the city at number 13. When the guy left, the girl began to think even more about how much she liked him as a person. But then she realized that the hero had a special mission, which meant that a powerful enemy had appeared somewhere. Even as an ordinary guild worker, it wasn't immediately clear or obvious to her. El Cid approached the guy after they left the building, noticing that this was very unusual. But the most effective way to not reveal your true identity is to remain at a modest level D. Now that he was a C-rank adventurer, he had definitely aroused a lot of suspicion among the people around him. Leon thinks that, in principle, the wise teacher is right. He should pretend and go to church. Only in extreme cases will he be able to use his magical weapon to defend himself against evil enemies. Besides, the seal of the Holy Sword has not yet been fully revealed, so he must complete these tasks. The mentor explained that living armor is a fairly rare phenomenon of natural magic in this world. It was like the truest power of magic and sorcery. Or perhaps they had been taught that armor could move and live. In reality, they are not capable of independent thought. They are just pieces of metal with spells cast upon them. Living armor obeys someone's magical whims, or simply follows the behavior program embedded in it. When Leon heard this, he asked if the creator couldn't just remove the spell, but he was told that there would be no point in removing the spell, as it would be tantamount to destroying the creation. When the young man heard this, he thought how useless these wizards and their creations really were. The young man noted that it didn't really matter who was behind all this, but the armor was silver-plated. The teacher asked why, if the enemy was so easy to defeat, other adventurers had not destroyed him long ago. This problem would have been solved long ago if the armor were really that easy for an ordinary warrior without magic to defeat. So when Leon heard this, he began to carefully reread the description of the task in the guild documents. He saw that there was an armor regeneration ability and wondered if it was really that good and effective. Let's say the helmet was completely shattered and the armor destroyed, but it regenerates in just 10 minutes after being damaged. After 10 minutes, the armor would indeed be completely restored, as if nothing had ever happened to it. So the wise teacher asked if the young man thought the armor was made of ordinary metal without any magic. When the young man heard this, he replied that they would find out when they reached their destination. The young man entered the slums and thought that this area was much more lively than he had imagined. Leon noticed that when he stepped out onto this gloomy street, he felt a most unpleasant and unsettling sensation inside. He asked his teacher anxiously if there were any enemies here who were pursuing or watching them. The mentor replied that if there were any, he would have said so, but there was a theory as to why he was feeling that way. Due to the nature of his sunny aura, he was quite sensitive to the dark energy of evil and crime in this place. So the guy looks too young, and all the locals are eyeing him suspiciously from all sides. A malevolent aura surrounds him because of this, so he feels very strange and uncomfortable here. The guy admitted that it feels like needles are being run all over his body. These glances are truly terrifying. Else had warned him to be careful. Their stares won't hurt him, but some of them are dangerous. People here are very wary of strangers, especially young and obviously non-local visitors. So for now, he just needed to focus on his task and, most importantly, be as attentive as possible to everything around him. When the guy approached this abandoned place and looked up, he realized that the building was huge. Leon saw a truly eerie and abandoned place, as if its inhabitants had left it decades ago, leaving only ruins behind. Broken windows with sharp shards of glass sticking out of the frames were visible everywhere, creating an ominous atmosphere of complete desolation. Thick cobwebs covered every corner and wall of the building, and somewhere among these shadows lurked dangerous living armor. The monster stands somewhere inconspicuous in the darkness, waiting to sneak up on its prey until the very last moment. But when the living armor sensed the presence of an uninvited guest in its domain, its red eyes immediately lit up menacingly. Leon cautiously opened the heavy wooden doors and began to take very careful steps across the creaky floor inside. The young man did not expect the interior of the building to be such a terrifying and gloomy setting for the upcoming battle. The weapon in the young man's hands began to glow brightly with magical light thanks to the timely help of his wise spirit teacher. Elsid did this specifically so that in the pitch darkness, it would be possible to see at least something around oneself. The young man noted with sincere gratitude that the lighting was quite convenient, and all thanks to his caring mentor. To which the ancient spirit replied with a touch of irony that next time it would be better to bring a flashlight, and that it was lucky there were no people around. At that tense moment, they both heard heavy metal footsteps and immediately knew who they belonged to. Before the young warrior stood living armor, a terrifying soulless creature with red burning eyes inside an empty helmet. These empty slit eyes began to glow with a purple magical light, which looked even more terrifying and sinister. Suddenly, there was a sharp whistle as the living armor swung its massive battle axe menacingly at the enemy. The enchanted armor instantly sprang into action, launching a merciless attack on the uninvited guest in the abandoned house. The young man quickly realized that he was facing a dangerous enemy for the first time, one who wielded such a heavy and deadly cutting weapon. The armored monster could swing and deliver powerful slashing blows capable of piercing any defense with ease. But what is even more important is that the enemies are separated by a relatively small distance of only 2 meters, leaving little room for maneuver. This is a distance that a heavy opponent must cover with several clumsy steps in full metal armor. Leon, on the other hand, can reach his enemy with just the length of his relatively short sword in his skilled hands. However, the young warrior still has a tactical advantage in speed in this extremely unequal confrontation. This is because speed can only work if the fighter is not weighed down by heavy armor. With full metal armor weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, the monster is significantly slower than the nimble young man. No matter how powerful this enchanted armor and formidable weaponry may be, it is extremely difficult to fight against a fast opponent. The guy said that it was a fair price to pay for the enemy closing the distance with his own feet and cutting off the arm of the armor. After that, Leon turned to his armored opponent and said that this was far from over. The young man also cut through the massive body of the living armor with one precise and incredibly powerful blow of his holy sword. After this devastating blow, the armor simply shattered into many small metal pieces and debris scattered across the floor. All the pieces flew in different directions with a deafening clang, creating a real mess of shiny metal fragments all around. The teacher asked if the boy had used acceleration, because, apart from the technique, it was very well done. Leon proudly replied that he had defeated the dangerous enemy in just a few seconds thanks to his mastery of the magical aura. Now the young warrior could wield the holy sword much more freely and effectively than before, awakening his inner strength. The young man remembered an important detail from the report. Even if the armor was completely shattered, the monster was still capable of reviving. Leon noted with confusion that he had heard of such individuals and their high regenerative abilities, but it seemed that this was not the case. Of course, it was theoretically possible, but false information in documents was considered a serious second-degree crime by the guild, punishable by severe punishment. If this leads to the death of an adventurer, the guild will immediately offer a large reward for the capture of the unfortunate informant. Leon realizes that something about this strange situation is bothering him. Why would anyone take such a risk? Upon closer inspection, the entire situation has been quite strange and suspicious from the moment the assignment was received by the guild. Living armor may be an unpleasant enemy, but if the team is properly coordinated, it can easily withstand such an enemy. The wise teacher admitted that nothing specific came to mind. Perhaps there were some special differences between individual specimens. After that, the spirit noticed that there was no need to go far, as it seemed that the enemies were advancing on their own. since someone's glowing eyes could be seen in the distance. There was a whole horde of living armor slowly but surely moving toward the lone guy through an abandoned building. The guy squinted, trying to see in the darkness how many enemies were approaching the battlefield. The young man turns to his magical weapon and asks if it can provide a little more light, as he can't see anything. The teacher asked with slight irritation, not understanding that the guy considered the holy sword to be some kind of ordinary torch for lighting. After these words, everything around them shone so brightly that the intensity of the magical glow literally blinded their eyes. Leon looked at his weapon, which glowed like real sunlight, and realized that this was indeed a noble power. It was the real sacred light of the sun. But then the guy suddenly heard something in the distance amid the clanging of footsteps. The young man saw how the living armor began to close its glowing eyes and emit terrifying screams throughout the abandoned building. The guy doesn't understand what's happening to his enemies, because all this time, the armored monsters have been walking confidently straight towards him. Their red eyes really seem to be burning with pain and rage caused by the bright sunlight reflecting off the holy sword. This only enraged the monsters further, and all three living suits of armor decided to simultaneously charge at the young man with fierce determination. The enemies swung their long, heavy weapons menacingly, aiming to crush the young hero with a single powerful blow. The young man immediately took a step back, realizing that he needed to actively resist this attack without wasting any precious time. Leon thought that these were real monsters who had decided to attack him all at once, giving him no chance for a fair fight. Although the young man could guess and predict the direction of their blows thanks to the skills he had acquired at the academy and in training, but performing defensive maneuvers and counterattacks against three opponents at the same time was difficult enough for a single fighter. The young man defiantly told his opponents that he wasn't sure if they could even be called a real military force. The teacher suddenly decided to urgently warn the young man of the danger, but it was too late for the maneuver. Leon quickly stopped and realized what was really happening around him at this critical moment of the battle. The young man realized that if he had been just a little slower, he would not have been able to dodge this deadly combined attack. The boy did notice his opponent's movement at the last moment, but then jumped back sharply for safety. Leon, frightened by the unexpected danger, asked his wise teacher excitedly what exactly had happened at that moment. El Cid urgently explained to his student that these dangerous creatures were not ordinary living armor, as stated in the documents. Using a special technique to see the true nature of his enemy, the boy would be able to understand the whole truth about what was happening in this abandoned mansion. Now the young man would see what was happening through the eyes of an ancient spirit, so everything would become crystal clear to him without further explanation. When the guy saw this, some sinister spirits appeared inside the living armor in front of him, hiding under the metal. It is like real black smoke emanating from metal, and it is what these terrifying creatures of darkness are made of. This black smoke is a kind of deadly breath, so if it touches the body, it will immediately consume all of the victim's life force. Considering the guy's solar aura, it is possible to avoid contact with them, but there is no point in hoping for anything good. This is precisely why the evil spirits had such a painful reaction to the bright glow and illumination from the holy sword. If they had encountered ordinary deadly breath inside the armor, the sacred light would have purified the space, leaving no trace. Only demonic creatures from the underworld or the world of the dead can feel such a strong aversion to sunlight. Therefore, the young warrior was not facing ordinary living armor, but real phantom armor inhabited by evil spirits. But their sheer number makes the hero's situation a little difficult, as the armor is inhabited by spirits who have lost their eternal rest. Their inner emptiness and despair have turned into malice and hatred for all living things in this world. Therefore, the creature that Leon chopped into pieces at the beginning of the battle was truly unable to revive itself. Since the armor controlled by an evil spirit is usually virtually indestructible by ordinary weapons without magical properties, the only way to completely subdue the enemy is to banish all spirits using powerful sacred magic or light. But their incredible numbers put the young hero in a truly difficult and life-threatening situation. If this is all really phantom armor, then it would be much more advantageous and safer to retreat now. The teacher explained that when dealing with phantom armor, various defective and dangerous creatures of darkness will continue to appear. The fact that so many creatures have formed after countless failures suggests that success could complete the reincarnation. Therefore, hundreds or perhaps even thousands of restless spirits of the dead had surely flocked to this abandoned mansion. The activity level of the evil spirits is quite low, so they cannot travel long distances to move around the city. As a rule, such creatures cannot move from one district to another, so they live only in the slums. This is an area completely cut off from law and authority, the only area of the city that fits such a grim description. Get whatever you want with money or brute force. That's what the slums are like in the minds of the locals. The guy realizes that with his current limited experience, He won't be able to handle such a difficult task, even with a holy sword. Therefore, he must now think carefully about this battle, as everything has changed since his promotion in rank the morning before. Battles with truly strong enemies will help him become much stronger and more experienced in martial arts. Therefore, he decides to try to cut down a couple of the weakest enemies to gain combat experience. The guy started swinging his weapon, which glowed like the sun, cutting through the rows of phantom armor with determination. When morning came and the bright sun rose over the city, illuminating everything around with the warm rays of a new day, the wise teacher noted with approval that it seemed they had more or less managed to deal with multiple enemies in this narrow corridor. Leon honestly admitted that fighting while deliberately surrounded on all sides was not such an easy task. The ancient spirit asked his student with understanding if it was all because of his blind spots during the fight. The young man replied that his field of vision was quite wide, but of course every person had their own natural limits of perception. No matter how he moved his eyes, he couldn't see what was behind him, and he couldn't fight against a wall either. The mentor wisely remarked that third-rate people are controlled by circumstances, second-rate people adapt to conditions, and first-rate people turn conditions into their superpower. When the boy heard this from his experienced teacher, he just smiled knowingly in response to the wise words. Leon thought that he would definitely have to learn this if he wanted to fight successfully in this troubled part of town. The danger level there was much higher than in the sewers, as absolutely any deadly trap could be encountered on every path. The boy was sure that the people who set them would aim precisely at the enemy's blind spots for maximum effect. Therefore, if he continued to rely solely on his eyesight, he could fall into a trap from which there would be no escape. Suddenly they heard a sound, a small child crying loudly in the street, attracting unwanted attention. Then they clearly heard the heavy footsteps of an adult approaching the source of the child's crying on the pavement. The little child, hearing these threatening footsteps, immediately and instinctively stopped crying out of sheer terror. The toddler hurriedly covered his mouth, frantically covering it with both small hands to keep completely silent. A crazy-looking guy appeared, a muscular man with long dirty hair and scars on his face. The poor little boy was so terrified by the stranger's appearance that he was afraid to even move a muscle. The people around him, who were also on the street at that moment, were very frightened when they saw who had arrived. This was Khan, the leader of the Freaks, the strongest and most dangerous gang in the entire criminal city. His subordinates reported to the boss that they had searched the 23rd and 25th districts as ordered, but found no one alive. The people around them looked too dangerous and suspicious, so the scouts did not approach them for safety reasons. The leader of this formidable gang ordered them to continue surveillance from a distance, as getting too close would attract unnecessary attention. The leader then asked what other news his loyal men had brought back from their reconnaissance mission in the dangerous areas. They reported that they had conducted a thorough analysis of the water from these areas, and discovered something very disturbing and suspicious. In addition to the usual dirty water, they had found human blood, organs, and other horrific human remains. Moreover, there were a lot of human remains, and analysts estimated that about 30 people had died in a single day. The local wizard was surprised by such wastefulness. Even a black magic ritual would have been less bloody and cruel. The gang leader efficiently ordered that all this information be gathered and recorded in a detailed report for further use. He also ordered that irrefutable evidence be attached, enough to interest the Adventurers Guild or the church in investigating what was happening. One of his subordinates carelessly remarked that although they did not know what these people were doing, the commission income from the merchants would fall. After these careless words, one of the subordinates was instantly killed on the spot for being too talkative and acting on his own. The mad leader coldly stated that if you don't know when to stop talking, you will surely die young. All the other subordinates were horrified, but admired what a magnificent and lightning-fast technique of killing with a single blow it was. The leader sternly explained that these freaks were not like them. They couldn't be used, and it wasn't even worth trying. Khan added that regardless of whether they are cult fanatics or spies from the other side, there is no reason to engage with them. They would come to an end if the church took direct action against their gang and activities in the city. The priests would simply drive all the criminals to the corner of the continent, so it was best not to get involved at all. The leader asked irritably what other news there was besides this unpleasant story about mystical killers in the neighborhoods. He was informed about an abandoned estate in one of the districts where some young adventurer had appeared. This immediately surprised the experienced gang leader, and he asked with interest what exactly was going on. His subordinates reported that this newcomer had made a name for himself by destroying all kinds of small monsters in the sewers and dungeons. These creatures included mutant rats, stone slugs, and other relatively weak creatures. He used to be called simply the Cat for his agility, but now he is called the Cleaner for his thoroughness. He is a young adventurer who takes on cheap jobs, but the boss immediately took an interest in him. Meanwhile, Leon was in his modest hotel room, concentrating on important training. Right now, the guy isn't just relaxing there, but trying to control his aura while standing in a special fighting stance. The young man feels how difficult it is to control all these powerful streams of magical energy in his body at the same time without experience. The pressure on his unprepared body was so intense that he simply fell to his knees from exhaustion. The wise teacher asked how the student felt the aura moving through his body during this training. Elsid noted that a sincere ordinary person is much better at learning than any sloppy genius by nature. The young man confessed that it felt as if he was dying and being resurrected with each trial and training session he completed. The ancient teacher suggested that the student look at something important in his development during this time. Leon saw that he had average sword skills, but his aura was still very weak compared to the master's. However, it had been even weaker last time, so it seemed to be growing quite quickly for a novice in magic. The boy was surprised to notice that the 7-star sword technique had not yet been added to his arsenal of skills. The teacher shouted indignantly that one couldn't call oneself a master swordsman without knowing a single serious technique. The 7-star sword, also known as the Great Chariot, is a secret art of sword fighting developed by Rodrigo in his youth. This means that one can only call oneself a true master after mastering all 7 forms of this secret art of fencing. Leon enthusiastically said that he wanted to learn at least one of the techniques before facing his enemies. By combining the 7-star sword and the holy power, the boy will be able to defeat any opponent regardless of their level and experience. Leon confidently declared that in 2 months he must become stronger than the enemies of the slums. He needed an ace up his sleeve for critical situations. Even knowing how to manifest an aura through a weapon, strength is useless if you don't know how to use it properly in battle. Therefore, the young man enthusiastically suggested starting training right away and training until he was completely exhausted. Elsid unexpectedly said that he was pleased with his student's enthusiasm, but that it would be better to stop for today due to circumstances. The ancient spirit then explained that because they had guests, people from a local criminal gang had come. The young man immediately rushed to the window to see who these suspicious people were. The young man realized that these people had probably come for him on some important business or errand. The teacher noticed that he could sense the presence of several people, but he couldn't determine who the strongest leader was. From their appearance, it was clear that they were local thugs, as they all looked alike. The boy realized that he needed to go out and talk to the uninvited guests to find out who they were. The door opened slightly, and the hooligans with pink hair were immediately happy to see the young adventurer. The gangsters politely asked if he was really the adventurer known by the nickname The Cleaner in town. They apologized for coming without warning, but explained that they were here on orders from their boss. So the visitors hoped for understanding and cooperation from the famous adventurer in this matter. The guys immediately introduced themselves honestly as members of a gang known in criminal circles as the Freaks. Leon remembered hearing something interesting about them earlier while gathering information about the city's slums. This gang is led by a boss named Khan, a notorious figure who divided the slums into territories. The gang members explained that their boss was looking for an adventurer, but they had been told not to insist on a meeting by force. If he didn't want to go, he could refuse, but they thought he would listen and agree to meet with the boss. The guy agreed, thinking that the boss wouldn't have called him if he was planning to do something bad. Leon reasoned that as long as he mentioned the name of this influential person, most people would immediately leave him alone. The wise teacher noted that he could even say for sure that the boss was planning something from the meeting with the guy. He probably wanted to entrust him with a job that he couldn't officially ask the Adventurers Guild to do. Smiling, the young man thought that if the boss was planning to use him, then he would use the situation to his advantage. One of the gang members pointed in a direction and said they needed to go that way. A local boy running past accidentally bumped into one of the bandits as he passed through the narrow street. The boy fell and spilled all his apples on the dirty road, creating a small mess around him. Terrified, the poor boy immediately began apologizing to the menacing gangster for the inconvenience. But the gangster had a truly crazy and evil look in his eyes, foreshadowing trouble for the boy. The gangster asked threateningly if this ordinary freak even knew who he was in the city's criminal hierarchy. The gangster rudely asked if the boy knew where he was going, and this immediately enraged the righteous Leon. But the wise teacher quickly warned his student that he must endure no matter what in this situation. The boy now had to be much more careful with his emotions and reactions than he had been earlier at the academy. If he showed bloodlust and aggression right in front of an influential boss, he would definitely not get anything good out of it. After an internal struggle, Leon said that everything was fine and that he would be much more careful with his emotions from now on. When they arrived at the location, the guy realized where exactly the secret base of these criminal bastards was. Everything around him was just horrible dark bloodstains scattered across the walls and floor in disarray. It looked as if people were being deliberately tortured and killed here for intimidation or entertainment. Khan suddenly appeared silently behind him, as the guy was examining the gloomy interior of the gang's base. Leon reflexively grabbed his weapon, sensing danger from the stranger approaching from behind. The young man spun around sharply, ready to strike defensively, but the leader easily blocked his blow. Although the guy wanted to attack first, he was unable to land a blow on the experienced fighter. The man smiled and remarked on how inappropriate the nickname was for such a fighter. Cleaner sounded weak. The young man began to guess who this imposing and dangerous man standing right in front of him was. Leon saw the huge, muscular man slowly clench his fist and prepare to strike. The young man realized in horror that he was about to die from such a powerful blow. There was no other way out. The leader swung his huge fist toward the young adventurer with threatening force, but at the last moment he stopped. Khan had only done it to scare him and test his reaction. In the end, he struck him gently so that the young man simply bled but without serious injury. Leon's nose began to bleed, and a thin stream of blood flowed onto the expensive carpet beneath his feet. The young man stood in complete shock, realizing that he had been unable to dodge such terrifying power. The gang leader approvingly remarked that he was brave, thinking he was just trash because of his C rank. But after checking, he decided that was enough for the guy for today and made a decision about him. When Leon heard this, he asked curiously what the influential leader had decided that was so important. Khan explained that he had found out everything about him from his informants while on his way there. The leader promised to give the young adventurer absolutely everything he wanted as payment for his services. After that, he grinned madly and apologized, but said he had already learned everything about the young man's past through his sources. The Royal Academy, where he had always ranked second among ordinary students without privileges for the past 2 years. The leader noted with admiration that the guy had managed to show the blue-blooded people what they were worth with his own hands. And then he decided to give up his prestigious education and join the Adventurers Guild, which is truly amazing. Khan admitted that he understood why he had left the academy. He himself did not want to become an ordinary knight. The leader also did not want to spend his whole life serving despicable nobles and did not want to obey anyone at all. After defeating the representatives of the nobility, the guy decided to become a true free adventurer without restrictions. Unlike those who are only after easy money, he has a completely different motivation. Leon tries to push through all obstacles to become stronger and more influential every day. Such determination and integrity earned him the sincere respect of even the city's criminal authority. Khan continued his analysis, explaining that this was precisely why the young man had managed to rise through the ranks by completing just 2 relatively simple tasks. Objectively speaking, his opponents weren't super strong, but they did require a certain amount of skill and persistence to defeat. But now, in the skilled hands of the young warrior, was the honorable rank of C, which opened up many new opportunities. After that, the imposing man with a direct gaze asked the young man if he was absolutely right in his conclusions. If Leon wasn't so stingy with his emotions on a normal day, the leader would be absolutely right in his analysis. From the very beginning of his academic career, the young man had only one true goal: to restore his own honor. The young man wants to prove to these arrogant aristocrats that they are wrong, and in these criminal slums, he followed the call of destiny. Therefore, if he accepts the influential leader's terms, the latter will use all his resources to fulfill his most cherished desire. Leon was in complete shock when he realized that this dangerous man knew so much about him. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on, and why the gang boss was so insistent on recruiting him. Yes, overall it all sounds pretty crazy and suspicious, but there must be some sense in the offer. The wise teacher noticed that, judging by the orders he had completed, the student had no desire to chase fame. Leon thought that even an experienced administrator had mistakenly taken him for a future hero from ancient prophecies. But now there was no particular reason to explain anything, because the leader had no idea that he could be his enemy. Therefore, if the bandits think that the adventurer is no threat to them, this can definitely be used to their advantage. The young man diplomatically told the influential bandit that the offer sounded quite interesting and tempting in principle. Khan explained that people in the slums are very cautious about strangers, so there is no point in refusing his help. Weak and unprepared people in these areas are the first to die from various dangers and criminal conflicts, and the few who survive in this brutal environment try by any means to become one of the strongest. 3 or 4 months ago, when the number of exiles was growing, the leader did not pay much attention to this problem, at least until they started taking over the 23rd and 25th districts of their area. Leon suddenly realized where the phantom armor had come from. Evil had taken up residence in the mansion. The leader went on to explain in detail that there were only 3 truly influential people in these dangerous slums. The first was a greedy moneylender whom the locals had given the derogatory nickname Golden Pig, known as Simon. The second was a professional killer known to no one, about whom no one knew anything, nicknamed the Undertaker. And of course Khan himself, who was at the very top of this criminal pyramid of power. The 23rd and 25th districts belonged to Simon, and a brutal massacre took place there, killing more than 200 people. The greedy moneylender suffered huge financial losses and eventually decided to strike back at the mysterious invaders. Simon sent almost 500 well-armed mercenaries of various ranks, but they were all mercilessly destroyed. When Leon heard this shocking news, he was stunned, his eyes widening in horror at what was happening in the city. Leon began to question the leader intensely, unable to believe that such a monstrous event could have actually happened in the Empire. If such an incredible force capable of destroying such a huge number of professional mercenaries was operating there, wasn't that something the Empire should be watching closely? No matter how lawless and dangerous the local slums were, what was happening there still went far beyond the bounds of reason and acceptability. The formidable leader grimly explained that absolutely everyone who had tried to find out the truth had been mercilessly killed, except for himself, by a lucky coincidence. But their local piggy loan shark seemed to have been scared to death by what had happened, and had decided to stay out of it for the time being and watch cautiously. After all, no one at this critical moment is going to actively intervene in this bloody war for territory and influence in the region. Leon logically asked his interlocutor whether there was any point in continuing this hopeless endeavor in such a dangerous situation. The influential leader replied seriously that he had decided to trust him as an adventurer who was not after easy money, but after justice. Khan admitted that he had been studying the young man for some time through informants and had learned something important. In the face of fear, he did not lose heart. The young man cautiously remarked, making a preliminary conclusion that he did not think the leader would entrust him with such a serious contract killing of unknown enemies. Leon suspiciously asked the criminal authority if he really wanted to involve the official Adventurers Guild in the matter in some way. Khan smiled meaningfully and wisely remarked that a smart guy should understand that it's better to have one professional at hand than hundreds of stupid subordinates. In other words, the leader did not want to give up his position and lose valuable people in a hopeless struggle against these mysterious invaders. Therefore, he is borrowing strength from beyond the slums, which means he really intends to cunningly use Leon, who only recently joined the Adventurers Guild. The young man understood that this was a rather risky leap into the unknown, and that it could bring even more serious problems upon his head. The young man asked his influential interlocutor directly what was the point of involving the official guild and its representatives in this matter. The leader silently handed him some official papers, and suggested that he take a close look at the documents containing evidence of what was happening. When the young man carefully studied the contents, he simply froze in complete shock, unable to believe his own eyes in horror. The document given to him by the leader proved beyond a doubt that hundreds of people in the slums had fallen victim to some kind of dark magic or rituals. The wise teacher was also extremely surprised by what was happening, realizing the scale of the tragedy. Hundreds, in the worst case, even 1,000 innocent victims of a bloody massacre. Leon realized with horror that he was about to vomit from disgust. These people were in a legal gray area, so their disappearance would not cause any loss to the country. The young man clenched his fist tightly in growing anger and helplessness, feeling rage overflowing his young and righteous heart. The young man indignantly asked the leader if it was normal and fair to leave everything in such a monstrous state. The mentor warned his student that these unknown enemies could not be defeated so easily, and that there were serious doubts, so it was not worth trusting them blindly. Leon replied understandingly to the criminal authority that he now understood why, in such a difficult case, he desperately needed his help. Khan noted with approval that the young man had convincingly proven his true nature and principles when it came to justice. The young man solemnly declared to the boss that he understood the main thing. He had to survive at all costs, because a dead man could not bring any evidence to the people. Hearing such a practical and sensible approach to the matter, the experienced gang leader just laughed loudly, taking the words as a good joke. After that, Khan briskly asked the young adventurer if, in such a critical situation, he would accept the favorable terms of cooperation he had offered. Leon firmly told the leader that he understood the main thing. He had to survive no matter what, because if he died, he wouldn't be able to provide any evidence to the people. The young man replied decisively to the criminal authority that he fully accepted all the dangerous terms of cooperation he had been offered. Right now, it's super hard to find reliable info about what's going on in the closed-off slums without help from locals. Moreover, by accepting this risky assignment, it is possible to potentially save a huge number of innocent human lives from an unknown threat. When the guy received various items from this influential leader, he noticed a small book with a special mark among them. Khan explained that if anyone pressured him, he should simply show my mark, and when necessary cut off what was most precious to him. The guy threw away the cold weapon with disgust, and categorically said that it was disgusting and he didn't want to take it with him. After that, the young adventurer saw an impressive number of expensive magic scrolls for various purposes in the leather bag. The leader explained that all this wealth was considered the first substantial advance payment for the upcoming dangerous work in the interests of the gang. But Leon still had one more important question he really wanted to ask the influential criminal authority. He could still see the frightening situation when he first saw the formidable leader in action. How he had swung his huge muscular fist wildly and threateningly at the young man to intimidate him. And what a shock it was for the young man when blood suddenly started flowing from his nose from the pressure of the air. So the young man asked curiously whether the leader had intended to stop before delivering the fatal blow. The influential leader was completely taken aback by such a direct and personal question about his intentions from his new subordinate. The gang boss, with a mysterious smile on his stern face, honestly replied that of course he had no intention of stopping. Later, Leon returned to his modest hotel room, sat down on the soft bed, and sank into deep thought. The young man kept thinking about the piercing gaze and cold, confident smile of the dangerous leader of the gang of thugs. Thinking about how incredibly strong he was, both physically and mentally, he realized that he would have to train hard to become like him. The young man turned to his wise teacher with a question about whether he had any guesses about the documents presented. El Cid admitted that he had certain suspicions, but he still wanted to find out more before jumping to conclusions. Dark magic seems a little out of place here. Most likely what is happening is much more serious than one can imagine. The young man sensibly thought that, of course, no one had said it would be easy to infiltrate an area where 500 professional mercenaries had been killed. Leon told his mentor that in such a dangerous situation, he needed a reliable assistant who wasn't fixated on easy money. Preferably someone talented and capable of becoming a loyal support without any hesitation in critical situations and battles. The teacher agreed that these were reasonable requirements, as no one there would stand on ceremony with strangers and outsiders. Soon they arrived at a new important place, the local church, which was supposed to help in the search for an ally. The young man clearly expected the sacred building to look more majestic and impressive than it actually was. Leon asked himself the logical question of why a church would be located in such a criminal and dangerous place as the slums. But it turned out that priests had long been sent to such places, as those blinded by money were easily tempted, and priests were impartial. The only thing the ministers adhere to is their own beliefs and the teachings of the goddess, and none of the local authorities can be deceived. The young man honestly admitted to the priest that there was nothing they could do, that he did not want to call himself a novice, but that he would try to do something. Leon thought sensibly that if he revealed his true identity as a hero, he would never get to the priests, because he had to be quieter than water. Even in the criminal slums, it was unlikely to meet normal, honest people. All the locals were constantly watching each other's pockets and belongings. This serves as proof that some trust still remains between them. Perhaps, thanks to the beneficial influence of this sacred church. The young man wondered who the bishop of this small church in the heart of the slums might be. When the young adventurer knocked on the massive doors, someone immediately asked cautiously who he was, and the guy introduced himself as an adventurer. Leon respectfully informed them that he had something important to show the local bishop regarding an urgent and delicate matter. But then, unexpectedly, the young man felt something strange happening to his aura, which was actively reacting to the approaching person behind the door. The heavy doors of the church slowly and solemnly opened, allowing the young visitor to enter the sacred walls of God's house. An imposing man in white and gold robes emerged from the doorway, immediately exuding a powerful sense of holiness and spiritual strength. This venerable man introduced himself as the bishop responsible for this difficult place, calling himself the Reverend Jezar. The young man had not expected this holy man and spiritual mentor to be a representative of the elven race. When they entered the sacred building and sat down comfortably at a wooden table for a serious discussion of matters, the wise man noticed with understanding that the visitor seemed a little shocked to see an elf in holy robes. Jezar patiently explained that he understood, that many were surprised when they saw an elf priest, but that the goddess loved all races equally. That was why he had decided to devote his life to serving the church, and he was well aware of the young adventurer's exploits from the town news. The bishop knows that Leon got rid of dangerous monsters in the sewers, and thanks to his hard work, has truly done a lot of good for the people. The young man was embarrassed by such praise, and modestly replied that the Holy Father was clearly exaggerating the significance of his modest achievements. Jezar asked with interest what the young adventurer wanted to show him, since he had mentioned some important documents. Leon immediately tensed up a little and concentrated, preparing to present serious evidence of what was happening in the slums. The young man politely asked if the bishop would first take a close look at these disturbing documents containing evidence. The holy man carefully took the papers in his hands and began to study the information presented about what was happening. The expression on the clergyman's face gradually changed, reflecting genuine righteous anger at the evil happening in the city. After a thorough examination, Jezar seriously remarked that in such critical situations, the church should not delay in taking action. However, the source of the information raised certain questions, and the bishop considered the document to be somewhat dubious in origin. Therefore, he will ask his trusted people to conduct an independent investigation, and the final answer will be delayed a little. Leon added that he was still looking for someone reliable who could help him investigate the situation in the 25th and 30th districts. The young man asked his spiritual mentor hopefully if the bishop could recommend someone worthy for such a dangerous mission. But the spiritual mentor replied regretfully to the young adventurer that he was sorry, but he did not have any armed adventurers in mind. Jezar honestly admitted to the young adventurer that he knew people who could provide support or assistance, but he did not think they were capable of anything more. But then, unexpectedly, the bishop's expression changed dramatically, taking on a special determination and even a certain obsession with the sacred mission. The young man did not expect such a sudden change. The elf's gaze became simply insane with righteous anger at the evil that was being done. The man firmly explained that he could not entrust this sacred work to anyone else, so he would personally accompany the young adventurer. Leon thought doubtfully that he hoped the bishop at least knew how to fight, and at best expected to see warriors equal to himself. The young man decided to tactfully ask the determined elf priest if he was sure he could handle the dangers ahead, but he received a rather cold and even slightly offended reply, asking if the young man did not trust him. At that moment, the young man's expression changed dramatically. Leon saw something he had not expected from the calm priest. The elf decided to convincingly demonstrate his true strength, his entire muscular arm covered in old battle scars and abrasions. Jezar held out his palm, and an incredibly dense magical aura of fire began to gather rapidly around it. In the hands of the experienced elf warrior was real burning fire, a powerful, high-level fiery aura. The magical power reached its maximum density, seeping out and literally burning the atmosphere around the priest. Judging by the incredible speed of the magic's activation, it could be assumed that this elf had mastered it through countless practical experiences. No wonder this imposing man was a bishop in such a difficult and dangerous place as the slums. Seeing such an impressive display of talent and power, the young man admitted that he was worried about having to cling to his arm. Jezar modestly remarked that although 50 years ago he had been a member of the knightly order of the Holy Iron Castle, he was now just an old priest. When the young man heard this, he couldn't believe it, as the Order of the Holy Iron Castle was one of the strongest on the continent. So, with a sincere smile, the young man shook the former knight's hand and said that in that case, he would definitely be counting on him. The bishop asked for a moment to fetch his weapon, and asked the young adventurer to wait for him in the churchyard. Leon thought excitedly that it would be great to work with such talent, and being next to him gave him the feeling of being surrounded by 1,000 warriors. When it came to weapons from the heyday of the Iron Castle Order, a bow would be an excellent choice, for example. But the wise teacher warned his student that he was being naive. Hadn't he seen the calluses on the young man's hands? As it turned out, it was not a graceful bow, but the largest and heaviest battle mace with spikes and chains. This was so unexpected, as such a brutal weapon was not usually used by refined elves. When the boy and his teacher saw this formidable weapon, they were extremely surprised by the former knight priest's choice. They decided that it didn't matter, as long as the bishop could use this impressive weapon skillfully in real combat. Jezar decided to demonstrate his skill and began to swing his heavy weapon with surprising ease. The warrior priest ran forward and threw the chains to demonstrate his technique to his young partner. The elf smashed a huge stone boulder that was just lying on the ground in the churchyard with astonishing ease. Jezar smiled with satisfaction and said that it had been a long time since his favorite weapon had been in his experienced hands. The bishop admitted with some nostalgia that it had been pleasant in the past to smash the heads of unbelieving enemies of the faith with this heavy mace. The warrior priest assured his young partner that the goddess would extend her protection to their temple while he was away on his dangerous mission. With an understanding smile, Leon replied to the former knight that yes, he believed that would indeed be the case with the divine protection of the shrine. When late evening came, the young man walked slowly through the noisy market, looking for his unusual companion among the crowd. The young man glanced to the side and thought suspiciously that some strange people were following him through the dark streets. Leon knew that he couldn't burst into a criminal hideout dressed as a priest, so he asked the bishop to change into ordinary slum clothes. But no matter how he looked at it, something seemed off, even though he could sense the bishop's presence thanks to his heightened aura. However, The elf could not be detected by any other ordinary senses, and the teacher explained that this was a special skill of camouflage. This complex skill is quite difficult to use while moving, but Jazara has enough experience with such techniques. Some aggressive guy from the local slums started yelling loudly and threatening the disguised bishop for something. But in a matter of seconds, the former knight completely disappeared from the angry local's sight, as if he had dissolved into thin air. This was surprising, as the priest warrior's cloaking skills were truly impressive in their professionalism. Even though he was hidden by his aura skill, and no one should have been able to sense his presence, special situations could arise. The wise teacher reminded his student that his magical attribute was the sun, which gave him certain advantages in perception. Judging by the young man's reaction to the hidden bishop, it can be assumed that the elf's attribute is related to the moon and its power. The reason Leon can sense the elf's presence is that the sun attribute reveals the moon's disguise. The sun and the moon. Could this be a mere coincidence? Or is it fate that has brought them together? Finally, they arrived at the dangerous area of the 23rd district, where the territory of the mysterious invaders begins. As Leon had thought, the dagger of the gang leader finally came in handy for passing through enemy territory. When the young man began to show his identification mark, all the local bandits on duty immediately turned toward them. The young man simply showed them the special dagger, and all the dangerous gangsters in their path immediately gave way to the strangers. The criminals simply smiled politely and moved to the wall so as not to get in the way of the important guests. Jizar admitted in surprise that he could not have imagined that they would be able to enter so easily with such a partner without bloodshed. The bishop noted that Leon was truly an outstanding individual, although perhaps it was all thanks to the blessing of their almighty goddess. The warrior priest impatiently asked if the trial of the insolent infidels, who were guilty of blasphemy and sacrilege, could be expedited. Leon opened the heavy sewer hatch and said grimly that this was where the true kingdom of evil and darkness began. It was too dangerous to remain on the surface, so they would use the sewer system, as advised by the leader of the band of freaks. The companions began to tread cautiously through the damp and wet underground labyrinth leading to the enemy's lair. Suddenly, the experienced elf raised his hand sharply and quietly warned that he had heard something suspicious ahead. The partners listened intently to the conversations above, where someone was complaining that one victim had rebelled, so they couldn't meet their quota for the day. The voice continued to explain that they had to deal with 12 more people. Although, to be honest, 70 people in one day was a bit too much. Even if they managed to deal with everyone by midnight, the ritual ceremony could continue until dawn the next day. Leon, upon hearing this horrific information, became extremely angry. A ceremony, 70 innocent people a day. This was mass murder. For months, these monsters had been killing such a huge number of defenseless people almost every day without stopping. Jizar couldn't take it anymore and firmly told his young partner that in that case, he would go ahead and attack. The warrior priest swung his heavy mace and dealt a crushing blow to the nearest fanatic with this formidable weapon. The massive chains made a loud metallic sound, and the enemy fell quite easily and simply under the powerful blow. Leon didn't even have time to react before the experienced bishop did everything for him so easily and professionally. The wounded fanatic began to breathe heavily through his sinister mask and release some kind of strange poisonous smoke around himself. But the attentive elf immediately noticed this, and instantly swung his mace for a finishing blow against the enemy. Jizar tried to figure out what kind of weird protective magic his enemy was using, for a magical shield of invisible force suddenly appeared in front of the dying fanatic's face. This sturdy shield did not allow the heavy mace to pass, but simply stopped it completely in front of it. The unknown man in the dark robe said threateningly that since they had dared to attack, they clearly wanted to die. But then, unexpectedly, Leon crept up from behind and simply cut off the unsuspecting enemy's head with one precise blow. It was a young adventurer who had silently approached from behind and cut the fanatic's throat with a holy sword. There was not a single emotion on the young man's face, only cold determination to protect innocent people from evil. The slain enemy's comrade shouted indignantly, asking Leon if he even knew who he dared to disturb with his interference in the sacred ritual. But the experienced elf warrior just as easily grabbed and snapped the neck of this loud fanatic, silencing his threats forever. Thus, the partners dealt with this small group of hostile enemies with surprising ease. Both men were genuinely pleased that they had managed to eliminate their first enemies so quickly and efficiently. Leon also noted that the weapons those freaks had given him for camouflage turned out to be quite good. Even the wise teacher approvingly remarked that, in principle, everything had gone well, as stupidly as originally planned. Elcid cast a special spell on the holy sword's current appearance, so other people saw it as a regular bandit blade. The kind of blade those jerks usually use in their fights, since the holy sword was way too fancy and recognizable. Anyone familiar with the Holy Order or the great Emperor Rodrigo could easily recognize this legendary holy sword. Although it cannot be called the most successful secret infiltration, they were able to gather valuable information about the enemy. Jezar agreed that there was some truth to what was said, but he did not believe that the secret infiltration had failed completely. It's like murder. If there are no witnesses and they kill everyone, can't you call it a secret infiltration? Leon felt uncomfortable with the harsh words of this holy man, as it was strange to hear such things from a priest. The partners saw a massive door in front of them and immediately realized that they had to go through it to continue their investigation. When they cautiously opened the heavy metal door, they immediately braced themselves for the worst. And it turned out to be justified, because inside the room they were met by a veritable hell on earth with horrific scenes. Everywhere lay a huge number of human corpses, skulls and dried blood, creating a nightmarish scene of mass murder. Such monstrous abuse of the bodies of innocent people was simply an unforgivable crime against humanity. Leon thought with horror that the scene resembled images from his worst nightmare. How many lives had been sacrificed? The wise teacher warned his student to hold on, as what was happening was truly horrific and could break an unprepared mind. One simply cannot get used to such monstrous things. One cannot turn away from the tragedy of innocent people. Even if everyone else forgot about this horror, the hero must remember it and bear responsibility for justice, because this tragedy is the enemy that Leon will have to fight for the rest of his heroic life. The ancient spirit seriously asked his student if he believed that the Demon King could be the only enemy in the world. This cruel world cannot be saved just like that. One must understand the most important truth about the nature of evil in the world. The boy will not save this world by killing a single villain, no matter how powerful he may be. Elcid explained that poverty for the poor and disease for the sick are also kings of demons in their own way. Therefore, even if you cut poverty with a holy sword or order disease to retreat, compared to this, the Demon King is nothing. A true king is someone who tries to make tomorrow much better and fairer than today. Therefore, the goal of a true warrior is not to look away, no matter how terrible it may be for the soul. Only then, by staring intently at such horrors, can a hero cut off the root of evil in this world. Leon thought that he had long wanted to talk to his teacher about himself and his doubts about the right path. Even after seeing such horrific sights, the young man was able to make decisions in a matter of seconds, which his experienced partner noticed. Jezar grimly remarked that the space they had just passed through was nothing more than a room for disposing of corpses. At least 2 dangerous enemies awaited them ahead, and if they went in blindly, they could be in serious trouble. They needed to think about their initial attack plan, and whether or not to use the aura was a decision they would have to make on their own. The guy understood that, if possible, he didn't want to use all his power to keep his identity a secret. Leon took one of the magic scrolls he had received from the gang of freaks for this mission out of his pocket. The scroll began to glow brightly with magical light, and the guy gave it to the bishop, saying that his brother should take a look at it. Magical energy began to slowly seep through the young adventurer's body, filling him with new strength. Leon suddenly opened his eyes and used the temporary power of magical insight for reconnaissance. When the teacher saw the magic in action, he realized that it gave the user temporary ability to see through space. Therefore, they could effectively see all of their enemies' weaknesses and their locations to plan their attack. Indeed, the young man could now see through thick walls and clearly distinguish where the 2 nearest enemies were. After obtaining all the necessary information, Leon casually threw the used magic scroll onto the dirty ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, bright red blood began to drip onto the burnt scroll, creating a sinister scene. Blood poured profusely from Leon's mouth and nose, but he calmly assured his partner that nothing terrible had happened. The guy began to report the information he had gathered. There were only about 24 hostile enemies. The layout was as follows: east, west, south, north, with 10, 5, 5, and 4 people in each direction. And in the very center of the underground complex was some kind of impenetrable room, the entrance to which was located on the eastern side. Leon asked his experienced brother-in-arms with interest whether he thought the core was located there. Jezar cautiously replied that it was probably so, but that the possibility of it being a clever trap should not be ruled out. There is nothing more common than a reverse algorithm. What was considered a weakness is actually a strength. Therefore, it was possible that it was an empty shell, used solely for the practical disposal of numerous corpses. The entire 25th district may be set up in this way, and they must take this important information into account. Leon told his trusted partner that although the words were true, he still wanted to check out this suspicious place. The next time they come here again, the boundaries may not be as open to them as they are now. So now the partners had a truly great and unique opportunity to explore everything here in detail. They understood that they had to act as quietly and cautiously as possible so as not to attract the attention of their enemies. The partners crept up to the two nearest enemies, and the experienced elf swung his heavy mace menacingly. He simply threw a noose around their necks with the chains, and quickly disposed of them without making a sound. Not a single cry of the victims was heard throughout the entire dreadful corridor, thanks to the professionalism of the warrior priest. The guys took the unsuspecting fanatics by surprise with astonishing ease and attacked them unexpectedly. The experienced partners quickly and easily dealt with 12 opponents in a short time. Jizar, hugging his trusty mace, admitted that he had warmed up a bit, as he was not as swift as he used to be due to his age. Then they approached a particular wall and realized that this was the very obstacle that could not be overcome. The partners did not understand how to open it, as there was no handle, and the wall was completely immovable and smooth. They noticed some unidentified dark red inscriptions that looked suspiciously like dried human blood. Leon politely asked his brother to step aside, and the elf in turn asked the young man to step back for a moment. Jizar swung his huge mace with all his might, the chains ringing loudly in the air from the swift movement. But even such a huge mace and incredible physical strength could not break through the mysterious wall. Leon watched in complete shock, wondering how the mace had simply bounced off the surface. Even the experienced owner of the mace did not expect such an unexpected turn of events in their mission. Everyone remembered very well the situation that had occurred just recently in the churchyard during a demonstration of strength. How an experienced elf had picked up a huge stone with remarkable ease and smashed it into small pieces with a single blow, and how he then effortlessly smashed the hard asphalt with his heavy mace in front of the astonished Leon. Not only did the door not break after such a powerful blow, but there wasn't even a single scratch left. The spirit of the holy weapon explained that this was a non-standard material, that the door was made of a substance from another dimension. It was a mysterious substance based on laws that simply did not exist in the familiar physical world. As far as the ancient spirit could remember, there were exhibits that froze when heated and burned when exposed to cold. Perhaps this door is made of an unusual material that completely rejects any physical interference from outside. Jizar decided that there was no other option but to turn to his almighty goddess for help. The bishop said a prayer to the goddess, and as he spoke these sacred words, his hand began to glow with a bright divine light. This is a holy power that cannot be artificially trained, just like a natural aura. It has been proven that it is formed exclusively through the accumulation of devout devotion and numerous good deeds. After all, the magical tricks of the dark forces are not capable of putting up a worthy opposition to such a bright holy power. And it is surprising because the truly mysterious door simply began to crumble under this influence, but only slightly, with just a few small cracks appearing, and it didn't go any further. The stubborn elf tries to deal with this obstacle, applying all his accumulated holiness. But this is surprising, because according to all the rules, holy power should be much stronger than dark magic. And the door withstood the bishop's sacred technique, which means it is incredibly well protected. No matter how you look at it, the final blow will be left to Leon, while the elf provides support from the side. Jizar watched the young man carefully as he gathered his aura around himself and asked what his brother was going to do. Leon began to shout with all his might, swinging his holy weapon powerfully for the decisive blow. A bright solar aura blazed around the young hero, and his gaze expressed unwavering determination. The young man swung his weapon so powerfully that it left a deep scratch across the entire surface of the mysterious door. But the scratch was so deep that the door simply fell apart easily and quickly. Leon watched in complete shock, wondering how this mighty door had simply vanished. His experienced companion replied that it was indeed an amazing blow, and he did not underestimate the young hero's abilities. The young hero modestly replied that the bishop was flattering him, as he had done almost all the hard work himself. The companions understood that now the path to the very heart of the enemy's lair was open to them for the decisive battle. As the companions made their way into the mysterious room, they thought anxiously about how the pitch-black darkness prevented them from seeing anything around them. But there was a pungent, lingering smell of dried blood in the air, and the experienced elf decided to illuminate this sinister area with his magic. After Jizar lit up the room with a bright light, something truly terrifying surprised and shocked even him, a seasoned warrior. Leon's face also reflected immense surprise and genuine primitive horror at the nightmarish sight before them. The companions saw something truly terrible that nearly destroyed them both mentally and physically, with its mere appearance. Leon, looking at this monstrous creature, simply could not believe his own eyes and what was happening in reality. As if he didn't understand what kind of devilry was going on here, the guy started screaming at the top of his lungs. His friend, the elf priest, simply clenched his teeth nervously, overcome with righteous anger and disgust at what he saw. Before them stood a terrifying monster, as if created from a large number of human bodies with many eyes and mouths. When the companions approached for a closer look, they realized that this creature was indeed alive and breathing. All these human parts were joined together into one large whole, and they all breathed in unison, creating a terrifying picture. It was truly horrific, this place where monsters stripped flesh and drew blood from sentient beings. The criminals were processing human bodies along with the essence of their souls, and judging by how much material they had collected, their goals were already crystal clear. This is the satanic art of summoning monsters, as it is well known that such creatures are capable of devouring an entire densely populated city. A wise teacher explained with horror that this monster is called the Devourer of Cities, one of the most terrifying demons. It takes a great deal of time and painstaking effort to successfully summon it, but once it begins to act, there is no stopping it. A spaceless creature that even the best of heroes would not dare to face would be summoned into this world from another dimension. Will their free and peaceful city really become easy prey for this terrifying creature from the underworld? The Holy Spirit of the Sword explained that although this complex ritual attracts a lot of attention, 90% of attempts usually end in complete failure. However, the main problem is that if the ritual is successful, disaster is truly inevitable. One of the peculiarities of satanic arts is that no one knows what kind of phenomenon they will bring about until they are activated. The boy cried out in despair, asking what countermeasures could be taken against this city-devouring force if they were to encounter it. But the teacher, hearing this question, simply fell silent, clearly unwilling to answer his worried student. Else had admitted that he had a very bad feeling, although this place seemed somewhat different. But what was happening was truly terrible. The amount of material collected was clearly insufficient for the complete ritual, and the level of security here was also quite low for such an operation. Overall, the spirit said, at this point, there was a 90% chance that the enemies had no choice but to begin the ritual. Most likely, as soon as Leon tries to evacuate the unsuspecting townspeople, the enemies will immediately begin the deadly ritual. Therefore, the Holy Spirit teacher resolutely replied to his disciple that they must go head-on against the enemies without waiting for events to unfold. It is necessary to gather all the armed forces in the city to quickly conquer the dangerous 25th region before the ritual is completed. Satanic arts, such as summoning a city devourer, require a large-scale ritual, so the spirit is confident that the problem will be solved if they are the first to act. The most terrifying characteristic of satanic arts is their defensive abilities, as these skills are based on the principles of the otherworldly dimension. Such magic halves any force directed against it, except for holy power. But there is one important exception to the rule. Leon must know that he has a teacher, a former powerful hero who possesses a legendary holy sword with immense power. They will reduce the enemy's forces through total war, and then immediately destroy the remaining opponents without mercy. The small, exhausted elite has no idea of the existence of the holy sword and its destructive power. Therefore, the enemies will be defeated, and they will never be able to escape or defend themselves with their magic. But Leon understands that his enemies are not idiots and have most likely already realized that their plans were revealed during the attack. Then, the experienced elf suddenly turned to the young man with a warning that his brother thought they needed to get out of there immediately. Jazar was sure that these vile freaks had long since noticed that uninvited guests had invaded their secret territory. The guy fully agreed with this sensible suggestion and said that yes, they needed to get out of there immediately. Taking a piece of this awful meat in his hands, Leon wondered what sense there was in leaving something like this alive. The determined elf rose slightly from his seat and gripped his battle-tested heavy mace tightly with both hands. The warrior priest decided to swing this formidable weapon with all his might at the hideous monster created here by the enemies of humanity. The monster simply crumbled into small, disgusting pieces of flesh that fell with a wet sound onto the dirty floor. After his companions had dealt with this terrifying creature, they began to run away as fast as they could while they still had the chance. The two brave men realized that they have no choice but to speed up considerably to save their lives. These Satanists saw that the victims, on whom so much precious time had been wasted, had simply destroyed everything. The enemies shouted that the uninvited guests must be stopped, that the place had been discovered and must be blocked immediately. When the fugitives finally escaped to a safe distance, they realized that the fanatics had decided to pursue them, which was rather strange. The elf noticed that the energy of those chasing them was gradually fading. As a child, he had once disturbed a wasp's nest. At that moment, the priest simply jumped into the nearest pond to save himself. But this time, the situation was much more dangerous. There was no suitable body of water nearby where they could hide, and the place was swarming with vile creatures. Therefore, Jezar seriously asked his young companion what he thought they should do next. Leon's face was filled with righteous anger and unwavering determination to avenge the innocent as never before. Leon understood that in order to carry out the ambitious plan proposed by his wise teacher, he needed to find a suitable negotiator. From the very beginning, the young man had intended to reveal the holy sword only as a last resort, although the bishop was not an option, but he wanted to keep the secret. Perhaps Jazara had come up with some new ideas while they were fighting their enemies, but if the bishop sincerely wanted to hear his opinion, then, in this difficult situation, Leon would speak honestly, and so he said that he had a wonderful plan of action. The companions arrived at the church located in the slums, and Leon took a piece of that terrible meat with him as proof. The guy placed the disgusting sample on a wooden table and explained his detailed plan to his trusted friend. The elf wisely replied that although there were some nuances he didn't understand, he thought they should take the risk and try. They had nothing else to try except to put their faith in this risky plan to save the city from the demon. Leon understood, thank God, that it would be too complicated for anyone to believe, so he was glad the bishop agreed. Since information about the city devourer was classified even within the church, the young man would pretend that the conclusion was based on evidence. He would do this to avoid unnecessary suspicion, and as for neutralizing the barrier without mentioning the holy sword, Jizar noticed that even in the holy church, the sun's aura is recognized as the #1 weapon when it comes to attacking dark forces. But it is so rare that in all his long life, the priest had only seen it in his young brother. The bishop firmly stated that in that case, the decision was final. They would mobilize the guilds and armies to cut off the enemy's breath. Then, they would infiltrate and defeat their enemies with a small number of elite warriors. But there were two mandatory conditions. First, the mobilization of the guild and the army, and second, an elite team that would have to infiltrate the enemy base. The problem is that they need people who can stand up to elite warriors who have mastered the satanic arts. The team must consist of people who, according to guild standards, have at least an A rank for a successful operation. When Leon heard this, an interesting idea came to mind, and he thought of the criminal authorities in the slums. The guy suggested to the bishop that they recruit the strongest people from the slums to join the team of elite fighters. Even in the slums, there are one, or rather two, people who are as strong as any rank A adventurer. Leon suggested that Khan and the mysterious Undertaker would be a great addition to the team, as they had also tried to fight the enemy with his weapon. When the elf heard this, he asked seriously, leaving aside the discussion of their fighting abilities, whether Leon was sure that they would want to go to war. The young man confidently replied that one word from the bishop about their calling would leave the criminal authorities with no other choice. When the elf heard this, he noted with understanding that this would amount to a call to compulsory military service for the church. Jezar added that the opportunity to do good deeds in the name of the church would undoubtedly compel them to follow the bishop. After all this serious talk, the spirit of the sword ironically remarked that if the people they were talking about had heard the conversation, they would have slit their throats. Leon remembered the tense situation with the gang leader during their first meeting, and his aggressive behavior at the time. How he had swung his powerful fist threateningly, and, at the very last moment, changed the trajectory and force of the blow. The guy, remembering all this, thought sarcastically that he had no intention of avenging the blood that had flowed from his nose. When they arrived at the guild to make the announcement, all the adventurers began to tremble with fear, and the administrator greeted Leon with a trembling voice. Behind Leon stood someone incredibly strong, radiating an aura of power that made those around him tremble with fear. There stood a huge warrior in armor, his eyes emitting the most murderous and terrifying energy. The female administrator, despite her professional composure, was still shaking with fear at the presence of this man. This was a knight from the legendary order of the Holy Iron Castle, who had somehow found his way into their ordinary adventurers' guild. Leon explained to those present that he had not come today to make a routine request, but to ask for cooperation. This imposing man removed his helmet and solemnly declared that, as Bishop of the Holy Order, he was requesting the guild's full support. When these important words were solemnly spoken, they literally stunned the entire guild and its employees. Soon, the guildmaster Bernard arrived, a bald, large man who said he was counting on them in this matter. Leon, looking at this imposing man, thought that he was even bigger than the gang leader, whom he had heard was of rank A, but had left. The bald man solemnly declared that he was fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the importance of the problem for the city. The master's face darkened when he heard about the lack of time, but according to the information, 4 A-rank adventurers were busy with other activities. Therefore, there was only one high-ranking adventurer available who could be mobilized, and the bishop and Leon headed for the slums. The meeting between the bishop and Khan, of course, was not as bad as one might have imagined. The leader had no choice but to agree. Jizar sternly told the criminal authority that if he refused, he would write down every one of his men on the list of heretics. Then the gang leader admitted with annoyance that he had fallen into his own trap, but that this was a chance to destroy his enemies. The bishop added that these recommendations applied not only to Khan, but also to the Undertaker, if he did not want to suffer alone. When Khan heard this, he was surprised and asked again incredulously, "Are you sure it's just you and the mysterious Undertaker?" Jizar replied that the two of them were enough to form the main strike force, and no one else was needed for the operation. Khan, hearing this, said with understanding that they planned to cut off the snake's head with a small number of elite warriors. The leader understood that in any case, the gangs could not be excluded because of this mess. It was necessary to unite against the enemy. Khan admitted that even if an emergency had arisen, he had not expected to see such a large-scale union of forces. In 2 days, the organizers managed to gather a huge number of diverse warriors from all over the city for the upcoming operation. And they were truly diverse specialists, as there were academy students, experienced mages, and fighters. Leon looked at the impressive force they had assembled and couldn't believe that everything had turned out so well. The administrator standing next to him explained that all guild members with a rank of C or higher had received an urgent request. The guild master proudly announced that about 1,500 people had gathered here and would witness a real battle. Thanks to the material evidence provided, he had also managed to convince the local authorities of the seriousness of the threat to the city. Therefore, Bernard believes that the city garrison has already begun to besiege the dangerous 25th slum district. Close combat will be left to adventurers and mercenaries, while troops with insufficient skills will be responsible for fire support. Elcid, having heard all this, understood that it was a wise decision, as an inexperienced attacker would only fall victim to the enemy's satanic techniques. Therefore, this decision was better than giving the enemy a chance to win, even if it would constantly work on their nerves, albeit passively. Leon understood that in any case, the most important thing here was their trio: the gang leader, the elf, and himself. The guildmaster added that even if it was only one fighter, the Lord had still sent one of his trusted men to them. This was the senior knight of the Count's family, Kondrat, who politely greeted the Guardian. He had red hair and a mustache. Leon thought with surprise, could Kondrat really be here, still a free knight, already seeking glory through martial arts? Khan awkwardly admitted to those around him that, as expected, he felt completely out of place among all these people. Suddenly, a mysterious undertaker appeared, a man dressed as a mad doctor, who asked if he was late for the gathering. Everyone immediately tensed up at his appearance, and Kondrat suspiciously asked who this strange guy was. The Undertaker calmly replied that he had been summoned here himself. Such a crazy and frightening energy emanated from this man. The gang leader solemnly declared that they were all in this together now, so they had to treat the task at hand professionally. The Undertaker replied coldly that he would act as he saw fit, pausing frequently, and it immediately became clear that he was a killer. Jizar warned that if he fulfilled his role properly, the bishop would not interfere with his work. However, if he followed them with faith in secret witchcraft, he would make him realize that nothing could stop him before the radiance of the goddess. The Undertaker admitted that the bishop's words frightened him a little, something he had never experienced from other people before. Leon thought that even with his ability to sense auras and using his insight technique, he was still amazed. It was impossible to detect the presence of this mysterious Undertaker. He was truly an amazing and dangerous man. They all understood that all that was left was to wait for the last member of the elite squad from the Adventurers Guild. Just then, a girl appeared and apologized for being late for the important team meeting. This beautiful girl with blue eyes and white hair explained that she didn't know anything, so she had prepared herself. This attractive girl was named Karen, and everyone was shocked that a female representative had been called here. The realization of how strange their team had turned out to be was striking, one of them being a dangerous gangster. 2 adventurers of different levels, Leon himself, and this lovely girl Karen with mysterious abilities, a retired knight of the Holy Iron Castle, and the senior knight of the Count's house, representing the nobility. And among them was a professional assassin, this mysterious Undertaker in a strange costume. It would be foolish to hope for team unity with such a motley crew, but there's nothing to be done about it now. Everyone has come together as a team based solely on their individual skills, so now it's time to begin the operation. Night fell, and the 25th district was engulfed in a veritable inferno, with the glow of fires visible from afar. The city garrison's archers fired their flaming arrows at their targets, creating chaos in the area. The 25th district was completely engulfed in smoke, which covered everything around it in a thick veil. The Satanists were shocked by such a sudden and powerful attack by the combined forces of the city on their territory. The enemies realized that they needed to organize themselves immediately and do something about this critical situation. But before their eyes, they saw huge volleys of burning arrows flying from all sides. These flaming arrows struck their masks and bodies, spreading panic among the enemy ranks. One of the sect members, in a panic, shouted to his comrades that they needed to activate their main secret weapon to defend themselves against the attack. These fanatical cultists simply fell to the ground one after another, killed repeatedly by sniper shots and arrows from archers. But they had no choice but to summon this huge monster, which was made entirely of human flesh and bones. The disciples of the dark arts continued their ritual. They had only one important task: to complete the summoning. The terrifying monster slowly raised its massive, fleshy paw high into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy's positions. The monster struck the ground with such force that even the archers standing far away felt the shockwave from the powerful impact. The archers did not die from the attack, but they thought with horror that their flaming arrows were completely ineffective against this monster. One of the commanders shouted to the other fighters that if the archers were weak, then it was now the turn of the brave mercenaries to show their skill. Therefore, they must destroy everything in their path. But the front line was now frozen in a deadlock, unable to advance. The spirit of the holy weapon acknowledged that the countermeasure had been executed brilliantly, but the monster was no longer such an easy target for attack. Therefore, the monster will be able to effectively withstand the attacks of the combined forces for at least an hour. According to the strategy, those enemies who understand that total war is not profitable will try to hide and seek safety. All eyes were on the 25th district, where a truly unnatural tornado had risen. This was completely unlike a natural phenomenon. It was definitely the work of those damned cultists. Jizar began to run swiftly toward his goal, loudly announcing to his comrades that now it was their turn to act. Leon tried to keep up with his more experienced companions, thinking that they were too fast or that he was too slow. The team ran up to the ominous tornado to get a closer look and understand what was happening inside the barrier. Leon could barely keep up with his comrades. He was indeed the slowest member of the elite team. Kondrat firmly told the other team members that in that case, he would attack first to test the defenses. The knight was curious to test in practice how strong the barriers created by the enemy's satanic techniques were. Therefore, he decided to use his powerful fiery aura to try to destroy this magical obstacle with a single blow. Bright flames began to envelop the entire tornado, and complete chaos erupted around the barrier. Leon, watching this display of power, thought how incredibly powerful the fiery aura was, just as one would expect from an experienced knight. But the magical barrier was not even slightly damaged by the attack, and its structure remained completely unchanged. Khan, rubbing his muscular arm, contemptuously told Kondrat that a weakling would do better to step aside in this case. The leader clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked, and his eyes began to burn with the real fire of rage and determination. Khan swung his iron fist and began to deliver countless powerful blows to the enemy's magical barrier. Surprisingly, the barrier remained completely unchanged, just as it had with the fire attack. Kondrat began to laugh a little at the leader's failure, and commented ironically on what a truly magnificent blow it was. The bishop noted that he could destroy the barrier with a sacred technique, but he needed to save his holy power for the main battle. Jezar added that he had seen enough of his comrades' failed attempts and would now try to destroy the barrier himself. All the team members looked at the young man in surprise, not believing that he could succeed where experienced fighters had failed. Even the adventurous girl couldn't believe her eyes that this newcomer could do anything against the magical barrier. Leon turned to his trusty weapon and said that he had gathered enough strength, and that energy was simply overflowing. Now his weapon was overflowing with powerful energy, thanks to the heretics they had torn apart during their last reconnaissance mission. It turned out that one heretic could be far more useful for accumulating power than 1,000 ordinary low-ranking demons. The sword spirit advised him not to waste time trying to conserve his strength, but to simply strike the barrier with all his might. The guy agreed, but he knew deep down that he couldn't ruin his disguise because of his overexcited state and aura. Leon assumed a fighting stance, and the ground beneath his feet began to tremble and crack from the concentration of power. All the experienced members of the team looked at the guy and couldn't believe their eyes, seeing such a concentration of energy. They watched as this young C-rank adventurer swung his glowing weapon with determination for a crushing blow. Thanks to the powerful attack, the sinister tornado simply vanished in an instant, the barrier completely shattered and destroyed. The team realized with amazement that this was impossible, and began to rush forward toward the newly formed passage. All members of the elite squad jumped into the hole where a powerful magical barrier had previously been set up to protect against enemies. They entered the gloomy room, where a damp and sinister atmosphere reigned. An experienced elf used his holy power to illuminate the surroundings and dispel the impenetrable darkness. The bishop anxiously asked the team if the mysterious undertaker was safe with them. Of course, the professional assassin calmly replied that he was always with them and hadn't gone anywhere. Leon thought that it seemed like all 6 members of the squad had entered safely, despite the heavy armor of some of them. The teacher explained that this meant their basic movements were at a completely different professional level of skill. Karen pointed out to the team that there was a door ahead leading down into the dungeon. "Look there," she said. The squad members thought it was too suspicious, wondering if it might be some kind of clever trap set by the enemies. The girl explained to her companions that it turned out to be the only door leading to the lower level, so they had to go down. The wise elf politely asked Miss Karen if she could determine whether there was a dangerous trap there or not. Karen replied that it was quite difficult to determine, as there were 2 different spaces beyond the staircase. The problem was that these were 2 completely different dimensions, so she couldn't investigate until she went inside. Jizar firmly stated that in that case, they should go downstairs, because if they delayed, the situation would only get worse. Therefore, all the team members agree that they need to hurry up and not think about how best to do it. An elite team of 6 experienced individuals decided to descend the mysterious staircase into the unknown. Leon thought that he still did not sense the presence of the mysterious undertaker, so he did not know if he was following them. The guy began to take small, cautious steps forward on the sinister staircase leading into the depths of the dungeon. Suddenly he felt a strange magical energy emanating from the staircase, and red rays appeared around him. It was as if the solid staircase had disappeared beneath his feet, and he began to fall somewhere deep into the abyss. Leon was terrified by what was happening, so he instinctively closed his eyes in horror at the fall. But when he cautiously opened them again, he was utterly astonished by what he saw before him. The guy had no idea where he was, or where his loyal teammates were. He couldn't sense their auras and didn't feel anyone else around him in this strange space. Elcid explained that this was most likely a so-called labyrinth, the most classic magical deception technique used by enemies. The space had expanded and distorted, its area had increased, and the others must have been thrown into other locations. But then the guy heard Karen's familiar voice behind him, saying that their younger comrade had fallen and gotten lost. The girl ran up to him and said with relief that he must have been worried because he was alone. To which the guy cautiously replied that his respected comrade was probably also completely alone in this maze. But then she replied irritably that some vile scoundrel was still following her. The guy wondered who it could be, and then realized that she was talking about the mysterious undertaker. When the murderer heard himself called vile, he immediately appeared like a shadow out of nowhere. Karen said irritably that if he didn't like being treated that way, he should get out of her shadow. Leon, watching all this, thought that he was glad that he had managed to team up with the tracker right after arriving. So he turned to his companions and suggested they move on quietly, that everyone needed to calm down a little. The girl asked seriously if he deserved her trust as a younger comrade, hoping that this was indeed the case. When the guy heard this question, he confidently replied that he would definitely not disappoint her trust in this mission. Thus, the 3 of them continued onward through this strange and mysterious labyrinth. They advanced further down the corridor and saw 5 identical doors in front of them, which were completely indistinguishable from one another. The confident girl pointed to one of them without hesitation and said that they needed to go through that particular door. Leon thought that even when you try to trust your instincts, it's impossible to move so quickly and confidently. His wise teacher noted that she had never once made a mistake in choosing a path, so they should just follow her. This adventurer's tracking abilities surpass even the orienteering skills of the forest elves, who are famous for this ability. This girl is truly gifted by nature, and it's all because of the unique properties of her magical aura. The darkness, on the contrary, is a real advantage for her, enhancing her natural tracking abilities. Suddenly, Karen stopped abruptly and warned the team that she sensed the presence of hostile enemies nearby. She seriously informed her companions that there were 3 of them ahead, and that it would be impossible to get around their enemies in this narrow corridor. Using his aura sense, the guy felt a stronger energy than that of the freaks from the 23rd district. The enemies were at such a high level that even the power of the Holy Sword could not guarantee them an easy victory. The girl remarked with a smirk that he seemed overly brave for his modest rank. But did he know about the shame? The guy confidently replied that she would probably burn with shame if she lost to him in the upcoming battle with the enemies. Hearing this bold statement, the girl asked with interest if he really wanted to have a real competition with her. Karen took a decisive step forward, ready to demonstrate her unique fighting skills to her young partner. Then the girl easily jumped up and, in an amazing way, stuck herself straight to the vertical wall of the corridor. She hung upside down from the ceiling, and the guy asked the teacher in surprise if this was also the effect of her aura. The spirit confirmed that yes, she was using her aura to stick her body to surfaces, and she was doing it masterfully, making it difficult to keep up with her. The girl really did move incredibly fast across the walls and ceiling, like a real predator lying in wait. They began to rapidly approach the enemies who were standing around the corner, unaware of the danger. One of the enemies sensed something was wrong and cautiously raised his head toward the ceiling. The fanatic saw the girl scout there, preparing for a sudden attack from above on the unsuspecting enemies. The cultists looked at each other in surprise, wondering where such a dangerous enemy could have come from. But they didn't even have time to think properly before 3 sharp daggers flew straight at their vital areas. Leon thought it was truly amazing how she had thrown the daggers with such incredible speed and accuracy. One of the opponents was not dead, and a wolf's paw covered in fur peeked out from under his torn cloak. It turned out that all 3 had survived the attack, and they were far from ordinary people, but real monsters. The girl smiled and remarked mockingly that she could see that one deadly blow had not been enough to kill them. Her entire body was covered with an even more powerful green energy, and she confidently declared that she knew her location in the slums. The octopus monster contemptuously knocked away her daggers, and mockingly declared that these childish trinkets would not harm them. Suddenly ropes began to appear around its neck, quickly binding its body and limbs. This magical rope began to mercilessly drag the insolent octopus monster aside to finish him off. Karen explained with a triumphant smile that the daggers were just a diversionary tactic, and the idiots had fallen for it. After that, the mysterious Undertaker also joined the fight and cut off the head of one of the enemies with a single movement. Leon, watching this, thought with relief how lucky he was that these 2 were fighting alongside him. The young man wondered who would be his opponent in this unequal battle. As he was thinking this, he was hit hard on the cheek, knocking him to the side. The teacher noted with sympathy that the unlucky one had been dealt the strongest opponent of the 3. The guy decided that, well, for starters, he would use his insight technique and strike with full force. But then he paused in surprise, wondering what the hell that freak had just done. Leon didn't realize that his opponent had pierced him. Basically, he was a mutant with spikes growing out of his chest. The guy remembered that he seemed to have encountered a similar attack before when he was fighting stone slugs. This huge green mutant enemy released disgusting sharp spikes from his body to attack. They flew at high speed, but Leon wasn't scared at all after his previous battle experience. Swinging his weapon, he remembered how he had cut through those spikes, recalling his fight with the slugs. At high speed, he had to show that he was a true master of fencing, worthy of the holy sword. The enemy exclaimed in shock that it couldn't be, that he couldn't have cut his deadly spikes so easily. But the guy didn't even answer his enemy, he just took the mutant and cut him in 2. Leon thought that without his foresight, he wouldn't have been able to react properly to such an attack. The teacher approvingly remarked that it was all thanks to the efforts he had made to correct his shortcomings. Karen, watching the fight, said admiringly that he was really good, even though he had defeated his opponent later than her. Despite his modest rank, he had easily dealt with this dangerous fanatic on his own. Truly impressive. The young man thought gratefully that it was nice to receive praise from such an experienced high-level adventurer. Suddenly, he felt something strange, and wondered what feeling had suddenly overcome him as he surveyed the battlefield. The sword marks left by 2 different people had absolutely nothing in common logically, and for some reason, they looked too similar. If you looked closely, the cross-section and depth of the wounds were very similar. A disturbing puzzle began to form in the young man's mind about the true identity of one of his comrades. What's more, his wise teacher said in surprise that he hadn't noticed it until now. But yes, the student was absolutely right. This beautiful adventuress was holding a sharp dagger behind her back, preparing for a sudden attack on her unsuspecting partner. But at the same time, with her sweet and innocent face, she spoke kindly about how he had helped her deal with the gang. The girl confessed with feigned modesty that she wasn't sure about that vile scoundrel, but she thought Leon wouldn't have time. Karen added with a slight smile that it seemed she had been right about his abilities, hadn't she? After that, the guy urgently turned to his teacher and asked him to show him her true skills and strength characteristics. Elcid immediately activated the magic window to show his worried student the truth about his partner. Leon was horrified to see her true title and profession, legendary Undertaker, elite assassin of the highest level. The boy was in complete shock at the truth that had been revealed, wondering how such a thing could even be possible. Karen, with an innocent smile, suggested that in that case, they should continue their dangerous journey through the labyrinth. The guy replied with forced politeness that, yes, respected senior comrade, they should continue moving forward. Leon understood that the whole situation was highly suspicious and strange, requiring extreme caution on his part. In the sunlight, this girl was a typical rank-and-file adventurer, but in the shadows, she was an elite assassin with the sinister nickname, the Undertaker. It turned out that he was now walking through a maze with one of the 3 great criminal authorities of the city's slums. This beautiful adventuress, who creates a genuinely cheerful and friendly atmosphere around her, is deceiving everyone. But in reality, this charming girl is one of the most influential leaders of the criminal underworld of the slums. This is a shocking fact that no one suspects, including her colleagues in the Adventurers Guild. It feels as if even Khan is unaware of this secret, and if the guild master knew about it, he would be in trouble. Well, he's one thing. But if the bishop discovered this cunning deception, he would hardly be able to cope with the consequences. It turns out that Leon is currently the only one in the team who knows the secret of Karen's true nature and identity. Since her identity is a strictly classified secret, no one knows who she really is, and any means are being used to keep it that way. Therefore, he must now be extremely cautious and attentive, watching for even the slightest change in facial expression. Because the young hero is now being closely watched by a real professional assassin of the highest caliber. The girl pointed the way and said they needed to turn left, but real danger awaited them ahead. A terrifying creature, a huge wild dog with a purple mouth, radiating incredible aggression and malice toward the living. And the poisonous saliva it constantly releases simply burns even the hard ground beneath its massive paws. Karen, feigning disgust, noted that the monster was not at all attractive due to its appearance, and she lost all desire to fight. El Cid warned that it would be very difficult for Karen to defeat such an enemy by simply throwing sharp daggers at it. If this powerful monster had been summoned using satanic summoning techniques, it would also possess powerful regenerative abilities. The girls seriously explained that they could try to bypass the monster, but that would take another 30 precious minutes. Furthermore, Karen could not say with complete certainty that the team would not encounter another dangerous monster on the detour. The guy understood that the enemies were deliberately stalling for time until the city-devouring demon was fully activated. After all, if the enemies managed to activate the demon, victory would be in the cultists' hands, so there was only one solution left. Leon turned to the mysterious Undertaker and asked him directly if the assassin could inflict a fatal wound on the monster with his weapon. The professional assassin thought for a moment and cautiously replied that if the Undertaker could do it correctly, it would be possible. The guy proposed a plan. Leon and Karen's senior comrade would tie the monster's hands and feet, so they needed to be ready. Leon added that the team was now in the same boat, so wouldn't it be better to cooperate fully with each other? The assassin thought about the proposal for a moment, then slowly and cautiously replied that the Undertaker agreed to the plan. Leon thought that almost all his stamina had been spent on the journey here, but now his strength had been restored. Therefore now the young man just needed to try his hardest and show the full extent of his combat abilities. The guy took a powerful leap forward and swung his holy weapon, which emitted a bright blue energy of light. The monster immediately began spewing its terrifying purple poison to destroy the daring opponent in one blow. After this attack, a large amount of purple poisonous smoke began to spread throughout the space around the team. The guy turned to his trusty weapon, and the sword began to glow with bright yellow purifying energy, dispelling the poison. When the sword was completely illuminated by bright yellow flames, the guy swung it once more with determination for a crushing blow. Leon tested the abilities he had acquired after clashing with the phantom armor in previous battles with enemies. This was one of the main functions of the Holy Sword, which effectively erased any substance dangerous to life. The terrifying monster began to painfully close its burning eyes from the unbearably bright sacred glow. Then, having gained such tactical superiority, the young man swung his holy weapon powerfully for the decisive blow. Leon wounded the monster, but the curse meant that the wound was only superficial and insignificant for such a large opponent. Before him, Leon saw huge, sharp claws rapidly reaching toward the guy to tear his body apart. The claws dug into the hard ground and moved extremely quickly, leaving no room for maneuver or retreat. The guy thought anxiously that next time, he would definitely not be able to dodge such an attack. Leon decided that, in that case, he would use his insight and try to strike accurately one more time. Karen suddenly appeared next to him and shouted to her younger comrade that he needed to strike the vile creature again. Leon wondered whether he should trust the girl and whether he should trust her in this situation. But since the guy was in such a life-threatening situation, there was no other choice but to trust his partner. Leon leaped forward swiftly and swung his sacred weapon with determination to attack. Gritting his teeth, the young man flies forward, while the girl's daggers also fly toward the enemy at the same time. Attacking in tandem, the girl throws her daggers, which hit the tail of this terrifying creature with precision. Leon swings his holy weapon powerfully at the monster's paw, inflicting serious damage. He then swings again at the monster's neck, this time inflicting a much deeper wound. The young man makes a very quick lunge forward and wants to deliver another decisive blow to the vulnerable spot. Leon thinks that, unfortunately, this time he has only managed to barely graze the mighty monster. Now the guy needs to move much faster and put even more force into his blows if he wants to deal with the monster. This terrifying creature begins to growl and scream even louder from the pain inflicted by the team's attacks. The monster's 4 purple eyes glare back at its daring opponents with malice. Suddenly, the guy seems to realize something, noticing changes in the enemy's behavior and movements. Leon realizes that the monster's movements seem to have changed dramatically, becoming slower and more uncertain. Behind the monster, a huge number of shadow daggers materialized out of thin air, ready to attack. When the Undertaker assassin began his work, real shadows appeared around him, enveloping the space. The gravedigger coldly stated that the monster would now simply die from multiple fatal wounds. These shadow daggers began to simply pass through the body of this mighty enemy, piercing it through and through. The huge monster began to scream and die in agony from multiple wounds all over its body. After that, the monster, pierced by a large number of shadow blades, simply falls lifelessly to the hard ground. The guy is shocked, wondering if this is really the true ability of a real rank A adventurer. The teacher explained that the wound would not regenerate. The attack had to exceed the monster's regenerative abilities. A deadly strike to defeat a single enemy once and for all is truly amazing. The girl noted with satisfaction that for a randomly assembled group, the team was doing a good job working together. Leon, of course, completely agreed, acknowledging the effectiveness of their joint actions against the enemy. Throwing daggers at the monster's tail was truly unimaginably cool and effective as a distraction. Karen modestly replied that her attack was nothing compared to what that vile scoundrel had done. The girl admitted that she had no idea that an assassin could use such a grandiose, deadly art. Karen smiled and remarked that it was probably not for nothing that the Undertaker had targeted the Slum King. After that, the girl asked with a mysterious smile on her face where the team was going next. Apparently the group didn't have a second to rest. Leon replied seriously that yes, the team must continue on their dangerous journey through the labyrinth. Realizing that this operation is primarily a battle against time, the partners approach the next turn. Karen counts that there are as many as 8 fanatical cultists blocking the way to their goal in this section. The partners wonder if they have advanced too quickly, and if the team will have to sweat it out in battle this time. The guy realizes that when it comes to assessing the strength of enemies, there is no one better in the team than the girl. Each of the enemies is so strong that it involuntarily makes the body tremble even from the fear of the opponents. Even in battle with the previous monsters, it was extremely difficult to guarantee victory for the group and required maximum effort. The girl noticed that if her comrades arrived too late, or the team got separated along the way, everything would be over. Therefore, Karen firmly stated that the team had come all this way, so they had to roll the dice and hope for the best. Leon realizes that she looks like a typical adventurer from the outside, but he feels awkward because he knows her secret. Suddenly, at these words, the walls of this gloomy labyrinth began to crack menacingly from the vibrations. The ceiling begins to crumble to the ground in pieces. What on earth could be happening above? The teacher explained that it was a shock wave caused by the collision of enormous magical forces in battle. When the boy heard this, he thought with horror, "Oh my god, who is fighting up there? What kind of horror is happening?" The companions exchanged glances with the girl, wondering if it was one of their allies fighting the enemies. Of course, the cultists also heard these strange and disturbing sounds coming from somewhere above. Some of the fanatics immediately rushed forward to get a better look at the situation. The guy thought that 4 of them had gone to where the sound was coming from, which gave the team more options. Should he go now to help his comrades fighting above, or attack the remaining enemies here? Leon realizes that the team is facing a difficult choice, but it seems best to join forces with the others. If the separated group of enemies prevails and returns, the team will have to fight on 2 fronts. Therefore, the team must try to gather all their strength together. Leon thinks about tactics. Of course, Karen agreed that she basically agreed with the guy. His arguments were very fair and logical. The girl added that the team had something to do before the trip and simply disappeared from view. But in reality, Karen didn't fall asleep. She just pretended to lie down, pretending she wanted to rest, while listening to what was going on around her. Using her unique ability, the girl pressed her ear to the hard ground and began to listen carefully to the sounds coming from different directions. Thanks to this amazing ability, she was able to determine and tell the team exactly which path would be the best way to move forward. The level of her extraordinary abilities goes far beyond the limits of normal human capabilities. The girl is truly incredibly talented by nature. This unique ability combines the technique of insight with the ability to pick up the slightest sounds over long distances. Suddenly, the partners saw the bloody horn of some unknown monster emerge from behind a stone wall. Neither Karen nor the guy had expected such a sudden and terrifying turn of events in their already dangerous mission. The team saw their comrade literally pierced through by the huge, sharp horn of the unknown creature. It was Kondrat, the senior knight of the Count's family, who had been impaled by what appeared to be a wooden stick, which had pierced his armor and passed right through his body. Blood gushed from the dying knight's mouth, and Kondrat was completely unable to do anything to save himself. Leon immediately ran forward to his comrade, wanting to save his fellow soldier, unaware that all was already lost. The young man passes through these strange branches that want to envelop his entire body and prevent him from moving toward his wounded comrade. Then, right before Leon's eyes, an enemy cultist in a huge robe appears and says that it has been a long time since he last saw the young hero. Leon quickly looks back to see what is happening behind him with his remaining comrades. The guy realizes that since one sectarian attacked him, the rest of the enemies probably want to pounce on the defenseless girl. The enemies lying on the floor around him were most likely killed by the valiant Sir Kondrat before he died. The wise teacher warned his student not to worry about the girl, but to think first about the enemy in front of him. El Cid advised him to cast aside all extraneous thoughts and concentrate fully on what was happening right in front of the young warrior. The enemy began to use his hands to cast a spell and solemnly proclaimed that he was acting out of love and justice for the gods. The entire room began to be enveloped in a strange blue mist that emanated directly from the mouth of this sinister sectarian in a dark robe. Leon, looking at this magical phenomenon, wonders what it is, not understanding the nature of the blue mist. The enemy threatens that the boy will turn to dust if he touches him, saying that using a ghost on such a pathetic creature is useless. The teacher urgently explained to his student that the freak was a summoner of otherworldly forces, and Leon couldn't have failed to understand that right away. In general, these fanatics are divided into two main categories: mutants who use satanic techniques on their bodies, and summoners who use creatures or matter from other dimensions, such as this dangerous freak in front of the young hero. As for the other enemies, most of them don't have a shred of common sense and act like crazy fanatics. Leon firmly addressed his opponent, accusing him of stealing his speech and time for explanations with his long monologues. In his angry state, Leon swings his weapon powerfully, emitting a true solar aura of strength. The summoner mockingly remarked on what a fool he had come across, wondering if the guy really thought a sword would work on a spiritual being. The aura from the weapon is literally cut in two, as if a regular blunt knife had hit an invisible barrier in the air. All of this makes this heretic an insanely powerful opponent who has crossed paths with the young hero at the worst possible moment. But Leon, with a confident smile on his face, told his opponent that he should know there are always exceptions to the rules. Realizing that as long as he held the holy sword, he could cut through absolutely anything in this world. When he actually managed to cut his enemy, the opponent exclaimed in shock that no aura power could destroy the satanic technique. The cultist became angry and threatened that he would not forgive such insolence. So a red monster unlike anything else emerged from the ceiling. This monster with huge claws began to move very quickly toward the guy, but Leon easily cut this enemy in half. The terrible summoner did not expect such an unexpected turn of events during the battle. While this enemy was in a state of terror from what was happening, the guy simply took his sword and drove it through the monster's body. The cultist tried desperately to resist the attack, grabbing the blade with his hands and trying to pull it out of his body. The enemy asked in disbelief if Leon really thought his attack could have any effect on an immortal being. But then the summoner noticed with horror that the wound on his body was not regenerating at all as it should have been. The cultist, despite the young man's youth, cannot believe his eyes that such destructive power resides within him. As he lay dying, the summoner thought regretfully about how his journey would end so ingloriously. Leon dealt with this powerful enemy with remarkable ease and did not even receive a single scratch. Hearing the voice of his partner Karen, the guy turns to see how the girl is doing with her enemies. The girl admitted with annoyance that she couldn't believe she had lost to him in speed. It was a disgrace to her. But the guy modestly replied that he had simply come across a weak opponent. Nothing more in this battle. The partners realized that it is much more important to find out what happened to their comrade and rush forward to him. The dying Kondrat struggled to say how ashamed he was to appear before his comrades in such a pitiful state. The knight admitted that in such a critical condition, he could not continue with the team, and that there was no need to waste precious time. The girl, looking distraught, delicately asked the wounded man how long he had left to live in such a condition. But the man did not even want to utter the terrible words aloud, saying that Karen probably understood everything perfectly well. Karen asked directly if this meant that he had so little strength that even he, a knight, was unable to stop the bleeding. When Leon heard this, he was stunned by the seriousness of his teammates' injuries. But the man managed to say that he could hold on for at least another hour, but he didn't know what would happen to his wounds. Leon, looking at the terrible wound, wondered if they could clear the city in an hour to save their fallen comrade. If the guy couldn't do anything, he wouldn't even waste precious time on useless thoughts. But now Leon had a holy sword, so the young man had to do something to save his comrade. The teacher explained that if he repeated his words exactly, a powerful holy healing would be activated. The young man, of course, began to do so, immediately surprising his observant companion and the wounded knight. Leon began to recite a prayer asking that the counsel of those who had dedicated themselves to justice would help in this time of trouble. Warriors value protection from the cold northern wind in the Valley of Death, and real miracles began to happen. A bright yellow light began to emanate from the young man's hands, filling the entire space around him with healing energy. Kondrat himself began to feel his life force rapidly returning to his body. It was comparable to the sacred ritual performed by the elf bishop who had demonstrated his abilities earlier. The terrible open wound in his stomach was literally closed in an instant under the influence of magic. The man gratefully said that he had been told that it was Leon who had planned the attack on the 25th district. The knight added with understanding that he now understood why the young man was a candidate for cardinal of the consecrated order. The red-haired man admitted that he had been too rude to someone who had saved his life with holy magic. Therefore, Kondrat now had enough strength to heal himself and not be a burden to the team. The knight promised that until Leon attained a high spiritual rank in the future, he would keep his mouth shut. The teacher noted with concern that it seemed like misunderstandings were piling up like a snowball that was hard to stop. Karen suggested giving the wounded man a healing elixir so that the knight could stay there while the team continued their dangerous mission. The companions remained alone with the young man, separating from the rest of the team to continue their journey. Karen turned to Leon, her eyes shining with a special light as she looked intently at the young hero. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the young man and pressed him against the stone wall, wanting answers to her questions immediately. Karen asked eagerly if it was really true what Sir had just said, that Leon was a candidate for cardinal. The girl added in surprise that it was truly remarkable for someone his age, not to mention that his attribute was the sun. Leon was skilled with weapons and his aura. Who had taught the young man all these amazing and rare abilities? The young man politely replied that he was sorry, but he was not a candidate for the honorable position of cardinal in the order. Karen persistently asked again if that meant the young man was a student of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle, and asked him to teach her as well. The young man thought that if he had not known Karen's true nature, he might have succumbed to her cunning persuasion. However, since Leon knows that the girl is a real professional assassin, he cannot trust her completely. The girl smiled coquettishly and remarked that usually, if she asked, all men would do exactly as she wished. But the guy thought to himself that it would be better to put the jokes aside for now and seriously consider how to proceed. Leon suggested that the team should look for other members of the squad or try to break through to their target on their own. The girl replied mysteriously that she thought they wouldn't have to worry about anything at all in the near future. Leon couldn't believe what he had heard and asked his partner in bewilderment why that was the case. Karen replied that he would understand everything perfectly well when they reached their destination. The partners moved forward down the corridor, trying to be as quiet as possible so as not to attract the attention of their enemies. When the team reached the right place, they saw their enemies, who for some reason immediately fell to the ground dead. Then, in the distance, the partners saw the reason for what was happening. Khan and the elf had taken out these numerous enemies. These bloodied corpses lie on the floor, their bodies torn to pieces by the powerful blows of their allies. Looking at this bloody scene, Leon thought that he somehow felt sorry for these lost Satanists. Jezar said he was glad to see them both safe and sound, as the Undertaker appeared behind him with a question. The killer asked what about him. Wasn't the bishop glad he had returned to the team alive and well? Jezar replied honestly that he had no idea the Undertaker had been there all this time. The team reported that their comrade Kondrat had been seriously wounded, and was now limited in his movement through the labyrinth. The knight would need about 2 hours to fully recover, so the squad had no time to wait for him any longer. Khan turned to the girl and suggested that since she was an adventurer, she might have a useful artifact. Karen indignantly asked who he was to talk to her like that. A mere bloodsucker who sucked money out of the people. A heated argument ensued between them, but the wise elf tried to calm them down, calling for calm. Jezar suggested that as the bishop with the greatest resistance to satanic tricks, he would lead the team. The priest added that Khan should move to the middle of the formation for protection, while Leon would remain in the rear. Khan mockingly asked if the bishop was going to use this novice adventurer as a trump card, which was ridiculous. But after some thought, the leader agreed that it was fine, let it be as the bishop wished. But what about the mysterious Undertaker? Leon suggested that if no one objected, the killer should join him, as he had been very helpful on the way here. The gang leader noted with understanding that in any case, that strange freak wouldn't listen to anyone, so it would be best to leave him under Leon's supervision. So the team decided to move on through the dark corridors, and from the depths of the dungeon came some ominous and strange sounds of unknown origin. And in general, all members of the squad understand that the entire surrounding air is saturated with such a disgusting and vile dark energy of evil. This unpleasant feeling was felt particularly acutely by absolutely all members of the team, and even the battle-hardened bandit felt uncomfortable. When the squad approached the source, they saw a pulsating blue ring emitting a real black demonic energy. The fighters think that, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a spatial portal created using forbidden satanic techniques. The wise elf was the first to take action, and resolutely told his comrades that the team must not fall behind, and must go straight ahead. All the other comrades immediately obeyed the experienced priest, and ran after him through the dangerous portal into the unknown. When Leon entered the portal, he realized that this place was truly unpleasant, with suffocating darkness enveloping his body on all sides like a thick veil. Without using his aura to orient himself, the young man could see and hear absolutely nothing in this cursed place. The young man felt as if he were stuck in a sticky swamp that was slowly pulling him deeper into the deadly mire of oblivion. The guy barely manages to escape the influence of this gloomy portal, overcoming the resistance of the dark forces with his willpower. Gizar turned anxiously to his team and shouted loudly to make sure that all his brothers in arms were safe and unharmed. When the entire team emerged from the sinister portal, the fighters saw a huge crowd of hostile Satanists before them. The squad anxiously wondered if they were surrounded by enemies. If these scoundrels had known in advance that the heroes would come here. One of the main enemies remarked mockingly that he hadn't expected to have to wait so long for the uninvited guests to arrive. Of course, it was an honor that the heroes had visited their humble underground abode, but the cultist had not expected the newcomers to be so slow. This leader among the Satanists said with feigned politeness that he expressed his sincere gratitude to the heroes for their arrival. The wise elf cautiously looked around, not quite understanding what was happening in this strange situation with their enemies. The priest looked closely at the most important Satanist, who was negotiating with them, and noticed a tattoo on his forehead. Then Gizar turns to his opponent and says with contempt that this creature is also a preacher of the dark forces, isn't he? Leon curiously asks if a preacher is someone who leads the ranks of these fanatical followers of evil. The teacher explains to his student that the novice is using a satanic technique he learned from someone else, and that the believers, in the course of their independent research, were consumed by the power. Finally, those who spread demonic teachings everywhere and have earned the title of leader among the sectarians become preachers of darkness. If we compare this to the hierarchy of the sanctified church, such a preacher is a high-ranking bishop, but one who serves evil instead of good. The preacher solemnly announced to the assembled crowd that today was truly a wonderful day, as the long-awaited ritual of invocation had been completely successful according to all the canons. The preacher remarked with feigned humility that he never thought he would stand face to face with a faithful servant of the goddess. The chief sectarian added that he never thought he would have the opportunity to demonstrate the true teachings of the true god of darkness before the unbelievers. All members of the squad understood that they were indeed facing a very scary and dangerous individual, this sinister preacher of evil. Khan suspiciously asked the enemy if the ritual had been successful, but nothing visible had happened around them. But the preacher calmly explained that the heroes could not stop anything, because the most important thing was that the process had been completely successful. Leon, hearing this statement, thought anxiously that if the ritual had been successful, then the whole plan had gone to hell. The spirit of the holy weapon calmed the disciple, explaining that this was not the case, and that the principle of summoning the city devourer was similar to fishing. Using the essence of the victim's life force as bait, monstrous monsters are lured out of the otherworldly dimension. In short, as long as the demon hasn't found the bait and taken the bait, the team still has time to take decisive action. The future hero realized that it was completely unknown when exactly the monster would find the bait and bite it from another world. The young man realized that the team had anywhere from an hour to a few seconds, and that it all came down to a race against time. In such an anxious state of mind, the young man turned to his companion, the bishop, for help and support at this critical moment. Gizar immediately raised his hand. His body began to be imbued with the energy of the goddess, and the priest summoned a soft light for protection. To prevent the team from getting lost in the darkness, the elf held out his hand to receive the goddess's blessing to illuminate the space. A very bright light began to shine on the ceiling of the dungeon, as if the real sun had descended into this cursed place. The sacred glow was so bright that it filled the entire surrounding space, dispelling the darkness of the enemies. The enemies were completely unprepared for such a powerful effect of light. For the minions of darkness, it was too painful. Therefore, all these monstrous creatures began frantically closing their burning eyes and covering their faces from the holy light. Elcid explained that this was a composite technique combining aura and a sanctified technique. Not quite as powerful as the sun, but effective enough. Although using the light of the holy sword would be much more effective against the forces of darkness, the wise teacher admitted to his student. In any case, It would stop the enemy's satanic technique for a while. And in the meantime, the team had to move on to active combat. Sharp daggers flew toward the enemies and immediately struck the lizard-like foe, which lunged at the heroes with its claws. The experienced elf also began to deal with his opponents, looking back to see what was happening to his comrades behind him. Everyone is fighting fiercely, Khan using his deadly fists to deliver crushing blows to the bodies of his enemies. Leon swings his holy weapon and also cuts down his enemies, using all the power of the sun's aura against the darkness. The guy realizes that if he looks at the battlefield, the preacher has not yet entered the fight, but is simply watching from the sidelines. This means that the enemy is guarding the core of the ritual, and the team must destroy the magic circle at all costs. The preacher burst out laughing, mockingly calling the heroes naive fools for such foolish hopes. Leon suddenly realized the horror of the situation, as if a puzzle had been solved in his mind after hearing the enemy's words. The boy watched in horror as disgusting creatures of various kinds began to emerge from the ancient seals. The monsters lined up in front of the young man, their eyes glowing with a mad red light in the darkness of the dungeon. Trembling with fear, Leon wondered why all these creatures resembled dogs so much. Elsid explained that the corrupted satanic technique had only allowed the creation of incomplete chimera ghosts. The imperfect creatures would soon destroy themselves. But for now, they were capable of buying precious time for their enemies. Khan shouted curses in rage, promising to show these scum their true worthless nature. The leader delivered a powerful punch straight to the stomach of one of the strange opponents in front of him. The bandit's hand pierced the body of the hideous creature, but something was very wrong with it. Khan gritted his teeth in frustration, sensing that he did not like what was happening and that it was cause for alarm. Looking at his hand, the man realized with horror that the creature's green blood was a deadly poison. Karen continued to fight the creatures, skillfully throwing her sharp combat daggers at her enemies one by one. The girl realized with annoyance that the blades could not pierce the poisonous armor, and the enemies lacked normal reflexes. Jizar noticed with alarm that at this rate, the team was facing an endless battle until complete exhaustion. Leon was aware of the complexity of the situation. It was extremely difficult to reach the core due to the limitations of the Holy Sword. Elsid warned that if the monsters noticed the hero's existence, the situation would become critical. The teacher added that the situation could only be turned around by forcing the enemies to reveal their true weakness. Karen firmly stated that Leon's role was to deliver the final blow to the villains. Suddenly, the young man's face contorted in shock, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced his consciousness with a painful discharge. His teammates also froze in shock at what they had heard, unable to believe their ears. Even the experienced adventurer Karen panicked at the terrifying events unfolding before her eyes. Red lightning bolts burst from the main seal, and the ancient artifact activated with double the power. The preacher triumphantly exclaimed that the city devourer had finally answered their call to darkness. An incredibly powerful energy emanated from the ancient seal, pulsing waves of dark magic throughout the dungeon. Leon felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, reacting to the demonic presence nearby. An all-consuming terror gripped the young man, a fear he had never experienced before in his entire life. Elsid warned him insistently that even in such a critical situation, the Holy Sword must not be used under any circumstances. The teacher advised him to find an opening to break through, using a sacred technique with half of his accumulated inner strength. Leon asked doubtfully if the sacred technique would help in battle, as it would require enormous effort on his part. Thanks to the moonlight of the elf, the young man had a unique opportunity to turn the tide of battle in his team's favor. To reproduce the goddess's symbol, both elements were required: solar energy and lunar aura at the same time. Leon possesses solar power, as his aura is pure energy from the sun. Jizar's aura embodies the moon, so the team has all the necessary components for the complex ritual. This combination will allow them to use an incredibly complex and powerful sacred technique against their enemies. The teacher noted that this was truly an unfortunate turn of events for their numerous enemies. Leon solemnly recited a prayer to the great goddess who watches over the sun and moon, causing the space to shine. The young man expressed his gratitude to the goddess for her protection, leaving all his companions in a state of complete shock. The team watched in amazement as another sphere of real sunlight formed above them. Karen felt genuine warmth emanating from the glowing sphere, warming her soul in the gloomy dungeon. The young man proclaimed that when the sun and moon rise at the same time, believers kneel in sincere prayer. This was called sanctification, a true technique capable of distinguishing good from evil in the universal battle. As he uttered the sacred words, Leon summoned bright yellow rays that enveloped the entire surrounding space. The powerful energy literally burned his opponents on the spot, incinerating their bodies with holy flames of vengeance. Elcid explained to his student that sacred techniques were the perfect counter to any satanic tricks. Jizar shouted encouragingly to his comrades that now was the perfect moment for a decisive attack. The entire team rushed into battle with renewed strength, inspired by the warm and noble divine energy. The preacher indignantly declared that such actions were dishonest, as they constituted interference by the goddess of light herself. Snapping his fingers, the chief cultist threatened to destroy all the heroes present without exception. After this ominous snap, strange and terrifying transformations began to occur among the other fanatics. Disgusting ropes began to crawl out of the cultists' distorted bodies, stretching upward directly from their living flesh. The repulsive flesh stretched toward the preacher's hands, turning him into a sinister puppeteer of living marionettes. The cultist cried out with feigned grief about the sad need to sacrifice the precious lives of the faithful. The preacher fiercely declared that he was ready to do anything to stop the bunch of brainless sheep and naive fools. The living hearts of his followers beat in the villain's hands, a sight that drove everyone mad. The team watched in horror as a giant monstrous creature began to rise from the bloody mess. The demon had an incredibly muscular body and sharp horns soaked in fresh human blood. The entire group of heroes watched this repulsive spectacle with undisguised anger and disgust at what was happening. The huge demon mockingly asked the heroes for their opinion, promising to prove the superiority of his dark god. The true spawn of hell materialized before the team in a matter of seconds, undergoing a terrifying transformation. Elcid explained that the effect of sacred consecration lasts for a very limited time on the battlefield. The teacher added that if the enemy was capable of such a thing during the consecration, it would be impossible to defeat him. Jezar, consumed by righteous anger toward the satanic creature, immediately rushed into attack with his mace. Khan delivered countless blows with his fists, swinging with the incredible speed and fury of an experienced fighter. His comrades tried to break through the giant demon's defenses, but so far all their efforts had been in vain. The preacher laughed contemptuously, sarcastically asking if that was the limit of the pathetic hero's abilities. It was the demon's turn, and his huge paws began to move with stunning speed across the battlefield. His monstrous claws began to mercilessly pierce the bodies of all those fighting on the side of light and justice. Jezar blocked with his hands and jumped back, desperately trying to escape the monster's deadly attack. The elf realized with horror that the difference in size was critical, and the enemy's strength was simply overwhelming for them. The demon's regenerative and defensive abilities exceeded all conceivable limits, leaving only one option. Leon considered using the full power of the Holy Sword. But would he be able to defeat the monster with a single blow? The young man realized with alarm that if he failed, the losses to his team would be truly catastrophic. Looking back, the young man saw his comrade, Jezar, lying motionless on the cold stone ground. Khan also lay sprawled on the floor, soaked in blood and writhing in unbearable pain from the blow. The preacher had defeated everyone with a single blow. What possible way out could there be from such a hopeless situation? Leon heard Karen's painful cry. Blood was oozing from her head from her wounds. Leon rushed over to the girl, anxiously asking the adventuress how she was feeling after the attack. Karen replied uncertainly that she seemed to be okay, although the situation was extremely dangerous for everyone. The girl added with annoyance that neither the Undertaker nor her tricks had any effect on the demon. Hearing this, the guy was surprised, because Karen was the Undertaker. He had seen her shadow walk with his own eyes. Leon turned to his friend and admitted that he really needed her unique power right now. The young man explained the plan, to sneak up from behind and destroy the magic circle, thereby disrupting the entire summoning ritual. The main task was to distract the preacher, but Karen objected, saying it was impossible to break through the enemy's defenses. Leon mentioned the possibility of jumping through space, but the girl still doubted its success. Karen mockingly asked how exactly the guy proposed to carry out such a crazy plan. Unable to contain himself, Leon shouted that since she was a killer, she would surely be able to accomplish the task. The guy promised not to reveal her secret, as long as she agreed to help at the critical moment. He added that he didn't know the details of her double life, but failure meant death for everyone. Hearing this revelation, Karen jumped back from the guy, her posture becoming tense and alert. The bright smile disappeared from the girl's eyes, replaced by the cold stare of a professional killer. Leon realized he had been too hasty in revealing the truth, but there was simply no other way out of the situation. Karen indifferently stated that in that case, it would be easy for her to provide the necessary assistance to the team. The girl asked how long the guy had known her true nature and why he hadn't said anything right away. Karen felt ashamed of her deception and admitted that she was simply burning with shame in front of her comrades. Leon smiled, noting that if he had told her earlier, he would have received a dagger between his ribs. After these words, the girl really took out a knife and put the blade to the boy's bare throat. Karen coldly confirmed that such a reaction was natural. Women's secrets were too precious to be revealed. The companions looked again at the elf, who continued to lie motionless on the stone floor of the dungeon. Khan approached Jezar, sarcastically asking how long he planned to lie there doing nothing. The bandit jokingly began calling the priest a weakling, unable to get up after a single blow from a demon. Hearing the mockery, the elf immediately sprang to life. He couldn't allow himself to lose face. While his companions were sorting things out, Karen and Leon rushed forward toward their goal. The girl warned that their paths would diverge here, and that the boy would have to act on his own from now on. Karen explained that if she followed him, the preacher would surely uncover their carefully thought-out plan. With a sincere smile on his face, the guy replied to the girl that the most important thing now was to stay alive at any cost. Karen did not expect such words from Leon, feeling genuine concern from someone for the first time in her life. The girl sadly noted that in her entire life, she had listened to countless people who were concerned about her fate. After these words, the Undertaker began to envelop the young man's body with her mysterious shadow powers in order to move him. Shadow walking allows one to traverse space, but long-distance travel is difficult, so the technique is used for short bursts. Such abilities would be more than enough to sneak up behind the cursed demon monster. Leon materialized behind his enemy like a real shadow, using his partner's unique abilities. The young man realized with relief that he was exactly where he needed to be, right in front of the red seal on the ground. The young man realized that before him was the core of the ritual to summon the terrible devourer of cities from the other world. Leon saw a pulsating mass of life energy on the ground, gathered through human sacrifices. El Cid grimly confirmed that this was the result of sacrificing more than 10,000 innocent human lives. The young man felt genuine emotional pain at what he saw, and resolutely drew his sacred weapon to strike. Leon shouted throughout the underground hall that he could never forgive such inhumane treatment of people. Jezar, seeing his comrade's intentions, cried out in alarm, asking his brother why he was risking his own life. Suddenly, the young man froze in place, something sharp piercing his body, causing unbearable pain in his insides. The preacher's spider leg passed through Leon's body, piercing the young warrior's flesh with the holy weapon. The young man clearly couldn't withstand such a deadly blow, and bright red blood began to pour from his mouth. Even the wise teacher was in complete shock, completely unprepared for such a tragic turn of events. The demon addressed the young man with contempt, calling him a pathetic dog of the goddess, unworthy of the mercy of darkness. The preacher added that the ordinary milksucker had missed his last chance to save his own worthless life. The villain pronounced the blessing of his dark god, urging Leon to humbly accept his inevitable demise. All his companions, seeing what was happening, began to worry for the young hero, calling him a reckless fool. The enemy did not let them get close, threateningly sweeping his sharp horns across the stone ground in front of him. The preacher mockingly remarked that there was no need to worry about their comrade, as he would die soon anyway. The demon holding the young man on the hook asked mockingly if the victim was already dead, saying it was simply ridiculous. All Leon could think about was death. Was he really going to die here today? Would he really be unable to stop evil and perform a truly worthy deed of a true hero of justice? The guy mentally turned to his teacher, reminding him of their agreement to go to the Titanic Mountains together after their victory. Leon thought bitterly that he might not be able to keep his promise, as his life would end here today. All these dark thoughts haunted the young man. He couldn't believe the reality of the terrible events unfolding before him. Suddenly, Leon appeared before his eyes and confidently declared his complete faith in his comrade-in-arms' promise. The blonde added that no matter what, Leon would definitely succeed, and the young man's eyes lit up bright yellow. Gathering all his remaining strength in his fist, Leon tried to pull out the root that had pierced his shoulder painfully. After agonizing efforts, the young man cut off the spider's leg with his weapon and freed himself from the deadly grip of his enemy. The preacher was in complete shock at what he had seen. Such a thing was impossible even in the theory of satanic arts. Leon fell to the cold stone ground, but continued to hold his weapon in his trembling hands. With his body trembling and bleeding profusely, the young man managed to get back on his feet with incredible willpower. The young man understood that he had no chance of success, but the fate of a warrior compelled him to strive for victory. The teachings of his wise mentor, who had always stood behind his student, demanded that he never give up until his last breath. Even the spirit of the sacred weapon did not expect the fallen warrior to be capable of such heroism. Leon believed that as a hero, he had to defeat this creature and save everyone. There was simply no other way out. The preacher laughed, recognizing the willpower of the insect, which even with its last breath did not let go of the sword. Countless spider legs rushed toward the young man, and the enemy mockingly suggested that he try to defend himself against the attack. The holy spirit of the weapon awoke, and Rodrigo declared that Leon had left him no other choice in the situation. The spirit, in the form of a legendary hero of the past, said that the young man had done everything he could, and therefore deserved help. Rodrigo turned to his student and instructed him to look more closely at the magic unfolding before his eyes. Leon smiled as he watched the miracle, even though he was on the verge of death from his fatal wounds. The boy thought about the sword of the Big Dipper. That was what interested him most in the world right now. A true miracle occurred, and the 8-pointed sword of the constellation materialized in the hands of the dying warrior. True magic had been performed, and the young man's body began to glow with a divine fire of rebirth and healing. The use of the constellation's power puzzled the enemy, who did not understand why the boy had suddenly begun to regenerate. Literally a second later, the demon's head was severed from its mighty shoulders by the incredible power of the star weapon. The severed head of the monster rolled across the ground, and the preacher shouted that he had managed to wound the hero's body. The demon mockingly asked if Leon really thought that everything would end if the head simply flew off the monster's shoulders. The demon's head began to regenerate from its neck, but the process was slow and painful for the monster. The problem was that the regeneration wasn't working, and the preacher was amazed at the hero's resilience. Leon declared that the enemy had intended to look pitiful, but the guy had undergone a transformation with a mark on his forehead. The young man mockingly remarked that the enemy was sticking to his role to the end, functioning perfectly without a head on his shoulders. The creature screamed in rage about disrespect, completely losing its mind from the insults of the insolent boy. Elsid explained that due to his injuries, the destructive force was insufficient for a final victory. The teacher added that he was not sure if the body could withstand a second blow, but asked if the student was willing to take the risk. In return, the spirit would give a lesson that would normally cost a pretty penny, and the 7-pointed sword was activated again. This time, a different star from the Big Dipper constellation was used, one with incredible cosmic power. The preacher shouted in confusion, wondering why he couldn't regenerate his body, which had been torn into 2 bloody pieces. Realizing that his powers were waning, the demon decided that he had one last trump card against the cursed heroes. The monster began to curl up into an incomprehensible ball, promising to drag everyone down to the underworld with him. Leon replied that he had foreseen everything in advance, so he did not attack with his full destructive power now. The guy decided to give his enemy a good slap on the back of the head, smiling with obvious pleasure at what was happening. At these words, the preacher's heart simply sank with horror at the imminent retribution for his evil deeds. Rodrigo instructed them to look closely, explaining that the essence of the Big Dipper lies in the connection between the stars of the constellation. An inexperienced warrior might find it difficult to master even the first level of such cosmic techniques. But if the power is redirected correctly, it is possible to reproduce a single powerful star magic technique. Leon used the Cross of Power, and the entire Big Dipper constellation began to jump from place to place. The entire surrounding space began to shine with bright stars, illuminating the gloomy dungeon with divine light. The power of his teacher Rodrigo entered Leon, causing his body to shine like a heavenly body. The young man delivered a crushing blow to his opponent. It was hard to believe that such power could even exist. With the help of the star's power, he managed to shatter the red core of life energy into tiny fragments. The preacher realized that self-destruction was impossible, and in order to take everyone with him, the core was completely destroyed. The demon began to lose strength, not understanding the meaning of the nonsense happening to him and the collapse of his plans. The enemy was sucked into the portal, leaving with the words that it couldn't all end so ingloriously. Suddenly, a huge monster created by the preacher appeared and simply ate its creator whole. The monster's jaws snapped shut with a terrifying sound, leaving the preacher no chance of escaping the deadly trap. The city-destroying monster slowly sinks into the ground, disappearing into the depths of the other dimension forever. The huge piece of disgusting flesh simply vanished from sight, as if it had never existed. Elsid explained that it was a life-sucking creature, a cluster of life forces successfully destroyed by the team of heroes. The teacher added that if they had been even a fraction of a second late, Leon would have become the city destroyer's appetizer. His teammates lay on the ground, clutching their heads in horror at the realization that they had narrowly escaped a terrible death. When the mentor praised their excellent work, Leon suddenly began to fall to the cold stone floor of the dungeon. The boy was so exhausted from the battle that he could barely stand on his trembling knees from exhaustion. Jezar immediately rushed to the young man, carefully noting that his brother should not waste his strength on talking right now. The bishop began to use the goddess's power to heal the deep open wound on the young hero's body. The priest noted with relief that a real disaster for all of humanity had been narrowly averted. Jezar added happily that it was fortunate that the team had managed to deal with the threat in time. Karen asked her younger companion if they had won, and when she came to her senses, she saw a bright flash of light. Khan shouted loudly, asking the others what had happened to the terrible demon summoning ritual. The The activation of the city-devouring entity had been stopped, and the preacher was sucked back into his own interdimensional portal for good. In this hole between worlds, the villain was finally destroyed, unable to carry out his sinister plans of destruction. Leon finally fell unconscious, and Jezer asked the team to take care of the brave young warrior. The teacher was filled with pride for his student, realizing what an incredible feat the young man had accomplished today. El Cid acknowledged that today had truly been a day of heroic deeds by a true champion of justice and light. On such a solemn note, the ceiling suddenly began to crack and collapse onto the heads of the exhausted fighters. The team understood the nature of what was happening. The creator of this space had died, destroying his creations. Therefore, they had to leave this place as quickly as possible and take the wounded Kondrat with them for evacuation. The heroes made it out of the 25th district when the sun finally rose. It had indeed been extremely dangerous. Rodrigo noticed that in the end, Leon hadn't even learned how to form an aura, but he had already saved an entire city. The spirit was amazed at such foolishness. What kind of prophet of the Holy Sword was he, if the hero had almost died? In any case, the crisis was successfully averted thanks to the efforts of the brave team. Heroes often face similar problems, so this will be a good lesson for the entire region. As for the penalty for violating the ban, there was nothing that could be done. Force had to be used without removing the seal. El Cid suggested that the student would be able to deal with the problems himself if he continued to train and improve correctly. Thanks to the sword technique he demonstrated, the young man will be able to advance at least 2 levels in his skill. In the hospital ward, after all he had been through, Leon lay unconscious and exhausted, regaining his strength. The young man was awakened by bright rays of sunlight and did not even fully understand what was happening around him. The young man jumped up from the bed asking where he was, thinking he had died. When Leon rose so abruptly, his entire body began to tremble, and painful flashes of lightning shot through his body. The guy screamed in pain, his eyes turning a frightening white, distorting the features of his young face. Leon was terrified by what was happening to his body. He had never experienced such strange sensations before. The young man began to remember the events that had taken place, how he had received a huge wound from the demon in a deadly battle. He remembered how, after being wounded, he had awakened and been able to continue fighting against the forces of evil with newfound strength. Leon remembered how his teacher had entered him, granting him incredible power to defeat the Preacher of Darkness. All these painful memories simply enveloped the poor boy's head, causing dizziness and weakness. The young man realized that he had simply passed out immediately after all those dramatic and dangerous events. Leon thought he was in an infirmary, where everything looked luxurious and completely unlike a dungeon. The boy called out to his teacher, hoping he was there and could answer his student. Of course, the wise mentor appeared from the seal on the young warrior's hand as usual. Leon noticed that his teacher's appearance did not look as perfect and bright as it usually did. The mentor appeared in hologram form, insisting that his student listen to him very carefully. El Cid explained that if Leon reproduced this message, it meant that he had regained consciousness after the battle. The teacher congratulated him on his recovery, honestly admitting that the victory was thanks to him, so there would be no special congratulations. El Cid suggested they stop joking around and move on to a more important and serious topic of conversation. The spirit informed him that he would not be able to speak to or communicate with his student for an entire month. The teacher assumed that his student would be upset, but there was nothing that could be done about the situation. He had broken all the divine prohibitions. Leon wondered if all this was happening because his mentor had used his body for battle. El Cid replied that the problem lay in his perfection, but he hoped that Leon would understand what he was saying. Exactly 1 month remained until their next meeting, and the teacher hoped to see his student's aura perfectly formed. The mentor reminded him that he had personally demonstrated the use of the Big Dipper sword technique, so it was up to him to practice what he had seen on his own. El Cid explained that the student's body was at rank C and still had certain physical limitations. Leon pondered how complex the technique was, a truly amazing feat right before his eyes. The boy thought that if he could have seen Rodrigo personally use the technique in the past, it would have been the best lesson. The spirit of the weapon announced the end of the message, noting that as a teenager, Leon had really worked hard. The teacher added that the student had handled the situation well and should continue training seriously. Leon, having listened to the advice, promised to complete the task and not disappoint the wise teacher's trust. The hologram warned that the message would self-destruct in 5 seconds, forcing the boy to memorize the words carefully. When the young man was left alone with his thoughts, he looked at his hand and pondered what had happened. Leon recalled the Great Chariot Strike, a truly astonishing technique that exceeded all expectations of star magic. It was as if the situation had fallen from the heavens right before the boy's astonished eyes. Once his mind was clear of extraneous thoughts, everything became as transparent as the purest glass. The currents of atmospheric air, all the vibrations of space. Leon felt every detail of the surrounding world with incredible clarity. Even the ability to see through the distortions of space. The young man felt all of this on his own body. Only with the help of the aura of such an art of seeing through space could he appreciate the true power of the technique. The young man recalled his teacher's words that he had done well in solving the problem, and this memory warmed his soul. Those words truly warmed his heart completely. The young man was overjoyed to receive such praise from his mentor. Now Leon couldn't say that his mood had soured, but for some reason he felt a dull pain in his chest. Lying in the hospital ward, he heard a knock on the door and prepared to greet the visitor. The young man saw Jejar, who had come to visit the young hero after his dangerous adventures in the dungeon. Leon was overjoyed to see the bishop with whom he had gone through so many trials together. The young man noticed that the elf had not come empty-handed, but had brought with him a basin filled with supplies. The young man learned that the battle with the heretics had ended 3 days earlier while he lay unconscious. At the moment when the 5 members of the squad were making their way out of the labyrinth, Leon simply collapsed, and all the filth disappeared. Perhaps a special satanic technique had been used, as 107 people had been seriously injured throughout the city. Jejar noted that, as always, evil had failed to turn its insidious plans into a terrible reality. The young man thought that he should also inquire about the city devourer, as it was truly a terrifying creature from the underworld. Only thanks to the incredible efforts of the heroes was it possible to prevent this terrible tragedy and save the entire city from destruction. Leon modestly remarked that the bishop and other members of the squad had also made an invaluable contribution to the successful completion of the dangerous mission. The elf replied thoughtfully that he didn't even know if everything had really happened the way it appeared from the outside. Jejar turned to the young man, adding that if the respected hero had not joined the team, everything would have ended in disaster. Hearing these words, Leon became very nervous, thinking anxiously that his secret had finally been completely revealed. The young man asked the elf excitedly if he really knew about it. He couldn't believe it. The priest replied that after seeing the young man's actions during the operation, he was finally convinced of his suspicions about the truth. Jejar explained that he was first and foremost a member of the Golden Castle Knightly Order, so his experience was quite extensive. This experience was just as long and rich as the lifespan of the wise and ancient elf. Therefore, no matter how powerful Leon's solar aura was, he would not be able to defeat such a monster on his own. Furthermore, the abilities of the respected hero were not yet sufficiently refined and developed to be called a true master of martial arts. The young man honestly admitted to his shame that he agreed with his comrade. He definitely had more to learn. Jejar replied with admiration, saying he was impressed by the young man's courage to take such an incredible risk to save everyone. The elf added that the final blow was something impossible. He had never seen such destructive power before. This technique was created by the greatest warrior in human history, the legendary hero Rodrigo from ancient times. The sacred technique is called the Sword of the Great Bear, the Great Chariot, and is considered lost forever. Jejar remembered seeing a mention of this technique in an ancient book describing the deeds of legendary heroes of the past. Therefore, the probability that the Great Spirit had once again revealed its mighty form was practically 1 in a million. Leon replied that after all these words, he could no longer avoid giving his comrade in arms an honest answer. The young man reminded him that the bishop remembered the sword he had used in the dark labyrinth, and that it was not a call. His comrade confirmed that he remembered the weapon perfectly, but at some point it had suddenly disappeared from his hands for some unknown reason. Leon realized that the teacher was telling the truth. Even in his absence, the young man could still use this sacred sword. Therefore, the young man used the seal on his hand to summon the legendary weapon, preparing to demonstrate it to his comrade. The young man simply pulled the sword out of thin air, completely stunning his wise comrade. Leon held the sacred sword, which blazed with an insanely powerful energy, illuminating the entire hospital ward with divine light. The elf, who had lived so many long years, saw such a miracle with his own eyes for the first time in reality. Jejar literally fell to his knees, and the only thing spinning in his head was how lucky he was to have met a hero. The priest immediately knelt down in prayer. Before him shone the divine power of his patroness. Jejar apologized for his confusion and disrespectful behavior, not immediately recognizing the sacred energy of the goddess of light in the sword. The bishop delicately inquired whether the hero intended to continue hiding his true identity from the world. Leon explained that the seal of the holy sword had not yet been removed, and his skills were not yet refined enough for open recognition. The young man promised to reveal himself to the world when he was no longer ashamed to call himself a true hero. The bishop was overcome with joy. He had become one of the few chosen ones who knew the great secret of the future savior. In the priest's eyes, Leon already looked like a worthy hero, capable of protecting the world from any threat. Jazar promised to keep the secret, but cautiously asked permission to share the information with one person. Hearing the request, the young man wondered with interest with whom the bishop wanted to share such an important secret. The priest explained that he was referring to a saint to whom he planned to reveal the discovery. The ceremony to transfer her powers had not yet been completed, but such news could truly stir her soul. Thinking about the saint, Leon realized that he had no objections to such trust. The young man agreed to the request, declaring his complete trust in the bishop on this delicate matter. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching outside the door. Someone was heading toward the hospital ward. Jazar reassured his companion that the room was protected by a spell, and no one would hear their conversation from outside. After catching his breath following the revelations, the priest allowed the visitor to enter the ward to see the recovering hero. The adventurous girl Karen appeared, determined to cheer up her younger comrade after his ordeal. Upon entering, she did not understand the strange, tense atmosphere that reigned between the men. Karen asked awkwardly if her visit was too unexpected and suggested coming back later. Leon remembered belatedly that they had been together on a dangerous mission in the dungeon. The guy discovered Karen's true identity. She was a killer nicknamed the Gravedigger. During the fight, he had revealed his knowledge of her double life, as it held no interest for him. But Karen's appearance here with the bishop seemed too suspicious a coincidence to the guy. The girl reassured her younger companion that everything was fine. The bishop had caught her red-handed. It turns out that the adventuress had already revealed her identity to the wise priest and was no longer hiding. Leon was literally speechless with amazement and shouted, asking what was going on between his friends. The elf began to explain the situation related to the peculiarities of the aura. They had to understand certain things. Jazar reminded Leon that he was well aware of the solar nature of his aura and its unique properties. Jazar explained that he was Leon's opposite, the moon against the sun, and that their auras had the ability to resonate with each other. The priest added that they were sensitive to disturbances in communication, and that the probability of two people with such a rare shadow attribute meeting in the same place at the same time was very low. Therefore, such a fact seemed extremely strange, and everyone must have understood the truth when they passed through the spatial portal in the dungeon. Leon asked guiltily if the bishop would reprimand him for knowing Karen's identity and hiding it from the team. The elf replied gently that he had no right to judge whether it was worth revealing the secret or not. It was clearly not his place to do so. Jazar added that he could only admire the chance Leon had given someone to prove themselves at a critical moment. Initially, the priest was not eager to cooperate with a real murderer. He did not like the prospect of working in such a team at all. But the bishop had to admit that Karen gave everything she had, right up to her last breath, for the common cause and the salvation of the city. The girl shed her blood and continued to fight side by side with her comrades, despite the mortal danger surrounding her. If her nature had been that of a cold-blooded killer, such a noble choice would have been simply impossible for her. After all the revelations, Leon realized that the atmosphere in the chamber seemed to have eased considerably among all those present. The adventuress asked in confusion why everyone had suddenly started smiling at each other so strangely for no apparent reason. The elf addressed the girl, calling her Miss Karen, which made her immediately flinch with surprise and tension. Jazar said that he would like to hear her whole story first and understand the motives behind her actions. The priest asked why she had become a murderer and why she carried out orders using the identity of a simple adventuress. A deathly silence fell over the room after such a direct and painful question about the girl's past. Karen thoughtfully asked who, in the opinion of those present, was the most hated person in this cruel world. This unexpected counter-question greatly surprised the men in the room, causing them to pause and reflect. The girl bitterly explained that the most hated person was an orphan, and moreover, a person of mixed race. Leon realized that this was the past the girl had been trying to hide, and it did not look like an easy one. She was not just an orphan without parents, but a creature several steps below a vagrant, with a body covered in all kinds of injuries. She was a member of the lowest class in the truest sense of the word, threatened by every possible danger of the slums. One day, a man reached out to her and saved her, but unfortunately, his help was not so selfless. The outstretched hand turned out to be a trap, and the girl told him about the widespread exploitation of helpless orphans by criminal organizations. For the man who caught her, the further development of events was unexpected. She was a half-elf, half-human with unique abilities. Karen awakened her talent for killing at an early age, succeeding in numerous contracts. The faster her hands and blades moved, the higher her status rose. Eventually, she rose to the second rank in the hierarchy, with only the organization's boss above her. After eliminating the leader herself, Karen rose to become one of the three main forces in the criminal world of the region. She became a legendary assassin, repeatedly carrying out contract killings that many found too brutal. The most important thing was that the girl did not want to live as an undertaker, so she freed all the orphans of the organization. Her activities as an assassin became rare, and when the opportunity arose to start a normal life, she seized it. Karen decided to work as an adventurer, slowly washing away the anger and hatred that had built up over all those bloody years. The girl bitterly noted that in the end, the deception had been exposed in such an unexpected way. Karen admitted that now that her identity had been revealed, she did not think she could escape the justice of the Holy Church. Considering the help she had received in completing her mission, she asked not to be sent to prison, but to come up with an alternative punishment. Hearing these words, the men rolled their eyes in surprise at such a request from the legendary assassin. The elf addressed Leon with warm words, calling him a brother and comrade in the sacred mission. The young hero did not expect to be asked to decide such a serious matter of justice. The young man saw the priest simply looking at him with a smile, radiating warm and kind energy. Leon wondered with surprise if the bishop was really going to leave the decision on this important matter to his personal discretion. The young man reflected that such behavior would, in principle, be quite logical in the circumstances. After all, the verdict had been entrusted not to an ordinary person, but to a true hero, chosen by the Holy Sword. The guy understood that the young girl had become a murderer, not of her own free will, but because of cruel circumstances. The way she showed herself in the fight against real evil spoke to her true nature. Plus, her desire to live a new life did not seem fake at all. It was a sincere desire for change. In the situation that had developed, even the hero had no right to speak of forgiveness for the crimes committed. Therefore, Leon saw no need to point his sword at someone who sincerely repented for what they had done. So Leon said he was ready to give her two options to choose from, and she was free to pick whichever one she wanted. The guy promised that the team would respect Karen's choice regardless of which option she preferred. Hearing this, the girl was outraged, asking what nonsense it was that her teammates were making the decision. Incidentally, this was a good moment, as Leon had told the bishop that he did not want to reveal his identity. Therefore, the only ones who currently know about the hero's status are the bishop and, in the future, the saint. The young man delicately asked Karen if he could reveal who the guy really was. The bishop smiled, noting that such an idea seemed quite good under the circumstances. Jazar added that he was sure Karen would be of great help to the young hero in the future. Leon turned to the girl and asked her to make a choice after he showed her something important. Karen had no idea what was about to happen in the hospital room before her eyes. Sparkles of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes when a consecrated weapon of incredible power appeared. The young man realized that he had fully recovered and left the guild only a week after his battle with evil. When he came to the guild master, Leon thanked him for his care during his treatment. The master asked the young man if he was really okay with such a hasty departure. The guild leader remarked that it had been truly interesting to hear all the details of what had happened. The bald man added that it was nice to see such a young and fine warrior within the walls. If he changed his mind, he could come back at any time, the master said as he bid him farewell. Leon left the guild building, filled with determination and ready for new adventures. Karen was waiting for the young man at the exit, delighted to see him and addressing him as a younger comrade. The young man was also glad to see the adventurous, realizing that something important had happened during their separation. The girl's eyes immediately lit up and grew very large when she saw the changes in her companion. Karen was surprised to notice that Leon had changed so much and matured during their time apart. After that, the girl said that she had heard about the meeting with the guild leader immediately after being discharged. The conversation was about a generous reward for his help and a promotion to rank A. The guy said that despite such a generous offer, he had decided to decline the reward. Hearing this, Karen couldn't understand his true motivation, how he could refuse such an offer. Moreover, Leon said that the guild leader had offered to introduce the guy to an influential lord. But even this offer was declined, as the young man believed that the path of a hero was entirely different. Hearing this, Karen was stunned, the only question in her mind being whether Leon was an idiot. The girl mockingly remarked that now she understood that the guy was a hero, but also a complete idiot. Leon explained that if he had taken advantage of the opportunity, his role in the decisive battle would have become public knowledge. This meant that all sorts of criminal gangs and hostile forces would learn of the hero's existence. Although the guy still borrows the power of the Holy Sword to take revenge on the occultists, he is not yet ready to solve global problems. The young man added that he needed to train more and develop his skills to become a warrior worthy of the sacred weapon. Karen wondered if that was what the guy meant when he made that offer. The girl recalled how Leon had revealed his true identity in the infirmary and offered to become allies. As the two walked down the road together, the boy asked Karen if she had made up her mind yet. As they climbed the mountain, the girl noticed that this was the perfect place for an important conversation. Approaching a lush old tree, Karen explained that for elves, forests and trees were sacred like goddesses. Therefore, on that day, Leon's proposal was more like a question, and the girl wanted to say something important. Karen confessed that she felt no remorse for the blood she had shed, as she had no other way to survive. Born at the bottom of the social ladder, she understood that the death and suffering of people had given her the opportunity to change for the better. The girl expressed her hope that no one else would ever have to endure a fate and circumstances similar to hers. Having grown up without parents, Karen would like to see an end to people living such a terrible life. Hearing her revelations, Leon was completely shocked by such unexpected confessions from his friend. The girl added that if the guy promised to fight evil, she would have to do something important. Kneeling down on one knee, Karen solemnly declared her readiness to serve the hero until the end of her days. Leon looked at the girl kneeling before him and didn't know what to feel at such a solemn moment. Karen closed her eyes and bowed before her future savior with sincere reverence. For the first time in his life, the young man experienced something like this. Such trust and devotion from another person. The young man remembered his teacher's words that the true duty of a hero is to make today better than yesterday. Therefore, Leon swore for the sake of a future in which there would be one less suffering person like Karen. On that fateful day, the Undertaker died forever, and only the sincere girl Karen survived. The young man remembered his comrades and wondered what had happened to Khan after all the events in the dungeon. Leon asked Karen if she had heard any news about Khan, wondering if he had decided to return to his native slums. The girl asked her younger friend in surprise if he really hadn't heard anything, if Khan had just taken off and run away. Karen said that the very next day after the decisive battle, the bandit had gathered all his belongings and left the city walls. Since the leader was a pretty quick guy, it was unlikely that anyone could have stopped him from escaping the city for good. Leon thought about how nothing good awaited his friend after the most resounding victory of his life. Due to the operation, half of the slums were completely destroyed, turning into ruins and ashes. Now the city authorities had no choice but to demolish the dangerous area once and for all. Furthermore, despite his merits during the battle, as long as there are records of his crimes, Khan will not escape punishment. Therefore, even if the situation turned out to be unfavorable for the bandit, Leon never expected such a hasty escape. The girl noticed that the leader had a soft spot, so he fled without any hesitation or remorse. The young man recalled their first meeting, when he first saw this unusual and dangerous man in action. Indeed, Khan had amazed the young man with his incredible strength and ability to fight bare-handed against any opponent. Perhaps this means that someday the comrades will cross paths again and meet once more. Karen asked Leon what he planned to do next in the near future. The girl admitted that she knew absolutely nothing about the hero's plans and wondered if he was really going to move forward without a goal. After these words, Karen looked at the guy and solemnly addressed him as a true hero. Once again, Leon felt something he had never felt before. No one had ever spoken to him with such respect in his life. The young man thought about how he did indeed have a plan. After being promoted to rank B, he planned to go to the Titan Mountains. The guy remembered the words of his teacher, who said that 100 days would be enough to polish the solar aura to perfection. But the problem was that his wise mentor had fallen into a deep sleep for a whole month. While Leon was lost in thoughts about the future, the change in his expression confused the attentive girl next to him. Suddenly, a special spark lit up in the young man's eyes, and an unexpected idea popped into his head. Karen noticed with alarm that she didn't like the look on his face and hoped for the worst. Leon understood that he was dealing with a true professional adventuress with all 5 senses sharpened. She was truly a capable girl who knew how to use her surroundings to her best advantage. Karen used her skills in a way that was primarily beneficial to herself and her survival. Leon remembered watching his partner. In some places, it was impossible to keep up with her speed and agility. So Leon, with a mysterious smile on his face, told the girl that he would be counting on her help and support for a while. Karen literally turned pale, all color drained from her face, as she did not understand what the hero's words meant. The guy explained that first they had to go to Bishop Jezar, as they would need a fairly large space for training. Leon understood that it would take another 3 weeks and 2 days before the spirit of the weapon would awaken again. In addition, the young man had to try to master the technique of the Big Dipper and learn at least the basics of star magic. Now, deep down, the boy was thinking about how much he was looking forward to the long-awaited return of his wise teacher. When his companions went to the 13th district, they heard people saying that, fortunately, there were food supplies. All these vital supplies were only available thanks to the mercy of the church and Bishop Jezar himself. People obediently stood in a long line to get at least some bread and clean water for their families. The man distributing the bread kindly offered her more, saying that she had 2 small children and needed to eat more. Indeed, all the residents suffered greatly during the emergency evacuation from the devastated 23rd district. The kind man explained that the bread was not his personal property, so they should take it without paying. If the woman was grateful for the help, she should go to the temple and show her gratitude first and foremost to the goddess. For without the church and its support, people would not even have been able to hope for such kindness. This woman and many others came to the church, which was located in the former slum area. Everyone understood that there was a completely different atmosphere here, and indeed, one immediately felt at peace. Literally a second later, a very loud explosion rang out behind the church, causing the ground to shake beneath people's feet. All the parishioners who had come to pray in peace and quiet were extremely surprised by the sudden noise. Behind the church, there were very loud sounds of blows, which turned out to be a guy doing intense training. The young adventuress wielded her combat daggers with great skill and professionalism, demonstrating the mastery of an assassin. With the help of her sharp blades, the girl easily stopped the guy's powerful blows, as if it were child's play. After successfully blocking the blows, Karen took an active fighting stance and easily launched a swift attack on her opponent. In a matter of seconds, the adventuress completely disappeared from Leon's astonished eyes, using her shadow abilities. What was even more surprising for the young man was that the girl appeared right behind him with a dagger raised to strike. When the young man turned around, he couldn't understand how it had happened so quickly. The speed was simply incredible. Leon used his skills, taking a more rigid fighting stance, causing the ground to crack beneath his feet from the force. The guy did this to jump aside and avoid his opponent's deadly blow. Karen mockingly remarked that the young man was quite skilled with his feet, even at a critical moment in battle. This was much better than the girl could have imagined, as she thought he was completely hopeless in battle. The adventuress added that Leon would be better suited to the image of a killer than some kind of noble knight. Karen admitted that at the moment, the guy moved like a talented recruit, and his technique was quite good. But the girl warned that now his eyes would be his main problem, and disappeared from view again. Before Leon's eyes, two identical Karens appeared, moving in sync. The young man wondered in amazement how she had managed to create her ghostly double in just 2 steps. If the young man was going to try to keep up with her incredible speed, he would have to use the technique of anticipating the situation that his teacher had taught him. After analyzing his opponent's movements, Leon realized that the fake was on his left. The guy swung his weapon, and the girl was extremely surprised by what she saw in front of her. Karen ducked at the last moment and narrowly escaped losing her head to the young hero's sword. The adventuress asked Leon if he really could tell the difference between the real thing and the fake. The girl admitted that she had hardly used her aura and had moved as if in a real deadly battle. Karen suggested testing how perceptive the young man was in determining true intentions. Leon wondered with interest what would happen next in their training sparring. Before the young man's eyes appeared not 2 girls, but many more. Now there were 6 of them. She had used her mirage skill. The guy thought he had only seen a ghostly double before, but now he was facing a completely different deception technique. Karen smirked and noted that in that case, she could launch a full-scale attack, since that was the case. Leon understood that the enemy's speed had slowed, but the problem was the multitude of images, which made his eyes blur. The young man thought anxiously that he was completely disoriented in space, wondering where the original was, to his right or left. With his arm outstretched or bent at the elbow, the young man's eyes were strained as he desperately pondered this question. While Leon was deep in thought, the adventuress suddenly appeared right behind him with a dagger. Karen mockingly remarked that the score was now 102 to her, with all victories belonging to her. The young man admitted defeat with annoyance, adding that it was fun for the girl to mock her younger companion in this way. The adventuress explained that the aura's effect was similar to strengthening the body, especially in the absence of serious obstacles around. All conditions were extremely favorable for Leon, but he was unable to win a single victory. The young man thought about how well he had performed in the last decisive battle against the forces of evil. The young man was filled with pride as he recalled how well he had fought the mighty demon in the dungeon. Therefore, Leon believed that he had managed to achieve a high level of mastery in martial arts. But even when he looked at the difference between himself and Karen, he could feel a huge gap in their fighting abilities. It was also worth considering that the girl hadn't even fought the guy at full destructive power. Leon asked for her opinion on the last attack, but Karen replied that it was pretty decent. If the young man was able to see a phantom double, then he could be considered a naturally talented fighter. The guy was surprised to receive praise despite not having learned how to materialize his aura. Karen explained that the aura was a powerful weapon, but if you dodged the blow, you were done for. Therefore, Leon's vision, body, and movements had reached a level where such maneuvers were quite difficult to perform. An aura alone is not capable of pursuing and defeating an enemy who skillfully dodges blows. Most assassins often follow adventurers with similar fighting styles step by step. The only way to win is to outsmart your opponent in battle, using all available means. After all, it was the Undertaker who hit targets at long distances, so he has the relevant experience. The girl admitted that Leon's fundamentals were indeed very well honed, and in that regard he was doing well. Karen added that she was still in shock that the guy had been able to see her ghostly double. The young man had sharp eyes and good reflexes. It wasn't easy to fool him with deceptive movements. Karen noted that Leon only prevents himself from being deceived, but he completely lacks the military skills to deceive his opponent. Therefore, after successfully repelling the attack, the young man seems to find it difficult to take the initiative and go on the offensive against the enemy. The girl advised him not to worry too much about it. After all, tricks are necessary to fill in the gaps in one's skills. The base is created as a foundation for development. She doesn't know who the boy's mentor is, but she can say that he is a really good teacher. Leon remembered his wise teacher, Elcid, the spirit of a weapon who was truly a master of martial arts. Karen added that the young man didn't have to completely copy her, as their paths to becoming warriors were radically different. However, she thinks it's a good idea to have a few useful skills up his sleeve for critical situations in battle. The young man realized that the adventuress was indeed right. He needed to learn how to defeat a large number of opponents at once. Therefore, if Leon becomes stronger physically and mentally, he will be able to diversify his arsenal of techniques. For a second, Karen became the cold undertaker, and the guy was madly frightened by this sudden transformation of his partner. But then the young adventuress gently said that he didn't need to strain himself so much, but just relax. Karen explained that it was worth noting that an aura was a force created by the filtration of the internal energy of its owner's body. The girl added that, in other words, it was a kind of revelation of the true essence of the person whose aura was manifesting itself. The basis for this is the subject's life experience and worldview, even if we take as an example a situation of encountering an unknown enemy. Karen noted, however, that it is impossible to distinguish good from evil based solely on the external signs of the aura. Therefore, training the aura means making its essence purer and more powerful. For example, to train the fiery attribute, one must destroy. Most such actions lead to the formation of the purest consistency of the fire aura, with maximum destructive power. The difficulty of training varies depending on the attribute. In the case of the shadow aura, training consisted of carrying out orders. The girl noted that when it came to Leon's solar attribute, things would be completely different. Karen explained that the sun symbolizes a goddess and is manifested from generation to generation only in the truest heroes. So what is the first thing that comes to a guy's mind when he hears such a majestic word as sun? Leon replied that he feels endless light that brightly illuminates the whole world and completely dispels the darkness around him at all times. At these words, the young man suddenly realized something important. Wait a second. Bright light and the dispelling of darkness mean the protection of the weak. Karen noted with interest that she could see how Leon had drawn an extremely interesting parallel between light and protection. Perhaps it was because the previous training had greatly relaxed the young man, but he felt a boiling aura spreading through his veins like magma. With the help of his willpower, he needed to pull the inner flow a little and gather it with a feeling of concentration at the tips of his fingers. Therefore, an incredible heat burns inside him, and everything went smoothly until the concentration process. But how to release the aura outside? The guy realized that since we're talking about the sun, there's definitely no other way to show his power. A real glowing cube of solar energy literally emanates from the young man's hand, shining with a bright golden light all around. Karen did not expect the young apprentice to understand everything so quickly and be able to materialize his own aura. Leon knows that it's all about light, although the volume isn't large enough to use the cluster as a weapon. Nevertheless, the young man managed to release a cluster of genuine solar aura from the depths of his body. After such intense effort, the young man simply collapsed, and the girl immediately asked if he was all right. Leon realized that he had overlooked one important detail when he borrowed his wise teacher's power for battle. The young man did not know how many times higher the materialization limit of his own aura was compared to the normal level. Karen explained that the creation of a material aura is based on controlling the energy that flows out of the body, just as it is done inside the body, even if it is just light or something similar. The girl noticed that there was no significant difference between what Leon had just done and using weapons from his aura. Therefore, if the guy could use his aura more consistently and increase its range, his training would be complete. Karen compared it to recognizing the flow of aura like a vessel gradually drawing energy from the warrior's body. Bishop Jezer suddenly appeared and remarked that the materialization of the aura was not based solely on thought, but more like a game. Leon turned to the priest, noting that the bishop had finished inspecting the damage after their training. The elf smiled, saying that he had received a preliminary assessment of the damage caused to the surrounding area and buildings. The problem was that this damage had been caused by Leon himself some time ago near the temple. Therefore, Jezer informed him that he had brought a message from the saint, who was currently in the imperial capital. When the young man saw the letter, his eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed a message for him personally. If Leon's memory served him correctly, the solemn ceremony of transferring the saint's powers was currently in full swing. Therefore, more than 10 bishops could receive the sacred power at the same time by combining their spiritual abilities for the ritual. Even someone who had reached the limits of incredible mastery would not be able to suppress such colossal power and would simply explode from within. Who would have thought that the new saint would spill through the power of the former saint during the solemn ceremony of transfer? This is the 8th saint, named Elahan, from whom an incredibly powerful magical light emanates, illuminating the entire temple. Today, the strongest saint in history has been born, who will support the heroes in their sacred mission. After her solemn appearance, all the bishops approach the new saint in the main hall of the temple. Suddenly, the ground cracks open, and a huge mace appears, breaking the stone slabs of the foundation. This is the story of how 1,000 years ago the first saint accompanied the great hero King Rodrigo on his travels. At that time, she did so during long journeys, and fully realized her helplessness in the face of evil. Not only did she pray for the hero's well-being, but the saint herself had to have enough strength to defeat this evil. The Iron Castle was built on the orders of the first saint, and now the church has become the strongest armed group on the continent. Under the name of the goddess, from generation to generation, the saints were given the title of vice captain, a position created to support the hero. You can hear people talking about the latest trials of the 8th saint. She must prepare for the upcoming sacred battle. The girl took off her ordinary clothes, and a real magical transformation of her body and clothing began to take place. Thanks to divine power, her neat clothes changed into sturdy battle armor made of sacred metal. Elahan approached the altar, and her hand reached for the huge mace lying on the sacred pedestal. The heavy weapon, which the fragile girl took so easily in her hand, seemed to weigh no more than a feather. The bishops, watching this miracle, said that it was a great mace, the weapon of all the saints of past generations. In the distant snow-capped mountains, they saw the saint off, saying that before her was a trail left by the Holy King in the world. He left this footprint as a mark with one mighty swing of his legendary weapon on the rocks of the mountains. And the traces carved there further on are what the saints left during the consecration ceremony. The priests turn to the new saint and solemnly say that now it is her turn to leave a mark. Elahan stands in these snowy mountains, where the great hero Rodrigo once stood, thinking about his exploits. She thinks only of him and how significant he is in the history of mankind. Considering his past deeds and activities, the saint also thinks about the young Leon and his potential. Elahan knows all about his exploits and how the young man fought against real demonic evil. Despite his young age and relative inexperience, the master easily defeated the powerful demon in the dungeon. There are still 6 months left until the day of the Great Oracle, and Leon has already accomplished so much for the world. Elahan believes that now that she has finally become an official saint, she will not make the hero blush with shame for his weakness. The girl cannot even imagine how brave and courageous the young man is by nature. Therefore, the saint must become a worthy companion who will walk alongside the hero and be just as heroic. Elahan grips the hilt of the sacred weapon as tightly as she can, preparing to strike. She walks forward as confidently as possible. An aura and red lightning begin to circulate around her, frightening those present. The saint began to make a solemn declaration to all the sinners of the world, preparing to demonstrate her divine power. Swinging her weapon with all her might, the girl proclaims that she will execute all sinners with her own hands. From such an incredibly powerful blow, the entire rock began to crack and break into huge pieces of stone. All the church ministers watched this incredible sight in complete shock at the power demonstrated by the saint. The bishops could not believe their eyes. They had not witnessed such destruction with their own eyes in a very long time. And this girl with her hair flowing in the wind just smiled sweetly after such a devastating blow. Elahan modestly says that although she is not strong enough, she will allow her to be near the great hero. Reading this letter, Leon saw the words that the saint would gladly devote her life to serving others. At the end, she also wrote that she hoped to meet the hero in real life as soon as possible. When the young man read this, he couldn't believe his eyes. It really shocked him deeply. The young hero feels as if he has been suddenly thrown into a vat of ice water. Leon wonders whether this is good news or bad news for him. If the saint, who is considered the hero's companion, is so wonderful, then he needs to try even harder. The young man asked the bishop if it was true that the moon was the attribute of his aura. After that, the young man apologized for his tactless question, but asked what image was used to form the moon weapon. This unexpected question surprised everyone present, including the young adventuress and the wise elf. The girl tried to explain to the guy that such personal questions should not be asked of someone with such a powerful aura. But Jezar merely smiled and said that he would gladly tell Leon about the image of his lunar aura weapon. The bishop explained that he imagined different phases of the moon in his mind depending on the power he needed. The priest uses a thin crescent and a half moon when using a small amount of internal power in battle. The elf forms half a moon at medium attack power when more destructive energy is required. And Jezar summons the full moon when he fights at the limit of his abilities against the strongest enemies. In addition, there are special transformations, such as a transparent moon and a total lunar eclipse, making a total of 5 different variations of power. Karen is surprised that the bishop told them this so easily. Does he really trust them that much? Leon ponders one important point. There are indeed 5 lunar phases for forming different types of weapons. In his mind, the young man has already visualized it completely, realizing that, unlike the moon, the shape of the sun is absolutely constant. The young man thinks that this is why it will not be possible to construct an image like the bishop's with his lunar phases. However, there is still something interesting about Leon's solar aura that can be used in battle. Since the guy can create an image of a solar eclipse, it would be entirely possible for his power. If we understand the image of an eclipse as a concentration of power, then the sun, which always burns brightly, is the embodiment of continuity. So, in this situation, Leon simply needs to solve the problem of the simultaneous existence of light and eclipse. Jezar noticed that the guy's expression looked as if he had been struck by a truly brilliant idea. Smiling, the young man replied that yes, that was exactly right, and he would like to demonstrate his discovery right away. Therefore, the young man had no choice but to go to the back of the church for a practical demonstration. Leon turned to the bishop, clutching his weapon in his hands, and said decisively that they could begin. Jezar noticed that he liked the expression on the young man's face. It seemed that the boy had truly been struck by inspiration. The priest suggested trying to materialize the aura and do everything properly for the sake of learning. The young man steps forward, and the elf runs toward him, swinging his weapon and announcing the start of the attack. Leon blocks to deflect the chains from the bishop's mace, which are trying to wrap around his body in a deadly embrace. This chain is so long that it stretches for many meters around, creating a dangerous kill zone. The young man, looking at his weapon, tries to materialize an aura in his body to counter his opponent. The young man realizes that something is not going according to his original plan. Right now, Leon feels that active use of the aura is still difficult for an inexperienced fighter. Although in this training session he needs to respond to the bishop's attacks, the guy must not forget to work with his aura weapon. But even though Jezar is regulating his power, Leon must keep a close eye on his weapon. It is not enough to just block and dodge. One must also calculate the trajectory and aim for the best counterattack. Therefore, with a weapon like a chain, keeping your distance means keeping yourself safe. If he gets too close, he'll only be able to block half of his opponent's techniques at best. The guy realizes that these chains are gradually enveloping his entire body, narrowing his room to maneuver. His comrade mockingly asked if Leon was sure he could dodge this deadly attack. The guy himself is not sure of the outcome, as he is now almost completely enveloped by the bishop's metal chains. Leon assumes a fighting stance. The ground beneath his feet crumbles, and he thinks he must cast aside all doubts. The young man thinks that he must succeed at all costs and grips his weapon even tighter. The guy wants to use the Big Dipper sword technique he learned from his wise mentor. Focusing, Leon begins to imagine the image of an eclipse to better visualize his solar aura. A complete picture forms in the young man's mind. It is the eclipse sword, shrouded in darkness. The boy realizes that the first thing he was striving for was the second technique of the Great Chariot of the Constellation. This technique is really difficult. It must not be an unconscious repetition, but a manifestation of the hero's own will. What needs to be done is to compress the aura and put it into the blade of the sword, not allowing the energy to escape. The problem was in releasing the aura and deciding how to materialize it, which he managed to figure out on his own. Leon has what is known as eclipse visualization, which he clearly imagines in his mind during battle. This visualization allows the guy to feed his strength by drawing an analogy with cosmic phenomena. When his comrades see this, they are in utter shock that he has resorted to such a method. Jezar sees his mace simply split into 2 equal parts under the impact of the sword. Leon did all this with such inexplicable ease, tearing strong metal chains to pieces. The young man modestly remarked that this was just his unstable technique, which still needed refinement. The young man is still far from mastering the Big Dipper sword, so he will temporarily use the eclipse technique, although it can be said that the method he created is much simpler than the original technique. Now the hero has a move in his arsenal that will allow him to deliver a decisive blow to his enemy. Jezar told the young man that it was his favorite weapon, but he wanted to note his truly magnificent skill. Suddenly, Karen attracted attention by shouting that everyone should look here, as Leon had guests. It was the guild administrator, who greeted the young man joyfully, saying how long it had been since they last saw each other. The young man was genuinely happy to see this girl from the guild who had helped him so much at first. Everyone entered the church, and the girl noticed that this was the first time she had met the others in such a setting. The administrator also said that she had been worried about the young man, so she had brought along various potions and other useful items. This was a reward from the Lord, a bracelet with a space spell. It was very spacious and would be of great use to the hero. When Karen heard this, she thought with surprise that such a thing would cost several hundred gold coins. The girl boasted that her earrings had the same spatial enchantment, but were much smaller. Since the capacity is small, Karen can store all sorts of necessary small items for everyday use there. Leon, of course, accepted this generous gift and decided to put the bracelet on his wrist right away. He decides to try putting all the potions the administrator brought him into the magical accessory. Small portals actually open up, sucking the potions into the magical space. The young man realizes that this is a rather convenient magical tool, and that the count who gave it to him is truly generous. The administrator also informs him that the second reason for her visit is Leon's promotion to rank B. The girl explained that since the young man already had everything he needed for the promotion, she wanted to make him happy. The administrator asked him to simply show his aura weapon, and she would immediately provide him with the appropriate rank token. Leon remembered his teacher's words, who said that it would take 100 days of training to reach that level. But the young man had achieved it much faster, and he regretted that his mentor was not there to see it. So the young man demonstrates his skills to the administrator to get a token that will prove his new rank. The red-haired girl saw that the materialized aura had been confirmed with her own eyes. The guy received a token indicating that he now has the rank of B adventurer in the guild. Leon thinks that when he was studying at the academy, he couldn't even imagine achieving such heights so quickly. All his comrades clapped their hands and sincerely congratulated the young hero on his well-deserved promotion. The administrator also informed them that they had received a request that Leon had previously been looking to fulfill. The girl asked if the young man wasn't going to take on the duties of protecting the trade caravan. When the young man heard this, he had no idea what she was talking about, as he did not remember making such a request. The trade caravan was heading to the distant Titan Mountains through dangerous lands and needed protection. Their city is only a temporary stop. As soon as their supplies are replenished, the caravan will set off again. The smiling girl reminded the young man that she hoped he had not forgotten who she was, since Leon himself had asked her to find him a suitable job. The administrator added that she had managed to find him a place in the caravan with great difficulty, although it had not been easy. When Karen heard this, she asked suspiciously if it was some kind of terrible place. The guy thought that to solve the problem, he would ask the bishop for help, as he had strong connections with the guild. The administrator also had things to do, so until they received a response from the guild, the team continued their serious daily training. Leon stood against the young adventurer in battle, admiring her incredible speed. Perhaps the only thing more dangerous than skilled dagger throwing is the lightning speed of an opponent in battle. Karen, having been a professional assassin, was simply insane in this regard. Not only are her movements fast, but her attacks are so unpredictable that they drive any opponent mad. The adventuress explained that it was all because Leon's eyes were not looking at his opponent correctly during battle. The young man understands that it is absolutely impossible to rely solely on sight. The primary goal of training is to compensate for technical shortcomings. The young man knows that he needs to improve his ability to sense his opponent's aura and predict their movements in advance. He needs to focus on changes in air currents. Leon must learn to sense all these subtleties of combat. The boy must learn to sense even the slightest tremor in the space caused by the enemy's movements nearby. Karen suddenly appeared behind the young man, materializing there completely out of nowhere using her shadow abilities. But this time, even though it was unexpected, Leon managed to sense her approach in advance. Therefore, he instantly turned his weapon, which glowed with the most genuine solar fire, to block the attack. The girl was completely shocked. She hadn't expected the boy to sense her hidden approach. Karen jumped back lightning fast, but such a maneuver had not been part of her attack plan. The adventuress told the guy that it was truly amazing. She hadn't expected him to master the sense of aura so quickly. Leon replied that it was all thanks to his older friend, whose training had brought him to such a level of mastery. Karen was incredibly pleased. She hadn't expected to hear such sincere words of gratitude from the guy. The girl ran up to him and playfully remarked that the boy had said something cheeky to her. Leon thinks that if he doesn't forget this feeling and continues to use it, it will come in handy. A fellow bishop appeared and congratulated the young man, noting that he had once again demonstrated truly magnificent growth in his skills. With a smile, Jezer also shared some good news. He had managed to arrange a meeting with the guildmaster for later that afternoon. The guild had set up a temporary camp nearby, so the priest thought that after a personal meeting, it would be easy to resolve the issue. As they set off and approached the meeting place, the team realized that they had arrived just in time for negotiations with the head. Leon asked his companions if they would now go to the camp to resolve the issue with the caravan. When they entered the tent, the guy introduced himself and said he was a B-rank adventurer named Leon from the Capitals Guild. Arnold from the Merchant Guild, a man of Eastern descent, also greeted the adventurer very politely. The head explained that they were a small merchant guild, so he was very much hoping for mutually beneficial cooperation. Shaking hands, Leon replied that he also sincerely hoped for successful cooperation on the upcoming journey. After the handshake, the man clearly felt some distrust toward the young man. Something had alarmed him. Arnold thought that the young man's palms were not at all what they should be for an experienced adventurer of high rank. They were too soft and delicate for someone who had supposedly been through many dangerous adventures and battles. The man turned to Leon and said bluntly that his handshake exuded a strange inexperience. Hearing these unexpected words, the young man was confused. He remembered that he had done everything correctly and naturally. After their frank conversation, complete trust developed between them, although before that there had been a noticeable awkwardness in the air. The guild leader honestly admitted that he was on a tight budget and wasn't sure he could hire a decent escort. Arnold added that this route was indeed dangerous for a trade caravan traveling through wild lands. Leon remarked that if the caravan was accompanied by an A-rank adventurer, it would be the most important insurance policy they could have. When the head heard this, he thought anxiously that they definitely wouldn't have enough money for an A-rank adventurer. Arnold said that it was indeed important insurance, but it would be impossible for their small guild to find someone like that. The man added that, more importantly, he doubted that an adventurer of such rank would agree to protect a small guild. A token suddenly appeared in Karen's hands, on which the rank A was written in gold letters. The girl apologized for introducing herself so late, but said that she happened to have this high rank. The adventuress smiled and added that there was no need to worry about money, as she was accompanying Leon. Therefore, Karen suggested setting the reward at the level of her junior companion's rank, which would be sufficient. The man beamed with joy, apologizing for taking advantage of her generosity, but his budget was limited. The girl replied that she was the one who should apologize for showing up at their doorstep unexpectedly. When the team had already left the tent, Leon noticed that there was nothing wrong with the chief being so kind. The young man also asked his older companion if she was sure that everything was okay with this decision, and she confidently confirmed that it was. Karen calmly remarked that now they could enjoy the pleasure of their journey to the Titan Mountains with peace of mind. When Leon looked behind him, he saw that the hired mercenaries were also there, preparing for the expedition. The young man was seeing them up close for the first time. He had never encountered such professional warriors in his life. Even during the dangerous operation in the dungeon, he had not encountered other armed forces of such a high level. But every single one of them looked really strong and experienced, battle-hardened guys. Karen warned him that the mercenaries had some prejudices against adventurers, but that everything would be fine. The young man thinks with interest about how he will soon say goodbye to this city that has become his home. Will the young man ever return here, or will this place remain just a memory? After Leon left the cage called the Academy, his life changed dramatically for the better. The guy remembers how difficult it was in the very first moments of his stay in an unfamiliar and frightening city. When he first arrived in this city, everything seemed incredibly vast and incomprehensible to him. In this amazing city, Leon was able to meet truly good people who changed his destiny forever, even though some of them may have been gangsters or shady characters by origin. And of course, the young man met his beloved Bishop Jezar, who turned his life upside down. A lot happened with this wise elf, and even if his memory erases other places, he will never forget this city. Of course, if possible, the young man would like to leave the city after his teacher awakens from his slumber. But if he missed this opportunity, it was unclear when he would have another chance to reach the Titan Mountains. The bishop said goodbye, saying that the goddess would bless the hero's journey, during the day in the form of the sun, and at night in the form of the moon. Leon expressed his gratitude to the priest for everything he had done for him during their acquaintance. If it weren't for this fateful meeting, they would never have been able to defeat the terrible devourer of cities. The young man believed that this could be called the will of the goddess, who had truly guided them to this great goal. His friend said that he would like to give Leon something meaningful as a parting gift. It was a sacred necklace containing true consecrated power, an item for healing purposes. Jezar advised him to use the amulet when he found himself in a situation where it would be difficult to get his weapon. The bishop also added that this ancient relic had another important hidden function for its owner. When the young man heard this, he asked curiously what that function could be. The elf explained that if he showed the necklace to someone in the church leadership, they would immediately recognize it in Leon. The young man would be able to summon all the knights of the Iron Castle Order nearby to help in the situation. When the young man heard this, he couldn't believe it, as the knights of the Iron Castle Order were considered incredibly strong warriors in the Empire. Therefore, the bishop warned him seriously to use the necklace with extreme caution, as it was a priceless gift. Leon thinks that even if the call is a one-time thing, it's hard to say what its true price and possible consequences might be. The carts began to gather in a long column, horses were harnessed, and everyone was getting ready for the long-awaited start of the dangerous journey. The Guildmaster Arnold smiles and politely asks if the heroes have finished their internal preparations for the journey. Pointing to the sumptuous food on the table, he explains that breakfast has been prepared exclusively for the caravan's honored guests. The young man modestly says that it is not necessary to show so much care for simple adventurers. Karen noticed that this was the first time Leon had been treated this way, and his expression was as if he were about to collapse from sheer embarrassment. The young man jokingly replied to his partner that it was all because of his senior comrade and her high rank in the Adventurers Guild. Karen warned anxiously that they might have some extra trouble on the road in the near future. When the guy heard the adventuress's alarming remark, he didn't understand what she was talking about at first. Then, when Leon turned his gaze back to the mercenaries, it was as if he suddenly understood the situation. Behind him, the young man saw a group of mercenaries whose eyes glowed with a cold blue light of undisguised threat and hostility. The stern warriors had expressions on their faces as if they were ready to cut off the young hero's head right then and there. The young man honestly admitted to his companion that he had no idea there would be so many hostile mercenaries in the caravan. The young adventuress advised the young man to take a closer look at all the people surrounding them in the camp. It seemed that there were indeed many professional warriors here who were annoyed by their unexpected presence. Leon did not expect to hear such a serious warning from his experienced partner in such a critical situation. Still, nothing bad happened, and the heavily loaded wagons began to slowly move forward along the winding road. Sitting inside the comfortable carriage, the young man realized with surprise that they were moving much faster than he had initially expected. Karen patiently explained to her companion that 2 strong horses were pulling the carriage, which had a spell carved into it to make it lighter. Lightweight is one of the most common and extremely useful magic spells for long journeys. Although the spell is incredibly convenient in every way, it is not equally effective everywhere. In the mountainous terrain of the Titan Mountains, with its steep descents and ascents, this spell has to be completely disabled. By evening, they decided to set up a temporary camp, as the sun was already setting, and they needed to rest a little after the tiring journey. The guy thinks that maybe they should get out of the cramped wagon for a bit to get some fresh air. The young adventuress calmly said that she wasn't hungry yet, so he could go for a walk alone, but to call her if there was any danger. The guy nodded and told his friend that he understood the older adventurer and her wise advice perfectly. Leon saw that absolutely everyone was making the necessary preparations so that everyone could rest as much as possible during the short stop. It was clear that the entire guild was moving in unison, like a single organism. One could say that these people had been working together for a long time. When the guy looked to the side, he felt a strange, hostile aura. The hired assassins were approaching him again. The young man knew that they would definitely approach him if he was without the protection of an experienced adventurer. Leon politely asked the warriors if they had any specific business with him or questions to discuss. The mercenaries rudely replied that the guy was talking as if he were their direct employer and had authority over them, to which the young man calmly replied that if that was what they thought, then he was indeed speaking as their superior. The warrior heard that Leon was pretending to be an important person, but in reality, he was completely insignificant in this world. The guy said that the mercenary was starting to feel sick at the thought that his experience had turned into nothing in front of such a nobody. The hired killer was furious, clenching his teeth in rage, and moved even closer to the insolent young man to fight. But before the fight could even begin, someone unexpectedly intervened. It was Karen who asked how long boys had been fighting with words instead of their fists, and if they didn't believe in their abilities, they should settle it in a duel. All the mercenaries, when they saw this girl up close, were completely shocked by her incredibly high level of professionalism. The warriors saw a female adventurer with such an impressive rank and skill in combat for the first time in their lives. The girl asked if they were afraid she would intervene on her comrade's side at any moment during the fight. The hired killer replied that they were not, as long as she was prepared to ensure truly fair judging without bias. The warriors declared that in that case, they would be happy to fight her confident friend in a fair battle. Karen asked the young man if he would be willing to face his opponent in combat right now, in front of everyone. Leon realized that events were unfolding exactly as the experienced girl had predicted earlier about possible problems. Mercenaries here tend to look down on adventurers, so they need to be taught a lesson with force. The guy thinks about how much he misses a wise teacher who could give him advice in a difficult situation. But when the young man thinks about it, he decides that it's probably not worth regretting the absence of a mentor. He sees that his opponent is a veteran mercenary of the same rank as himself, that is, level B. Therefore, Leon understands that he doesn't have much chance of losing in the upcoming fair fight. The guy thinks with anticipation, let's see what happens in this interesting confrontation. A young adventuress has started taking bets from the audience on who will win the upcoming battle between the warriors. Leon is puzzled, wondering if the cunning girl has started all this just to collect money from the spectators' bets. Karen dramatically announced to the crowd that a grand battle awaited them, where everyone would see the true winner. She politely approached the guild leader, Arnold, asking if he wanted to place a bet on any of the participants. The merchant approached with interest and whispered something in his ear, carefully passing on his bet in secret. Leon smiled to himself, as it was obvious who the man was betting on and why he was being so secretive. The young man resolutely announced that now that all the formalities had been settled, they could finally begin their long-awaited fair fight. The confrontation between the adventurer Leon and the mercenary Hansen from the renowned Steel Claws squad attracted the attention of all the caravanners. Karen authoritatively reminded everyone that direct hits with real weapons were strictly prohibited by the established safety rules. She added that both participants were required to strictly follow her commands throughout the entire match. The judge confirmed that the fighters understood the rules, receiving clear nods of affirmation from both sides. The participants took up classic fighting stances, positioning their feet correctly and preparing for an exciting battle. The command to begin was given, and Leon stood resolutely opposite his seasoned opponent in the circle that had formed. The young man noticed his opponent's long spear and massive shield, realizing that he was fighting a true veteran of high rank. Among level B warriors, it was quite rare to find someone who preferred the classic combination of a shield and a spear. Numerous silver scratches on the surface of the shield spoke volumes about the unusual origin of the protective equipment. The young man remarked aloud that the shield looked much more complex and of higher quality than it might appear to a casual observer. Hansen readily confirmed the young man's assessment, explaining that a small amount of meteorite alloy had been added to the shield. Several years ago, the warrior had saved a gnome craftsman from bandits, for which he had received this unique shield. Leon was genuinely surprised by his opponent's openness, as tactical information was usually carefully concealed from enemies. The mercenary shrugged casually, explaining that there were no secrets and that fair play had never been part of the plan. Hearing such a revelation, Leon was not at all surprised by the straightforwardness of an experienced professional warrior. The young man instantly understood the true reason for such contempt. He was clearly considered a completely safe and weak opponent. The young man remembered his teacher's instructions about lightning-fast attacks and decided to immediately put his knowledge into practice. Instantly disappearing from his original position, Leon swiftly moved toward his opponent, using his maximum speed. The hero rushed forward at the enemy, who was ready to defend himself and had already taken up a stable position behind a reliable shield. Swinging his sword and gritting his teeth in tension, the young man prepared to deliver a powerful, crushing blow. When the weapons collided with the shield, something unexpected happened. The enemy withstood the attack but was shocked. The hired assassin could think only of the strange sensation, for a truly monstrous power emanated from his young opponent. The enemy thought that the perfect moment had come to launch a decisive counterattack against the overconfident young man. Hansen decided to swing his spear, but Leon parried the predictable attack with remarkable ease. The mercenary thinks that a one-handed spear with a shield is a good balance between blocking blows and quick counterattacks. It is a conservative fighting style that prioritizes reliable defense. Leon thinks with annoyance that with every attack he makes, he only hurts himself. It feels like he's facing a real hedgehog with spikes that can only be dealt with by using his eclipse skill. But the guy isn't entirely sure if he can break the sturdy shield in half this way. However, if the enemy continues with this defensive tactic, Leon simply has no other choice. The guy mentally addresses the mercenary, warning him that he is about to get an unexpected surprise from him. All the spectators are shocked by what is happening, wondering why the adventurer suddenly crouched down in front of his opponent. Even Karen herself, who is closely watching the fight, does not understand what her younger comrade is up to. In front of the astonished mercenary, the young man literally disappears again in a matter of seconds, using his speed skills. Leon swiftly places his foot on the shield of his stunned opponent, catching him off guard with an unexpected maneuver. His opponent clenches his teeth in tension and frantically thinks about what will happen next. The young man pushes his opponent back with a powerful kick, causing him to lose his balance and stability. Leon asked with a smirk how the mercenary liked his attack with his foot instead of a traditional sword. It was indeed a completely unexpected attack, and the element of surprise is the most important thing in any fight. The opponent was puzzled, Wasn't Leon a true swordsman? Why had he suddenly started fighting with his feet like a street brawler? Frightened, the warrior raised his shield, seeing that the young man was continuing to press forward with all his might. But Leon suddenly materializes behind the confused mercenary and swings his sharp weapon. The young adventuress watching the fight realizes that these are the steps of a pure assassin. This is exactly what they had trained so hard for together. Who knew the skill would be needed so soon? With a crushing blow, the guy knocks his mercenary opponent off his feet, finishing his swift attack in spectacular fashion. Leon then presses the tip of his sword against the throat of his defeated enemy, demonstrating his complete victory. The young man realizes that he has won the duel, and although there were difficult moments, he still achieved a well-deserved victory. All the spectators are in complete shock, thinking about their bets, never imagining that the young adventurer could defeat the veteran. Leon knows that the techniques he learned from Karen have proven to be incredibly useful in real combat against an experienced opponent. If his teacher sees this, he'll immediately start lecturing him on why he's imitating the techniques of professional killers. But in case of necessity, it's better to have more techniques in your arsenal, and the other opponents are unhappy with what's happening. A dark-skinned man with a scar on his stern face firmly stated that he had had enough of such humiliation of his comrades. The warrior admitted that even seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't comprehend the huge difference in combat skills. This was truly a young man who possessed incredible abilities for his age. This hired assassin decided to bow before Leon and ask for forgiveness, saying that they had underestimated his strength. The young man deserves an even higher rank, but they were blind and failed to recognize the true talent of the adventurer. The man continued that it was their fault for treating him that way because of his young age. It was even regrettable to realize that despite their mature years, they were on the same combat level as the young man. Moreover, the four men were traveling in a wagon completely alone, without female company on the long journey. Leon, on the other hand, was sharing the wagon with such a beautiful girl. So the mercenaries had simply begun to secretly envy him. The warrior continues to apologize with tears in his eyes, saying that he forgives them for their pettiness and narrow-mindedness. Leon's heart warms at their sincerity, and he smiles kindly at the touched mercenaries in response. Extending his hand in reconciliation, the young man suggests that now, after all this, they should live in true friendship. A true light begins to envelop the warriors, and they wonder if this is the most genuine human kindness. The hired killer declared that they were now in his debt, and would someday be able to wash away the shame. But the young man replies that there is no need to talk about any debt between comrades. The dark-skinned warrior objects, saying that it is nonsense, because a real man's debt is more valuable than his own life. You may not accept their will, but know that they will definitely repay them in full. And at night they went to get some beer. All the mercenaries and guys in the camp were happily drinking alcohol, but Leon didn't really want to join them. But then his comrades persuaded him, and the guy ate his fill and drank well with his new friends. A young adventuress watches the guy and can't take her eyes off him. So much does he appeal to her sensitive feminine soul. Karen tells her younger friend that he could make up a funny story about how the brave hero can't hold his liquor. But the guy doesn't care at all. He continues to sleep peacefully after drinking heavily with his friends. After reconciling with the mercenaries, the atmosphere within the entire guild improved greatly, to everyone's delight. Leon even gained some unexpected benefit from this initially unpleasant conflict. Hansen was a former member of the Northern Army, and he taught the guy how to fight various groups of enemies effectively. But the other mercenaries were also eager to tell me their battle stories, thanks to which I learned a lot of new and useful things. One of them asked permission to ask a question that had been bothering him for a long time, and to which he wanted an honest answer. While the lovely Karen slept peacefully, he asked what kind of relationship the young man had with this mysterious adventuress. Leon didn't really understand the question at first, which seemed overly personal and inappropriate for discussion. The young man asked in bewilderment if they were really so interested in the details of his relationship with his partner. The young man began to say that he didn't understand what they were talking about, trying to hide his growing embarrassment. The hired men noticed that the very fact that they were traveling together in the same carriage spoke volumes. The leader of the hired hands suggested that they should be considered teacher and student in martial arts. He meant that their movements were quite similar, but they communicated with each other without any formalities. When the guy heard this, he remembered that the leader's name was Hamel, a former forester with excellent powers of observation. Leon replied that they had grown close while carrying out dangerous missions, and that it was not the kind of relationship they were thinking of. So the guy continued to explain to the mercenaries that they were completely wrong, that there was absolutely nothing romantic between them. Karen had already woken up from the voices, so she could hear the frank dialogue on the street perfectly. Leon thinks that not only is the caravan being accompanied by a high-level adventuress, but she is also traveling with a boy. He was clearly mistaken for a boy who considered the request trivial and was hiding behind a woman's skirt. Sometimes they stop for the night, and when they travel, they even get out of the cramped carriage for a short while. The boy should be spending every precious moment of his life improving his combat skills. Literally a second later, a powerful explosion rocks the peaceful camp, loud enough to be heard throughout the surrounding area. Someone's fresh blood begins to drip onto the ground, flowing neatly in scarlet drops from the sharp blade of a weapon. Leona has just been attacked with a cold weapon, blood is flowing, and the attacker stands nearby with his sword raised. This is the same mercenary who wanted to suddenly strike the unsuspecting young man with his huge two-handed sword. Everyone present is in complete shock at what is happening. Could this be a duel with Commander Gustav? The dark-skinned man acknowledged that the young man was strong, but he didn't think he could stop his serious attack. But Leon honestly replied that he couldn't say it was easy, as he had barely managed to stay on his feet. Gustav explained that he hadn't used any special techniques. He had simply decided to strike his opponent with all his might. Gustav confidently declared that he was absolutely certain that the guy would not dodge the blow. So it was a kind of test. Leon honestly replied to the commander that he was also a little disappointed with the outcome of the clash and his own lack of reaction. The stern commander began to laugh heartily, and said that the more he looked at the young man, the more he liked him. Leon thinks that responding to force with speed alone is a rather foolish tactic that only works in a fair fight. Therefore, if a real deadly battle were taking place now, he would have been beheaded long ago by the enemy's sharp blade. The young man thanked him for the valuable lesson, to which the commander replied that he could come to him at any time. Then he added that the young man should know that for some time they would not be able to fight each other. Gustav explained that tonight they would reach the edge of the forest, and if they made any noise, annoying creatures would come after them. When the boy heard this, he wondered how long it would take to cross the forest completely. It was difficult to predict exactly, because even in the best-case scenario, it would take them about 3 days of continuous movement forward. So it turned out that they might have to fight various forest monsters, which was to be expected in such a wild place. A caravan of such an impressive size could be bypassed by attackers, but various predators might still try to hunt the people. The commander warned that if they encounter a monster of average strength, it will definitely try to attack the caravan. This is because the dense forest is home to bloodthirsty trolls that are dangerous to travelers. When Leon heard this, his expression became much more serious. He knew exactly what kind of enemies they were talking about. Adult trolls are 4 to 5 meters tall, and compared to other monsters, they are quite agile. Despite their enormous strength, trolls are quite capable of climbing tall trees with ease. When the boy heard this, his eyes lit up even more with anticipation. He was extremely curious to meet such enemies. The young man knew absolutely nothing about trolls before, but the information he received was completely new to him. Trolls attack in organized groups and can use weak goblins as their obedient subordinates in battle. Therefore, Arnold, the head of the guild, announced that the caravan was about to enter a dangerous forest, so everyone should be on guard. Those responsible for protecting people and goods, please perform all your direct duties properly. Leon realizes that after the long, boring plains, something truly interesting is finally about to happen for a young warrior. He will find himself in a wild forest inhabited by all these legendary monsters, which is truly amazing for an inexperienced adventurer. Karen, who had just woken up from the noise, wondered if it was finally time for their real security work. The guy calmly replied to his partner that they were now in a dense forest, and you could never predict when the enemy would appear. Karen patiently explained that her younger companion was a novice and didn't know much, but that the creatures would most likely appear in the morning, or at dawn. In fact, it was quite possible that the monsters would appear in broad daylight, so it was better to just rest and forget about their worries. When Leon heard this, he thought, okay, the girl is right. I need to get some sleep before such an important day. But then the young man realized that he had not yet fully recovered from his recent battle with the harsh mercenary captain. The caravan continued its journey through the dark forest, with complete darkness reigning among the ancient trees. Suddenly, Karen stood up abruptly and called out to her younger companion in alarm, sensing something was wrong. Hamel, who had been an experienced forester in the past, didn't notice anything suspicious around the caravan at first. But then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and began to sniff the air carefully, sensing a growing danger nearby. The warrior quickly grabbed his trusty weapon, his bow, as he sensed a strange and ominous smell in the air. Hamel released an arrow, which glowed bright green, cutting through the night like a beacon. Then a very bright green light appeared in the sky, illuminating everything around the caravan for a great distance. It became clear that all sorts of monsters had emerged from the thick bushes where they had been hiding in ambush. The caravan was about to be attacked by enemies, so Karen and Leon quickly ran forward to protect the people. The archer used aura arrows and fired 3 deadly projectiles at the enemies at once. The arrows flew at tremendous speed and were imbued with powerful green energy capable of piercing any monster's defense. Thanks to this, the projectiles pass right through the bodies of these terrible goblin creatures, killing them instantly. The commander thanks his subordinate for his skillful actions, saying that it was truly excellent work by the archer. But Gustav also adds that it is now their turn to show these goblins who is really in charge here. The other brothers join the fierce battle and decide to cut down these vile green creatures without mercy. The mercenaries do this with relative ease and simplicity, without any additional effort or serious exertion. Leon, watching the events unfold, realizes that this is completely different from participating in a punitive expedition against cultists. Back then, the team broke through the enemies by relying on their individual skills and personal mastery. Now, however, they find themselves in a situation where they must carry out various attacks, fighting side by side with each other. The commander asked the young man if this was his first time participating in such large-scale group battles. Gustav grabbed his head and said with annoyance that, damn, it was hard to fight with inexperienced young soldiers. The warrior decided to give the young man a hint, and told Leon to look carefully to the right of his position. The young hero turned his head in genuine confusion, not understanding what the experienced commander wanted to show him. After that, Leon decided to pull himself together, his gaze suddenly becoming determined and focused on the battle ahead. The young man understood perfectly well that he had to try to attack the enemies first, so he rushed forward toward them. The young man cut through the green creature with astonishing ease with his sharp weapon, as if he were cutting ordinary straw with a scythe. Suddenly, he realized that using the sacred sword gave him a completely new feeling. When it came to goblins, the young man had already encountered them while training in the forest with his wise teacher. But now he delivered such a slashing blow with much greater ease, proving that he had indeed become much stronger than before. The battle between the defenders and the enemies continued, with the monsters attacking the caravan from behind, but they were completely destroyed by the mercenaries. The young man heard everything that was happening and thought with admiration, amazing, what excellent teamwork this is. Their commander begins to laugh loudly and joyfully, sincerely delighted with the coordinated work of his subordinates. Gustav continues to skillfully chop defenseless goblins in two with his huge two-handed weapon. The warrior moves through the crowd of monsters as if they were nothing more than annoying ants. When the young hero watches this, he notices the incredible ease with which the commander wields his massive weapon. Leon thinks, okay, maybe I should try the same thing. And with that, he crashes into an allied warrior. His partner indignantly says, hey, you idiot, you almost ran into my sword. You need to be much more careful. The guy, when this happens, can only apologize, as he didn't want to be such a clumsy helper. The young man is upset, thinking that he's just getting in everyone's way and not being of any use. If he continues to fight in the same disorganized manner, he will only get in everyone's way during an important battle. He needs to focus so as not to cross paths with other experienced warriors in the team. He had to stick to his space and find gaps in the enemy's defense that he could fill with his own attacks. The guy realized that damn, he finally managed to see the trajectory, ran forward, and skillfully helped his comrade. The mercenary apologized to Leon and said he was sorry for yelling at him earlier for no reason. Karen watched what was happening and thought proudly about how the guy was growing up right before everyone's eyes. Another arrow filled with a powerful aura was sent into the sky, illuminating the battlefield with a bright light. After that, the last stubbornly resisting goblin was defeated and now lay lifeless on the damp ground. The commander says with satisfaction that the attack by these vile creatures has been successfully repelled by their combined efforts. Gustav asked if anyone had been seriously injured by these pathetic scum during the battle. They also turned to the young man and Leon, asking if he could stay here for a while longer. The commander explained that there was still one important task left for the security squad: hunting down a dangerous troll. When Leon heard this, he was completely taken aback by the proposal, thinking about the possible consequences of participating. Karen noticed that it seemed like the security squad really intended to fight such a powerful monster in the forest. Gustav confirmed that yes, he had already discussed this serious matter with the head of the Merchants Guild. Trolls treat strong and weak opponents completely differently, as everyone knows from experience. So if you demonstrate your high rank and strength to them, they will simply be frightened and run away. Therefore, when the girl heard this, she understood all the hints and realized that it would be better for her not to interfere in the fight. The commander replied that it was just a safety recommendation, and that the adventurers themselves would make the final decision. The girl decided to ask Leon what they should do in this difficult situation. Karen reminded her that these were trolls, which the guy had probably never encountered in battle before. But Leon knew that this was a medium-sized monster that usually lived in dense forest thickets. Such monsters appear at least once in any adventure story and differ from familiar enemies, especially from those creatures, from that demon who was his main enemy in the decisive battle in the dungeon. Therefore, the experience gained in this battle with the troll is truly important for his development. If he is offered the chance to fight a monster whose body surpasses that of a human, the young man should try to do so, because it reminds him of battles with various monsters that taught him important lessons about strength and skill. The young man resolutely says that he must try to do it despite the danger. And of course, Karen responds with a smile, saying she knew he would want to do it. The girl explains that she is fully prepared for this dangerous expedition against the forest monsters. But then the adventuress adds that, regardless, she has one important condition. Karen asked if he would be able to fight the troll one-on-one at some point. When the guy heard this, he was shocked, thinking that he hadn't signed up for such a test in the first place. The girl says that if he agrees to this condition, she will let him go on the battle against the troll. If Leon kills the troll on his own, he will be paid as agreed for a job well done. The carts continue to move slowly through the dark night along the winding forest paths. Leon notes that it has already been 4 days since they entered this dense forest. The first few days were filled with goblins, and on the second day, some very unpleasant and aggressive forest monsters appeared. The young man has no idea what monsters might suddenly attack their caravan, even in theory. This is an unpredictable pattern that no one can simply foresee in advance, not even experienced travelers. Leon thinks about how, even though they've been moving non-stop, they haven't even made it halfway through this huge forest. The boy knows that the caravan has become a target for all the monsters of the forest. Although the weak goblins do not pose much of a threat, the young man wonders if it is possible that after observing them, the trolls will not attack the caravan. Karen began to reply that such a scenario was also possible, but then her expression suddenly changed from anxiety to something else. The young man asks the girl anxiously what is wrong, not understanding her reaction. Suddenly, a huge boulder crashes down on the entire caravan, crushing the people beneath its deadly weight. This massive boulder killed a man instantly, a truly sudden death from a stone slab falling from above. None of the previous attacks by monsters had resulted in death, but now a comrade had been killed by a troll. They saw a familiar eye patch on the ground, and immediately realized that it was this comrade who had tragically died. Leon approached and grabbed the blood-stained bandage, furious at the tragic situation. The young adventurer warned him that the monster was already nearby, so they needed to be ready for battle. Looking up, everyone saw another huge rock flying straight toward them from the trees. The guild members began to panic, saying they had no idea where the next deadly rock would fall. Leon thinks with horror that the stones are flying from a distance of hundreds of meters, like shots from powerful catapults. This was an attack like that of real siege weapons. What should they do in such a critical situation? The young man shouts to his comrades that they need to spread out across the area and dodge the stones while they still have the strength to move. The young man wonders if he can break the stone when the commander appears before his eyes. The commander firmly ordered everyone to remain silent and try to repel the stone attack with their huge weapons. Gustav put all his crazy strength into it, clenching his teeth as hard as he could for the most powerful blow against the stone. Then he took the flying stone and split it into 2 safe pieces with a single swing of his weapon. All his subordinates were in absolute shock, not expecting such an incredible display of strength from their commander. The mercenaries began to worry that something might have happened to him, but the commander was completely fine. Leon, who was watching what was happening, thought it was amazing. Gustav calmed the people down in the blink of an eye. After that, the commander gave clear instructions on what to do next. While they were thinking, a strange sound was heard. Various monsters that the team had encountered many times before in battle began to emerge from the thicket. Gustav says with alarm that if this continues, it will be easier for the monsters to defeat the caravan. Therefore, the commander turns to his mercenary men and resolutely says that the priority now is to destroy the trolls. Gustav shouts to his subordinates that they must prevent the trolls from throwing their stones. Karen tells the commander that she and Leon will go to the troll that is furthest away from everyone else. His comrades realize that this is the best solution, so they quickly head forward through the thicket. Ahead of them, the heroes see small green monsters, goblins, flying rapidly toward them to attack. But Karen is only amused by this, saying that these little bugs want to get into their graves as soon as possible. The adventuress easily and simply cut her enemies into small pieces with her sharp daggers. After that, they continued flying with the guy with all their might through the thickets toward their main goal. The girl turns to her companion and warns him to get ready, as they are almost upon the troll. As the heroes approach, they see the ominous glow of the red eyes of a terrible monster among the ancient trees. This is a real troll, who is responsible for the deadly chaos with flying rocks. Karen warns that she will block the monster's retreat, so Leon will have to fight alone. With a sly smile, the girl reminds him that he hasn't forgotten that this fight must be one-on-one. Taking advantage of the distance from the other mercenaries, they managed to sneak up on their target unnoticed. They got closer, faster than the troll could notice them, so now they can take full advantage of this. Leon holds his weapon in his hands, uses the skill of purifying light, and the sword begins to shine with a dazzling brightness. The sacred glow immediately affects the monster, which instinctively begins to close its sensitive eyes. The young man thinks excitedly that it's perfect, he's ready. He'll be able to take down his enemy with one powerful swing of his sword. The young man flies through small pebbles that fly toward him from the movements of the huge troll. Leon sees that the troll has plunged his massive hand directly into the ground, scooping up sand and stones. The troll, closing his eyes from the light, throws the pebbles and sand directly at the attacking guy to defend himself. The monster temporarily loses his sight and begins to attack blindly in all directions, trying to hit his opponent. The guy realizes that this is his golden chance, as the cleansing light from his sword has blinded the monster. Therefore, seizing the favorable moment, he must crush this dangerous monster with one decisive blow. But then Leon saw with shock that the monster had already completely regained its sharp vision. This is too incredible a power of regeneration. Where could this mighty forest troll have gotten it? The young man sees this huge monster rushing straight at him in a rage. The troll holds a club in its hands, though it looks more like a trough, but the blow will still be incredibly powerful. Leon realizes that although he managed to repel the commander's frontal attack, this is something completely different, because back then it was just a regular training session, but now it's a real deadly battle with a dangerous monster. Therefore, from now on, Leon simply cannot afford to make a single mistake that could cost him his life. The young man sees this huge troll in front of him, rushing toward him with a massive club in his hands. The young man runs toward the enemy, then jumps sharply to the side to dodge the deadly club attack. Leon realizes that his opponent is much faster than he initially thought, so he needs to launch a counterattack. The boy realizes that his main task now is to get at least a little closer to this green monster. The huge troll continues to strike the young man, swinging his powerful wooden weapon. Karen, running toward her target with all her might, thinks she is even closer. Just a little bit more to go for success. The troll begins to slam his massive hands into the ground again, scooping up handfuls of rocks and sand. The boy blocks the small stones and sand flying toward him like hail. The troll swings his huge club again, but Leon manages to jump out of the way. The young man realizes that he will not be able to get close to the troll, and this infuriates him greatly. To strike the monster with his sword, the guy needs 2 more steps, and he tries to concentrate on the task. Leon realizes that there is no other way out. He must use his special skill. His shadow technique needs work, but the young man has decided not to use it in battle if possible. But now the situation is such that he simply has to use this power. The monster saw the boy trying to concentrate and stared at him in bewilderment. The monster realizes that it cannot allow its opponent to fully concentrate for a powerful strike. While the troll was focused on the young man's aura, this was exactly what Leon had been aiming for from the start. The young man uses his eclipse skill and vividly imagines the moon slowly covering the bright sun. Leon feels a huge surge of dark energy flowing powerfully into his sacred weapon. The guy swings his sword and cuts off the troll's leg, leaving it staring in utter shock. The severed leg flies through the air, leaving a trail of green monster blood behind it. Leon then chops the rest of the troll's body into small pieces with his burning sword. The guy understands perfectly well that the attribute of his aura and weapon is pure solar energy. Therefore, among his intermediate techniques, there is a personification of light and heat, the opposite of eclipse. The young man tells the troll how the combat power of the ultra-high heat of the eclipse, his personal technique, tastes to him. The troll, left without a leg, limps away, trying to escape as far as possible from the enraged young man. Leon thinks with boiling rage, does this coward really think he can escape after such a heinous crime? Using weak monsters as expendable material, such tactics only inspire disgust and contempt in the young man. This once fearsome troll is now running away, sobbing like a frightened child who has lost all his former pride. Leon shouts indignantly that attacking the defenseless is the lot of cowards, that the monster is behaving worse than the lowest rat. The young man realizes the sad truth. He barely knows these hardened mercenaries who shared the dangers of the journey with him. The young man had hardly spoken to the comrade whose life was cut short today by the weight of a stone slab. However, no one in this world deserves such a monstrous fate at the claws of a bloodthirsty forest predator. Rage fills the warrior's heart. A powerful aura bursts forth, enveloping his body in a golden glow of destruction. With all his pent-up rage, Leon brands the monster a vile spawn, vowing to finish it off once and for all. Like a furious bolt of lightning, the young man leaps forward, transforming into a swift comet of vengeance. The boy uses the sacred skills of the Great Chariot, just as his great mentor Elcid taught him. The dense forest is shrouded in such impenetrable darkness that even the moonlight cannot penetrate the ancient canopy. Suddenly, the darkness is cut by a dazzling trail of golden aura left by the angry hero rushing toward his goal. The earth trembles under the onslaught of inhuman power, and a deafening roar shakes the very foundations of the forest kingdom. With a single lightning-fast swing, Leon cuts the troll in two, burning a smoking crater of monstrous proportions into the ground. The young man is amazed at his own strength. Could he really have mastered such a destructive technique of perfection? The hero's heart trembled with fear of losing his prey, but now he could breathe a sigh of relief. The boy had no idea that the great chariot devoured life forces far more greedily than an eclipse. Karen, who witnessed the battle, froze in amazement, unable to believe her own trained eyes. The girl admits that she had prudently blocked the escape routes, although this was no longer necessary. The adventuress admires how flawlessly her comrade had put into practice the sacred principles of fair combat. Without anyone's help, Leon relied solely on his own will and the skills he had honed over months. The euphoria of victory overwhelmed the young man. But a sudden turn of his head revealed a frightening sight. His exhausted legs gave way, and only Karen's quick reaction saved him from a painful fall. The girl explained his exhaustion with understanding. Too many advanced techniques had been used in such a short time. Her delicate fingers stroked his damp hair as Karen whispered words of approval to her brave companion. Leon seems to float in blissful weightlessness, his consciousness drifting somewhere between reality and a dream. The young man wonders when he managed to fall asleep, enjoying the rare sensation of absolute peace. He has not known such peace in an eternity, but a sharp sound causes his eyelids to fly open. The young man realizes with sudden clarity that he has no reason to be idly basking in bliss. He realizes the iron truth. He must become even stronger, much stronger than he was before, because he absolutely cannot lose to his recent comrade Leon in the coming confrontation of destinies. Therefore now, as if in open space between the stars, he longs to wake up immediately. Then Leon opens his eyes very sharply, with an anxious premonition of something important and urgent. The young man is already in a completely different place, far from the dense forest with its dangers. The boy wonders with curiosity why he has ended up inside a moving caravan wagon. When Leon raises his hand slightly and tries to move his body, he feels intense pain in his muscles. The young man realizes that it is quite difficult for the body to heal such wounds in a single day. But then the hero remembered the sacred object he had received as a gift from the wise bishop. It was a necklace from Jazara, a sacred pendant with powerful healing properties for its owner. Clutching the relic in his hands, Leon began to slowly restore his depleted life force. The ancient pendant proved to be far more effective than the young man could have imagined in his wildest dreams. Therefore, the young man sincerely thanked the kind bishop in his mind for such a priceless and timely gift. Then Karen appeared before the hero's eyes with a radiant smile, joyfully celebrating his recovery. The girl asked if the movements caused him any discomfort, but the young man explained the healing power of the pendant. The adventuress reported that the troll hunt had been successful, and the team had managed to catch a good half of the monsters. One troll that had escaped was seriously injured and would never venture into the forest again. The guy remarked contemptuously that it seemed these monsters were actually just ordinary cowards. Karen added that the fugitive would probably not even glance in the direction of the cursed forest. The companions approached the corpses of all the trolls that had been killed by the combined forces of the guard unit. There were 3 monsters in total, so in terms of hard cash, that was about 90 gold coins. The girl explained that troll blood was prized for high-quality potions, but they would only get half of 30. The guy was obviously not very happy to hear about such a modest share, but the amount suited him. Leon began to carefully examine all the bloody corpses, studying the damage they had sustained. The young man realized that the first troll had been struck by at least 4 different types of deadly weapons. The second monster met its end at the hands of the hero, and the third was dealt with by someone else from the team. Leon knew it was the commander's doing, as he recognized the marks left by his signature weapon. As the 2 companions walked together through the camp, someone suddenly called out to them from behind. It was Arnold, the guild leader, who approached his comrades with a serious expression on his tired face after the battle. The man acknowledged that they had done a great job last night, truly acting like professionals. Leon asked about the caravan's losses after the bloody night battle. A deathly silence fell after this painful question about the human casualties. Arnold solemnly reported that 8 people had been killed and 21 wounded. There were no seriously wounded among the survivors, but several people would have to be left behind in the next settlement. The guild would help arrange proper funerals and pay compensation to the families of those who had tragically died. The young man also decided to change the subject slightly, asking about the payment for the work. The man explained that 1 troll was worth 30 coins, but the corpse had been cut in half, and there was little blood. Therefore, the girl suggested settling for 15 gold coins for the loot. Leon noted that, in principle, they could have gotten more for the work they had done. But Karen replied wisely that if someone showed kindness, they would have to repay it in kind someday. Arnold was shocked by these noble words, realizing that it was not worth remaining indebted to others. Suddenly, Commander Gustav appeared and raised his calloused hand in a friendly greeting. The warrior addressed the young man, noting that he had recovered and was glad that there were no serious consequences. The commander continued that when they met outside of work, they could address each other by their first names. Gustav also asks about the big troll that Leon so impressively took down. The man asked what technique the young man had used, as it didn't look like a cut made with a normal sword. The young man replied that it was his secret fencing technique, but unfortunately, he couldn't reveal any details. Then Leon asked if everything was okay with the commander's comrades after the battle. When Gustav heard this, he clearly tensed up at the words, but tried to hide his emotions. But then he said that everything was fine. Although some of the fighters had suffered minor scratches, the commander added that he was glad for Leon, who looked as fresh as ever despite his exhaustion. The man philosophically remarked that every participant in a dangerous expedition must be prepared to die. Among the mercenaries, there are many who carry a will with them. Death is regrettable, but everyone will die sooner or later. Therefore, as a farewell, the commander said that he did not dare to blame himself for what had happened, as anything could happen on the battlefield. For Leon, these wise words were indeed a source of comfort in his difficult moment of grief for the dead. Karen philosophically remarked that it is natural to mourn the dead, but that it is more necessary for the living than for the deceased. The girl explained that the purpose of mourning should be to help a person move forward in life. The adventuress asked the young man if her words about the meaning of loss and grief had comforted him even a little. Leon recalled his teacher's words that a person driven by a sense of duty is not capable of lasting long in a struggle. Karen asked if he had heard anything about desert areas, which greatly surprised the pensive young man. The young man thinks that a desert is an area completely covered with sand and almost devoid of vegetation. It hardly ever rains there, and the nighttime temperature is inversely proportional to the scorching daytime heat in the sand. Therefore, this natural environment is particularly unforgiving to living creatures, and monsters live there alongside nomads. When Karen confirmed that this was indeed the territory that awaited them, Leon immediately tensed up with a sense of foreboding. The girl reassured her companion that they were moving along the very border, so they would only have to cross a small section of the area. And since the caravan was traveling by wagon, the sands would be behind them in a week. It turned out that in about 3 days they would be able to approach the border of this dangerous desert region. Leon realized that by that time, his teacher must have already woken up, because a whole month had passed in silence. Strange as it may sound, the young man sincerely missed his wise spirit guide during their separation. The young adventuress's eyes lit up with joy, and she began to look intently at the horizon. Looking around, Karen realizes with relief that they have finally managed to leave the dense forest. They had already reached the edge of the desert and set up a temporary camp there to rest. Leon wondered where his map of the area, which he always carried with him, could have gone. But then, unexpectedly, the sacred sword began to sparkle with golden lights, foreshadowing something important. Then a large number of lightning bolts begin to envelop this divine weapon in a dazzling glow of power. Elcid, the teacher, finally seems to have awakened from a long sleep and rushes out to his faithful student. The mentor joyfully shouts that he has returned, greatly frightening his unprepared student. The boy looks at his spirit teacher in amazement, wondering if it is really him. Leon utters his mentor's sacred name and is sincerely happy that he has finally returned to him. The boy explains that he was surprised by such an unexpected appearance, so the cry escaped his chest involuntarily. The teacher, clenching his teeth in annoyance, tells his student that he should know better, since they have been separated for a whole month. Elcid indignantly tells his student that he was forced to sleep for a whole month, and then abruptly awakened without warning. Leon honestly admits that he already wants to go back to when this long month had just begun. The spirit of the weapon sternly remarks that a student should not speak in such a familiar tone to his respected teacher. The mentor adds proudly that he had no teacher and learned everything completely on his own in the distant past. Then the teacher softens and says that enough joking. A month has passed. Has anything interesting happened during that time? Elcid asks the young man to briefly recount everything that has happened during his long absence. The teacher is completely shocked to learn that the bishop has discovered the true identity of his protege, and the person who pretended to be a simple adventurer has become a true loyal companion in dangerous adventures. Elcid wisely remarks that Karen has no reason to betray Leon, since she has let go of her bloody past. After that, the mentor asks if he hopes that his student's skills have also improved noticeably during their time apart. Leon confidently replies that he will demonstrate all his new achievements in mastery to his teacher. The teacher is genuinely pleased with the confidence in the boy's voice, which indicates serious progress in his development. Elsid decided to look at the game window with the student's stats and was simply shocked. Leon himself is also amazed, realizing that he has surpassed all of his rival Leon's stats from the academy. Now, it will only be possible to determine who is stronger between the two when their weapons clash in a fair fight. The boy understands that the experience that can be gained at the academy is limited by the strict framework of the training system. After that, the teacher says with bewilderment that it seems the system has failed, as a student cannot have such results. Elsid wonders if he has slept not for 1 month, but for 2 in his deep sleep. In the absence of a mentor, the student has clearly worked hard on his technique and achieved incredible heights. Leon replies that it's all because the teacher really motivated him to continue training. However, for now, the young man is only able to use his Eclipse skill. The other techniques are unavailable to him. The teacher's spirit acknowledges that even this already exceeds all his wildest expectations of his student. But in the end, all of his protégé's successes are still, no matter how you look at it, also the merit of his wise mentor. Elsid boasts that he was just trying to save an underdeveloped student, but his actions led to tremendous growth. The spirit smugly says what an amazing mentor he is, and who can argue with that? After that, the teacher notices that he smells sand very strongly, and wonders where they are now. Since the caravan is moving in wagons, it means that the course is indeed leading somewhere very far from home. Leon reminds him that the mentor himself spoke of the need to visit the Titan Mountains, so that is where they are headed. The teacher says with confusion that it sounds good in principle. But why did the caravan head straight into the heart of the desert? Leon explains that although they have strayed slightly from the direct route, there is unlikely to be a faster way. The boy adds that the original route lay either through a dangerous mountain range or a deep canyon. Then the teacher asks to look at the map and is very surprised by what he sees on the parchment. Elsid begins to shout indignantly, asking why they are in the middle of a huge desert. The mentor explains that 300 years ago, this was a vast green plain with fertile soil. Moreover, this region is almost unaffected by climate change. So how could such a transformation have taken place over the years? The teacher admits that he cannot say whether it was done in a short period of time, or if the process took years. But artificial desertification is possible. If magic can wipe an entire city off the face of the earth, then it can also turn an area into a desert. They are certainly capable of turning such a vast fertile area into a lifeless desert of sand. Elsid insists that something is clearly wrong here, and that caution is needed in any case. Leon asks if the teacher is sure that this is the result of some sinister conspiracy. But the mentor replies that one way or another, they are already too late, and an investigation will not yield any results now. Leon thinks with surprise that it hasn't been 6 months since they met, but he feels the teacher's absence strongly. So now the boy has calmed down a little and sincerely tells his mentor that he is going home. While the young man is talking to the spirit that no one else can see, the young adventuress also notices this. Sitting in the stuffy carriage, Karen complains that she is dying from the unbearable heat of the desert day. Sweat is pouring off the girl, and she decides to turn around to look at her companion. The adventuress noticed that her younger companion had been smiling happily for a long time. Karen decided to ask him why he was in such a good mood, wondering if something pleasant had happened. Leon didn't want to explain anything about his teacher's return, so he simply said that everything was fine. The boy understood that his mood was due to the fact that his mentor had finally returned to him. Suddenly, the caravan leader loudly announces that everyone should stop and that they will set up camp here today. Arnold shouts instructions to park the wagons on the windward side, build a fire, and prepare dinner. Karen warns his friend that it gets much colder and darker in the desert at night than even he can imagine. Karen seriously warns that if they take the sudden temperature changes lightly, they could face real danger. Leon turns to the invisible teacher and says that they actually need to go to the rest of their companions. Elsid sadly remarks that there is not even a single small green clearing left in the desert from his memories. The mentor adds regretfully that he never thought that after 300 years, everything would turn out so sad. After that, the teacher apologizes, noticing that a girl is calling his student to come to her. Dinner time arrives. Everyone gathers around the warm fire and calls the children to come and eat. Elsid's mouth drops open at the sight before him as he watches his protégé's social interaction. The spirit sees the communication between the boy and the girl, how easy and relaxed the atmosphere is around them. Then the mentor noticed how everyone treated his student positively, with only good and friendly intentions. Elsid smiles and thinks, well, maybe he just overdid it with his anxious thoughts about conspiracies. What difference does it make that there is a desert here instead of a green meadow? Times change, and that is the natural course of things. A person living in this era is not at all to blame for what has happened. He is merely the spirit of a teacher. Leon is living his own life, so there's no point in burdening him with past problems and the mysteries of history. After a hearty dinner and warm conversation, the fire died down, and everyone went to their places to rest for the night. Leon lay in his wagon and slept soundly, digesting the impressions of this eventful day. But then, suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, feeling a strange uneasiness in his soul. The young man jumped up and wondered anxiously what was happening and where this unpleasant feeling of growing discomfort was coming from. Suddenly, Karen also found herself awake and signaled to the boy to be quiet. The girl's eyes shone in the darkness. Her face was aggressive. What had she noticed or thought of? Suddenly, out of the night silence, unknown, suspicious monsters began to make their way toward them through the sand. The girl quietly says that there are quite a lot of them and asks her companion what they should do. Karen explains that they don't give off a murderous energy, which is why she didn't notice them until they got too close. She doesn't think they're going to fight to the death, but they're enemies approaching, burrowing into the sand. Then the adventurer realizes that they are approaching the wagon, apparently with the intention of stealing valuables. Karen asks the guy what they should do in this situation, leaving the decision up to her companion. Leon realizes that raising the alarm and informing the others about the intrusion may not be the best idea right now. The guy thinks it's a bad idea, as he doesn't believe that the sleeping, unarmed people will be of any help in a fight. Elsid notes that those bastards know that too, so if they go against the guild guards, they won't win. The teacher explains that this is why they came here with the intention of stealing things, without showing any desire to kill anyone. If they wake everyone up and fight back, they can win, but casualties on our side will be inevitable in battle. Leon asked his senior comrade how many enemies they could see in front of them. The girl replies that those who are moving toward the cargo are 14, and another 22 freaks are standing guard. The guy realizes that even so, the enemy is strong, with 36 people, and the abilities of the desert monsters are scary. A clumsy first move could easily backfire, so they must act cautiously and thoughtfully. The young man turns to his older adventurer companion, showing that he is ready to listen carefully and follow the plan. These strange sand enemies are already getting closer and closer through the thick sand. Karen jumped onto one of the caravan's carts, waiting for the approaching enemies. The girl looked up and was ready to face these hostile enemies. Then, thanks to her shadow aura, she takes a high leap forward, using the accumulated energy of her strength. Karen landed and jumped very high off the wagon so that no one could see her. The adventurer then decided to use her spatial skills and pulled out a bunch of sharp daggers. She pulls out a large number of blades, freezes in midair, and prepares to aim them at her target. Karen then uses her skillful throwing technique, and a wall of daggers flies down toward her enemies. The weapons land in the sand, which explodes from the force of the impact, raising clouds of dust. The enemies are immediately hit by the daggers and crawl out of the ground screaming in pain. These enemies are stunned, not expecting that something like this could even happen in theory with their plan. They try to figure out who discovered and attacked them, seeing Leon in front of them with his weapon. Leon uses his sword, causing the lit weapons to glow brightly in the darkness. The young man begins to shout loudly and announce to the entire camp that there are enemies here, that there is an attack. The young man explains that the thieves are targeting the carts with cargo, which is why everyone in the camp is waking up. Everyone tries to get up quickly and gather their strength, while the enemies are still in complete shock from the surprise. The commander loudly announces that there should be no panic, and that they must maintain their battle formation. The frightened enemies try to burrow back into the sand to hide from pursuit. The enemies realize that the daggers of the adventurous girl played a decisive role against their stealth. The vicious invaders want to escape with their loot, unwilling to continue the battle. They raise their hands, their leader raises his palm and orders his subordinates to retreat immediately. The commander, seeing the attempt to flee, says that the enemies are trying to escape and must not be allowed to do so. The adventuress, hearing this order, immediately begins throwing her deadly daggers at the fleeing enemies. Karen shouts to leave the enemy's property alone and get lost, aiming a sharp dagger at one of the opponents. An incredible shock ensues as the enemy catches the flying dagger with his bare hands, demonstrating superhuman reflexes. This mysterious man in a dark mask clenched his weapon menacingly, radiating an aura of danger and professionalism. Leon, watching what was happening, thought with amazement how this enemy had managed to stop the girl's attack with one hand. The stranger then contemptuously threw the dagger away and vanished into the ground like a mirage in the desert. Karen watched the humiliation with eyes burning with rage, clenching her fists in helpless fury. Commander Gustav resolutely declares that the enemies are trying to escape, so it's time to act, and Leon must help. The young man immediately began to assess the situation, analyzing the location of the enemies and the possibilities for attack. The young man sees that these mysterious enemies are indeed simply retreating, unwilling to continue the open battle. Elsid curiously notes that it is time to take a look at the combat skills of his wayward student. Then the teacher noticed that his protege had become deep in thought for some reason. The mentor decided to ask the young man what was troubling him so much at that moment. Leon gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, and a deadly energy of destruction began to emanate from the blade. The young man realized that by using a secret sword technique, he could kill a dozen enemies in an instant. But these weren't ordinary monsters, and besides, the team wasn't on the brink of death right now. They've just run into some ordinary thieves looking to get rich quick without spilling blood. The young man thinks that he sees no point in committing such a one-sided massacre against retreating enemies. The teacher wisely remarks that there is nothing wrong with his student's doubts. It is a natural reaction. It is normal to waver because Leon is a hero of light, not some soulless bandit or murderer. Therefore, the young man must find his own answer to the question of whether his actions in this situation are right. The boy realizes that there are universal standards for distinguishing between good and evil in the human world. But it is impossible to adapt one's own principles to someone else's standards, to kill a thief or try to reform him. In word and deed, every decision must come from a righteous heart guided by justice. But each person has their own opinion about which path is more correct and noble. Leon understood the sad truth. His own moral values were not yet fully formed. In the end, several enemies were captured alive, while the rest disappeared into the sandy expanses of the desert. The prisoners' hands were tied behind their backs, and now they had to be interrogated to find out what had happened. Arnold reports with annoyance that due to the suddenness of the attack, part of the cargo was still stolen. The chief is puzzled. The thieves, caught off guard, were unable to fight back. So how did they manage to steal anything? Karen astutely observes that there was one ugly guy with luggage, most likely their experienced leader. He behaved very relaxed, which means that the cargo was stolen before the so-called diversionary fight began. Karen wonders why they don't look like they have such skills, suggesting that an artifact may have been involved. Everyone listens attentively to the adventuress and wonders why the thieves came here in such a large group. Even if the artifacts concealed their presence, one must not forget that the enemy easily caught the dagger thrown by an experienced assassin. The guild leader asked in confusion why the kidnappers stole the most valuable cargo of all. Commander Gustav turned to his subordinate, asking his opinion on the possibility of tracking down the villains in the desert. His mercenary warned that if they planned to give chase, they had to set out immediately. Due to the natural characteristics of the desert, any traces left behind would be quickly erased by the wind and sand. Karen confidently stated that she had one sure way to track down these damned thieves. The girl radiates genuine green energy, pulsing in time with her heartbeat as she is excited by the hunt. The adventuress explained that she could do it because there was a mark left on the leader's arm from her weapon. Arnold promised that if this was indeed the case, he would make sure she received a worthy reward. Karen added that her younger companion, Leon, would of course go with her in pursuit. The girl also asked for the help of Mr. Hamill, a former experienced forester with a keen sense of smell. The guildmaster handed the group an enchanted compass, assuring them that it was essential for the search. The merchant explained that the stolen box was very difficult to distinguish from ordinary cargo among the sands. This compass is enchanted with a special magic, and only reacts to the cargo that must be found at all costs. If the artifact is within a 10-meter radius, the needle will point to its exact location without fail. The trio rushed forward to search for the thieves together, following the faint traces in the sand. The commander watches them go, thinking that with such a high-ranking adventurer, everything will be fine. But the question remains, will they be able to catch the experienced enemy, or will he slip away? The pursuers move at incredible speed, knowing that they cannot afford to make a single critical mistake. Using her unique ability, Karen tries to track the fleeing leader. The girl sees a green mark left in the sand and realizes that the trail is still clearly visible. Turning to her companions, the adventuress insists that they must move as quickly as possible in any case. Elsid, watching the chase, notes his student's increased endurance. He is almost keeping up with the others. After a long run, the girl suddenly stops the whole group, raising her hand to attract attention. Karen points to a barely visible trail in the sandy ground, explaining to her companions that this is where they have been searching for so long in the desert. When they cautiously descend the steep slope, they realize with amazement that it is hard to believe that such a hidden valley exists in this lifeless desert. The older companion behaves rather suspiciously and extremely cautiously, which the observant young man immediately notices with his sharp eyes. The girl seriously explains that this mysterious place was built artificially, the creation of some unknown person from the distant past. But the most interesting and frightening thing is that this grandiose structure was built long ago, many decades ago, by unknown craftsmen. Karen carefully notes that judging by the weathered stones, something was carved on the walls about 100 years ago, an ancient inscription that is now completely illegible. When the guy heard this from his partner, he was in complete shock, thinking to himself with alarm, "Wait a minute, something important happened here 100 years ago." The teacher realizes with horror that his dark thoughts were correct, that this fertile land had turned into a desert because of this ancient mysterious structure. El Cid asks himself an important question. Are all the magical mines in the world located exclusively in desert areas devoid of life? The mentor explains with concern that they are dealing with an extremely unusual place, the oval center of what was once a powerful spiritual vein of energy. Now, no matter how experienced a spirit searches for even the slightest remnants of that ancient energy, it can find absolutely nothing in this dead void. Leon curiously asks who exactly dug up this mysterious spiritual vein and, most importantly, for what purpose it was done back then. The teacher tells the young man seriously that they must try to find out the truth behind this extremely mysterious event at all costs. They continue to tread cautiously through this gloomy and sinister valley, which now evokes only truly sinister thoughts of fear. The adventuress quietly asks her younger companion if he feels the same tension in the air, and receives a restrained affirmative answer. They know very well, thanks to their keen senses, that 3 armed guards are standing in the distance, vigilantly guarding the entrance to the thieves' underground hideout. And behind the massive gates, more than 100 dangerous enemies lurk, thirsting for blood and ready to fight to the death. But Leon couldn't sense these numerous enemies on his own, so this shocking information plunged him into real terror. The young man thoughtfully mused that, judging by all appearances, the cunning thieves had found this ancient abandoned structure and had begun to actively fortify it for their criminal purposes. Behind those massive gates, which are vigilantly guarded by armed guards, the experienced adventurer senses the sinister presence of more than 100 dangerous people inside. Karen bluntly asks her companion a serious question. Should they immediately break in and mercilessly kill all the enemies without exception? Leon agonizes over the moral implications of taking more than 100 human lives, wondering if he should really carry out this bloody mission to exterminate everyone without exception. Then how would his noble actions be fundamentally different from some senseless and cruel massacre of completely innocent people? Therefore, the young man listens carefully to the sounds coming from inside and clearly hears fragments of conversation about how today's unloading was in vain. These brutal enemies chat loudly among themselves, saying that half of their combat unit died in disgrace, which is why their cruel leader, in a blind rage, killed 2 more. They say with a sneer that they remember very well how they recently came across a defenseless family, with the father tearfully begging them to spare at least the small children. But then the ruthless bandits killed every single member of the family in cold blood and without mercy, except for one very small, frightened child. To which another bandit seriously replied to his comrade that they had left the child alive, because that was the cruelest mockery of a small child. They cynically said that if they left the helpless child alone in the desert, he would slowly die under the merciless sun. Hearing this monstrous dialogue, the young man realizes that he has been trying in vain to find a reason not to kill these monsters. But now there is absolutely no need for such moral hesitation. They are truly terrible people, unworthy of mercy. The teacher wisely says again that it is normal to hesitate, as there is no simple and unambiguous solution to this complex problem. Whether the student will burn everything in his path or begin to punish them justly is truly a question of true justice, and the guy decides to attack. Leon uses his formidable Eclipse skill, which allows him to literally burst out of the darkness and attack his unsuspecting enemies. With his shining golden weapon, the young man easily and mercilessly dispatches them, leaving his enemies no chance of escape. His gaze is insanely determined and full of righteous anger. The guy cannot forgive such monstrous treatment of innocent children, but the teacher only looks proudly at his student, who has finally made the right moral choice in a difficult situation. After easily dealing with the external enemies at the entrance, they cautiously moved further into the underground lair of the bandits. The adventuress says that the enemies have numerical superiority, so let's focus on destroying small, scattered groups. Karen resolutely declares that she will take the initiative in battle with her experienced hands, and her companions can simply follow her. The girl darted forward at incredible speed, so fast that none of the enemies even had time to react. All the gangsters are shocked and say to each other, "My God, it seems like this strange girl is seriously angry." Karen jumped high into the air, ready to deliver a fatal blow to one of her unsuspecting opponents. She plunged her sharp dagger into 2 enemies at once, demonstrating her truly outstanding combat skills. After that, the adventuress landed gracefully on the hard ground and looked intently ahead at another group of armed enemies. The girl quickly began to move deeper into the dungeon, not giving her enemies time to organize resistance. Taking the initiative in battle, she was impossible to follow as she skillfully dealt with her opponents. Like a deadly arrow, Karen passes through the ranks of her enemies and kills them with a single precise strike. The bandits, watching the carnage from the sidelines, wonder in horror who this devilish girl is. One of them realizes that they need to report the dangerous situation to their leader, but then the gravedigger appears. The girl's second deadly persona, skillfully and cold-bloodedly kills the fleeing villain without ceremony. When she finally deals with this pathetic bunch of enemies, she feels incredibly good and satisfied with the result. Karen tells her companions that they have no idea how refreshing such combat sorties are, as she has done nothing but ride in a cart until now. The girl adds with a smile that to make life truly exciting, one must constantly engage in active combat like this. Hamel cautiously asks Leon if she was always so bloodthirsty, and how difficult it must be to be with such a dangerous girl. Leon decides to show his sincere concern, and carefully wipes the blood from the girl's beautiful face, acting with extreme delicacy. At this touching moment, Karen felt a real closeness to her comrade, realizing that someone truly cared about her. The girl was very embarrassed by such attention, so she simply turned away abruptly. Being genuinely embarrassed by what was happening, the adventuress hurriedly tells her companions to hurry up and continue. Hamel respectfully tells the guy that he is a real professional when it comes to dealing with women, after which the forester mysteriously replies that Leon will understand everything later, someday in the distant future. Another group of guards stands in their way, vigilantly guarding the massive doors inside. Karen looks closely at the compass and says that it points to that very door. The cargo must be there. The girl resolutely declares that she will sneak inside unnoticed, while her companions deal with the guards and launch an open invasion. Karen quickly began to transform into a real shadow of the Undertaker and moved silently toward her goal. The forester, watching this incredible transformation, thinks that he knew about the girl's fighting skills, but her abilities really amaze him. But as he loaded his trusty bow with a special arrow, he told his comrade that they too were no slouches in battle. Saying that it was time to take decisive action, Hamel released his arrow with a bright fireworks display at its sharp tip. The glowing arrow flies swiftly toward the unsuspecting enemy. Inside the dungeon, the enemies are trying in vain to open the heavy chest they just took and brazenly stole. The bandits are unable to open it, and the enraged leader tells his subordinates that they are useless nobodies. The leader orders his men, saying, "Let's open these boxes as soon as possible, don't disgrace yourselves." But at these words, the massive door is simply taken and knocked down, thanks to the powerful explosive arrow of the forester. The leader of these sand enemies panics and wonders what this sudden attack on their refuge is all about. He tries to understand who decided to launch this daring attack on them in the heart of the desert. The bandit sees two uninvited guests, Leon and the experienced forester, who have broken into the lair. The enemy, in complete shock, says that they are real bastards because they are from that merchant guild. The guys calmly tell the bandit that they are thieves who have come to retrieve their stolen goods, nothing more. This clever enemy thinks that they clearly have someone with a rank higher than B, and that it's not worth fighting. Then, behind the leader, the deadly shadow of the Undertaker appears and swings his sharp dagger with lightning speed. Karen swings her dagger with all her might, aiming at the vital organs of the unsuspecting enemy. The experienced leader manages to jump back at the last moment, so only his leg is grazed. He still falls to the hard ground due to his serious injury, but in principle, he got off lightly. The Undertaker himself says with a cold smile to his defeated enemy that he got off pretty well. Karen's shadow contemptuously adds that he can see that he's just a petty thief, and if they had met 4 years ago, he wouldn't have stood a chance. The guy is in complete shock and yells at the gangster, asking him what kind of nonsense he's talking about and who this mysterious Undertaker is. Then he adds fearfully that the legendary gravedigger must know about his dark past, because everyone who knew about it is long dead. Then the girl says with a cold smile to her defeated enemy that they haven't seen each other in a long time, have they? Karen carefully hides part of her deadly personality, showing her companions that she remains a simple adventuress to them. She coldly addresses this pathetic thief and says with contempt that she remembers him well. Despicable mole. While Leon stood motionless, these sandy enemies appeared behind him and treacherously swung their weapons at him. The guy noticed the danger in time, so he spun around lightning fast and struck them with a crushing blow from his sword. His comrade Hamel says with relief that it seems they have successfully dealt with all the minor enemies. Then they ponder what to do about the wounded leader lying in his own blood. His companions look over to see the girl approaching the pathetic thief boss, with a look of malice and determination. Bright red blood flows from the deep wound on the despicable mole's leg, leaving bloody trails. Karen coldly asks if he remembers what she told him back then, to get out of this criminal environment for good. The girl reminds him that she told him if he didn't do it, she would kill him with her own hands. But the Undertaker sees that he apparently did not hear her then, and is still engaged in his dirty business. In her cold eyes burns a genuine thirst for murder, and she promises that today he will die at her hands. This pathetic guy simply squeezes his pupils shut in horror and is completely shocked by the encounter. The mole says in a trembling voice that she is threatening him, that she is indeed the legendary Undertaker, and to please not make a fool of him. The bandit desperately declares that he is no longer the weakling she knew in the distant past, but standing before him is the gravedigger himself, known during his bloody reign as the terror of the dark world. Even if Mole has changed over the years, the difference in their lethal abilities is too great, he thinks. From the very beginning of the fight, the winner is obvious, so he needs to escape from here immediately at any cost. The girl asks him contemptuously if this is an open act of defiance, since she gave him a direct order. Karen coldly says that she ordered him to die, so why is he still alive and breathing in this world? The Undertaker continues to methodically throw his deadly daggers into the sand to finish off his opponent. The girl, with professional ease, hits her opponent, who is cowardly hiding under the sand, in the hand. Karen asked with a smirk how many times he could withstand her professional assassin's attacks. The bleeding mole desperately tries to use his sharp claws for a final attack. With them, he grabs and stirs up the sand around him so that absolutely nothing can be seen. But Karen, the adventurer, wasn't fooled by this pathetic trick, and continued to deliver precise blows with her daggers. The girl throws them straight at the target like a true professional assassin of the highest caliber. These deadly daggers have very sharp tips, so sharp that it's scary to look at their blades. After that, the enemy finally dies in agony, unable to withstand these merciless blows. Leon and Hamill, watching this bloody massacre, wait tensely, ready to help their friend if necessary. Krot, after receiving numerous dagger blows, lies lifeless in a pool of blood. Karen looks at him with the completely emotionless and cold eyes of a professional killer. The dying boss simply begins to laugh hysterically, even though he is bleeding to death, saying that she is indeed a very strong warrior. Mole admits that she is so incredibly strong that it is truly terrifying, but he wonders why she is treating him so cruelly. The gangster screams that she had a good life in the organization, that no one killed her parents in front of her. She wasn't kicked out of her family like a useless orphan, but was simply picked up off the street and made much stronger. The mole begs her to remember how he offered her a helping hand when she was so desperate for support. Why does she harbor so much resentment that she even decided to mercilessly kill their common boss? There was no vital need to destroy the entire powerful organization to its foundations, the dying mole says desperately. Karen coldly responds with a question. Did she ever ask anyone to make her stronger against her will? Her opponent indignantly replies that she has become spoiled, and even if the organization hadn't saved her, she would have died in a ditch long ago. The girl responds philosophically that perhaps that is true, but avoiding the worst-case scenario does not mean that the rest is the best. The dying enemy clearly does not understand the deeper meaning of what this mysterious girl is trying to explain to him. Karen patiently explains that her life consisted of things she never wanted, and that being a killer is not her true path. Even if she had been given such destructive power, it was not some cherished desire or childhood dream of hers. This desperate enemy screams with his last ounce of strength, asking what the hell she wanted from life in the first place. The girl calmly replies that the only thing that truly interested her was ordinary human freedom. When Mole heard these sincere words about freedom, he was plunged into a state of shock from the unexpectedness of it all. He then began to laugh loudly and hysterically at these naive words, saying that she wanted freedom. Why did she decide to cruelly share this sacred, damned freedom with all of them by force? None of them needed it at all. They had completely different desires and goals in life. The mole said that she had abandoned everyone for one insignificant desire, that there was no other way to survive. This dying guy started talking bitterly, saying that in the end, he was just an ordinary street ghost. The girl, hearing these words full of pain, slowly reaches out her trembling hand toward her defeated enemy. Karen realized how unbearably painful it was for this unfortunate man, so she gently embraced him. Surprisingly, she sincerely asked him for forgiveness for the terrible things she had done to the organization. The girl said regretfully that perhaps this was the sad result of her turning her back on her comrades. Leon, watching his mysterious friend, was completely shocked by her unexpected deep feelings. The guy remembers perfectly how she solemnly knelt before him in the forest. Therefore, the girl seriously addresses the dying Krot and says that he must survive at all costs. Karen insists that he must survive, and after he recovers, he must find her. After this emotional conversation, she simply turns around decisively and starts running quickly toward her waiting companions. Karen apologetically asks her companions what happened, saying that the adventuress must have been delayed by some trouble with the box. Leon and Hamill tell the girl that first they need to retrieve all the valuable items that were brazenly stolen by the thieves. After the team searches everything thoroughly and finds what they are looking for, they realize that it is time to return to the caravan. But suddenly, the place where the heroes were standing began to shake from powerful underground tremors and vibrations. A real destructive earthquake began suddenly, and everyone panicked, trying to understand what was happening around them. The heroes saw with horror that the dying mole had pressed some kind of ominous red button on the wall with his trembling hand. The bandit began to scream frantically. "Look closely. This is who the adventuress really is. You will learn the truth about the girl." Everyone realizes with horror that this cursed button triggers self-destruction, and they need to get out of there as quickly as possible. Everything around them began to be covered with tons of sand, and the massive walls were about to collapse on the heads of the desperate fugitives. A real nightmare is unfolding in the dungeon, and Mole just sits there amid the terrible destruction and laughs. This place is now completely covered in sand. How is it even possible to get out of this cursed hell alive? The mercenaries from the trade guild hear a terrible rumbling, and the sound of collapse coming from somewhere deep in the desert. Gustav, the commander, who had just returned to camp, thought that things must be going well for the group he had sent out. The warriors saw from afar that 3 people were returning safely to the caravan, unharmed. These were the guys the commander knew well: Leon, Karen, and the forester Hamill, all of whom had returned safely. So now they could forget about that hidden canyon forever. Everything had been completely destroyed because of that monster. The teacher philosophically says that there is no point in dwelling on it, since the place had been hidden for over 100 years. Elsa doesn't know who built that mysterious canyon, but he thinks the builder left some kind of clue. Suddenly, Karen called her younger companion over and told him to come and look into the distance. The girl said admiringly that he should look into the distance, as the team had finally reached their long-awaited destination. Before the heroes lay a majestic fortress city, which seemed to be made entirely of pure golden sand. Leon opened his eyes wide in amazement. It was the first time in his life he had seen such stunning architectural beauty. Not only was it indescribably beautiful, but it also had incredibly powerful, impenetrable fortress walls. The girl explained to her companion that this was the famous Ghost City, which reliably protected the borders of the Great Empire. Therefore, this strategic territory was directly governed by an influential marquis, personally appointed by the king. This is a special city that the king personally granted the right to have its own independent armed forces. The caravan would remain here for 3 whole days, to repair the wagons and replenish their depleted supplies. Arnold curiously asked where Leon and Karen were planning to go in the city. Leon and Karen were completely taken aback by such a direct question from the attentive head of the merchant guild. Arnold gently suggested that the adventurers could simply stay where the caravan had temporarily stopped to rest. Karen replied that there was one more important thing in the city that she really wanted to find for herself. The adventuress promised that she would drop by from time to time where the team was staying, but they would need to give her the exact address. The guildmaster suggested that Leon and Karen could use the spacious large room on the top floor of the inn. The pride of this luxurious room is an incredibly comfortable double bed with soft pillows. And of course, Leon anxiously says that Arnold wants to say that there will be one room for 2 people. The young man is very embarrassed, thinking to himself that he will be alone with such a mysterious girl in the room all night. Karen noticed this and immediately began to smile, wondering why the young man had suddenly become embarrassed. Does Leon have some secret expectations of his older friend? The adventuress wondered. The guy shouted that nothing of the sort was on his mind and quickly ran away from the embarrassing conversation. Arnold said guiltily that, damn it, it seemed like the merchant had completely misunderstood the situation again. But the girl just smiled mysteriously and said that no, everything was fine, she wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Karen turned around and told the guild leader that she was going into town to look for something. Arnold caught up with the adventuress and said that maybe they should prepare another separate room for her. But the girl was silent for a long time, and an awkward silence fell between the merchant and Karen. Then, embarrassed, she replied to the guildmaster that no, she didn't need an extra room at all. And then the adventuress simply took off and quickly disappeared from the guildmaster's sight somewhere in the city. The girl ran so fast that dust actually rose from her swift feet. Karen, embarrassed, hid behind a stone wall where she sat down to rest and think. The adventuress understands that there will always be very powerful allies around a hero, and she has become one of them. However, there was no guarantee that she would always be able to stay close to Leon if someone else was more talented than her. The girl understands that this is a city of opportunities, a place where she can prove her value and importance to the team. Therefore, despite everything in this city, Karen thinks she will make the guy understand that she must always be by his side. Here, the adventuress's eyes search for something in the distance, and then she suddenly realizes that she has found her cherished goal. Leon thinks with horror that he will have to spend the night with the girl again, even though everyone at the academy lived separately. The teacher rolls his eyes and says with annoyance how stupid Leon is when it comes to relationships. Then the guildmaster appears and addresses the young man, saying, "Listen, Arnold says he is very sorry that the merchant unwittingly put him in such an awkward position. But all Leon cares about is what exactly was in the stolen boxes." The man explains that the contents of the cargo are an important commercial secret of the Merchant Guild. The young man really wants to hear the details, but the head says he thinks it's best not to be too strict. Arnold gratefully says that he knows Leon risked his life to return the cargo, so in return, he promises to keep all the information secret. The guild leader began to speak a little more quietly, switching to a cautious whisper so that no one else could hear the important information. Arnold began to explain that inside the box was a genuine black crystal, a first-class magical product of great value. But the most important thing was that this expensive item had been specially ordered by the most influential lord in the empire. The merchant explained that a lord was a high-ranking person with a title higher than that of a count, almost royal blood. Leon said understandingly that it was now clear why Arnold had insisted that the cargo must be returned at any cost. The young man begins searching for his mysterious companion Karen throughout the inn, but cannot find her anywhere. Then the young man noticed a small note that had been left on the table in their shared room for him. Leon saw that it said Karen would be back soon, and realized that the adventuress had said she wanted to find something. Suddenly, several strangers approached Leon from behind, appearing as if out of nowhere. It was Commander Gustav and his mercenary subordinates, who looked very menacing and serious for some reason today. The guy tells his comrades that it seems his senior comrade Karen has simply gone somewhere in the city on business. All the mercenaries were upset and said with annoyance that it was a shame that the adventuress didn't have time for them. The guy wonders what they are talking about and hears them say that maybe they should just leave, since they were looking forward to meeting her. The commander resolutely tells the young gentleman that they should all go somewhere together. This dark-skinned guy, Hamel, says that where else can they go but to the tavern for a drink. Gustav starts yelling at his guys that they themselves said they wanted to spend time with the young gentleman. At that moment, an unknown guy is lying on the dirty ground, bleeding profusely from numerous wounds. All around him are people who have also been brutally beaten to a bloody pulp by an unknown assailant. Earlier, these insolent boys had been eyeing the dangerous Karen, thinking she was just a weak girl. The guys were hitting on the adventurous girl and even allowed themselves to touch her without permission. So the girl refused to put up with it and stamped on one of them with her heavy foot. Karen is a true high-ranking adventuress, so there is no other way she would act in such a situation. With her deadly gaze, the adventuress turns to one of the guys she has in her power. The girl began to press her foot even harder on his face, and he was in complete terror. The beaten-up guy began to beg her, saying that he wanted something from her, that he could help her. Karen coldly asks where the biggest gang in town is. Not just small-time thugs, but a serious organization. When the bleeding young man heard the question, he began to panic, realizing that if he told her, he would die. After that, he lay on the ground again, beaten, and the girl delivered a couple more painful blows to make sure he understood. Still, Karen managed to find out valuable information that the main gang was arriving somewhere in the vicinity of the city. All the gangs are controlled by the so-called Golden Owl, a powerful organization of influential merchants with connections. This criminal organization was founded on smuggling and the black market, and its members hold high government positions in the city administration. The Golden Owl makes a fortune from illegal operations, but it is said that the local marquise also supports and protects the organization. Karen realizes with annoyance that in this case, connections with the authorities only add unnecessary hassle and problems to her plans. After that, the adventuress paused for a second, noticing real fine sand from the desert between the stones of the pavement under her feet. The girl sees an engraved symbol of an owl on the wall of the building, and realizes with nostalgia that she was here exactly 10 years ago. Karen thinks that even though so much time has passed, her feet still remember the way to the secret entrance to the lair perfectly. The adventuress recalls a recent situation when her younger comrade Leon asked her curiously why she chose the nickname Gravedigger for herself in the organization. Karen explained to the young man that it was all part of a coded communication system used by members of the criminal underworld for secrecy. The girl said that all dark organizations use their own individual method of secret communication to pass information without risk. Therefore, if it was necessary to contact the organization, the main requirement was to visit the local funeral home at a specific time. Also, the contents of the request, including the customer's personal goals and payment for the work, were placed directly in the coffin for secrecy. Karen replied that the request acceptance procedure uses direct and simple methods, such as when a potential client comes to them. Guards use a special lantern that creates optical illusions to create fake entrances to scare away random visitors. The girl is confident that with her powerful shadow aura, she can easily bypass such primitive security measures. Therefore, for the experienced Karen, optical illusions are a mere trifle, posing no serious threat or obstacle. The adventuress can easily and simply pass through illusory walls using her unique shadow-manipulating abilities. Karen took one step and passed through one such fake wall, then began to descend the stone steps. But then, when she stepped on one of the steps, her foot activated a trap, and the sound of breaking glass rang out. The adventuress looked at the mechanism in surprise, wondering what kind of protection it could be. The man sitting in this underground secret place heard the distinctive sound of someone triggering the alarm trap. The guard's eyes glowed red in the darkness, clearly showing that he did not like uninvited guests in his lair. The massive doors opened slightly with a loud creak, the echo reverberating through the underground corridors of the organization. Karen enters from behind the doors and politely greets the guard. "Hello, respected guard of the Golden Owl." The man in the dark robe replies coldly, "Hello, insolent intruder. We hope you enjoyed our warm welcome." The girl remembers how she had previously walked these steps, where there were many dangerous death traps to protect the entrance. This mysterious man says, "Sit down and explain why you came here without following the established procedure." The girl states bluntly that the only thing she wants is to buy reliable information about the local feudal lord for a fair price. Karen intends to pay honestly for the information, so don't even think about hiding anything from her or deceiving her. The adventuress was asked for a whopping 800 gold coins for the information, but the girl said that was too expensive. The information merchant offered to reduce the price to 700 gold coins, but that was still too expensive for Karen. The girl says she can lower the price a little more, praying to herself that she will still be able to get a decent discount from the seller. The man in the dark robe was clearly dissatisfied that the girl had come with practically no money, but was demanding expensive information. Karen addresses this man as a butler and says that his disguise is not bad, but her eyes cannot be fooled by anyone. The executive director of the Golden Owl, who is in charge of the local black market, Butler Glenn, took off his hood. The butler sternly tells the girl that she is too bold and too familiar with him in conversation. But the adventuress coolly replies that she will sell the information or not. She has little time for games. The man carefully analyzes the girl and says that she has such a sharp aura of high rank that it is surprising. After assessing her combat abilities, the man lowers the price to 260 gold coins for the valuable information. After receiving payment, the butler informs Karen that the Reuben fiefdom is currently like a mousetrap in the eastern part of the city. This ominously means that anyone who enters there at night cannot simply walk out alive. At that moment, while the girl is busy with such dark affairs, Leon goes to a tavern with his friends to have a good time. All the mercenaries cheerfully shout that today the young master is paying for the drinks so they can relax and unwind. All his companions are very happy for the young man, talking admiringly about what a real gentleman young Leon is. A beautiful waitress approached the table and asked the distinguished guests of the tavern what they would like to order next. When the waitress hears the name of the feudal Lord Reuben, she is frightened and says that the other mercenaries avoid this place. The mercenaries, upon hearing of her fear, immediately decided to demand detailed information from the waitress about the reasons. The waitress began to tell them that there was a monster that ruled the night streets of the feudal lord's domain, a so-called bloodthirsty vampire. A vampire is a highly intelligent creature whose thinking and morality are radically different from those of humans. However, bloodsuckers possess superior magical abilities, so powerful that they are truly capable of easily killing a human. There is a possibility of peaceful coexistence with humans, but vampires were simply rejected by human society. Although the church has not declared vampires an extinct species, no one officially recognizes their existence. Some of the mercenaries began telling the waitress that she was talking nonsense, that vampires weren't the kind of creatures you could easily see. The mercenaries began to boast that, in any case, if a vampire appeared here, they would definitely deal with it without any problems. But these boastful words didn't interest Leon at all. He understood that rumors didn't spread for no reason. To be honest, these alarming words truly stirred the hero's heart, making him think about his duty. The young man thought that, as a hero of the light, he should probably take it upon himself to eliminate this threat. Or perhaps Leon should first try to resolve the issue peacefully, without resorting to violence against the vampire. Therefore, the young man decides to immediately consult his teacher, who says that there are very few vampires left in his time. This is because the strongest ones joined the army of the Demon King, and El Cid personally killed each of them in battle. The mentor began to explain that, as far as his student's thoughts were concerned, he had never seen a normal vampire who could live alongside humans. Leon understands that it is nevertheless worth trying to talk about it, since he is a true hero of the light. Therefore, the young man must judge for himself what is evil, so the final judgment on the vampire will be postponed for now. One of the subordinates addresses Commander Gustav, saying quite loudly that they need to listen carefully to what is happening. The mercenary did this quite aggressively, causing all the tavern patrons to look at him in horror. This stranger enters and asks if they have rented the tavern for a month because they are being so loud today. The man who arrived at the tavern is Jerome. It's surprising that this unpleasant character has also come here to drink today. Gustav addresses this man, saying that this is a wonderful place and that they should not make a fuss. But Jerome clearly doesn't like the commander's suggestion, as he wants to cause a real disturbance in the establishment. Jerome, the guy with the scar on his face, says that he considers the commander one of his henchmen. How dare he talk to him like that? Gustav replies that if his tone sounded like an order, he simply means that he wants them to leave peacefully. A bold man who had just arrived at the tavern spits into the commander's glass in front of everyone. All of Gustav's subordinates, seeing this blatant insolence, were enraged by such disrespect toward their commander. Jerome wondered aloud and said with a smirk, "What if he doesn't want to leave?" The commander replied that jerks like Jerome weren't worth feeding, as all they did was ruin everyone's mood. Gustav said that if he wanted to test his strength, then let's go outside and settle everything one-on-one. Jerome says angrily that today the commander won't escape his hands. There will be a brutal beating. The two stand facing each other in a fighting stance, and a crowd gathers around them, waiting for the fight to begin. The teacher tells Leon that mercenaries are those who prove their worth and reputation solely by force. So, basically, these are people who always get involved in various disputes and strike back when insulted. Hamel says it's strange that this guy showed up here just to start a fight. Jerome has had countless arguments with the commander over the years, but the forester had never seen him challenge Gustav to a duel so openly and aggressively as he did today. Jerome has long been known as a mercenary looking for easy work, but today his behavior and attitude are completely different from usual. There was an uneasy feeling that the mercenary believed in something very strongly, and Hamel had a very bad feeling about this strange fight. The commander, hearing the forester's words, turns around and says confidently that he is not stupid and will definitely defeat this insolent man. The opponents decide to discuss the rules of the fight, but the conditions are the same as always among mercenaries: either die or surrender. The teacher explains to the attentive young man that this battle is a high-level fight between experienced professional mercenaries. El Cid tells his student to watch carefully and remember every move the fighters make in the duel. The opponents decide to start the fight. Jerome quickly runs towards the commander and immediately decides to attack him with a powerful blow. The mercenary swings his weapon, his gaze wild, clearly very confident in his own abilities. With his first powerful swing, Jerome inflicts serious wounds on the commander, demonstrating an unexpectedly high level of skill. Gustav, the dark-skinned commander, quickly jumps back to assess the situation and regroup for a counterattack. This crazy enemy says with a smirk that the commander still thinks he's a small, harmless fish. El Cid explains that Jerome has a unique weapon with its center of gravity in the front, and that the guy is wielding two swords. Gustav admits to his opponent that his skills have really improved since they last fought. Jerome sees a white aura and wonders if the commander has finally revealed his steel attribute aura. The enemy starts laughing and says he knew Gustav would use this aura, but the water attribute is stronger. Therefore, Jerome confidently says that this time he will definitely bring the commander to his knees and swings his weapon. A truly brutal fight ensues between the fighters, and it is difficult to tell who will win, as their weapons clash every second. The blows are so powerful that the whole city shakes from the sounds of battle, and people hide in their homes. Leon stands and thinks about how powerful the blow is, and what the outcome will be. The young man hopes that the commander will prevail. The boy sees with horror that one of the fighters has fallen to his knees after a particularly powerful clash of weapons. It is Jerome, who is bleeding from his mouth, and his opponent has lowered his heavy weapon in defeat. The commander says he doesn't know why he challenged him to a fight, but let's stop here for today. Otherwise, one of the enemies will have to die, and Gustav doesn't want to kill without necessity. The enemy says with a smirk that the commander has no idea that it is Gustav who must die, that this was just a warm-up. Jerome says ominously that he will now demonstrate his true hidden power and strength to the commander. The hands of this strange opponent begin to be covered with dark lightning bolts and pulsating veins, radiating sinister energy. Jerome's eyes turn blood red, and his teeth turn into sharp fangs like those of a predatory beast. The commander quickly assumes a fighting stance and sees his protective steel aura gathering around him for defense. Then it turns out that the enemy simply takes off and completely disappears from the field of vision of all the observers present. Gustav looks around in confusion, trying to figure out where this cunning villain could have hidden from him. Leon uses his foresight to predict the enemy's actions, concentrating all his energy on the search. The guy realizes with surprise that the enemy has simply jumped high up into the air, so that he is completely out of sight. It's such an incredibly high jump that Jerome seems as if he could fly all the way to the brightest moon. Jerome turns out to be a real vampire, revealing his true blood-sucking nature, which had been hidden for a long time. The monster wants to bite his victim with his sharp fangs to feed on the commander's fresh human blood. The vampire is mad and crazy, baring his sharp teeth, rushing forward toward his target. The commander's body is covered with countless deep wounds from the predator's claws and fangs. Gustav's entire body is covered in scarlet blood, and in return, the mercenary begins to scream in agony. The commander thinks with horror that this cannot be happening, that the vampire has cut through his steel aura with its claws. Where did this wretch suddenly get such insane strength? Who gave it to him or passed it on? All the observers are confused about what is happening, how Jerome was able to attack so quickly and effectively. The guys discuss among themselves what they just saw, how the commander fell. But what really happened? Leon thinks it's similar to the incredible speed Karen develops in her attacks. This really means that this guy has become insanely strong after turning into a blood-sucking monster. Jerome approaches the defeated commander, pins him down, and begins to press down on his chest with his heavy foot. Gustav starts screaming in pain, blood gushing from all his wounds. The commander's comrades immediately grab their weapons and start running toward their fallen friend. But the enemy raises his hand and orders everyone to stay where they are and not move. The vampire says with a smirk that he will do something if a third party interferes in an honest duel. The mercenaries think in horror. Who is this guy? Could it be the same Jerome they saw earlier? The commander, bleeding profusely, tries to gather his last strength to resist the monster. Jerome, with a maniacal grin, says, "Well then, I'll wait," and Gustav knows exactly what he's waiting for. The vampire says that the commander is already on his knees, so he knows what the monster is waiting for. The enemy says mockingly that he should start begging for mercy like a true defeated warrior. Foam begins to pour from the vampire's mouth, and his eyes glow an insane red, like those of a wild beast. Elcid, who is watching all this, realizes with alarm that things are taking a very bad turn. The mentor turns to his student and tells him to bare his sword and raise it as high as possible. The teacher says that Leon must scatter this light around the entire perimeter, showing everyone his solar aura. Of course, the boy listens to his teacher's instructions, raises his weapon, and everything shines as if it were the real sun. Jerome stands there in complete shock as the bright light begins to press down on everything around him. But then the vampire looks at Leon, and the light spreads even more throughout the area. The monster closes his eyes in terror, which begin to burn intensely from the hero's sunlight. All the other mercenaries who were under the villain's command also fall down and scream in pain as their bodies burn from the sunlight. The subordinates simply burn alive before everyone's eyes, and no one understands what has happened. Everyone present is puzzled as to why the enemies lost consciousness and who these strange guys really are. But little by little, the truth began to dawn on everyone when they saw the sharp white fangs protruding from the mouths of the defeated. So it turns out that they are facing Dampirs, but who are they? Many are hearing this name for the first time. Leon curiously asks the teacher, saying that aren't these creatures simply called vampires? But the mentor explains that the term Dampir refers to those who have taken a reagent made from vampire blood. In short, it is a creature that stands between true vampires and ordinary humans in nature. Such creatures are unable to use powerful black magic, but they are still dangerous enough to humans. Commander Gustav approaches the young man and says with pain that this situation is a real nightmare. Although the warrior says everything is fine, the commander has very serious injuries all over his body. The guy turns to his comrades and says that they need to know that these monsters are essentially artificial vampires. After some time had passed, these bound enemies slowly regained consciousness. Jerome saw with horror that his loyal subordinates were already sitting tightly bound in a dark corner of the tavern. The vampire is now surrounded by men with sinister smiles, saying, "Well, you finally woke up from your faint." The mercenaries turned to the captive and said threateningly that he didn't want to discuss one important question with them. Leon thinks that Jerome mentioned the Count, which means that he is the root of all the problems in the region. Therefore, the caravan's next destination is Reuben's fiefdom, where the Count is organizing an army of vampires. The guy thinks anxiously that if the church finds out about this, the shock will indeed be enormous. Besides, why is the Count so eager to get his hands on the black crystal that the caravan is delivering? Early tomorrow morning, Leon will go with the commander to talk to the guildmaster, so it's time to go to bed. The young man thinks about Karen, wondering where the adventuress is and why she hasn't come. While his teacher asks if they will be sleeping together, Leon replies embarrassedly, asking what his mentor is talking about. In what sense together with a girl? The boy recalls Arnold's words with horror and realizes that their room only has one double bed. The young man becomes even more embarrassed when he realizes what an awkward situation he is in. Just then, Karen enters the room and the boy tells her that he was waiting for her. The girl arrives and says with relief that she's found Leon, as she had been looking everywhere for him. Karen curiously asks Leon if he is waiting for someone in the room, wondering if someone is coming to visit his friends tonight. The adventurous girl says in a very excited voice that she has something to tell the guy, that she managed to get some very important information in the city. Leon immediately blushes with embarrassment and asks with interest what kind of information his older friend has managed to obtain. The girl warns him not to be surprised by what he's about to hear, or rather, not to be too surprised by what's already happening. Of course, this valuable information, which Karen managed to extract from the secret Golden Owl Guild, cost a lot of money and effort. The adventuress proudly says that she has learned some important information about Count Ruben, which makes Leon extremely interested. The girl's eyes shine with excitement, and Karen says that the guy won't believe it, but a real vampire has appeared in the fiefdom. The adventuress stands with her arms outstretched, waiting for a reaction, while the guy is completely baffled by what he has heard. Karen thought that this shocking information would make Leon jump for joy or fear, but she miscalculated. But the problem was that there wasn't a hint of surprise on the guy's face, as if he already knew about it. But when Arnold, the guild leader, heard about it, the merchant grabbed his head and started screaming, "Oh my God, what a horror!" Karen realizes with disappointment that this was exactly the kind of violent reaction she wanted to see from her younger companion. Arnold says with concern that, in addition to the vampires, there is an active buildup of military power in the Count's fiefdom. The merchant says that the Count is behind it, that this information comes from reliable sources and is completely trustworthy. But based on the facts discovered, this is indeed the case, and to make matters worse, Dampiers have also appeared in the city. For monsters of this kind to appear, there must be a connection to a real vampire. In other words, someone is definitely behind Jerome. It is highly likely that this is the Count who is turning people into Dampiers to create an army of monsters. Commander Gustav says that fortunately they managed to find this out before arriving at the fiefdom, so measures can be taken. Arnold says with regret that the caravan will not be able to avoid meeting the Count in any case. Therefore, it would be better if the desert thieves stole the box with the crystal. Then the merchants would at least have some excuse. The guildmaster explains that for nobles, their reputation is more important than their own lives. These are the laws of high society. Therefore, as a simple merchant without a noble title, Arnold cannot allow himself to make such a professional mistake. The commander understands that the caravan must take the step into the real danger itself. From a strategic point of view, this is indeed the worst possible scenario. But, aware of the risks, one cannot abandon the task at hand. Therefore, if they refuse to do their job just because they are afraid for their own lives, they will lose the trust of their clients forever. Arnold resolutely says that he is ready to spend all his money to hire more experienced mercenaries to protect the caravan. The guild leader says with concern that the fighters need to be supplied with silver bullets and holy water to effectively fight the vampires. The merchant honestly says that he will not shamelessly beg for his own life, but everyone understands that this concerns everyone. After discussing all the details, the commander and the guild leader shake hands firmly to seal the agreement. It turns out that the comrades look at their leaders, thinking that they are people with well-defined tasks and goals. Karen turns to her younger protege and asks if Leon can spare her a moment for a conversation. They went out onto the balcony of the inn to talk alone, which surprised the young man somewhat. But the girl is unhappy with what is happening, and says that it was really a big surprise. It took her so much effort to get the information. After all, this is really valuable information about the Count, and the adventuress even paid such crazy money for it. Karen says with annoyance that if she hadn't made such an effort, her comrades wouldn't even have guessed what was going on. The mole is the reason why the bandits attacked the caravan in the middle of the desert. Everything was planned in advance. Most likely, the root of the problem lies in the fact that the thieves received clear instructions from Count Ruben himself to attack. When Leon heard this logical information, he opened his mouth wide in surprise and understanding. The girl was genuinely happy that she had been able to truly surprise the guy with something after today's stressful day. The adventuress wisely suggests that it is worth considering how Mole could have known what the caravan's most valuable cargo was. Leon realizes with horror that the bandits came unexpectedly to steal this very box with the crystal. But he thinks that Mole was working with the Count and was just doing all the dirty work he was given by his boss. The thief was extremely unlucky to meet Karen on that fateful day, and the girl blew all his plans. Therefore, his companions realize with alarm that the Count desperately wants the caravan to arrive at his estate with its cargo. The adventuress believes that even despite the vast territory, accommodating an entire caravan is an extremely burdensome task for one person. The Count simply could not take everything into his own hands without being noticed, so the decision to rely on bandits is reasonable. Leon is angry at the realization that he has gotten himself into such a serious mess, where everything has been planned in advance by his enemies. The young man realizes with apprehension that if the Count is up to something, he is trying his best not to draw attention to his actions. That's probably why he tried to steal the order secretly. But not only did the guild manage to track him down, the heroes also marked his enemies. The young hero says with understanding that the Count probably thinks that he has only added to his troubles, and that the situation is taking a dangerous turn for his plans. The danger increased several times over when the guild exceeded all his expectations and plans regarding the caravan. Therefore, the Count will now prepare for a more thorough bloody massacre in his fortified estate with mercenaries. Leon thinks anxiously that in this case, it is probably worth resorting to all possible tricks and ruses. Therefore, the young man addresses the girl very sharply and unexpectedly, drawing her attention to an important thought about strategy. The young man says decisively that he thinks there is a place that his comrades should definitely visit to prepare. Dark energy moves through the night city, showing that strange things are still happening in this place at night. Fiad Ruben fully deserves the title of the most genuine cursed night city where monsters reign. This dark energy enters someone's window, where a mysterious man sits, waiting for a guest to arrive. A girl turns to this black shadow and says with relief that she sees that the servant has returned alive. Roman is the name of the man who has just materialized from the thick black shadow in the room. The girl says bitterly that the clan has been completely destroyed by enemies, so no one else is left alive. This mysterious girl is a true pure-blooded vampire, whose noble name is Tepesh. Roman reports that there is no one from the Count's people within a kilometer, so they can stay here for 5 days. The vampire girl clenches her pale fist and speaks with despair, wondering how this could have happened to her clan. Tepesh admits that the sins are great, and all because she was trying to find a place to live, but brought disaster instead. A subordinate respectfully says that, "Your Highness, this sin is not yours alone." But the vampire disagrees. The princess must save her clan. And then something about what is happening greatly surprises the vampire. Roman says anxiously, "Your Highness, what happened to you? Why do you look so strange now?" The vampire really starts to feel very ill, as if she has suddenly seen something terrible in her mind, thinking about the power she has used. The butler looks at Her Highness and is very worried about what she is feeling at that moment. The ability to share feelings with those with whom one has shared blood, even if that blood was shed against one's will. Tepesh understands that as long as the source of power lies within the subordinate, their minds are simply connected to each other. Someone lies on their knees, covered in blood, bleeding onto the dirty ground beneath them. This is Commander Gustav, lying and standing in his own blood after a brutal beating by the Dhampir. The enemy above him smiles sinisterly, and you can see him smirking as he brings his deadly weapon closer to his victim. Leon simply took his sacred weapon, which radiated divine light against the evil, and used it. The hero's gaze was insanely determined. The guy wanted to banish this cursed evil from the world of the living forever. The vampire, who saw this in his painful memories, began to laugh loudly and hysterically. The monster opened its mouth so wide during its laughter that its sharp fangs became clearly visible. The butler cautiously tells his mistress that he wonders if their goddess of luck has abandoned them in this difficult situation. The vampire lady responds attentively, seeing how the hero neutralized the impure ones in one fell swoop. It is absolutely clear that this man holds a high position in the church. So if someone like him is nearby, it means that the guy clearly has information that could be related to the vampire. Tepesh says with determination that in any case, this will be the hook for the long-awaited counterattack against the clan's enemies. "Count Ruben, you vile son of a man. Wait a little longer. Soon you will pay for what you have done to the clan." Tepesh says with fury that he will tear the Count to pieces with his sharp claws for destroying his family. Elcid tells his student that he began telling him about the battle with the demon pirates, as it had happened before. To destroy those connected to the demon army, the mentor single-handedly invaded the vampire lord's castle. There, 90% of the high-ranking vampires, including their lord, were destroyed, and the boy is already bleeding from his ears. Leon says irritably that he's sick of all these stories, that his teacher has been telling the same thing for a whole week. Why is the road so safe? It's too quiet and peaceful here. The guy's going crazy from boredom. On top of that, the teacher has been talking non-stop all week, as if Leon were riding with the chatty king of storytellers. The mentor paused for a moment and said that okay, there was some truth in what the student said. Then Elcid started talking enthusiastically again, picking up where he had left off in his fascinating story. Karen peered over the side of the carriage and told her companions with relief that they had finally arrived at their destination. The caravan entered the residence of Count Ruben, which looked quite impressive for a provincial castle. Of course, the residence cannot compare to a fortress city, but it is still very nice and rich. The grounds are quite large for a castle on the outskirts of the country, clearly indicating that the Count lives in wealth and luxury. An observant young man noticed that the fortress wall glistened strangely in the sun. The spirit of the weapon immediately explained to his student that it was a protective barrier created using a huge amount of silver. A spell was engraved on the castle wall that blocks vampires and other evil creatures from entering. It seems that the defense has another use, but the teacher is not personally familiar with such subtleties. It was interesting that if the Count was a dark horse who controlled the vampires, why such a powerful barrier had been created. The guards at the entrance say that the carriages must be stopped to check the documents and cargo of the caravan. When Arnold came out, the guards began to ask what kind of guild it was, and then rejoiced at the arrival of the guests. They were ordered to escort the caravan to the Count's castle for a formal meeting with the host. The group was allowed to pass through the silver barrier that they had to go through to enter the territory. When you pass through the defenses, you get the feeling that you have touched a sacred power. Karen says with discomfort that it's a strange, unpleasant feeling, especially for her as an adventurer. In any case, the knights guarding the castle gates are definitely not vampires. You can tell by their aura, Leon replied with relief to his teacher, saying that it was a relief that his mentor could distinguish them from ordinary people. The spirit of the weapon says seriously that from now on, they must be on guard and attentive to their surroundings, since it is unknown where exactly the enemy is waiting and when an attack on the caravan might occur. Elsid thinks with confusion. Damn it, on the way from the gate to the castle, they didn't meet a single vampire. Could the information about vampires hiding here be wrong? But the problem is that the sun is high in the sky. When they approached the next gate, they were asked to stop for a document check. The senior knight politely said that he was pleased to meet them, but only the guild leader and high-ranking adventurers could pass. Karen realized with interest that this was great, as it meant they could pass. But she wondered why they were being asked to enter the castle. But even better, Leon would be able to find the answer to his question. When they entered, they didn't realize how luxurious it was. But the mercenaries realize with excitement that this is their first time in such a place, and wonder how to properly greet the Count. They discuss among themselves that they should just behave peacefully and not ask the host any unnecessary suspicious questions. The senior knight knocks on the massive doors and reports that the head of the guild is here with his entourage. An order is given from inside for the guests to enter, and the door opens slightly, allowing them into the chambers. There stood Count Reuben, a luxurious man of middle age with a noble bearing and expensive clothing. The guildmaster Arnold respectfully bowed his knee before the Count to pay his respects to the nobleman. Leon politely bowed his head in respect and immediately called upon his teacher and mentor in his mind. The spirit of the weapon looked closely at the Count and told his student that no, he was definitely not a vampire by nature. When the young man heard these unexpected words, he was completely shocked. For how could the Count not be a vampire? The teacher then looked again into the Count's eyes, into his cold blue aristocratic eyes. The mentor said with concern that the Count was a much more annoying and dangerous creature than a simple blood-sucking vampire. Leon wondered in bewilderment if this Count was really not a vampire, as everyone had previously thought based on the information they had received. His teacher replied with confidence that the Count was just an ordinary man without any supernatural abilities or curses. All the knights in this luxurious room are also ordinary people, with no vampire blood in their veins. If the Count himself and none of his closest associates are vampires, then logic suggests a completely different conclusion. It turns out that the information about the Count and his people turning people into vampires is simply a complete lie. Elsid adds that he does not sense the arrogance and haughtiness typical of high-ranking nobles of the Empire in the Count's manner. The Count politely tells his guests that before starting a serious conversation, he would like to receive the item he ordered through the guild. Of course, Arnold solemnly opens the box to reveal the mysterious black crystal of high quality. The Count approaches the box cautiously and carefully takes the crystal in his well-groomed hands for a detailed examination. After carefully examining the artifact, the aristocrat says with satisfaction that it is excellent and that he is completely satisfied with the quality of the goods. The Count says gratefully that here is the promised 1,000 gold coins, and also gives a 20% discount on the goods. The nobleman smiles and says, "Ho ho, believe me, there is no need for excessive formalities between business partners." The guildmaster Arnold visibly tensed at these words, as he was accustomed to a more formal protocol when dealing with the nobility. The Count suggests with a businesslike air that perhaps they should move on to the main reason for the meeting. Everyone present began to panic a little, including the experienced mercenaries, sensing trouble ahead. The man tells his guests not to be surprised, but that a dangerous vampire is currently hiding in their city, terrorizing the residents. When they heard this shocking information, it greatly affected the mood of everyone in the room. Absolutely everyone, Karen, the mercenaries, and the subordinates. No one expected such news from the Count. But the guild leader, Arnold, clutched his head and began to shout loudly in despair and realization of the seriousness of the situation. The merchant began to apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, please forgive me. But without special equipment, fighting vampires is extremely dangerous." Leon thinks that the guild leader could well have been genuinely surprised by such an unexpected turn of events at a business meeting. The Count explains that although they usually hunt vampires during the day, he came to the conclusion that it would be too difficult for his knights to find the monster. The aristocrat says with concern that he is also worried that the knights have never fought such monsters before. So the Count turns to his guests and asks what they think about embarking on a professional vampire hunt. He says with conviction that he will guarantee a decent reward for their services, and will also provide all the necessary silver weapons. Leon thinks with confusion that this is an extremely confusing and complicated situation for him and his companions, requiring careful consideration. When they gather in the evening to discuss it together, his companions realize that there seems to be no choice but to accept the Count's offer of help. Gustav says doubtfully that he himself does not know what to expect in this case, and that it is difficult to say how likely it is that this is true about the vampire. The fact that the Count was the first to mention the existence of vampires on his estate somehow alarms the experienced mercenaries and arouses their suspicions. Arnold began to beg his companions to simply agree, saying that they should not cause any trouble with the influential Count. The spirit of the weapon explains that we are talking about the head of a middle-ranking guild, and for the Count, they are just rich commoners without titles. It should not be forgotten that the caravan is currently on the Count's territory, so without evidence, it is simply impossible and dangerous to conduct an interrogation. Leon realizes that it is better for them if the Count is not an enemy, as this is safer for everyone in the caravan. But the teacher warns his student again that this high-ranking aristocrat is definitely not a simple man, as he seems. The most interesting thing is that the Count is a high-ranking sorcerer who hides his true abilities from those around him. The teacher says that he is quite knowledgeable about magic, but this protective barrier around the city is definitely the work of the Count himself. The wave of magical power emanating from the barrier was exactly the same as the aura of Count Ruben himself. Therefore, if the Count truly hates vampires, he has no reason to borrow the strength of mercenaries to hunt them. So the aristocrat is either trying to catch the vampires or wants to silence the guild forever by any means necessary. Leon understands that, as his teacher said, the Count is undoubtedly up to something. But why is he hiding the fact that he is a high-ranking mage? So he thinks it would be right to accept the offer. But in doing so, they are signing their own death warrant. If you think about the mercenaries with wolf teeth, there is no guarantee that Karen and the others won't turn into something similar. Therefore, Leon cannot allow this to happen to his comrades. He must protect all his loved ones from danger. But right now, the biggest problem is the uncertainty of whether the Count is an enemy or just a cautious ruler. And most interestingly, perhaps that vampire is also an enemy of the caravan, not a victim of the Count. Leon realizes that he is unlikely to be able to explain to all the guys around him what the Count's true magical nature and plans are. But the only one who can take his word for it is Karen, since she trusts him more than the others. So now there is a very awkward silence in the conversation. Everyone is thinking about the situation. Karen says wearily that she wants to take a bath and just go to bed, so they'll discuss everything in more detail tomorrow. Everyone was shocked by the girl's words, but in principle, agreed that it would be a good idea. When everyone had gone to their rooms, the girl, still in shock, asked if the Count was really a wizard. Leon replies seriously that not only is he a sorcerer, but he is also of high rank, capable of creating powerful barriers. Karen said anxiously that it was extremely dangerous if it was a mage of such a high level that even she couldn't recognize him. Karen says with concern that there is no guarantee that they will be able to win by force in this confrontation with the Count Magician. But the guy responds hopefully that before they cross the border, he sent a request for help to the Order of the Holy Iron Castle. Leon explains that he used the necklace he received from Bishop Jazara, but he does not know when they will arrive or how many will come. The situation is uncertain. It is unknown whether a whole legion of knights will arrive or just a couple of people to help. Karen says with understanding that they should get a good night's rest, see each other tomorrow, and go to their rooms to sleep. The companions went to their rooms, lost in thought about what to expect tomorrow. Karen quietly closed the door behind her, but not the one leading to her room, but to Leon's room. The boy realized with surprise that the girl had entered his room for some reason, instead of going to rest in her own. Leon turned around and saw Karen with a satisfied expression on her face and a rather sweet smile on her lips. The adventurous girl reached out to him with her hands, as if wanting to say or do something important. The girl simply grabbed and pushed the guy so hard that he didn't understand why she was doing it. Karen laid Leon on the bed and held his hands tightly, not allowing him to get up or resist. The guy doesn't understand what's happening, starts to sweat and gets very nervous from the unexpected closeness. The girl doesn't say anything to him yet, just smiles mysteriously and looks at him intently in the darkness. At this tense moment, an unknown person peeks into their room, watching what is happening. This man in a dark cloak does so brazenly, making no particular effort to hide from possible detection. The spy is right next to the window where Leon and Karen are, and can see everything happening inside. The girl takes her younger companion's lips and kisses him, portraying a passionate romantic relationship between them. It is a long, lingering kiss that looks very realistic to the person watching from outside. When the observer sees this scene, he blushes deeply and is completely shocked by the unexpectedness of it all. When the spy got the information he needed, he took a step back and jumped to hide from his observation point. Leon is extremely embarrassed by what just happened and doesn't know how to react. Even the adventuress herself didn't think she would go to such lengths to distract the spy. After that, Karen said with satisfaction that it seemed like the insolent man who had been following them had left. The girl asks with a smile if she hopes it looked realistic enough for a spy, because that's what it was supposed to be. Leon replies with a confused look, saying he doesn't know. He's not supposed to know or understand all that. His teacher rolls his eyes and says with annoyance that they are such fools for not understanding the obvious. Karen says briskly that it's time for them to go out on reconnaissance to gather information about the enemy. The adventuress explains that the enemy has been spying on them, so they must give the same answer and find out their plans. Now the enemies think that their comrades are busy with romance, so they are unlikely to think that the heroes will go anywhere. Leon says doubtfully that the Count's eyes are everywhere in this castle, so how can they leave unnoticed? The girl says with a smile that he has already forgotten who she really is and what her abilities are. Karen says that the respected hero should let her accompany him, pointing to her ability to control shadows. The gravedigger appears, the second deadly persona of the young adventuress, ready for a dangerous reconnaissance mission. This creature envelops her companions in the very shadow of the underworld, making them invisible to the castle guards. After that, the guy Leon also transforms into his true combat form, preparing for a dangerous reconnaissance mission on the Count's castle grounds. Karen says with admiration that the city at night is much better than during the day, because at night the streets enchant with their mysterious and enigmatic landscape. It's not even midnight yet, so why are the streets so quiet and deserted? Inside the buildings, the adventuress senses some kind of sinister presence. Leon says with understanding that it may all be due to rumors of vampires, which cause residents to hide in their homes after dark. The girl pauses and points down, telling her companion to look down there, where there are armed guards on every corner. And what's most surprising is that the guards are carrying silver weapons, which suggests that they are openly demonstrating their readiness to fight vampires. Leon admits that he doesn't even know what the Count's real relationship with the vampires in this region and city is. The teacher responds wisely that, in his opinion, the answer to the student's question has long been provided by life experience. Else it explains that the world is not always divided into enemies and allies alone. There are also neutral parties in a conflict. Neither enemy nor ally. Leon thought about how he had never even considered such a possibility for the development of events and relationships. But looking back, they had come to the conclusion from the very beginning that vampires, who were enemies without reason, might not be enemies after all. While the guy was deep in thought about the nature of good and evil, his companion suddenly spoke to him. The girl pointed in a direction and said that she had scouted the area beforehand and that the city slums began there, asking what they should do. Leon says doubtfully that he wonders if the proud vampires would really hide in such a humiliating place. They are arrogant and extravagant creatures, so they could rightly be called the aristocracy of the night and darkness. Therefore, even out of a sense of pride alone, vampires would rarely wander into godforsaken slums. Therefore, the comrades decided to go to these slums after all, as it is indeed a good option for finding information about what is happening. As they walk through the abandoned areas, they discuss how gloomy it is here and how the air is heavy, as if saturated with fear. But the most surprising thing is that there is absolutely no sign of any living creatures, not even rats or stray dogs. Despite spreading their aura sensitivity as far as possible, the adventurers couldn't find any signs of life. Therefore, it seems unnatural, because if there are rich areas, there must also be poor ones. And if there are people who live in luxurious mansions, then there must be people who cannot afford even a single room. Nevertheless, there is not a single slum dweller in this city. Only traces of people's existence in the past remain. What the hell did the Count do to the poor people of this city to make an entire part of the settlement so deserted and abandoned? The two companions shuddered at the horror, realizing they didn't want to stay here any longer than necessary for their reconnaissance. They decided to try to return to the castle, but they sensed a strange black energy nearby. These two experienced adventurers began to peer intently into the surrounding darkness with their sharp eyes. They see black shadows beginning to appear more and more around them, surrounding the adventurers in a tight ring of danger. Leon thinks anxiously that this must be an attack. Even Karen was unable to predict or notice it in advance with her abilities. The girl quickly grabs her dagger and thinks that it might be an enemy preparing an ambush in the slums. Then the shadow took shape, and a vampire appeared with his butler, materializing out of the darkness in front of the heroes. They stepped out of the shadows, the vampire's eyes madly red, burning in the darkness like two scarlet rubies among the shadows. Leon thinks they are moving, changing their bodies like real mist, like ghosts of the night. Could they be magicians or some kind of high-class assassins? But the teacher says that these guys are actually real vampires. When Leon heard this, he tensed up, as he hadn't expected to see them here. Tepesh proudly says that he is the last representative of the royal vampire family among 3 generations. The guy thinks that with such a decisive arsenal of tricks, he doesn't even know what to do in this situation. Leon already imagined this vampire lunging at him to bite his neck and drink all the blood from his body. The young man thinks that, in principle, they could have attacked much earlier, when the heroes were less prepared. But the vampires didn't do that, and the guy still doesn't know who they are to him, enemies or allies. The monsters clearly abandoned their sudden attack and entered into dialogue with the adventurers to settle things. Leon realizes that the first thing to do is to take advantage of this chance for peaceful communication with the vampires. So the guy addresses them, asking why they appeared in front of his companions, as it doesn't seem like they intend to fight. The vampire smiles and quietly says with satisfaction that it seems she was right about the hero. However, Tepesh asks him one question that has been on her mind for a long time. With the help of the Dhampir, the vampire saw that Leon possesses a sacred power that is the opposite of darkness. Therefore, the vampire asks him directly whether he is a man of the church or simply a bearer of light. When the guy hears this question, he doesn't understand what's going on or why the vampires need this information. The teacher replies that if the vampire had any hidden intentions, he would have looked at the church's coat of arms. The monster would have tried to avoid meeting her follower, so the vampires probably have other intentions. So the guy says honestly that yes, that's right, he is a representative of the church, and the vampire immediately grabs his hand. With a sincere smile on her face, the vampire says with relief that she knew they had been waiting for him here for a very long time. Leon realizes that he doesn't understand what's going on, and he even lied to such a dangerous enemy about his affiliation. There is a real misunderstanding between them. But most of all, Leon and Karen don't understand what will happen next. When everyone gathered at the guild master's house the next day for an important meeting, the mercenaries were in complete shock from the information they heard about the events of the previous night. Guild leader Arnold and Commander Gustav were also completely shaken by the story of the encounter with the vampires and the Count's plans. The commander slammed his fist on the table and declared indignantly that this was a truly unexpected turn of events in their mission. Gustav said with horror that the Count was using the city's poor as food to breed dozens of dangerous vampires. Karen confirms that yes, she heard it all with her own ears from the vampire princess during their nighttime meeting. Leon realizes how fortunate he is to have this girl by his side, as her words carry considerable weight among his companions. It turns out that the Count is a high-ranking wizard, and at some point a vampire appeared who told the adventurers all this. Count Ruben is definitely up to something sinister, and the caravan is just a tool for him, using the vampire hunt as a pretext. When Commander Gustav says with understanding that the Count is trying to keep them here, thereby silencing the witnesses, therefore, they need to hurry up with their actions, or else the Count will also learn of their knowledge, and then things will go badly. Therefore, the only thing the team needs to know is that something serious is clearly being planned here, and they need to find out the details of the plans. Gustav says doubtfully that it is quite possible that all these words of the vampire are simply lies to deceive people. "How can you trust monsters who live off sucking the blood of others and killing innocent people?" asks the commander. It turns out that this vampire has appeared behind them, and says that they are not particularly happy living by sucking the blood of others to survive. Everyone is in complete shock that this vampire has appeared again, right out of the shadows, as if materializing out of thin air. Everyone wonders how he got through, while the vampire greets the gathered crowd and explains about sunlight. Tepesh says seriously that he is here to fight against a common enemy, knowing that it is hard for people to believe, but it's all the absolute truth, and the vampire is ready to prove it by any means necessary, including documents. The vampire says that if you don't believe her words, then take a look at this document as irrefutable proof. The scroll, guaranteed by the church, confirms that the Vlach clan's service to the church officially ended recently. The vampires served the church 300 years ago, but part of the clan joined the army of the Demon King. They renounced peaceful coexistence with humans and committed a monstrous betrayal of the goddess of light. As a result, most of the vampires were destroyed by the hero Rodrigo, but one priest stood up for the survivors. In exchange for 250 years of loyal service to the church, some members of the clan survived and continued their lives. El Cid speaks with understanding, saying that 250 years is not such a long period of service for those who possess immortality. Except for exposure to sunlight or injuries that exceed their ability to regenerate, vampires are virtually invulnerable. Unless their heart and brain are destroyed by silver, they belong to a species that can live for thousands of years without aging. After the church clan's term of service ended, the vampires began searching for a place where they could settle down and live in peace. In the end, they tried to settle here in the fiefdom, but the count stabbed them in the back, betraying the vampires' trust. The commander, after hearing this explanation, says that after seeing the evidence from the Holy Church, he had no doubts left. Gustav turns to Leon and says that the guy said he had summoned the Knights of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle when they arrived. The problem is that Leon has no idea when they will arrive or how many of them will come to help. Therefore, Commander Gustav responds with determination that they will have to face the Count with their own limited forces. Karen replied that this was simply impossible. Even Tepesh, who was their equal in strength, could not fight the Count. Wizards are much more powerful on their own territory, where they can use all the advantages of familiar terrain. Moreover, there is no more formidable enemy than a high-ranking wizard prepared for battle with an army of dampers. Therefore, the girl wisely said that it would be better to weaken the enemy's forces little by little, and strive to gain at least some advantage. Therefore, the commander immediately asked with curiosity what exactly Karen meant by tactical superiority. Well, as expected, the adventuress is relying solely on Leon's holy power against vampires and evil spirits. Arnold says with understanding that this ultimately means waiting for the knights to arrive as reinforcements. The subordinate tells the commander with irritation that they are under constant surveillance and cannot even go to the toilet normally. They all ponder how they can distract the Count's guards from their intense scrutiny. Suddenly, Arnold says slyly that they should pretend that they are really fighting vampires here. When they hear this, everyone is shocked by such an unexpected suggestion from the guild leader. Even Karen and Leon didn't fully understand what Arnold was trying to achieve with this plan. Under the cover of night, a powerful explosion rocks the city, shaking buildings and terrifying the residents. Knights scream in pain, having been knocked down by the blast wave, and wonder what the hell is going on. Leon, who approached them, asks with concern if the injured knights are all right. These servants, covered in blood and dust, ask the young man in surprise who he is and where he came from. The young man explains honestly that he is accompanying the caravan and is currently fulfilling the Count's request to destroy dangerous vampires. Leon says anxiously that they must leave, as a dangerous vampire is lurking nearby. This is Tepes, a genuine ancient vampire of royal blood, who has emerged from the shadows to attack. Leon pulls out his glowing weapon and tells the knights that from now on, they can trust only him. The guy pulls out his sacred blade and stages a miraculous battle scene, as previously agreed with his allies. The fake vampire enemy, Tepesh, releases his sharp claws, red smoke emanating from his hands, creating a terrifying effect for the watching knights. Commander Gustav, upon hearing the plan, says with admiration that this is a tactical method he had not thought of before in such a situation. The comrades discuss among themselves that, seeing such a display, the Count cannot even think of such deception on the part of the mercenaries, and that if they pretend to be real enemies, they will be able to choose the place and time for the battle against the Count at their discretion. Karen says with understanding that, in other words, in the fortress of this city, they would have the opportunity to sow chaos anywhere. Therefore, when everyone heard this, they were generally pleased with the proposal, and everyone liked the idea for implementing the plan. They enthusiastically think that this is great. Let's stage a real good fight to distract the guards. Commander Gustav is also participating in this fake duel, swinging his weapon skillfully against an imaginary opponent. The warrior shouts with conviction, "Take that, now you're going to die," and does so very skillfully to make it convincing. All the enemies and allies watch this performance, and Gustav doesn't even show for a second that he's playing a role in the show. Leon realizes that this plan is really good, proof that the Count is a real sorcerer with secrets. Since the buildings are constructed around the entire perimeter of the city, about which the locals know nothing, only the Count can enter. El Cid explained earlier that if it's a wizard, he'll put magic-enhancing devices around the building. It turns out that they have to destroy them all, but more than half of them are just decoys to distract the enemy. So, out of this bunch of towers, they only need to destroy the real ones that actually enhance the power of the wizard Count. Leon cautiously says that if they destroy the real towers, the enemy will definitely suspect something, so they need to be careful. Therefore, everything must look as if the structures were damaged completely by accident during a fierce battle with vampires. Leon turns to his weapon spirit and says that Commander Gustav and Butler Roman seem to be doing a great job. The teacher gives instructions, telling him to pretend to fight, secretly select only the towers, and destroy them unnoticed. The comrades resume the vampire's duel against Leon, putting on an impressive show for the Count's guards watching them. Elcid, watching, turns to his student, reminding him not to forget that he must not use his light aura against an ally. When the boy heard this, he began to shout and speak indignantly, saying that his teacher had just said something inappropriate. Tepesh sends the vampire's bloody power straight at the boy, creating a spectacular attack to make the performance more convincing. Blood begins to envelop the guy, rising slightly up his body, creating the impression of real danger for the observers. Then, behind his back, one of the towers explodes, and Leon is shocked by the unexpected turn of events. The guy says in confusion that his teacher told him not to use his aura against such a strong opponent in battle. But the young man does not understand why. Even if he is just pretending to fight, he still feels real fatigue and tension from what is happening. The teacher explains to the boy that his light aura is the direct opposite of a vampire's aura, so even the slightest touch will cause enormous damage to an ally. Leon thinks that without using weapons or his aura, it is difficult to make it look like real fierce resistance. The guy thinks that during the reenactment of the battle with such a high-level opponent, he cannot use his sacred aura. But the vampire also continues to release a red aura from her hands, which destroys everything around her for realism. A huge amount of dark energy pours out of Tepes's hands, blowing up buildings and causing chaos throughout the city. Amidst all the chaos and thick dust, Leon, who is running between the ruins of buildings, is not even visible. Suddenly, the vampire's expression changes, and the princess narrows her red eyes, noticing something important. At that moment, Leon runs away from the vampire's attack, who looks surprised, jumping very high toward him. The guy appears straight out of the dust and dirt, and the vampire jumps forward to continue the show. Tepesh is behind the guy, and Leon thinks anxiously, "Damn, am I going to lose this game?" The vampire directs a red aura and blood magic strike at him, but Leon stops the attack with his weapon. After that, the hero flies to the side and lands on solid ground, avoiding serious injury. It was very close to real danger. But the most important thing is that they destroyed the Count's magical towers. Since this was the goal of their secret mission, it turns out that the comrades did everything according to plan. The teacher, watching the performance, says that it looks quite plausible, doesn't it? The boy says doubtfully, "Hey, does the teacher really think he didn't make a mistake in his actions?" The mentor himself does not understand what they are talking about. What exactly the student did right during the battle. The comrades continue to destroy the city, saying that it is really dangerous for all the inhabitants. Leon thinks that 6 whole days have passed in endless battles and feels his body growing tired. The teacher replies with satisfaction that, fortunately, the process is going extremely smoothly, with at least 10 structures destroyed. Therefore, the magical protection of the walls has now been significantly weakened in the city, giving the allies an advantage. At that moment, Count Ruben is watching everything that is happening from the main building. It is clear that he does not like what his city has been turned into, and the aristocrat clenches his fist tightly. The Count puts another magic ring on his finger, enhancing his sorceress abilities. The mage's eyes shine brightly with anger, and he thinks to himself, "Damn those bastards." Commander Gustav says with confusion that it is strange that the Count is not taking any decisive action against them. Meanwhile, the young man says that the fact that the enemy has not yet revealed his true face is indeed alarming. Leon thinks anxiously that it is strange that there has been no news from the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle for a long time. Suddenly, Karen appears out of the shadows like a ghost and shouts the young man's name loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Everyone starts watching with excitement and confusion, wondering why this adventurous woman suddenly appeared among them in such a hurry. The girl, her eyes shining with joy, tells her companions that he is here, that the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle has finally arrived to help them. Karen explains that the meeting is scheduled at a restaurant where advance reservations are required, which is a very original way of keeping things secret. The girl takes the guy's hand closer to her and says conspiratorially that it's all for their safety. Leon asks doubtfully if it is really necessary to go to such lengths, to which Karen replies that it is just a game for safety. When they arrive at the restaurant, a polite waiter asks the guests whose name the reservation is under. Karen replies that it is in Noel's name, with the guy's name backwards for secrecy from possible spies. The waiter leads them to a table where 2 people are already sitting, patiently waiting to meet the heroes. There was a guy in a green robe with a hood, his gaze expressing neither friendliness nor a warm welcome. Next to him sat a girl with pink hair, who also looked very cold and detached from what was happening. Leon thinks to himself that although they look young, they give the impression of being experienced and talented assassins. The teacher says approvingly that thanks to his trips with Karen, his students' eyes have become better at noticing important details. When they approached the table, Leon politely said he was glad to meet them, introduced himself, and explained that he had requested their assistance. The knight introduces himself as Damien and says that the girl with pink hair is called Angelica, but she cannot speak. Damien says with authority that the knight must know Princess Tepesh, as their sabotage is disguised as a battle. The knight knows this vampire, as the princess is from a clan known for its many years of volunteer work for the church. After 250 years of honest labor, they found themselves in this situation. It is truly an unlucky clan. Then the knight learned that the count had imprisoned the vampire clan in a dungeon and was raising them like some kind of livestock. There is only one method of magic that can use such dark power, and that is the forbidden black magic of necromancy. Leon understands from the expression on his companion's face that the situation is much more serious than they could have imagined at first. These vampires are a race of beings in which there is no clear distinction between the physical body and the immortal soul. Mages are trying to use them to accumulate magical energy, which is why black magic works best on spiritual bodies. The Count uses the city's poor as food to squeeze all the juice and energy out of the vampires. Leon shouts indignantly that he doesn't understand how such a thing could happen in their civilized world. The knight explains philosophically that if consuming large amounts of blood made vampires infinitely strong, they would have conquered the world long ago. For the Count, it doesn't matter if the vampire is on the brink of death. His only goal is to absorb all the magical energy stored in the blood. After sucking out all this life energy, the mage no longer cares whether the vampire lives or dies. And then, unexpectedly, Angelica shows the number 3 with her finger. Everyone is puzzled by the fact that this silent girl who says nothing is making some kind of sign with her hands. Damien explains that this means that the situation is at the 3rd level of danger for the entire continent. Therefore, the knights are asking for full cooperation from all participants in the operation to successfully complete the mission. This situation is equivalent to a disaster such as the city-devouring monster that the Order recently faced in past battles. The 2nd level refers to national-level cataclysms, and the 1st to a situation that threatens the entire known world. At the 3rd level, the danger can reach the 2nd level, and then a situation will arise that requires the gathering of half of the Knights of the Order, or sending a request for cooperation to every country on the continent to unite forces against the threat. Therefore, if such a development occurs, the world will find itself in complete chaos and destruction. Since everything has turned out this way, tonight they will have to capture and interrogate the Count to obtain information. The camp for vampire prisoners looks terrifying, and in the middle of the territory stands a magical tower with barriers. Suddenly, someone sneaks up to this sinister building under the cover of night to scout it out. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary prison, but in reality, it is where the Count secretly holds his vampire prisoners. This is said by the vampire Tepesh, who tells the female knight that she enjoys working with Angelica. The princess is on a mission with Angelica, a female knight who never speaks aloud during missions. The butler Roman explains that they have already been told about the knights, and the vampire's role is to help the prisoners escape. The vampire says with determination that this prison is a target they have long sought to liberate. The butler replies anxiously that the Count has surrounded the prison with a powerful barrier that reproduces the sun's deadly rays. Attacking the vampires is useless, unless they can destroy the foundation of this barrier made of reinforced walls. Although they can already approach the prison, in reality this means inflicting only minimal damage to the barrier. The vampire looks at the silent Angelica with surprise, as the girl does not even explain her intentions. The allies cannot understand what she wants to do, as she has not said anything about her plan of action. Angelica shows her hand, which is covered in metal armor, from which concentrated solar energy emanates. The female knight clenches her hand into a fist and activates the sun fist technique to destroy the barrier. Angelica presses her glowing hand against the stone wall of the fortified building, beginning the process of destruction. In just a second, countless cracks appear, and the wall begins to collapse rapidly thanks to the knight's incredible solar power. The vampire and her butler are in complete shock at what they see, truly amazed by this incredible spectacle of the barrier's destruction. From a distance, everyone felt the ground shake, and Leon thought anxiously, could this be an earthquake caused by such a powerful attack? Damien explained to his companions that it was Angelica, who was more than twice as strong as him in terms of pure physical strength. In fact, many experienced knights were inferior to her in power, but she would be more than enough to deal with the prison. However, the problem of punishing the sorcerer Count was precisely their direct responsibility. Gustav says with understanding that they are a problem, as there are 5 of them with B rank and one high-class adventurer. The knight explains realistically that, at best, they will fight on equal terms, but if even one of them dies, they will lose their advantage. Surprisingly, this honest knight speaks frankly, saying that he cannot guarantee victory in the upcoming battle with the Count. As they approach the Count's luxurious palace, the guards indignantly ask how they dare appear before the Count at such a late hour. The guard speaks indignantly, asking if they have any idea about etiquette or basic rules of decorum. The knight speaks with dignity, saying that he actually holds the 38th place in the Order of the Holy Iron Castle of the Great Church. When these knights heard the title, they thought with horror, "A servant of the church, a knight of the Holy Iron Castle himself is here." Suddenly, a man approached and ordered the guards to put away their spears and show proper respect to the guests. It was the Count's steward, who apologized for his subordinates' lack of tact and asked them to follow him. When the teacher and Leon heard this, they noted that it was very strange that the Count had ordered the church ministers to be brought to him immediately. They passed through all these luxurious halls and corridors, noting that the atmosphere was completely different from that of the daytime. The atmosphere was indeed gloomy, chilling them to the bone. Could this be another trap set by the cunning Count? Commander Gustav says with understanding that now that they are here, in the enemy's lair, no one can just leave. But the warrior is only amused, saying with a smirk that they will have a fun night of battle. Leon also frowns, sensing that this night will be very interesting and dangerous for everyone. The massive doors slowly opened, and they entered a spacious room where the Count himself was already waiting. The aristocrat says with feigned surprise that he is sorry for the unexpected visit, as he was not expecting them. Damien replied sternly that he had no intention of evading their questions, and had not come at such a late hour to joke around. The knight angrily tells the Count that he accuses him of illegally detaining the Wallachian clan, who had honestly served their punishment in the Holy Church. He also accuses him of abusing his power by using the blood of innocent residents of this city for dark magical rituals. The Count says with a cold smile that if he starts to justify himself, the knights will not believe him anyway, so he sees no point in wasting time. Of course, such a brazen response does not satisfy anyone present, and everyone is even more enraged by his arrogance. This gentleman smiles sinisterly and says that his guests have entertained him well, secretly joining forces with the bats and destroying the barrier. The aristocrat says with contempt that they are too fearless for freaks, so he gives his word that he will destroy them tonight. Commander Gustav smiles and tells the Count that it's not the funniest joke he's heard from his enemies. After which the Count, his eyes already filled with rage, explains that if he calls vampires bats, then what are leeches? Moreover, the fact that the Count accepts the accusations before the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle indicates a desire to die. Gustav continues, saying that if the Count understands his words, then they are on almost equal footing. The Count, who is now completely enraged by the audacity, asks threateningly if the commander really wants to die right there and then. But the commander replies that he first promised a painful death and now intends to show mercy, apparently showing signs of senile dementia. The Count becomes very angry, grabs his precious stone, and says that because of his foul language, they have missed their chance. This is the same high-quality black crystal that they had recently delivered to the Count under a trade agreement. The aristocrat clenched the stone in his hands, and it shattered into small, sparkling pieces that scattered around the room. With his eyes burning red with rage, the Count threatened that the guests would regret their insolence forever. The mage began to transform, his magical power becoming insanely powerful, turning him into a crazy monster of magic. The allies realized that their only option was to scatter around the perimeter of the room to maneuver. Leon immediately grabs his sacred blade so that he can give the transformed Count magician a worthy rebuff if necessary. Before his eyes, the hero sees the mad Count begin to transform and rise into the air menacingly. A huge red magical seal appeared over the entire city, which did not yet inspire any confidence in the allies. Karen realizes with horror that this is an incredible magical power, and in this situation, the cursed old man is at least 7th in rank. The Knight of the Order explains that this is the magical effect of the crystal. As soon as the Count destroyed it, the magic barrier was activated. The Count says furiously that he knows nothing, that the guests dared to stand before him, and that their ignorance will be the cause of their death. The aristocrat says ominously that in that case, he will begin the attack, and red destructive energy begins to ooze from his hands. The Count chooses his first victim, releasing a huge stream of pure red destructive energy of death from his palm. The aristocrat decides to start with Commander Gustav first, as he spoke the most insolent words against him. The mage releases a countless stream of blood energy, ready to cut down everything living and dead in its path. Leon, watching this nightmare unfold, is in a panic, unable to believe that such a thing is even possible in reality. The guy first exchanged glances with his older comrade Karen, realizing the seriousness of what was happening around them. The mercenaries who obey their commander are also in complete shock at what has happened to Gustav. They see what happened to their commander, how he hit the stone wall and broke it with his whole body. Knight Demian turned to the Count, saying with horror that he could use magic without even uttering a spell. The church minister is mad, asking if the Count was really doing sacrifices, if blood wasn't enough for him, and now he wants souls too. The Count, with his eyes red and round with hatred, speaks with contempt, saying that it doesn't matter if he uses souls. While Gustav lies on the floor, moaning in unbearable pain, as if dying from wounds received in battle. Leon, looking at this terrible sight, cannot forgive what has been done to his comrade. Therefore, the hero's soul is now filled with a genuine thirst for justice and revenge for the evil that has been done. The Count speaks with hatred, saying that these church dogs wanted to bury everyone alive here from the very beginning. The mad mage screams, asking why the church has forbidden the use of such effective black necromancy magic. The aristocrat solemnly declares that they should behold his power, which is woven from absorbed energy and sacrifices. Gustav screams in unbearable pain, barely able to survive the powerful blow he received from the Count mage. The Count continues to speak philosophically, saying that with the help of a few insignificant lives, it is possible to achieve success in the blink of an eye. Through sacrifice, one can attain eternal life. So why did the goddess of light forbid this to humans? Demian speaks sarcastically, asking if the Count now wants to confess his sins to a knight of the church. But this mad official only begins to laugh hysterically, saying that he will not be swayed by idiotic sermons. The mage begins to use his dark power to its fullest, causing the seal above the house to glow brighter. Everyone began to feel this overwhelming power, which grew stronger, the red energy pressing down on their minds and bodies. It becomes much more difficult to stand on your feet and control your emotions under the influence of dark magic. But then the sound of a cloak fluttering in the wind can be heard, and someone takes a decisive step forward toward danger. It is Leon who steps forward first to confront the Count, despite the overwhelming power of the enemy. The young man cannot allow this to happen. These words about how people are insignificant in the face of magic. The Count looks on in shock, wondering how a hero can possibly act under the influence of a magical seal. The Knight of the Order noticed with relief that the suffocating air that had been hanging heavily in the room suddenly evaporated completely in the light. Leon declared resolutely that now they could begin a real duel after dealing with the mad Count. The Knight of the Order recited a prayer asking the goddess to send light to the dark, cold shadows, and bright energy began to emanate from his hands. Damian asked the goddess to bless their battle, so everything around them began to shine with a dazzling divine light of grace. A bright star appeared above the house, summoned by the powerful Knight of the Holy Order of the Church. Then, from a small glowing point, it became very large, as if exploding and dispersing the negative energy of darkness. The Count immediately began to feel with horror how his dark necromantic powers were gradually leaving his weakened body. The aristocrat realized with panic that his source of magical power had indeed been significantly reduced by the goddess's light. The mage began to scream furiously, telling them not to dare stand in his way, that they were just pathetic insects who would die anyway. The mercenaries quickly grabbed heavy shields and held them up in front of themselves, realizing that they needed to defend themselves from the attack. They took a powerful step forward with such force that even the stone floor cracked beneath their feet. Their comrades simply placed their hands on their brothers' shoulders for support at this critical moment of the battle. After that, the mercenaries took their shields and dug them deep into the ground to withstand the Count's powerful magical blow. They did this very quickly and with incredible strength to effectively repel this destructive blow of darkness. Everyone hid behind this massive shield as the red energy from the black magic continued to rush toward them. A huge explosion occurred when the shield collided with this concentrated energy of destruction and death. But a miracle happened. This enormous stream of red energy, which could have destroyed the city, did not pass through the shield. Looking at the shield after the attack ended, there was not a single serious crack, only scratches. But the most terrifying thing was that the red energy around it simply burned away everything living. It's truly amazing how strong the magical protection of these simple mercenaries was in battle. The two mercenaries were in shock from surviving such a powerful attack. Steam was coming out of them. The Count said with contempt that they hid like cowardly rats, thinking they could really survive. The aristocrat said that everyone around him was a bunch of idiots, and as he spoke, an arrow flew toward his face. It hit him right in the eye, which was quite unexpected. Where did this accurate arrow come from? Leon himself and the knight from the order were surprised and did not understand who had carried out this unexpected and accurate attack. It was Hamel who asked with a smirk what the Count was babbling about. "You old blood-sucking leech." The former forester, with a very mischievous smile on his face, noticed that the Count had not expected such a turn of events. Leon began to shout to his comrades that he hoped they were all right after such a powerful attack. The mercenaries, of course, gave a thumbs up, indicating that they were not in perfect condition, but alive and ready. But even after such a success, they hear the Count's voice, who furiously asks what other surprises they have in store. After this unexpected attack, if you look closely at the Count, you can see that one of his precious rings has been completely destroyed by an arrow. The aristocrat is angry and indignantly says that because of some ordinary mercenary, he had to waste his priceless protective ring. But the mercenary Hamel himself is puzzled as to how the Count survived, since he aimed directly at his unprotected eye. Damien explains with understanding that he thought so too. These rings are first-class artifacts that eliminate any damage, but only once. The Count lost such a precious thing because of a simple arrow from a forest ranger. So it seems he is seriously angry with his enemies. The mage rises into the air. Red seals of black magic appear around him, and he swears that no one will leave alive today. Some black shadows begin to emerge from his sinister seals, materializing into portals for summoning the undead. The Count continues to threaten that it would be more accurate to say that even the souls of the heroes will find no peace in the afterlife after death. The aristocrat continues with sadistic glee, saying that today everyone present will become his obedient undead slaves. Hearing these sinister threats and assessing the situation, the heroes begin to seriously worry about the outcome of the battle with the mage. Terrible creatures emerge from these dark portals which look nothing like anything alive or natural. Leon screams in horror, saying that this must be a call to the enslaved undead, which is forbidden fifth circle magic. Hamel refuses to give up without a fight and continues to shoot his arrows, but realizes that his attacks simply pass through the spirits. The other mercenaries also realize with despair that their usual weapons are completely powerless against this cursed evil. The black hand of this disgusting undead creature reaches out to the young man, wanting to touch living flesh and suck out his life. It grabs Leon by his cloak, which immediately begins to smoke and decay from the touch of the dead creature. Sensing danger, the hero quickly jumps back and sees that there is now a black hole in his cloak. The 5 heroes stand back to back in a protective circle as the army of undead slowly surrounds them. Elcid explains to his student that spiritual bodies are very difficult to destroy, even with weapons filled with an aura of light. Then Leon asks if they can repeat the same tactic they used when they defeated the phantom armor earlier. He is referring to the case when the hero illuminated his weapon with a bright light to blind all the spiritual enemies. At that time, he blinded all the undead, who were unable to do anything under the influence of the sacred light. The teacher tells his student that in this critical situation, he should use his trump card with the utmost caution. After all, it is completely unknown what other powerful artifacts and traps this cunning Count mage has hidden away. With these words, he manages to cut one undead creature in 2 with a dagger charged with light energy. The guys look around, trying to understand with surprise what this unexpected attack against the undead was. Suddenly, a real rain of daggers begins to fall, simply destroying these monsters. Of course, it is the young adventurer Karen who has finally intervened in this dangerous duel with the Count. Finally, she came to the aid of her comrades and began to deal with this critical situation using her deadly abilities. It seemed that victory was close, but no. These terrible creatures had the ability to regenerate quickly, simply sewing their severed limbs back together. Therefore, in just a couple of seconds, the army of the undead was once again fully prepared to continue the deadly battle with the heroes. Karen tells her companions with annoyance that she knew that ordinary attacks would not work, but she really does not want to fight such creatures. The adventuress adds resolutely that it's okay. There's nothing they can do, because the heroes are in mortal danger from the Count. Therefore, it is time to demonstrate her true hidden abilities of shadow control against the undead. Karen simply begins to radiate purple energy, and shadows she controls begin to emerge from the ground. Her black and purple shadows wrap around and completely immobilize the terrible undead, preventing them from moving. The mercenaries say with admiration, "Look, now the spirits can't even move, the shadows are holding them tight." Elcid smiles and remarks that he really likes her technique. It was truly ingenious. It took some thinking to come up with the idea of binding spiritual bodies with material shadows to prevent regeneration. Damien declares that it is now his turn to act again, and once more turns to the goddess of light for help. The knight asks her to envelop everyone in the most genuine holy light to finally defeat these cursed undead. After that, not only does a blinding light appear, but the mercenaries' weapons also begin to shine brightly. All their swords and axes are imbued with a sacred attribute of holiness, capable of destroying spiritual beings forever. Even Leon's weapon is not spared and is also filled with powerful divine energy to fight the darkness. Leon smiles and tells his companions with excitement that, wow, is this really the ultimate power? The holy sword has just been endowed with sacred power. The boy laughs with joy and anticipation of victory. The teacher explains that this is for the best, as it will allow them to hide the fact that the student is holding a real holy sword. The heroes rush into battle to cut down these demonic creatures, using their newly acquired power of light against the darkness. Even Gustav, after what he had endured from the Count's attack, found the strength to stand up and continue the battle. The commander holds a huge two-handed sword in his hands, which he grips tightly, ready to resume the fight. Leon saw that the commander had risen, and was very happy to see him, as his comrade had not died. His comrades tell Gustav that he didn't die, that he bragged about his body day after day, and that he was simply knocked out of action. But the commander, after listening to all the jokes, only smiled because he was happy to see his comrades alive. His comrades smiled sweetly at their brave commander in the same way. Gustav says that first they need to tie up those who cannot be attacked, and then distract the creature controlling them. Then launch a massive attack using the opposite attribute. That's the plan, so let's get started. The team, given a new lease on life by the adventurer and divine power, got to work. All the heroes used their consecrated weapons with determination to defeat these terrible monsters created by the Count's dark magic. Leon is the first to run, his face completely focused, ready to defeat these spiritual beings with the power of light. The Count, watching all this resistance, is of course dissatisfied with what is happening and speaks with contempt, calling them pathetic nobodies. But then, Karen suddenly appears behind the mage, like a real shadow materializing out of the darkness to attack. In the adventuress's hands is a sharp dagger, which she clutches tightly in her palms, preparing for a deadly blow. The girl wants to deliver the decisive blow to his back, but surprisingly, the Count takes a magical shield and places it in front of himself. Karen is upset that the attack failed, but she realizes that she knew in advance that there was little chance of success. But then, the adventuress steps aside like an experienced assassin to try again later with a more successful strike. The Count says with irritation that because of this annoying fool, he cannot concentrate on his spells. While he is distracted by Karen's maneuvers, an arrow moves very quickly toward the mage from the ambush of the ranger Hamel. Unfortunately, the Count notices it out of the corner of his eye and raises his shield in time. The aristocrat thought contemptuously, "Could this be another primitive attack by that pathetic archer?" But then, when the magical fog cleared, it became clear that the entire army of undead had been completely destroyed by the holy light. Before him, the Count sees 6 strong warriors advancing resolutely toward him for the final battle. All of them are unwavering in their determination to kill the Count and put an end to his evil deeds once and for all. The man was angry and spoke with hatred, saying that they were just lowly creatures who were forcing him to play this card. The mage placed his hand in a special position, then made a strange clicking sound with his fingers to activate the spell. The red power of necromancy began to completely saturate his body, and countless rays of energy burst out. All of this began to destroy his house from all sides, the walls cracking under the onslaught of uncontrollable magical power. The Knight of the Iron Order watched the spectacle and broke out in a sweat, realizing that he had never seen anything so terrifying before. Leon doesn't understand what's going on around him, looking around at the crumbling building and the Count's transformation. Suddenly, the massive doors of their room slowly open, allowing new participants in the battle to enter the hall. The Count, smiling sinisterly, tells the new arrivals that they have come just in time for the final act. These are the Count's loyal servants, knights who have been transformed from living people into real undead creatures. Leon realizes with horror that he can even recognize one of them by his armor, and what a nightmare is unfolding. It is one of them, the very knight who first met them and escorted them to the Count. The young man realizes with anger that the Count deserves no forgiveness for what he has done to these innocent people. This is how red magic works. His knights simply stood there and did their duty, unaware of the danger. Suddenly, this red energy of necromancy began to penetrate their living bodies through their mouths and turn them into undead creatures. The other mercenaries, seeing this horrific transformation, began to exchange words in terror, wondering what was happening to the people. But the 2 knights who had just been consumed by the red necromantic magic began to emit strange, inhuman sounds from their throats. When they slowly rose to their feet, it became clear that they were no longer human, but ordinary zombies. The rest of the Count's bodyguards were panicking, wondering what was happening to their comrades right before their eyes. But then, while they were lost in these dark thoughts, the red energy began to consume their bodies as well. The last guy looks at the only person left, realizing with horror that the same fate awaits him. Damien knows from experience that this is black magic that temporarily transforms a living person into a bloodthirsty monster. But it doesn't turn them into ordinary weak monsters, but into ones that possess enormous destructive power, thanks to the release of hidden forces. So turning loyal knights defending themselves into such monsters is truly terrifying. Damien raises his finger and shouts indignantly at the Count that he is nothing but an inhuman monster using forbidden magic. But the Count asks mockingly what is forbidden and by whom, since he himself had banned this magic. The knight replies with dignity that forbidden sorcery became forbidden by the consent of the entire continent. But that is not the only reason the church is against it. But the man replies with contempt that they never gave their consent to such nonsense and restrictions. The church was simply afraid and fearful that magicians possessed such great destructive power over life and death. Therefore, the Count says with fury that now the heroes will die here and now, and his zombies begin to swing at the warriors. Gustav manages to raise his large weapon and uses it as a shield against the approaching undead with bared teeth. The commander wonders in bewilderment what these creatures are, as he has never seen anything like them in his extensive experience. Not only are these creatures insanely aggressive, but they are also incredibly strong thanks to magic. The Knight of the Holy Order warns his comrades to be careful, as the zombies are possessed by madness and feel no pain. Unless they are fatally wounded in the head or heart, you will not be able to kill them, and the enemy's aura will only grow stronger. Gustav, upon hearing this information, thinks desperately that there is nothing left to do but fight them to the death. All the mercenaries, upon hearing this terrifying information about the zombies, realize how difficult the final battle will be. One of the mercenaries thinks wearily that he has spent too much energy fighting the previous army of undead. The warrior sees the zombie enemy swinging its sharp blade for a deadly strike. The spear pierces through the guy's body, deeply wounding his shoulder and leaving a bloody wound on his body. When the mercenaries hear the distinctive sound of flesh being pierced, they immediately turn to their comrade to see what is happening to him. And then, when the warrior turns around at his comrade's cry, the zombie simply strikes him with a fatal blow to an unprotected spot. It was a fatal mistake. The mercenary was distracted by helping his friend and paid for it with his life in battle. Leon begins to tremble all over, realizing that he cannot bear to see what is happening on the battlefield. It is really very difficult to watch loyal comrades fall one after another at the hands of zombies. The guy remembers his older comrade Karen, thinking that she took on the Count, so he fights with all his strength. Even if he tries to come to her aid, he can't even move at this critical moment. Then, the teacher turns to the guy and tells him that he needs to calm down and pull himself together. The mentor advises him to carefully observe the movements of his opponents, even if they have lost the ability to think clearly in battle. The fencing skills that have been honed in their bodies through decades of experience and training will not disappear even after death. So it may be more advantageous and safer to deal with both zombies at the same time, rather than separately. The teacher asks if the student remembers the fight in the forest well, when the enemy lost consciousness and used his honed skills. In that case, it would be easy to find a breach in his usual defense and use that advantage. This can be done with foresight and a sense of one's aura, feeling all the movements around oneself. Therefore, when it comes to a one-on-one battle, using such a technique is dangerous, but now it is exactly what is needed. When the guy received this valuable advice from his wise teacher, he immediately began to run towards his enemies. Leon deliberately knocks these dangerous opponents into a pile for the convenience of attacking them all at once. His companions are puzzled, not understanding what this young man has in mind. This goes completely against the tactical plan they had previously devised to defeat the zombies. Leon shouts defiantly at the zombies, "Come on, fight me, you idiots, if you're not afraid." The undead begin to growl viciously and bare their rotten teeth, preparing to attack the daring hero. Without hesitation, the zombies jump up and swing their weapons, aiming to kill the insolent guy with a single blow. They are confident that they now have the numerical advantage over the lone hero. But in reality, this is not the case. Suddenly, the expressions on their dead faces change as the guy simply falls through their attacks. The hero waits for the right moment to act most effectively against both enemies at the same time. Leon realizes that now is the best moment to counterattack, so he takes a slight fainting step forward. Then the guy makes a high jump over his opponent's heads, using his agility and speed. The young man swings his weapon, which is imbued with divine energy, intending to deliver a fatal blow to these creatures. Leon lands on the ground between the zombies and makes another powerful swing with his sacred weapon at his enemies. And so the guy manages to knock down two dangerous zombies with just two masterful movements of his consecrated weapon, demonstrating incredible fencing skills. Damien shouts a warning to the guy, "Hey, look here carefully. You have another enemy sneaking up behind you unnoticed." Leon quickly turns his gaze in the indicated direction to see what danger awaits him there. And the hero indeed sees the most important zombie knight, slowly rising from the ground, preparing for his final attack on the hero. This doesn't scare the brave guy at all. He resolutely pulls his sword out of its sheath, preparing to fight his last enemy. But then, unexpectedly, someone's powerful hand stops him midway, preventing him from completing his attack. The zombie knight grabs the guy by his cloak with his dead hands and pulls him closer to deliver the fatal blow. The most important knight begins to hold the guy above the ground in the air, while Leon himself shudders in horror at what is happening. The hero sees the crazy red eyes of the undead and the red energy of necromancy that feeds this powerful zombie from within. But the guy still doesn't fully understand what's going on around him at this critical moment of the battle. As a huge amount of red energy flows into him, his entire body begins to burn with the magical fire of death. Everything is ablaze with energy that completely permeates the guy's body, covering everything around him with an ominous red light of destruction. Of course, this is the work of the Count himself, who sends this red energy straight at the annoying guy to kill him. As the hero holds his sacred weapon in his hands, it begins to glow with a very bright golden light, countering the dark magic. The holy power that had been imbued into the blade by the goddess completely neutralized this black necromantic magic. Otherwise, the young man would have been burned to ashes long ago by the destructive energy of death. But what is even more surprising is that the Count's knight also died, burned by the same energy that was supposed to kill the hero. The Count's second ring was destroyed. The guy used the attack as a form of self-destruction against the enemy. The Count screams in rage that this damned adventuress has forced him to use the precious artifact again, and they rage with fury. But now, when the guy raises his head, he sees his older comrade Karen, who is being held captive. She is covered in blood, held by some disgusting undead tentacles that completely prevent her from moving. Leon cannot forgive the enemy for this, grabs his weapon, and yells furiously that the Count is a real monster. But the Count calmly tells the guy that he'd better stay where he is if he values the girl's life. Karen is in terrible pain from the torture. She is literally covered in blood, and bright red blood is streaming from her mouth. This cruel man says that in the current situation, he would like to make the hero an enticing offer. The Count explains that if Leon agrees, he will not lay a finger on this beautiful girl. The aristocrat smiles in hope of a positive answer and says that the young man is a very experienced warrior for his age. The hero has much more dignity and talent than these simple mercenaries, who are already dead or dying. Therefore, the Count says with a sly smile that he will give the hero one chance to side with the magician and kill his comrades with his own hands to prove his loyalty. The aristocrat then guarantees the young man that the girl will live in safety, and Leon himself will build a brilliant career under the protection of the powerful mage. But if the hero refuses this generous offer, the Count will kill this annoying bitch right now in front of everyone present. Therefore, the Count thinks that it will not be difficult for a smart guy to refuse such a tempting offer, because it is the logical thing to do. The teacher tells his student that he thought he would say no immediately, but he is thinking about something, even though his decision has long been written on his face. Leon's strategy is to falsely accept the Count's offer, and then suddenly deal with the magician at a convenient moment. First, the hero's skills are not yet developed enough for such deception, so his true intentions will be quite obvious to an experienced magician. Does the apprentice really think that the Count will easily fall for such a deception, when we are talking about a cunning and experienced dark mage? Leon realizes that his companions have no time to think, and only one way out of the situation comes to mind. When the Count watches the guy talking to himself, he wonders in bewilderment if the hero has a split personality. The young man responds to the spirit of the weapon, saying that how can he be calm when his comrades are in such a hopeless situation with Karen captured? But the teacher hints to the guy that it seems he has clearly forgotten something in this critical situation, and then something happens that greatly surprises the Count himself. Strange sounds from above and vibrations in the air. The entire ground begins to shake from powerful tremors, and the ceiling also cracks, which is completely incomprehensible to those present. And literally a second after this warning, the roof of the Count's house completely detaches from the walls of the building. The ceiling simply disappears, as if it had never been above the heads of those fighting in the hall. The teacher tells the boy with satisfaction that everything happened just in time, as planned. It is Angelica who has come to the aid of her comrades, using her incredible physical strength to destroy the barriers. Leon, of course, was overjoyed to see the female knight who came to the rescue of his comrades at the most critical moment. Since Angelica is also a knight of the Holy Order, and possesses many powerful combat abilities against dark magic. Although the girl does not speak aloud, she makes it clear with her determined gaze that she will definitely help everyone. Damien turns to the girl with a sly smile, saying that Angelica is a little late to the party. But Angelica continues to stare coldly and intently at all her enemies in the hall. One of the zombie knights, seeing the newly arrived girl, immediately ran towards Angelica with bared teeth, ready to attack. The attacker is joined by his undead comrades, but the girl does not even think of moving from her chosen spot. But then Angelica clenches her fist, and her hand begins to glow even more brightly with divine light. The girl swings for a strike, her gaze as calm as ever, doing it like a true professional. Angelica delivers 2 lightning-fast blows to the creatures, and the zombies begin to glow with sacred magical energy. The knight's eyes also light up with a bright light, and his fist becomes even stronger than it was before. Everyone watches this spectacle, the Count in a state of panic, not expecting such a powerful female warrior to appear. The Count wonders anxiously who this girl is and where she came from at such an inopportune moment. The aristocrat looks at Angelica's weapon in bewilderment, wondering what kind of armor with sharp spikes is on her arm. Angelica gestures to the man that she will bury the mage and cut off his head for all his evil deeds. But the Count is inwardly frightened by this confusion, yet tries not to show his fear of the girl. Angelica cannot forgive what happened to the people and clenches her fists so tightly that her veins show. These zombie monsters simply died with a single blow from this powerful female knight. Leon, looking at this female knight, realizes with admiration how skilled Angelica is in battle. The guy thinks with understanding that he knows why Miss Angelica prefers to act alone against her enemies. The girl is so physically strong that it would be really difficult to match the rhythm of her comrades. The teacher tells his student that emitting a directed shockwave in the form of an aura is indeed a good decision in battle. If Angelica had been off by even a millimeter, the energy would have passed through her body and simply torn her to pieces. The teacher says that one must imagine the concentration of the aura of the ability being carried out directly inside the body, not in the sword. So think about what would happen to a person if they relaxed for a second. The warrior would simply explode from within. Angelica herself would also die instantly from her own power at the slightest mistake. The girl doesn't speak, her gaze as cold as ever, capable of using such a technique in practice without hesitation. After all, there are a huge number of unimaginably strong people in the world whom Leon still has to grow up to. The boy tells himself with determination that he will not fall behind, but will continue to develop. The Count begins to shout at Angelica, calling her a fool, and asking how she dares to behave so arrogantly toward him, going mad with rage. The magician turns to the girl and threatens her, saying that he can see that Angelica is longing for real death. But the girl does not want to listen to any of this, takes up a fighting stance, and charges her fist with energy. A second later, Angelica starts running toward the enemy and disappears from the spot thanks to her speed. The girl swings her fist very hard so that her eyes shine brightly from the concentration of power. The Count sees the girl's fist in front of him, charged with divine energy for a devastating blow. The aristocrat places his magical seal, which will serve as a block for Angelica's attack. The blow fails to pass through the block, but the Count barely manages to hold his defense against the onslaught of force. The mage laughs and tells the girl that no matter how hard she tries to attack, Angelica will definitely fail. And then, as he utters these confident words, the Count sees that the shield is simply cracking from the overload. The aristocrat is horrified, unable to understand how this is even possible, why the magical seal is cracking from the blow. The Count's pupils contract in fear, thinking that this is complete nonsense. But the fact remains. After that, the Count's magical seal completely shattered into small sparkling pieces, and the girl's fist passed through the destroyed defense to its target. Leon and his companions rejoiced wildly as they watched this impressive spectacle, proud of their powerful friend and her incredible abilities. Even the experienced mercenaries were in complete shock at how Angelica managed to destroy this powerful magical barrier with a single blow. After the girl managed to remove the protective barrier, the Count jumped aside in panic, trying to avoid the next attack. His comrades began shouting at the defeated mage to surrender, saying that the Count had nothing left to win this hopeless battle. The knight added to the charges that they knew the real name of the criminal, André Rubin, who had been hiding under the guise of a noble aristocrat. When the Count heard his real name spoken aloud, he was completely stunned that the secret had been revealed. Demian accuses the magician of playing a dirty game, saying that the knights he had summoned for protection had been destroyed by his own magic. The barrier of the mansion, which was the source of the Count's magical power, was finally destroyed by the combined efforts of the heroes. But the Count speaks with despair, saying that all is not lost in this battle, as the magician still has one hostage left. Suddenly Karen appears behind the mage, and the aristocrat asks in horror, "Is this the adventuress who was talking about me?" The Count is shocked and cannot understand how this is possible, how the girl could have freed herself from the magical bonds and tentacles of the undead. Karen holds a sharp dagger in her hands and tells the mage that she thinks it's time to finish off the Count once and for all. The adventuress plunges the dagger straight into her enemy's back, causing him to scream in unbearable pain and shock. In his mind, André thinks with horror how this could have happened, how the plans could have failed at the very last moment. After all, The girl was completely bound by magical chains and could not free herself from the spell on her own. But then it turns out that it was Karen's shadow that was imprisoned, and the adventuress herself was acting secretly. After delivering a fatal blow to her enemy's back, the girl quickly jumped aside to avoid a possible counterattack. Leon turns to the adventuress and says with relief that he sees Karen safe and sound, wondering how she managed to free herself. Karen explains to her companion that everything happened exactly as he saw it, but she quietly switched places with her own shadow. Leon asks with concern if the girl was hurt during her captivity, if she was definitely not wounded by the Count's magic. The adventuress, seeing the guy's sincere reaction, is taken aback by how much Leon cares about her safety. Karen asks him curiously why he is angry with her for her risky plan, but Leon replies seriously that from now on, the girl should simply stay away from dangerous battles. The Count lies on the ground in a pool of blood and says with hatred that heroes are just pathetic nobodies, real pests. At these malicious words, the tip of a cold weapon is brought to the mage's head for the final blow. It is Leon who brings his sacred sword to the Count's neck and tells him that he should simply surrender without resistance. The man realizes with despair that he is completely trapped, surrounded by enemies. But then Andre laughs hysterically and tells the heroes that the mage has one last ace up his sleeve. Leon realizes with alarm that the Count must have another powerful artifact in the ring on his finger. But when the man looks at his bloodied hand, he sees with horror that his ring finger is missing. Karen holds the Count's ring in her hands and begins to laugh, telling the magician that this is exactly what he is looking for among his belongings. The adventuress says mockingly that she simply couldn't leave such a valuable item in the hands of the enemy to be used against the heroes. So thank you for the gift. The Count goes mad with rage, his face covered with veins, and begins to scream madly in helplessness. Andre threatens that he will not leave a dry spot on the heroes, but then he hears a voice saying that it is enough. It is the vampires Tepes and the butler Roman, who tells the mage that he should just shut up and surrender. When Andre sees this, he becomes even more vicious and asks the vampire how she managed to get here alive. Tepesh does not want to answer the Count and immediately begins to use her powerful blood magic against the enemy. The princess's hand glows red, and the vampire turns to the magician, saying that he should just surrender without resistance. Andre began to laugh hysterically, telling Tepesh that the vampire was telling him to surrender. What arrogance from a bloodsucker. The Count clenches the black crystal in his hands and tells the heroes that okay, bugs, he'll give them one last chance to save themselves. Everyone is anxiously wondering what to expect from this mad magician in despair. Looking at Andre's hand, everyone sees that the Count still has the mysterious black stone in his palm. This is the very artifact that Arnold brought for the Count under a trade agreement for a good price. The guildmaster is surprised that the crystal has appeared in the magician's hand at the most critical moment of the battle. This mad Count has completely lost his ability to think clearly and wants to eat the black stone whole. The huge stone, sparkling with a dark light, is simply taken by Andre and swallowed like ordinary food. Leon, watching in shock, tells his companions how the Count was able to swallow the crystal just like that, without any consequences. The man's body begins to glow even more red, radiating an ominous energy throughout the hall. Andre's face is already taking on an inhuman form, covered with scales and growths from the dark magic of the crystal. The crystal is now located directly in the Count's solar plexus, pulsing with evil energy. The Count screams so loudly from the pain of transformation that all the heroes cover their ears from the deafening sound. Even Tepesh cannot bear it, retreating as far away from the source of the unbearable sound as possible for safety. Everyone witnesses the true transformation of this Count, who has lost all humanity within himself. The vampire responds in horror that this cannot be, as it is the most forbidden technique of ancient times. Only one of the three great bloodlines can use such a transformation without fatal consequences. If you look closely, you can see that the Count has grown wings and now resembles a giant demon bat. This is the power of the Elizabeth family. The Count has now been completely rejuvenated. His body has become insanely pumped and muscular. Andre says triumphantly that since studying the lineages, he can now obtain their specific abilities. Leon, watching this spectacle and clenching his weapon, begins to tremble slightly with a sense of impending danger. The other mercenaries don't understand why they are trembling. Have they really lost their nerve before the final battle with the monster? Leon thinks anxiously that the presence he senses through his aura is gradually growing and oppressing everyone in the hall even more. And so Andre says triumphantly that he hesitated because the preparations were not complete. But from now on, he will be the king of the night sky. The Count rises into the air on his huge wings and declares that this is now his territory and will remain so until the end of time. Andre promises to suck the blood of all living creatures and use it as food to become stronger, Finally, the Count declares that he will become the Lord of Vampire Lords, ruling over all bloodsuckers on the continent and beyond. Everyone noticed with horror that something terrible had happened, as the moon turned completely black, a sign of impending doom. Tepes explains to his companions that this is a blood moon, which creates barriers wherever its sinister red light falls. The most terrifying thing is that the moon captures absolutely everything under its influence, and nothing living will remain. The vampire continues to explain that this power symbolizes the Lord of the Vampires, who rules over all creatures of darkness. And now, when Angelica suddenly decides to try again to deliver her signature blow to her transformed enemy, the girl swings her divine fist with full force. But of course, the knight cannot break through the defense. The mercenaries shout in support of Angelica, saying that they saw this fist that shatters any barrier to smithereens. But the problem is that Andre has become much stronger thanks to the power of the black crystal inside him. The Count grabs the girl by the head with his terrible bloody hand, as if she weighs no more than a feather. Andre holds Angelica with just one hand and begins to envelop her in his scarlet destructive power. After the knight survives this attack, smoke begins to pour out of her, and Angelica simply falls to the ground. The girl is completely exhausted, as if all the life force she had accumulated over years of training has been sucked out of her. The knight's comrade, Demian, begins to shout in despair that no, Angelica should not have suffered at the hands of this monster. The Count responds with a sadistic grin, saying that the heroes have seen what happened to the girl, and now it's the rest of their turn. When Leon looked up at the sky, he saw drops of blood frozen in the air, as if time had stopped. Tepes addresses everyone and says anxiously that absolutely everyone should avoid these drops at all costs. These ominous drops of blood also appeared around the Lord's ruined house, surrounding everything with a red glow. Then a red glow appears in the sky, and these drops begin to transform into something more dangerous. Literally a second later, a huge stream of red energy from the sky strikes the house and the surrounding area with great force. Everything around is broken and destroyed. No one can stand on their feet from such a powerful destructive blow from above. Even the vampire herself, who is the heiress of an ancient family, loses her balance and falls into the ruined hall. It seems impossible to survive such an attack, with everyone lying in blood amid the debris. But Karen is more or less aware of what is happening, and wonders in bewilderment what has happened to the magic. The adventuress hears Leon's voice and is very surprised that the guy also managed to survive the attack. Leon simply covered the girl with his arm at the last moment to save Karen from the deadly attack. Karen screams in despair that some idiot will get hurt, that the guy will suffer from the attack, and what should she do in such a critical situation? But Leon tells the girl firmly that he has an important request: to take Tepes and Roman and move them as far away from there as possible. Hearing this suggestion, the adventuress is in complete shock and tells the guy that he is talking about suicide against such an enemy. But Karen sees unwavering determination in the face of the young man, who is bleeding profusely but refuses to give in to danger. The girl realizes with a heavy heart that this is Leon's order and his final decision, so she has no choice but to obey. But before carrying out her comrade's request, the adventuress decides to ask the guy something very important for clarity. Karen tells Leon seriously that if he dies in this battle, he should know that she will definitely kill him in the afterlife. Hearing these warm words from the girl, the guy felt that they were a real relief and support for him. Therefore, with a sincere smile on his bloodied face, Leon tells Karen that he understands her message perfectly. The Count, watching this touching farewell, said with sadistic pleasure how beautiful a sight it was before death. The vampire's transformation with the black crystal was a complete success, and now Andre possesses unprecedented power. Therefore, the Count's life force will be enough for decades of active life, and perhaps even centuries of rule. Andre proudly declares that his new body is the second coming of the Dark Lord to Earth. But then the Count hears footsteps and says with surprise, "Could there still be someone left who is able to move?" And of course, it is Leon, who clutches his sacred weapon in his trembling hands, preparing for the final battle. The guy turns to Count Andre and says defiantly that he demands to fight him one-on-one to the end. The man laughs at this, telling the hero to stop showing off in the face of imminent death. The Count acknowledges that Leon is a stubborn opponent, but wonders what the young man is thinking in such a hopeless situation. Now the young man is completely powerless against such a strong opponent as the transformed magician has become. At that moment, Karen uses her shadow powers to transport Tepes and the butler Roman to safety. The Count realized with a smirk that this was ridiculous. The hero intended to buy time so that the woman could escape punishment. No matter how you look at it, this is a completely pointless action, since the entire ground is no different from Andre's internal organs. Therefore, no matter what the heroes do, they will definitely not be able to leave this cursed city alive. The Count begins to speak with relish, saying that they should feel real despair and weeping. as this feeds his strength even more. The young man speaks with irritation, wondering what kind of talkative count this is. Leon is already tired of the enemy's endless chatter. Is there a rule that says you have to have a well-developed tongue to practice black magic? Therefore, the hero patiently listens to the count's chatter to stall for time. But there is no end to the enemy's verbal diarrhea. Andre says suspiciously that Leon is just trying to stall for time, thinking that the count will not understand the hero's cunning plan. The count says with contempt that he can see how Leon is testing his enemy's patience until the very last moment. But the hero will not be able to do anything against such power. Leon realizes with relief that since he can't sense Karen's energy, his comrades must have already moved to a safe distance from the epicenter of the battle. And that's great, because now the hero can use his secret skill to deal with this monster once and for all. The teacher thinks with understanding that he should have used his trump card against someone who turned into a vampire with the help of a crystal. The guy raises his sword high, and the blade begins to glow with a dazzling golden light, dispelling all the darkness around him. Leon tells the mad Count Andre to prepare for death, as this is the last second of the mage's life. When the Count sees all this, he is shocked by what is happening, his pupils narrowing to an incredibly small size out of fear. Everything around him begins to be covered in this divine light so brightly that nothing can be seen in the blinding glow. This light is so bright and powerful that it simply drives away the enemy, like lightning destroying all evil in its path. But what is even more surprising to everyone present is that this sacred light heals all the wounds on the bodies of the allies. Demian also cannot understand what is happening around him. The knight sees something incredible that is beyond comprehension. This divine light that falls on Demian's body feels like the warm embrace of a loving mother. The knight thinks in amazement, could this sacred light be coming from the sword that Leon is holding in his hands? And so, as he dies, all that remains of this powerful count is charred bones and ashes. The crystal that was in Andre's body simply melts from the heat and falls to the ground as a molten mass. Black smoke rises from the count's body, as the mage has been completely vaporized by the sacred power of light. Leon, watching this spectacle, thinks that this evil has renounced its human nature in favor of impure power. The glow of the holy sword is twice, no, 3 times more deadly to all these spawn of darkness and evil. Therefore, the experience gained over a long life and the skills acquired cause far more trouble for the enemies of light. So it seems that the Count, who suddenly became a vampire, was unable to properly control his power. And then, when someone heard a suspicious sound, the teacher warned the boy, and Leon turned his gaze back. Suddenly, behind the hero, the Count stands, a reanimated skeleton, ready for his final attack of revenge. Andre bites the guy with his sharp teeth like a real predator, straining all his remaining strength. Tepesh, bound by shadows, says painfully that she should have finished off Andre with her own hands. But Karen, who is holding the vampire, says firmly that no, they have a completely different task ahead of them. The adventuress tells the princess that if they return, the vampires will only hinder Mr. Leon in the decisive battle. Therefore, if they sit quietly here and do not interfere, Karen will remove their bonds. The vampire says angrily that the enemy of the tribe is right in front of them, and their allies couldn't do anything. But then, unexpectedly, blood begins to flow from the vampire's head, and Tepes does not understand what is happening to her body. The butler Roman turns to his mistress with alarm and asks what is happening to her, and whether this is the ancient power of blood. Tepes points with a trembling hand at a mysterious door and tells his companions to look at the door. Something strange is happening there. Behind the door, someone is insistently calling the princess, urging the vampire to go to the unknown creature for a meeting. They realize with apprehension that it is most likely one of their fellow vampires or another member of the vampire race. Karen cautiously says that the heroes will definitely not be attacked by hostile vampires when they enter the room. The vampire replies uncertainly that she doesn't even know how they will find out the truth if they don't open this mysterious door. And so the door is cautiously opened, and all 3 go inside, preparing for any surprises. Karen says with surprise that there is no one here. The room seems empty at first glance, but the adventuress hears the vampire talking to someone invisible and asks if that's who called them here. At that moment, the girl's expression changes dramatically at the sight before her, the scene greatly surprising and frightening Karen. Tepesh and the princess's gaze become much more malicious from what the vampire sees in front of her in this room. There is a real cage, behind which sits something black, whose face and body cannot even be seen clearly. They wonder with horror what kind of creature it is, maybe some kind of vampire, but one thing is clear. The creature is on the verge of death. Karen tells her companions that the creature is moving. Look, it's desperately clutching the bars of the cage with its hands. This strange creature takes its disfigured hand and shows it through the bars, drawing attention to itself. The prisoner screams very loudly and piercingly, as if dying from unbearable pain and suffering. Tepesh approaches the cage and takes the mysterious creature's hand, trying to understand what is happening. Then the princess's eyes began to glow red, and a strange energy began to emanate from them. Tepesh's pupils disappeared completely, leaving only a red glow that frightened her companions. The vampire's mind was filled with memories of someone else offering her a helping hand in exactly the same way. But then all the princess could see was Count Andrei, who was brutally draining the blood from his victim. The Count then used the medical syringe to inject an unknown poison into the vampire's body, enjoying her suffering. Andrei smiled sadistically, enjoying what was being done to this defenseless creature in his power. Of course, the prisoner wanted to escape, but he was bound by heavy magical shackles. And now Leon was on the battlefield, where the Count had completely sunk his sharp skeletal teeth into the hero. But horror struck the Count, for the young man's body was also imbued with the sacred energy of the sun. Leon realizes with surprise that this is the zombie Count's reaction to his sun aura, burning the undead from within. The hero swings his glowing weapon and realizes that this is definitely his last chance for victory. And this monster does not give up, continuing to scream, red, destructive energy of despair pouring from the Count's mouth. Andrei starts screaming so loudly that he's almost out of breath, pushing the hero back with a powerful wave. This shockwave is insanely powerful, causing the guy to scream in pain, and from the impact of the dark force, the explosion simply throws the guy dozens of meters back from the epicenter of destruction. Leon stands on one knee, holding onto his weapon, which is stuck in the ground, in order to somehow withstand this powerful shockwave. The guy thinks with pain that this is a sound wave of incredible power, and after it, he can't hear anything in his ears from the deafening noise. If the hero had not wrapped his head and neck in an aura beforehand, he would probably have died from his eardrums bursting. Teacher Elcid approaches his student and says approvingly that it's excellent work, hoping that Leon is okay after the attack. The mentor says that, one way or another, the enemy now looks completely different from how he did at the beginning of the battle. The Count monster has exhausted all his strength, and Andrei has nothing left but his animal instincts for survival. Perhaps even now the Count is more dangerous than before, so the student must take care of himself and his remaining strength. Since there is the power of the three ancient clans, the blood of the Wallachian clan, and the sound attacks of the Elizabeth clan in his arsenal, there is also a third type of power, the shadow abilities of the Strigoi clan, the most dangerous of all that exist. Therefore, during the battle with the vampire, it was confirmed that the power of the Blood clan simply has no effect on the hero. However, the disciple blocked the power of the Elizabeth clan with his powerful solar aura, which saved his life. So, the enemy's last attack remains, a Shadow Clan strike, which is difficult to defend against using conventional methods. The teacher explains that during the previous attack, the Count instinctively understood that if Leon struck, it would be the end for him. Therefore, Andrei will not allow the hero to get anywhere near him to deliver the decisive blow. Leon tells his mentor that he knows all this very well, but nevertheless, the boy has no other way to win. When the spirit of the weapon hears this admission, it smiles and tells the student that this is the right approach to solving the problem. The guy yells at the Count that since blood has no effect on the hero, it won't even come close to his body. The Count, no longer human but something terrifying, prepares for his final attack with shadows. Shadows begin to emerge from Andrei's body. Many different shadows of various shapes and sizes, ready to attack. The shadows rush toward the guy as fast as they can, surrounding the hero on all sides to attack simultaneously. Leon tries to break through the shadow attacks, his own shadow beginning to react strangely to the enemy's abilities. The guy tries to pass through the shadow barriers, gritting his teeth and enduring the hellish pain of contact with the darkness. The hero has only one thought in his mind. The Count has materialized a shadow that does not react to the sun's aura. This is clever on the enemy's part, but when it comes to shadow techniques, Leon has trained well with Karen, who taught him a lot. Therefore, the most important thing now is to put all his remaining strength into strengthening his body and moving forward. This creature continues to release bloody energy from its mouth and growl at the hero like a wild beast. But Leon manages to get closer, swings his weapon, and cuts the Count in two with his sword. This unknown creature screams in unbearable pain, and holy light begins to pierce it through and through. It would seem that Andrei should have already died from such a blow, but more and more dark energy is coming out of his body. Leon, watching this horrific sight, thinks desperately that even though the enemy has been cut in half by a holy weapon, he is still alive and active. The hero sees how this creature begins to release all its juices, a huge amount of dark aura oozing from the Count's severed body. The aura begins to envelop Leon, leaving deep abrasions and bloody wounds on his body, as if the claws of an invisible beast were tearing at his flesh. And now, near the bloody moon, a huge lump of black matter forms in the air. pulsing with the ominous energy of death. This black creature has countless red eyes, all staring in different directions at once with hatred. And inside, an egg can be seen, within which the outline of a human body can be discerned, slowly regenerating in a cocoon. Leon, who saw this horrific sight, was in complete shock, unable to comprehend what it could possibly be. The boy did not understand the meaning of the conversations in the city about why all the people had suddenly rushed out of their homes into the streets. The residents tell each other anxiously that they need to look up, as a bloody, ominous glow of unprecedented power is emanating from the moon. People are talking to each other about a very loud explosion that was heard earlier, discussing what is happening here. Black shadows appear, clinging to ordinary people with their teeth and sucking the life force out of them to restore the count. One of these black shadows sinks its sharp teeth into the shoulder of the Knight Demian, biting through his armor down to the bone. But it wasn't just him. The shadows completely enveloped the bodies of the other mercenaries who were there. Damian barely endured the unbearable pain he was feeling from the bite of this terrible creature from the darkness. Everyone realizes with horror that this egg is sucking the blood out of all the city's inhabitants, desperately trying to deliver the final blow. Elsid explains to his student that this is a forbidden technique caused by the instinct of survival, and what's more, its effect spreads on such a large scale. Leon screams in realization that this is like the arrival of a city-devouring monster, as his teacher had described such creatures. And now the black shadows that want to suck the hero's blood are rapidly moving toward the young man from all sides at once. Fortunately, Leon manages to dodge the deadly blow, rolling to the side to avoid being captured. But the shadows are so fast that all the guy can see in front of him are 3 gaping mouths with sharp teeth. They cling to his body, biting the hero and trying to suck all the life force out of his body. The teacher, watching all this, is already worried about his student and cries out in despair that no, this cannot be. But the Count, being in this protective egg, looks at his regenerating body with satisfaction. Andre thinks triumphantly that it's great. The body is returning to its original state, becoming even stronger than before. The Count says mockingly that soon the heroes will serve as sacrificial heads for his complete resurrection at that moment. Leon is completely enveloped in shadows, as if in a cocoon, unable to move or free himself. Then the hero hears someone's desperate cry for help, saying that these shadows are hurting him terribly. The guy hears the whole city groaning in pain, different people screaming that they want to live and see tomorrow. These words are like a second wind for the guy, and Leon finds the strength to keep fighting. The hero realizes with determination that he must save the people who are suffering from the Count's unjustified evil. Therefore, enveloped in these shadows, the young man pulls himself together, and his weapon once again begins to shine brightly with a sacred light. Everything around him shines brightly. Lightning bolts shoot out from his sword in all directions, and Leon cuts through the shadows and frees himself from the bonds of darkness. Above it all, the Count watches from his egg, thinking with irritation that the hero is indeed a stubborn freak who refuses to give up. Therefore, Andre says with determination that he must focus solely on Leon, as the young man is the only obstacle standing in the way of his goal. The Count shouts at the hero to stop resisting and just die, and once again countless shadows rush toward the young man to attack him. All Leon can see before his eyes is the image of his older comrade Karen, who is dearer to his heart than his own life. The adventuress had told him that if he died in battle, she would kill him in the afterlife. Therefore, the hero cannot allow such an outcome. He does not want to be scolded by his older friend for cowardice. Leon realizes that there is nothing left to do but use the Great Bear's sword skill to win. The Great Chariot, the skill of the great hero Rodrigo, which Leon inherited from past generations. The guy takes it and performs the technique, and a huge flash of golden energy illuminates everything around him with a dazzling light. When the creature saw what was happening, it was terrified by the sight before it in the sky. Leon sharpened his gaze and moved closer to the Count's protective egg. The hero tells his opponent with determination that this time, the Count will definitely be finished for good. Andre is a real evil that should have been dealt with long ago, before it grew to such proportions. The guy uses his powerful skill and cuts through the egg, inside of which the Count was recovering. A huge golden star flashes in the sky, dispelling all the darkness and illuminating the city with divine light. And now the Count was definitely cut in two by the sacred weapon, never to be reunited. Andre couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed to him that the plan was simply perfect and couldn't fail. Before him dying, the Count sees his beloved daughter, who turns to him affectionately, as if to her father. Andre hugged the girl and told her that he knew she had been waiting for her father to come home from work for a long time, how they had agreed that they would play together today, and how the girl had told him how much she loved her father. And then, in one terrible moment, something awful happened to the Count's daughter that changed his whole life. Andre entered his daughter's room and saw that she was lying on the floor covered in blood from a mysterious illness. The Count rushed to her, hoping that he could do something as a father and a magician. Andre carried his daughter in his arms, saying that her father would save her at any cost, even his own life. Unfortunately, it was an incurable disease that had taken his wife's life, and now threatened his daughter's, and even magic was powerless. The Count realizes that he cannot lose his little daughter too, so he must sell his soul to the devil. Therefore, Andre will succeed if he can use forbidden black magic to heal the child. The city's knights tell each other that all the slum dwellers must be taken away from the experiments immediately. And so, terrible experiments were carried out on ordinary people for the sake of saving one girl. The slum dwellers cried out, "Have mercy on us! How painful it is to endure these experiments!" But the Count was completely uninterested. The butler then told his master that he saw that Andre had found a very interesting way to increase magical power, and that yes, it was indeed a black crystal that could significantly increase the Count's power to achieve his goals. And then, when the butler said with approval that it was excellent, that it could save the master's little daughter from her illness. But by that time, the Count had simply gone mad with power and forgotten what the original reason was. Therefore, now that he is cut in half, Andre's body simply begins to crumble into dust and ashes like dry skin. The Count lies on the ground, realizing with bitterness that this is truly the end, and that he has achieved nothing useful in all his years. All that Andre sees before his death are the legs of Leon, who stands next to his defeated enemy. The Count barely opens his fading eyes, trying to see something important to his heart one last time. But in the eyes of the dying man, there is only one thing: the toy of his beloved daughter, whom he remembers. Tepesh holds the toy in his hands, telling the Count that the girl was waiting for her father and asked him to give it to him. Because at that time, the Count had become so mad with power that he did not stop his cruel experiments. Andre even conducted these horrific experiments on his own daughter, whom he was supposed to protect and love. The Count chained the little girl and kept her in a cage like a lab animal for experiments. And now the man thinks with horror how he could have forgotten his original goal, how he was simply intoxicated by his own power. Andre forgot about his daughter and how much he once loved her, before power corrupted his soul. The moon slowly washes away its bloody hues, returning to its natural silvery color in the sky above the city. Everyone around him understands with relief that this terrible dark energy has finally receded from the people forever. The residents were sure that they would now die from the Count's magic, but the people survived thanks to Leon's heroism. And when the Count, on the verge of death, reached for this child's toy in a last attempt at redemption, to take it in his hands one last time, but Andre couldn't, because his body turned to ash. Tepesh explains that vampires were originally a race that had no distinction between spirit and body, but when the soul dies from evil, it does not separate, but disappears with the body, such as the punishment for breaking the taboo. Gustav tells his comrades wearily, "Is it really over in such a tragic way for everyone?" The commander's comrades tell him to stop talking nonsense, that they have already forgotten what happened to those who died in battle. Why are you so concerned about not being able to bring the dead back to life? It is the law of nature. After that, the commander realized that he needed to ask how Leon was doing after the battle. The guy is lying there, exhausted and unable to move, while the Knights of the Holy Order fuss around him. They are trying to heal the hero's deep wounds with their holy power, which they received from the goddess for healing. The guy tells his comrades in a weak voice that he is already feeling better, that he is fine, and that he is very grateful for their help. Leon began to tell the knights that they should also take care of their own wounds, and at these words, the guy saw something surprising in their behavior. These knights tell the hero seriously that even if they die in the service of the goddess, believe me, it will not matter to the church. Leon thinks with regret that no matter how hard he tries to stop their self-sacrifice, they still won't listen to reason. Damien speaks respectfully of Leon as a magnificent warrior, a knight who constantly wondered why the bishop had asked for his full cooperation. And then the guy apologizes, saying he's sorry he didn't tell his friends anything in advance, hiding the true nature of the situation. Therefore, these knights tell the hero that both Demian and Angelica will keep the secret safe until the end of their days. Rest assured about this important matter, and let the church knights deal with all the political consequences of the incident. While they were discussing their plans, the comrades saw Karen suddenly appear behind the group from the shadows. The girl, visibly relieved, tells Leon that she can see that the guy now looks like a real half-dead man after the battle. Karen approached and began yelling at the hero, saying that she had trusted him, that he had said everything would be fine, and what he was seeing now. Since the adventuress was a complete fool and almost ruined Leon with her plan, the guy either understands this or doesn't. And while the girl scolds the hero for his recklessness, he simply begins to fall, completely exhausted after using his strength. Leon fell right into Karen's arms and lost consciousness, unable to stand on his own anymore. The girl realized with regret that her words had been a little too harsh for her companion's current state. There was nothing left for Karen to do but hug the guy and hope that Leon would be okay in the end. The adventuress thought tenderly about what a foolish hero he was, giving himself so completely to this dangerous task of saving people. And the next day, the royal palace received a detailed report about the incident that had occurred in Count Ruben's fiefdom. The count's family was among those who held real political power, and suddenly, one of its pillars had simply died. This caused a stir not only in the royal palace but also among the entire high nobility. However, testimony was received from the vampire clan, and also testimony from surviving prisoners who had been innocently imprisoned, whose blood had been used for experiments. When it became completely clear from the investigation that all the evidence pointed to the Lord being a follower of satanic teachings, Damien then officially declared that the Count had been found guilty and was executed by the church without any lengthy investigation. Although several mercenaries and adventurers helped in the capture of the criminal, their contribution was insignificant. Therefore, the two knights still have a long way to go in their careers, but the nobles will be very concerned about this dangerous incident. Already in the carriage, Karen says with relief that they were able to leave all this bureaucratic red tape behind. How lucky they were. The girl says to the guy with concern that she can see that Leon has woken up and now feels much better after resting. The mercenaries were overjoyed that they had all survived the bloody battle with the Count, their entire group miraculously escaping the magic. Leon looked at his older comrade's girlfriend and noticed with concern that Karen was bandaged all over from the battle. The guy asked the adventuress with concern how her wounds were doing, hoping that the girl was okay. Karen replied with relief that her wounds had almost healed thanks to magic, and that her vital organs had not been seriously damaged. Then the girl says to the guy, embarrassed, that she wants to ask Leon for forgiveness for her actions in battle. At first, the hero doesn't even understand why the adventuress wants to apologize to him, since everything turned out well. Karen said regretfully that she remembers how Leon got very angry when he saw the girl bound in chains by the Count. But the adventuress was just pretending to be a captive, and in reality, everything was fine with her at the time. The girl couldn't stop thinking about her companion's reaction. For some reason, the guy was so angry with her for taking the risk. Because Karen had acted on her own without warning, she had put herself in great danger alone. Therefore, from now on, the adventuress will share her intentions with Leon in advance, and only then take action in battle. The guy tells the girl honestly that he was only angry with himself for not understanding his friend's strategy, so everything is fine. Leon tells Karen with understanding that from now on, he will understand her actions even without any explanations or words. After that, Karen, a little embarrassed by such understanding, says that she will go outside to get some fresh air. Elcid turns to his student and says that he fully deserves the title of hero, that Karen's strength lies in her uniqueness. However, if you ask someone to reveal all their cards in advance, it's the same as revealing all your strong abilities to your enemy. Therefore, the young man tells his mentor that if ignorance limits the strength of one's comrades, then one cannot be called a true hero. And so the teacher, smiling approvingly, tells his student that the next destination of their journey is the legendary Titan Mountains. Elcid replies that the legacy left by the Holy Mage is located there, deep within the mountain range. Leon asks his teacher curiously if there is a plan for how to get inside this place. He then asks more specifically if there is at least a plan for finding his mentor's belongings in the mountains. Leon says with understanding that if there is no specific plan, then everything will work out somehow during the journey. The teacher replies thoughtfully that after the hero's words, something interesting has come to mind. Leon, looking at how all the wounds on his hand have healed, thinks with understanding that there is still a long way to go, to the summit, up the ladder that must be climbed to the very end, without giving up in the face of difficulties along the way. But the hero understands with determination that the most important thing he must do now is not to give up in the face of obstacles. Because tomorrow's Leon may be even stronger than today's, so forward to the Titan Mountains for the legacy. The mountain town of Chinook, located right in the snow-capped mountains amid eternal snow and cold winds, greets travelers with a harsh appearance. There is no lord or law here, and the city is widely known as a haven for criminals, murderers, and bandits of all kinds. It would seem that the most ordinary silence reigns in the streets, but suddenly a man flies out of a tavern window. This guy is simply lying on the snow-covered ground, blood flowing from his nose, his face covered in bruises from the beating. A huge thug with white hair knocked out all the teeth of this unfortunate guy for some offense in the tavern. The thug speaks with contempt, calling him a freak, a nobody who dared to attack Odin, who has an A rank among mercenaries. This thug says with a smirk that he has a feeling that today's drinks will be paid for by this fool. While the guy lies on the ground, unable to do anything. He has no idea that he will have to pay for everything. Other thugs laugh at how brutally they just beat up this defenseless guy for fun. The criminals accost a girl, telling her that it's dangerous here and asking what the poor thing is doing alone at night. Then they continue to threaten her, saying that maybe she wants to use their escort services for a certain price. One of them tells the girl outright that he will show her what a life of debauchery and depravity is like. So let's get this over with. After that, the other gang members noticed with surprise that something was wrong with their comrade right before their eyes. Another gangster, confused, asked what had happened to his partner's face and why he had turned pale, but they didn't immediately notice what had happened to their friend's arm, which had simply turned into a rag, hanging lifelessly. The gangster began to scream in terrible pain, asking what had happened to his arm, what had suddenly happened to his limb. The girl decided to explain the situation, taking off her cloak and addressing the villains with a warning. This is Elahan, the 8th saint of the church, who addresses criminals and asks if they want to atone for their sins. Leon and Karen are walking along these snow-covered mountain trails, making their way through deep snowdrifts toward their destination. In the sky, they see a dragon they have never seen before in their lives, huge and majestic. But then, if you look back, you can see a whole flock of black creatures flying menacingly over the mountains. Leon and Karen watch all this, raising their heads, a beautiful but dangerous sight, as one would expect from the Titan Mountains. The heroes realize that from the moment they set foot in this territory, they feel a great tension and pressure in the air. Karen says that moreover, the demonic energy emanating from the forest creates enormous pressure that will crush them if they relax. Therefore, the girl tells her companion that this is how dangerous a place the Titan Mountains of Death are. The teacher explains to his student that in the demonic realm, real kings of giants and ancient monsters reign. The land where even mighty dragons are afraid to fly too low is indeed these cursed mountains. This is not a world of humans, but of real giant monsters, and there is no better place to train a hero. After that, the teacher tells the student with seriousness that, of course, everything depends on whether Leon can survive here among the monsters. Therefore, the mentor tells the hero with understanding that he clearly has the desire to go as far as possible into the mountains in search of strength. Leon responds to his teacher with determination, saying that since he made it here through so many obstacles, he will definitely not turn back. The guy has a look of happiness and anticipation in his eyes from finally getting closer to his goal. His partner says to the hero with understanding that this is all typical of Leon, so let's move on toward the mountains. And now the faces of the companions become completely serious and focused, ready to move forward to meet the dangers. And at that very moment, a very loud explosion rocks the small mountain town, echoing through the mountains. It was the 8th saint who had dealt with the bandit, who now lay completely covered in blood, with nothing left of his head but a mess. This is all the work of a little holy angel girl who looks innocent, but possesses terrible power. Elahan dealt with these scoundrels who were harassing her, realizing that she had accomplished her sacred mission. Looking around the city, the saint assesses the situation to see if it is safe to move on. But hidden behind a wall is another young man who has been watching the whole battle from the beginning. He thinks with horror that this girl is really very dangerous. How she managed to defeat everyone here all by herself. How did she manage to deal with a whole gang? As he ponders this, the wall behind which the boy is hiding collapses. The girl says calmly and confidently that she knew there was someone else here watching what was happening. The guy starts screaming in panic and begs her to stop, saying, "Please, don't kill me without hearing my side of the story." It is Khan who is trying to calm the girl down and shouting desperately, "Wait, don't jump to conclusions." The man tells the holy man that he is terribly sorry for the situation, but nothing happened. He is here by accident. The girl says suspiciously, "What annoyance. The man is just an ordinary, arrogant, and unscrupulous person." Elahan swings his weapon to strike, but unexpectedly the guy says that she is a saint of the church. Khan explains to the saint that although he is the boss of the slums, he has received official recognition from the church for his help. The man says that if she doesn't believe him, she can ask Bishop Jazara, and at these words, the saint stops her mace. "You are Khan himself," the girl thought, believing that the man could indeed be saved from sin, even in theory. But then, unexpectedly, the ground around him began to crack from the force emanating from the saint. Khan realizes with horror how powerful the attack could be, and that the mace is only a millimeter from his face. The girl came closer and asked incredulously if the man was really the leader of the slums. The man immediately realized with surprise that the saint either knew him or had heard of him before. One of the guys who was almost dead from his wounds is still breathing and moving for some reason. Someone else asks in bewilderment, "Hey, why is he still alive? The mace should have broken his neck." The girl proudly explained that she had used a sacred technique of maximum recovery. which allows a blow to be delivered at the very last moment before death. So, we're not talking about a body rising from the dead, but about the victim being unable to move for a while because of their injuries. And it wasn't enough for her to simply flatten an adult man. The saint also used this technique. What is this girl hiding behind her mask of innocence? Elahan tells Khan seriously that he knows the hero who fought in the battle, a respected adventurer named Leon. When Khan hears this name, he naturally responds with contempt, saying that the respected adventurer is just a greenhorn. When the girl hears this, she is immediately extremely surprised and indignant. What does he mean, a greenhorn? How dare he? The saint strikes him on the head with her mace and says sternly that the man will be punished for such insulting words about the hero. Khan was in shock from such a powerful blow, and the leader's nose was bleeding after the clash with the weapon. The eighth saint demanded that in exchange for mercy, they find all traces of the hero and share this information with her. Khan says in bewilderment that the saint does not need to reveal such personal details, such as what the hero likes and so on. The girl says with determination that, in general, the man must first take her to Leon as quickly as possible. The slum leader is still in complete shock and thinks anxiously about what this strange girl wants from him. Elahan puts her small hand on his shoulder and says with a smile, "Well, in that case, we can go right now." And this huge man is still confused, not understanding what strange nonsense is suddenly happening in his life. But this small, fragile girl simply takes the huge man by the hand and drags him along as if he were a child. And in the Titan Mountains, this terrible place where truly dangerous monsters and ancient creatures of all kinds dwell, one of the giants who is cutting up the carcass of a slain monster asks his comrade if he can still fight today. The other guy replies painfully that he has a broken rib, and his left collarbone is also damaged from the fight. So now it's clearly no easy task for the warriors when they look up and see another enemy. The giants see a huge creature with sharp fangs. It's a real dragon descending from the heavens to attack them. A real red dragon, clinging to the mountains with its claws and roaring with all its might, demonstrating its power. The warriors realize that they must face this terrifying creature, as this battle is definitely not for life, but for death. Swinging their weapons, the two huge men tell each other that this will be a real slaughter, not for life, but for death. The dragon simply releases red threads of fire from its mouth, and the giants begin to scream in pain and rage. Karen, watching this epic battle with Leon, realizes that these are giants, the indigenous inhabitants of the Titan Mountains. They look at this monster, and the guy realizes with amazement that the giants are fighting the dragon as if they were equals. But the problem is that this red creature is full of strength and energy, so the advantage is clearly on its side in this battle. The dragon is simply toying with these giants like a cat with mice. It is definitely a true demonic monster of the highest rank. The teacher explains to the student that this behavior is actually completely in line with the nature of demonic monsters. Because aware of its absolute superiority, the dragon plays with the lives of others. The red dragon has excellent perception and enemy detection range, and its senses are truly sharp for hunting. Karen tells her companion that she heard that the interior of the Titan Mountains is a demonic realm, but she did not expect to encounter such a powerful dragon on her first day. So the first thing the girl, as always, wanted to ask the guy was what to do in this situation with the monster. But then the adventuress realizes, looking at Leon, that she asked a stupid question, as the answer is obvious from his expression. They watch these unfamiliar giants who continue to fight desperately against the monster, refusing to give up in the face of death. One of the musclemen takes his battle axe and swings it forward with all his might, aiming straight for the dragon's head. The giant releases the spinning axe with such force that it cannot simply stop in midair before reaching its target. With a crazy look in his eyes, the warrior challenges the dragon, asking how it likes the taste of steel, you creature. When the fighter began to say that he had hit the mark, he saw the creature's claw moving rapidly toward him. The dragon then continues to release its destructive red energy from its mouth, burning everything around it. The monster takes one of its sharp claws and pierces the man through, lifting him into the air. The dragon carries the giant and grabs his partner with one of its other claws, as if they were toys. Then it picks them up and tosses them high into the air, just like dice for entertainment. When the warriors fall to the ground from the height, the dragon takes them and crushes them with its huge body. These big men are unable to stand up to this monster even together. The difference in strength is too great. The huge dragon, like a real red demon, roars with pleasure at its victory over its weak opponents. The two men think and tremble with fear, realizing that they may now simply die a painful death. But then they hear Leon using his Big Dipper skill, which was passed down to him by the great hero Rodrigo. So, as always, everything is bathed in bright sunlight, and the guy attacks the dragon with incredible speed. The dragon is puzzled, trying to understand where such a powerful enemy could have suddenly appeared in the mountains. The monster sees the young man, who looks insanely determined and ready to fight to the death for the lives of the giants. At that moment, Leon's partner Karen flies at the enemy with a huge number of poisoned daggers in her hands. The adventuress strikes with her daggers, and the weapons completely pierce the creature's body between its scales. The girl's face is determined, and she thinks with satisfaction that it's great that the poisoned blades hit their target. The dragon, in pain from the poison, bleeds purple blood that flows from its body in streams. But the monster simply grabs the daggers and pulls them out of its body as if they were mere splinters. The dragon looks at the heroes and wants to roar at the audacity of these insignificant creatures who dared to attack him. Karen says with dark humor that it looks like they're dead too, now that they've decided to mess with such a monster. Leon tells his companions seriously that although he had anticipated difficulties, this is indeed a worthy opponent to test their strength. The hero takes out a potion and tells the giants to take it first. It's small, but it's a highly concentrated potion for recovery. Leon gives the healing potion to the two large men, who are in complete shock from their encounter with the dragon. The young man tells his new allies decisively that they should deal with the fire-breathing lizard first, and then discuss everything else. One of the giant men says to the hero in surprise, asking if he's really asking if they're ready to fight the dragon. And these huge men turned out to be insanely tall, like real giants from ancient legends about titans. Karen and Leon are happy to have found new powerful allies for this difficult and dangerous battle. Now the four of them are determined that the team has every chance of defeating this ancient red dragon. The dragon also does not want to give up without a fight, and spreading its huge wings, begins a counterattack on the heroes. Leon and Karen rush forward first to begin their attack on this powerful creature from the depths of the mountains. And there they see this terrible monster again. The boy's eyes begin to shine with divine energy, and the hero uses his foresight skill. Leon uses maximum concentration to sharpen his senses, and his pupils disappear, replaced by a white glow of power. He does this to see every movement of his opponent clearly and predict their attacks in advance. But then the hero realizes with surprise that he sees everything in black and white, as if color has left the world forever. The teacher reassures his student that he should not be confused by this strange effect of the technique. This happens when the hero's consciousness cannot keep up with the reactions of his body, which moves faster than his thoughts. This is only a temporary phenomenon. Now, when Leon looks around, it seems as if time has slowed down. If the hero had stopped practicing this technique for a while, he wouldn't have seen anything at this moment. However, now is not the time for such analysis. It is better to look up at the enemy. When the boy looked up, he saw the huge dragon in front of him, which the team must defeat at all costs. The teacher advises him to use this opportunity to decide when and where the enemy will attack next. Leon says with understanding that the dragon's defense is too high, and no one's attacks can inflict fatal wounds on its scales. Damn, where should we aim for maximum damage? What could be the weak spot of this ancient creature? The hero realizes that to inflict damage, he must attack the dragon's wing membranes and eyeballs. And there they see the creature's tail rapidly moving toward them for a crushing blow. Leon orders his companions, saying urgently that everyone must dodge the tail attack immediately. So when the dragon swings its powerful tail, everyone is warned and manages to dodge the blow. These giants realize that it would have been extremely dangerous if Leon hadn't warned them. They would have certainly died. Karen says with admiration that the attack was so incredibly fast that even she couldn't see the tail move. The adventuress thanked her younger companion for warning the team of the deadly danger in time. And this dragon is breathing heavily from its wounds and releasing hot steam from its huge mouth, preparing for a decisive attack. Leon realizes with alarm that the atmosphere of the battle has changed dramatically from fun to deadly intent on both sides. Suddenly, the mountains they are standing on begin to shake and crack from the release of magical energy. They are being destroyed by Karen's energy, who has also changed her battle tactics for the final blow. The girl takes a powerful leap forward to deliver the decisive blow to this ancient monster from the depths of the mountains. The adventuress pulls out her poisoned daggers, which she intends to aim straight at the dragon's vulnerable spots. Karen releases them with incredible accuracy, aiming for the eyes of the red monster. The monster stares at the scene in complete shock at the daring attack happening right before its eyes. All these daggers were aimed at the most painful spot, the dragon's eyeball, for maximum damage. The giants marvel at the power of this little girl, realizing that she is no joke. And so, one of the dragon's eyes was seriously damaged thanks to the precise attack of this experienced adventurer. But in reality, despite the wound, the dragon still opened its second eye and continued the battle. The girl thinks excitedly that even for such a strong opponent, the monster is still overdoing it with its aggression. And the giants think approvingly that Leon's beloved is so hot in battle that everyone will really have to try hard. These muscular guys say with understanding that it is now clear where the team should direct their attacks. They turn to the young guys and say that they will take part in a coordinated attack on the dragon. The dragon has lost some of its vigilance after such an unexpected injury to its eye from the daggers. The monster's body begins to tremble, and it cannot do anything because its shadow is pinned to the ground. While all this is happening, two giants rush towards the dragon to attack it at close range. They cling to its powerful legs and strike it with axes to distract the monster from Leon. The dragon begins to roar in pain, a pain it has never felt before in its long life. The entire body of the ancient creature simply shudders from the unbearable pain in its limbs and eye. And then, from afar, the winged creature sees the hero Leon preparing for a decisive attack with light. The dragon sees the young man holding the sacred weapon in his hands, which begins to glow brightly with divine energy. Determination is evident in the young man's eyes, and the veins on his face bulge from the strain of concentration. The dragon is terrified, realizing that this insanely powerful blow will be aimed directly at him. The monster tries to strike first before the attack, so a black circle of darkness flies out of its mouth. The dragon casts a dark spell on the young man to deal with him before he can attack. Leon is completely enveloped in darkness, and realizes with horror that he cannot see anything around him. The hero tries to call out to his teacher, or at least Karen, but no one can hear him in this magical darkness. But it turns out that the teacher is explaining to his student that these are attributes of darkness, another headache for light mages. The teacher reassures Leon that the most important thing is not to be afraid of this illusion and to believe in his power. The hero can overcome absolutely anything, and the weapon begins to shine even brighter than before the attack of darkness. The weapon speaks in spirit, telling Leon that he must create light that will envelop the entire world around him. The guy has to go through this scary darkness, so the team can win the battle against the ancient dragon. And so the guy uses the third sacrament skill, a new skill that the hero has just discovered within himself thanks to his willpower. The dragon is confident that he has defeated the boy, who is trapped in his shadow and unable to do anything against the darkness. But then, out of the thick darkness, a star begins to shine very brightly, piercing the magical darkness. Looking at this incredible sight, the creature cannot believe its eyes that such a thing is even possible. Then a very bright stream of energy emerges, breaking all the laws of magic on its way to its target. This solar energy hits the enemy's damaged eye directly, dealing critical damage to the ancient dragon. The guy did it so skillfully and precisely that no one could even think of such a possibility. After that, Leon finds himself in a completely different setting, lying on a bed, covering his eyes from the light with his hands. The hero doesn't understand where he is or what is happening around him in this unfamiliar room. When Leon turned his head, he was surprised to see his older comrade lying next to him. Karen is sleeping peacefully next to the hero on the same bed, breathing calmly and evenly. The guy is in complete shock and starts screaming at the top of his lungs because he doesn't understand what's going on. Leon is lying on a huge bed, which is at least 5 meters long, like the beds giants have in their houses. Karen opens her eyes and says sleepily that she sees that her friend has finally woken up after a long sleep. Leon replies, embarrassed, that hey, this isn't supposed to be happening, and starts to cover his body with a blanket. Karen says with a smile that he doesn't remember anything that happened yesterday, does he? Forgetful one. The girl looks away and adds that she's upset that the guy doesn't remember anything. Leon doesn't understand what could have happened yesterday and why he upset his girlfriend so much. After that, Karen starts laughing so hard that she grabs her stomach and asks why he's even worried. The adventuress explains to the hero that yesterday, he had a fever of over 40 degrees from exhaustion after working on the equipment. The girl spent the whole night on her feet, taking care of her younger friend, not leaving his side for a minute. Karen also asks the guy if he remembers the dragon the team fought. She answers and says that after Leon's insanely powerful attack, the creature's self-preservation instinct kicked in, because the dragon began to thrash around like a madman in pain and fear. The girl says that the monster raised its tail and simply ran away from the team, unwilling to continue the battle. Karen asks how long Leon intends to faint after each of his powerful attacks, because that's not acceptable either. And now the guy suddenly realized something, feeling for the first time real concern from a friend. Leon remembers how Karen rushed to save him from falling after the attack. Everything was ablaze from the dragon's breath, but the girl still ran toward the hero to save him. The adventuress grabbed Leon so he wouldn't crash into the rocks and caught her falling friend in her arms. So the only thing the guy can do now is thank her for everything she did for him. The girl says in surprise that he is a hero and that she only did what she had to do. Suddenly, giants burst into the room, shouting loudly that Miss Karen, the younger gentleman, had finally regained consciousness after a long sleep. But the girl already knew everything, as she had been in the room next to Leon the whole time without resting. And so they leave. apologizing for coming at an inconvenient time and interrupting their friend's conversation. Karen tells Leon that yesterday on their way here, the team befriended Erg, a giant with a big nose and a kind nature. And with Joel, his companion, a giant with a dark, thick beard and powerful hands like an ancient blacksmith. Leon extends his hand to introduce himself and says that he is also pleased to meet them, and that the hero has a specific name. And so they shook hands, and the giant's palm was so huge that one of their palms was the size of the entire guy. The adventuress recounted with admiration that these men were so strong that even wolves were afraid to approach when the group was walking. And these giants told Leon seriously that the girl had said that the hero was looking for the king of the giants, because that was true. The big-nosed friend explains to the guy that to find out anything about the king of giants, the hero should meet with the village chief in person. So they ask Leon if he is ready to go right now, but the giants recommend that he rest a little. But the hero does not understand what they mean by rest and replies decisively that he is ready to go right now. The two giants stand over the hero, and you can clearly see the smirks on their faces at the little man's determination. Leon thinks that it's okay. In any case, he has to go forward. There's no point in putting off important business until later. So they set off as a group to go there. And as they approached the village, the guy was amazed by everything he saw. They entered the settlement and felt very awkward, as they were like gnomes to these huge people. This is a real village of giants, where all the inhabitants are several times taller than an ordinary person. The guy saw the corpse of a monster, a terrifying wolf, and thought it must be the prey of one of the hunters. But then he looked further and saw the corpse of a dragon lying with its tongue hanging out, showing no signs of life. And next to them were trolls, which Leon had also recently fought in other parts of the continent. The hero thinks with amazement that there are so many of these monsters here, which he had barely managed to fight earlier. Karen tells his friend regretfully that he just crushed a rare mushroom, which could have been sold for 2 magic balls. The teacher explains to his student that these titans are so strong that it's hard to believe their power. Their bodies are similar in build to orcs, but each of them has a rank of A or even higher in strength. They have now reached the training ground exclusively for titans, which is called Hell's Plaza by the locals. Heat and fire emanate from it, and its foundation is made from the enormous skull of an ancient dragon killed in battle. The giant clenches his fist and tells his companions to go inside, as the village chief has been waiting for the guests for a long time. When they tried to enter, 2 young men suddenly flew out of the skull's mouth, breathing heavily from their training. They simply fell to the ground from the force of their exit from the training area, breathing heavily and shaking the dust off their clothes. Leon immediately thought with alarm, could this be the work of some enemy or what is going on in this place? But then, a giant of insane height emerged from inside, clearly one of the strongest inhabitants of the village. This titan wondered with curiosity if the long-awaited guests from distant lands had finally arrived. It was a huge woman with bright red hair, who solemnly declared that she was the head of the village of Balkan in the mountains. This woman is insanely tall, with piercing red eyes and fiery red hair, standing over the guests like a tower. Leon feels awkward at how ridiculous he looks next to this giant woman in comparison to her size. The hero looks at her and thinks that the woman instills genuine, incredible fear with a single glance, for no particular reason. Just look at her insanely pumped and toned biceps, which are bigger than a normal person's head. But this titan's triceps are just as incredibly pumped up, showing years of hard training with weapons. The guy sees how this girl demonstrates her skills and physique in front of the gathered villagers. All the other titans watch and think with admiration that their leader is the best, that she has the strongest arms. This huge woman turns to Leon with a smirk and asks if the hero would like to touch her muscles. But the guy politely declines the offer, which leaves the girl a little disappointed and unhappy with his reaction. After that, the village chief tells Leon seriously that she has heard that he has come here for the legacy of the great Rodrigo. The guy tells the woman honestly that if she knows anything about the hero, he would like her to share this valuable information with him. Titanisha replies with a sly smile that she cannot share valuable information for free, a crazy smile on her face. When the guy looks at her, he doesn't even know what to expect from this mysterious girl. And now everyone is saying that they have gathered and are waiting for a real fight in the ring, surrounded by spectators. The woman announces to the crowd that this is a guest from a distant village named Leon, and he is a hero from legends. And you are an incredible guy who cut out a dragon's eye in battle, which is already the talk of the town. So the chief titan woman tells the crowd that if anyone wants to fight the hero, then go ahead. The leader explains to Leon that if he is interested in hearing the answer to his question, then he should accept the challenge. The teacher tells his student that this is a good opportunity for growth, so they will definitely learn something during the fight. Of course, the young hero responds with determination, saying that he will definitely accept the challenge and do it with dignity. Karen tells the Titans with understanding that he understands that these fights are a local tradition, because that's how it's always been. Urga responds honestly to the adventuress that no, it's just a hobby of their leader, that's all there is to it. Therefore, the giant announces that he will be the first to fight the guest. And now the Titan stands opposite the young man in the arena. With a smile on his face, the Titan addresses the young man and says that he is a brave warrior and is looking forward to a glorious battle. Leon responds in kind with respect, saying that he too is looking forward to an interesting duel with a worthy opponent. The villagers shout with admiration that the young gentleman's expression has changed before the fight. So it is interesting to see what will happen in the arena. The girl leader excitedly tells the crowd that they can place bets on who they think will win the fight. Karen, of course, bets on her friend Leon without hesitation, as the adventuress is confident in the hero's strength and skill. Balkania tells the girl with a sly smile that as a sign of the bet, Karen can touch her pumped-up biceps for good luck. And then this Titan, this insanely huge man, swings his heavy weapon and announces that he is starting the fight with the guest from distant lands. The giant strikes with his club with such incredible force that the ground shakes beneath the feet of those present. Fighting off the pile of stones that flew in all directions, Leon realizes what incredible power is hidden in this opponent. This is true, immense strength. And then the hero sees the Titan suddenly appear from behind with a new attack. Leon cannot understand what kind of strange aura this Titan has, which makes it difficult to read and predict his movements. And this huge man continues to swing his weapon, trying to trap his swift opponent. Leon manages to jump aside at the last moment and is still in a state of shock from the Titan's power. The hero thinks in amazement, wondering if this powerful energy is really the legendary power of the Titans from the legends. Karen, watching the fight, says with surprise that she didn't know Titans could use their aura in battle. Urga explains to the girl that he and his friend are at the beginner level, so they cannot use their aura like masters. But if they could, the dragon would have died from a single blow. Jewel responds philosophically that there is nothing that can be done now, and that aura is not easy for Titans and requires many years of training. To master the aura, one must endlessly repeat the process of filling and absorbing the energy of the aura in one's body for control. And the larger the user's body, the more aura is needed to fill this huge vessel with energy. And so, watching Leon in battle, the Titans realize how strong the hero's spirit of rivalry and desire to win is. For Leon, it's not just a victory in a duel, but also an opportunity to obtain valuable information about Rodrigo. And surprisingly, the guy still defeats this huge Titan thanks to his speed and fighting technique. The hero is asked if he needs a break to rest, how ready he is to face the next fighter who wants to test his strength. Leon looks and sees a whole line of Titans waiting to fight him and test his skills. The hero, looking at this spectacle, is understandably nervous and tells the crowd that he needs just 1 second to think. And so Leon returns home after all these exhausting fights, his whole body trembling from fatigue and overexertion. The teacher analyzes the student's performance, saying that he has 2 wins and 1 loss, which is not the worst outcome for a beginner. The mentor explains that the hero should have taken into account the fact that the distance in battle is as unfamiliar to the Titans as it is to Leon, and that he should have been more careful. The guy starts to get upset and says indignantly that, first of all, using aura techniques in this weight class is already a violation of fair combat. Leon wonders in bewilderment who taught these huge monsters such sophisticated martial arts and aura techniques. And when the teacher hears this fair question from his student, he asks in surprise if he really didn't mention it earlier. El Cid tells Leon that this happened 300 years ago, and that he himself, in his youth, was the one who taught the Titans martial arts. When the hero heard this shocking information, he began to scream loudly, realizing what his mentor had done in the past. The teacher explains that if you go back several hundred years, there were those among the orcs who refused to be monsters. These creatures began to pray to the goddess of light, saying that if she accepted them as inhabitants of this land, they would devote their lives to destroying evil. So, of course, when the goddess heard such sincere words, she accepted their offer and agreed to help them change. So, after blessing the king of the giants and his clan with wisdom, the goddess let them talk and think like humans, and that's how the Titans came to be. The young man reproaches his mentor, saying that this is the first time he has heard that he was their teacher. So why has he suddenly appeared in the story? And then the spirit of the weapon simply begins to explode with memories of those times when everything was just beginning. El Cid says with irritation that he only appeared in this story because of the goddess and her stupid decisions without consulting anyone. Leon clearly did not expect to hear such a revelation from his wise teacher about the past and the events that had taken place. Back when the young hero Rodrigo was still in his prime, El Cid was approached with a request for help. The mentor began to speak indignantly to the goddess, saying that she had caused all this trouble, so where was she looking now at the result? When the young hero Rodrigo turned around at the noise, he heard loud footsteps of huge creatures approaching their camp. El Cid thought with annoyance why he of all people had to teach these unreasonable idiots human skills. When the mentor turned around, he indeed saw a group of huge people who were not even able to speak properly at that time. El Cid recalls that now the Titans have settled well into the world, so there are no such problems. But in those days they did not understand human speech at all. At first, the goddess said she was counting on the mentor's help and simply dumped the responsibility on him. So just thinking about it drives him crazy. El Cid proudly says that he did teach at least one student all of his best skills and techniques. But the one who awakened his mind without the goddess's blessing can be considered a genius strategist and warrior, even by human standards. This is Qasim, none other than the true king of giants, says the teacher, who continued to hone his skills on his own even after his training. Qasim did this for 100 years without interruption, so El Cid is certain that he has already surpassed the level of a master. Leon realizes with horror that a Titan who has achieved such mastery is truly a terrifying opponent for anyone. The teacher advises his student that while he is here among the Titans, he should focus on duels to gain experience, because it is rare to have such an opportunity to fight fiercely against strong opponents, knowing full well that you will not die at their hands. The young man is now seriously thinking that he needs to immerse himself completely in training and continue to improve his combat skills without interruption. Leon knows that he must prove his qualifications among the Titans, and here, brute physical strength is valued above all else. Elahan, who is walking through the forest with Khan, says with irritation that instead of getting together and plowing the field, people are burdening others even more. Khan, listening to the saint's righteous words, was clearly getting a little tired of the strict girl's constant lectures. The leader looks around and sees that this girl in a light costume has already gotten into a fight with some other local boys over something. The saint impatiently tells the guide that he said they were almost at the place where they needed to continue on their route. The slum leader patiently explains to her that they need to go up the path and look at the horizon beyond the trees. And then the saint realizes with admiration that it seems they have indeed arrived at this free city, which shines beautifully in the sun. They have already begun to approach the massive city gates, where guards are checking all travelers and merchants entering the city. When Elahan entered the city walls, she realized what a lively city it was, with its market and merchants. It was simply incredible. The girl says with horror that if the city destroyer's call had been successful, the city would clearly not have survived. Therefore, this noisy street and the entire bustling city would be struck by a real tragedy with thousands of victims among the peaceful inhabitants. Therefore, it must be the magnificent actions of Mr. Leon that were able to deal with this terrible threat to all living beings. He is a true hero, and the best gentleman, whom the saint is now actively searching for across the continent. And the girl enthusiastically shouts to the guide that they should first visit the slums to learn more about the hero. Elahan tells Khan with curiosity that he would first like to visit the place where Mr. Leon was actively fighting against evil. Khan tells the saint nostalgically that he remembers the old days, and no matter how you look at it, it was indeed an interesting time of adventure. And then, as they began to approach the slum area, something surprised the young man greatly in the changed city. The leader realizes with shock how much the city has changed, and that the slums now look like ordinary residential areas. In the past, the slums were considered a dark and damp area where only gangsters and criminals of all kinds lived. But now, after everything that happened with the Count, the area has become a bright and clean place where people can live normally. Khan cries out in despair that no, this was his home, and what have the authorities done to him during this time? The gang leader's hideout has become a real kindergarten with bright colors on the facade and playgrounds in the yard. Upset by what is happening, Khan tells the saint that there is nothing left for them here, and suggests going back to look elsewhere. At that moment, Bishop Jezer is sitting in his church, sipping tea and reading reports about what is happening in the city. The bishop smiles and says with peacefulness how peaceful and noble the day is today, how pleasant it is to feel the blessing of the goddess of light in his soul. Jezar hears someone knocking insistently on the temple door and wonders who could be visiting him at this hour. The elf quickly rose from his seat, approached the massive doors of the church, and cautiously opened them to see who the guest was. Smiling out of habit, the bishop did not even recognize who had come to visit him that day. It was Khan, who spoke familiarly to the bishop, saying, "Well, old man, long time no see. How are things at the church?" And the elf simply did not even recognize the slum leader at first, continuing to smile sweetly out of habit, not understanding the situation. Then, when he finally realized who it was, he slammed the door shut, muttering through clenched teeth that the jerk had become too insolent. Khan began to storm into the church indignantly, telling the bishop rudely to open the door. "You bastard, don't pretend to be a saint in front of me." But then Jezer heard the melodious voice of the holy girl. who called the bishop by his name with respect and tenderness. The elf quickly took the door and opened it again to look closely and see if it was really the girl from his memories standing there. Elahan smiled warmly at the bishop and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that she was very happy to meet her mentor. The elf couldn't believe his eyes with joy. Was he really seeing his ward standing before him, alive and well? Jezar says with admiration that it is truly amazing and unexpected to see her here today. The bishop begins to cry emotionally and asks where the saint has been all this time without any news or letters. But the holy woman does not even know what to say in response. The girl is surprised by the violent reaction of her old mentor. Jezar says angrily that this is an unacceptable deviation from the route, and asks if the saint understands what she has done with her disobedience. The bishop continues to yell at his ward, asking what she was thinking when she deviated from her original course without permission. But then, when the elf realizes that he has said too much in the heat of the moment, he immediately stops scolding her and falls silent. Jezar sees this holy girl in front of him, who, despite all the negativity, simply continues to smile sweetly. The bishop remembers Elahan as a little girl who loved to climb the high fence around the church, despite being forbidden to do so. How the girl loved to play, sometimes crying when she fell, and drawing on the church walls with colored chalk to the horror of the clergy. And little Elahan's smile never left her face, even when she was sad or in pain from her bruises. That is why the bishop now tells the girl tenderly that he can see that she has not changed at all in character over the years. Khan says with puzzlement that they have a strange relationship, wondering why they communicate so emotionally, and the saint calmly explains to the chief that Jezar raised her in the main temple from the early age of 3 as his own daughter. And Elahan tells the bishop seriously that he knows why she has come, because she must hear everything about one of the prophecies. When the bishop hears this, the old elf's face wrinkles with heavy memories of ancient prophecies. Jezar recalls one of the prophecies, a revelation that prepared the church for the catastrophe that was to come upon the world. In other words, the day that would mark the birth of a true hero, capable of standing up to evil and saving humanity. Events caused by evil are coming to this world everywhere now, and signs of this can be seen in every corner of the continent. There are signs of an impending catastrophe that ordinary people cannot bear and survive without the help of a chosen hero. The bishop tells the saint with alarm that the most difficult time for all people on the continent is about to begin, a time full of trials. The saint says resolutely that she is completely ready for this, slams her hand on the table, and her clothes are already fully prepared for the long journey. For the past 300 years, 7 generations of saints have been waiting for the birth of a warrior who would receive this sacred legacy from the goddess of light to save the world. The girl proudly declares that she is the 8th generation of saints, and that no matter what it takes, she will bring peace to this suffering world. Then Elahan began to think again about Lord Leon and how much she wanted to meet the hero again to fulfill her mission. At that moment, Lord Leon, who was in the Titan Mountains, was fighting the same battles with the local Titans to hone his skills. The hero had already learned a lot in battles against these huge men, studying their tactics and weaknesses in defense. And even though he was dozens of times smaller in size, Leon still managed to win thanks to his speed and technique. His comrades look at the hero and say with admiration that after the amazing results of a week ago, the guy has become much stronger in battle. Therefore, Leon has no intention of slowing down his training and continues to press his titanic opponent in the fight. The hero swings his weapon with such force that he manages to pierce the giant's sturdy armor, leaving a deep scratch. Enraged, the Titan begins to swing his huge fists every second, trying to catch his quick opponent in a hold. But this doesn't bother the guy at all. Leon uses his agility and experience to dodge the attacks. The weapon in the hero's hands begins to glow with a divine light, and everyone knows that a powerful attack is coming. The hero breaks out of the encirclement as countless fists reach for him from all sides at once. And then, unexpectedly, a Titan appears behind the guy, using his speed for a surprise attack. This huge man with a smirk on his face tells his opponent that he's caught, with nowhere left to run. The giant strikes with his palms so that the guy ends up in the middle between his hands, like in a flesh trap. All the Titans watching cheerfully say that they have finally caught this elusive man, and to keep him there. But then the Titan on the battlefield realizes with surprise that something is clearly going wrong with the plan. The giant sees that there is no one in his huge hands and wonders where his opponent has gone. And the Titan sees the young warrior appear right above his head, ready to attack from above. Leon strikes with his weapon, using his magical ability to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent's vulnerable spot. And the Titan opponent can do nothing about it, the hero's eyes shining with the concentration of sacred power. The guy jumps aside for safety and puts insane power into a blow to the giant's head. The Titan is simply knocked to the ground by such a powerful blow, unable to do anything against such a technique. All the Titans watching began to shout in admiration that the winner of this battle had been decided, and it was the little man. The giant comrades tell Leon with admiration how skillfully the hero defeated such a strong opponent with a single blow. They tell each other that they didn't even see the hero's steps, how Leon was able to do all this so quickly. But Karen herself is also in shock, not understanding how the boy managed to perform such a complex combination. Although the adventuress does not want to admit it, she feels as if Leon's skills have become stronger than her own. Therefore, Karen thinks with alarm that if she suddenly loses to her comrade, then what will happen? Such a situation must not be allowed to happen. But if this continues, the girl's position as the senior comrade will be threatened with a loss of authority. The girl realizes that she needs to become better and stronger, so she challenges the guy saying, "Come on, fight me right now." The guy's sparring partner thanks the hero, saying that it was a great fight that taught him a lot, and the Titan sincerely thanks the guy for giving him such invaluable experience fighting a master swordsman. And now all the spectators are shocked by what is happening in the ring before their eyes, because the Titan accidentally hit the guy with all his strength on the back, and Leon started bleeding from the blow. Everyone began to talk indignantly, saying, "Look, he's taking revenge on his opponent for losing in a fair fight." And watching all this was the most important Titan, who approached and said that there was a commotion in the arena. Balkania called the young hero Leon by name to tell him important news about a guest who was looking for him. The village chief said that an important person was currently looking for the hero for a meeting and a serious conversation. Leon didn't even understand at first what she was talking about. What important person could be looking for him in the mountains? But the teacher immediately understood that they were talking about the king of the giants, the legendary ruler of all the Titans in the mountains, Kasim, whom the young man had heard of before, and whom he was looking for to obtain information about his inheritance. Balkania led the boy to a long, rickety bridge connecting the cliffs above a deep chasm. The Titaness tells Leon seriously that from here on, it is a forbidden zone where no one is allowed to enter without special permission. She explains that she cannot go any further because the king of the giants has allowed only one hero to enter the sanctuary. The girl explains to Leon that there is an interdimensional rift inside the canyon, and if he goes that way, he will see a waterfall. Leon is curious about what an interdimensional rift is, and how it relates to the Titans. He is told that it is the reason why the giants settled here, and that it has to do with the goddess's mission. Their sacred duty is to destroy the monsters that come from other worlds through this rift in space. And so they approached the waterfall, realizing that this seemed to be the very place where the king would be waiting for them. And there, right by the waterfall, the boy saw a man of enormous height standing in the shadow of the rocks. This stranger addresses the hero and asks in a deep voice if he is indeed the young warrior Leon. The hero recognized the voice and realized that this must be the king of the giants, Kasim. Leon saw this huge man, who was hundreds of times larger than him in size and muscle. The hero, looking at this, thinks with amazement that the king is very fast, as he managed to appear right in front of him. Because before that, the guy had seen this giant standing by the waterfall at a decent distance. Leon realizes with horror that he cannot move his hand at all due to the pressure of the king's aura. Looking at this giant, the hero is completely terrified by the realization of how incredibly strong this man is. But still, the guy manages to move forward despite everything, clenching his fist in resistance. Then Leon starts screaming at the top of his lungs, trying to overcome the oppressive aura of the king of giants with sheer willpower. And the hero says proudly that he is the hero of this generation, and his name is Leon, sent by the goddess to fulfill an important mission. The guy tells the king seriously that he has come to claim the legacy left by the previous hero for future generations. Kasim says with interest that Leon radiates the same energy as Rodrigo, and asks what his relationship is to the hero. Perhaps a relative. The hero answers honestly that he is Rodrigo's disciple or younger comrade in arms. But when the Titan hears this, he says with contempt that it is complete nonsense and arrogance on the part of the young man. The king explains that he can tell from Leon's eyes and gait that he has studied the technique, but is far from true mastery. Therefore, this Titan says that Rodrigo's path has long since come to a halt, and even a genius born once in an era could not fully comprehend the teachings. Therefore, does a creature like Leon really consider himself qualified enough to be worthy of Rodrigo's legacy? When the hero hears such a negative assessment, he realizes with sadness that he has nothing to say in his defense to the king. But then the mark on his hand begins to glow, and the teacher notices it and says that the student certainly has the necessary qualifications. And the Titan suddenly hears a familiar voice and immediately recognizes it as the voice from the past that he has remembered for years. And the teacher, Rodrigo, tells Kasim that yes, it is him. He has not been seen for a long time, but now he has returned through his student. Kasim, who saw the spirit of the weapon, says in surprise, What a strange voice hanging in the air without a body. After that, El Cid asked the young man to raise his weapon to materialize the spirit of the great hero. Because of the weapon, Rodrigo appears, and with a smile on his face, tells Kasim that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. The hero tells the Titan that it has been 300 years since they last met in these mountains. Kasim saw Rodrigo, clenched his fist, and wanted to strike his former teacher for his long absence. The peaceful atmosphere in the mountains changes instantly, and a very loud explosion from the clash of forces can be heard from afar. But the teacher skillfully stops the blow with one hand, demonstrating his superior strength over his student. Rodrigo responds to this with a smirk, telling Kasim that he still needs to train for 1,000 years to reach his teacher's level. After that, the Titan clenches his teeth in anger and truly realizes that his former teacher is standing before him. Leon thinks that everything he sees is like a dream, because Rodrigo should have died many years ago. The hero's face sweats profusely from the tension, not fully understanding what is happening between the Titan and the spirit. The Titan threatens Rodrigo, saying that he will simply die now, and that is all he will get for disappearing. A clash of forces ensues, leaving large craters from the impact all over the ground. The Titan apologizes to Leon and says that from the very beginning he did not present himself to the hero in the best light. Leon politely asks if he can address the king by his name or if he should use the title Sir. Titan narrows his eyes and looks unfriendly as he considers how to respond to the question of formality. Kasim reluctantly says that he does not want to acknowledge his connection to his teacher, but in essence, he and Leon are on the same side. Therefore, in this case, the king allows himself to check one important thing with the heir to the throne. And this Titan pronounces the name Rodrigo in a special way, surprising the young man with his tone and intonation. After that, Leon slowly and uncertainly replies that he accepts the challenge and is ready to have his abilities tested. After that, the Titan says with satisfaction that it is excellent. And from this day forward, Leon is now his student, and he should call the king his older brother according to the tradition of the mountain dwellers. Rodrigo, watching the whole process of acquaintance, thinks how unpleasant it is for the teacher that these scoundrels have forgotten the formalities with their mentor. And so the Titan Kasim and the young man go deeper into the cave behind the waterfall. Walking along a narrow path between the rocks, they go inside and marvel at the amazing space inside the waterfall, which is incredibly beautiful and peaceful. Spiritual plants and trees grow here, which Rodrigo planted long ago when he wanted to take care of restoring his body. There are also books left behind by Rodrigo's teacher, where he wrote notes and discarded drafts. Leon says curiously, "By the way, big brother, what kind of legacy is this? What is the legacy of the great Rodrigo?" El Cid explains to his student that if he doesn't die during training, it will be possible to knock the hero to his feet with blows to the heart and head. When Leon hears these frightening words, he thinks with horror that now the Titan will mercilessly beat him for training. And the teacher says seriously that from now on, the hero will train his willpower in extreme conditions of pain. This is the so-called legacy that Rodrigo left behind for future generations of heroes and warriors. The boy says in bewilderment that he doesn't understand the situation that has arisen with these training sessions. The Titan explains to him that there is only one way to practice willpower: to exhaust all endurance and aura. Leon will have to be pushed to the brink of death so that he cannot move an inch from exhaustion. And the guy already understands everything with horror. God, what will await him? What torturous training lies ahead? Leon began to shout desperately, "Cover my back, Karen. Call the adventuress to help against the Titan." Karen thinks irritably, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Always causing problems and trouble. When she was fighting the local monsters, she replied, "Wait a minute, I've got my own problems here." The adventuress thinks to herself that she can't keep up with Leon's rapid development with her current abilities. Suddenly, Karen hears the sound of a blow and blood splattering near her in the battle. Blood gushed out in pools, and the adventurer turned toward her comrade to see what was happening to the hero. When she turns around, she sees a horrific scene. The monster's hand has passed right through her younger comrade's body. The guy, with blood in his mouth, struggled to say the girl's name, Karen, trying to reach her with his hand. The girl began to cry with grief, and the only thing on her mind was, "Please don't die. Stay with me." Karen thinks self-critically that if she had been just a little stronger, this tragedy would not have happened to her friend. And then, when the adventuress woke up in a cold sweat, she realized that it was just a nightmare, but she was still crying. When Karen got out of bed, she cleared her head with the thought that this couldn't go on, that she had to become stronger. Only one obsessive thought spun in Karen's head. She had to become stronger at any cost so as not to let her comrade down in future battles. The girl thought about her second personality, Ogra, a legendary assassin of a special class who had ruled the slums with an iron fist for many years. No one dared to challenge the adventuress, and she was a truly terrifying creature in the city's criminal underworld. Karen could easily defeat anyone of the same rank in battle, and even emerge victorious from a fight with a stronger opponent. But in this vast world, there are an incredible number of super-strong monsters and enemies who far surpass her abilities. And Leon will have to face far more serious threats than city gangsters and ordinary highwaymen. Therefore, on the path that the hero will take, the skills of a special class assassin, such as Karen's, are not particularly useful for survival. On the contrary, it might be better to refuse to participate in the hero's journey altogether, so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. The adventuress will either die in battle or face consequences that she cannot handle on her own. Therefore, when Leon returns with Rodrigo's inheritance, he will be much stronger than he is now and will surpass her level. And then Karen will simply cease to be needed in the team, but the girl does not want to let that happen. The adventuress needs to become stronger, but she hasn't trained seriously since she earned her assassin rank. Perhaps this is the limit for someone who grew up as an assassin in the slums, with no way to progress further without special methods. As the girl was lost in such intense thoughts about the future, there was a knock on the door, asking if a girl was there. Karen heard the familiar voice of her younger comrade, and was overjoyed to hear him after his long absence in the mountains. When the adventuress saw how Leon looked, all skinny and emaciated, she immediately asked him with concern what had happened to him. The hero tells the girl that he has an elixir that has been aged for over 300 years and a book on martial arts written by Rodrigo. The girl was very happy to hear this. It turned out that the guy had acquired a legacy, which was truly wonderful news. But what is even more surprising is that the guy gives her everything and says he will give it all back and return to the Titans. Karen asked in confusion what that meant, whether these things weren't Rodrigo's inheritance, or if Leon had come specifically to give them away. The guy replied honestly that all he does day in and day out is receive help and give absolutely nothing in return. Therefore, this is his way of showing gratitude to his comrade. The hero asks about the book Rodrigo wrote, and the older brother says it will be useful. The girl did not understand how the young man had managed to contact Rodrigo, given that the great hero had long since passed away. But Leon smiled and said, No. That's what his older brother Kasim, the king of the giants, told him. Karen was even more confused about what exactly was going on, and who this mysterious older brother in the mountains was. And so the adventuress enjoyed the expensive gifts the guy had given her, examining the ancient book and elixir in her hands. Leon tells the girl seriously that he thinks he will stay at his older brother's house for a while to continue his training. Although the heroes will not be able to see each other for a long time, Leon asks Karen not to worry about him because he has been promised that he will not die during training. Karen thinks that she should take this potion slowly, in small doses, and feels her strength increasing with each sip. The adventuress wonders with confusion what is going on in the mountains with Leon, the king of giants, and her older brother. But this book is meant for her, so maybe she should at least take a look at it. Dance in the twilight. And the girl opened the ancient book and began to read about how, with the attribute of darkness or shadows, one can develop incredible abilities. Karen felt real magic coming from this book, emanating directly from the pages and piercing her very being. As the adventurer continued reading, her pupils almost narrowed. She was shocked by what she saw on the pages. The girl realizes how amazing this information is. It's a whole new level for her, and even if she can only master half of the book, she will still become very powerful. Meanwhile, Leon, in his mountains, is still undergoing grueling training with Kasim, his whole body covered in blood from the blows. The hero simply collapses to the ground from exhaustion, and this sight causes great horror and sympathy in the audience. But the teacher tells his student seriously that he should believe that this is far from the limit of his abilities, that he can achieve much more. Willpower is the ability to influence the world around you with intangible mental strength and concentration. This giant tells Leon, showing him a scar, "Look at my old scar, it was left by a freak who studied willpower." Kasim mastered this technique himself, pushing his body to the brink of death through months of continuous training. Therefore, it is no longer possible to continue like this. Leon must be sent to the sacred waters for healing to restore his strength. And the guy was simply taken and thrown into a mine with sacred water, where the hero immersed himself completely to heal his wounds. Immediately, the sounds of healing can be heard from the sacred water, which possesses magical restorative properties. Leon climbed out of the water and said with relief that this time he really thought it was the end. But the teacher replied calmly, "Don't worry. If you really feel like you're dying, they'll bring you back to life again." Elseed says with determination that, well, now it's time to start all this painful training again from the beginning. Leon can't take it anymore and says desperately that in that case, they might as well kill him right away. Urga, who is in the ring at that moment, clenches his fists and thinks that he could crush his opponent. But it would be too easy. His friend Jewel thinks the same thing, that yes, he too is disappointed with his weak results. The spectators also tell the fighters with dissatisfaction that they are both throwing weak punches and need to show more strength. Then, unexpectedly, Karen appears and politely asks the Titans if she can join their training. The Titans are extremely surprised to see this fragile girl among warriors and fighters, and in fact, the rest of the audience also did not understand what she was doing there among such huge opponents. Karen, looking like such a sweet and fragile girl, what on earth was she doing there in the ring of Titans among muscular giants? Karen confidently told the assembled Titans that she was a killer, which is why she used swords and daggers, and that deception was also necessary in battle. Therefore, if the giants believe they are no match for her, they can refuse the fight. But perhaps there are those who wish to test themselves. The adventuress asks the giants if they want to participate, and hears them talking about how she is the lady who came with the young gentleman. The Titans say to each other in surprise that they can see that the girl is a brave young lady who is not afraid of their size. But another Titan replies seriously to his companions that they had better watch their language when addressing the guest of their village. Urga tells the crowd that they are now in the presence of a real fiery young lady, whom he saw in action against the dragon. When Karen hears this, she becomes very embarrassed and says with a blush on her cheeks that it wasn't quite like that. But her giant companion remembers the girl and says with admiration that he remembers how she fought the red dragon back then. The adventuress asks in bewilderment why he is telling everyone about it and showing it off, to which the giant adds proudly that Titans never flee the battlefield without a fair fight. One of them calls Karen and says defiantly that she should come here, that he wants to fight her one-on-one. Urga tells the others that everything will be fine, standing next to the woman, and asks his comrade if he is ready. Karen resolutely tells the crowd that she is of course going to fight, that she came here for a duel and will get it. And so, as soon as the duel began, the girl was the first to rush forward, realizing that the fight was a clash of pure strength. Therefore, leaving so-called curtsies and politeness behind is a real luxury that cannot be afforded. Getting closer to the Titan, Karen wanted to strike him with her sword, but he blocked her with his massive hands. The giant was surprised by the girl's powerful blow, but soon saw a large number of blades flying through the air. All these blades flew into his face and body, leaving the Titan in complete shock from the unexpected attack. In Karen's eyes, there is a fire of determination and fighting spirit, a readiness to go all the way in this duel. Then the adventuress uses the power of the gravedigger, and a shadow appears behind the Titan, preparing for a deadly attack. A large number of shadow blades rapidly approach the Titan from all sides at once to inflict damage. After such a powerful attack, the giant stands motionless like a statue, blood flowing from his body from multiple cuts. The girl says with understanding that she knew it all along, that strength alone cannot defeat such enemies. Karen says with respect that the Titans are indeed very strong warriors, and she respects them for their endurance. Her opponent turns to the girl and says seriously that the lady gave him the opportunity to inflict damage, but now it's his turn. The giant immediately tells the adventurer that he has no intention of giving up just because she is a woman. But then the Titan sees that Karen was just a hologram made of shadows. The girl appears behind him and explains with a smile that she told him her specialty was murder. When the Titan turned his gaze to the side, he couldn't believe that the girl was behind him with a weapon at the ready. And then, like a real assassin, she strikes him from behind, completely taking the Titan by surprise, who did not expect such a tactic. The blow was so powerful and precise that the Titan simply froze in place, as if petrified by shock and pain. Everyone watching the fight from the sidelines couldn't believe what was happening, that their comrade had lost to a little girl. The giant stands like a stone statue, unable to move a muscle, completely paralyzed by the blow to a vital point. The spectators whisper to each other in horror that he died standing up, having heard the loud crack of bones from the girl's blow. Karen says in surprise that it's strange. She had a clear feeling that this Titan should be screaming in pain after such a blow. Therefore, the strong bodies of the Titans are incomprehensible to ordinary people, but only comprehensible to the giants themselves due to their structure. Leon is also training hard at this moment, as he has been every day, trying to master his willpower under Qasim's guidance. The hero swings his weapon to strike the most important Titan, the King of Giants, with full force. And when Leon did so with maximum concentration, he managed to draw blood from his opponent's body with a cut. But then came the shock. With just one small, very light movement of his hand, the Titan managed to throw the guy far back. Qasim deflected the blow of the sacred sword with his bare hands, with such an insignificant movement, as if he were swatting away a fly. The king calmly tells his student that he is not even trying to block Leon's blows, as this man is so much stronger than the hero. Therefore, the leader and king of the Titans jumped high into the air and caused the ground beneath his feet to shake from the impact. Qasim took the young man and pressed him down with his huge fist, pinning him to the ground with such force that a crater formed. He then threw the hero back into the mine with the sacred water, which was supposed to heal all wounds and restore strength. This brutal pattern continued over and over, constantly throwing Leon into this place for treatment. Each time, the hero emerged from the healing waters, with his wounds healed, but mentally and physically exhausted from the pain. But it was still difficult to start the painful training again each time, as if going through hell for the first time. His older brother just kept repeating and shouting that he had to go through this ordeal again and again. Leon thought desperately, "What the hell kind of curse has fallen on my long-suffering soul in these mountains?" And then, when his older brother heard these words from his student, he saw that the hero's eyes were glowing red with rage. But Qasim saw a transformation, as if a power had entered the young man, and his hair changed color. They became brighter and stood on end, as if struck by lightning that pierced the hero's body through and through. Elcid says approvingly that now there may at least be some point to the training. Seeing the transformation of his student, they turn to the young man and say with satisfaction that they can finally see that Leon has shown his true will to win. And the hero tells his mentors with determination that he asks them to do what they just did again. And the Titan, even surprised to hear this from his student, clenches his powerful fist for a new blow. Qasim turns to the young man and says seriously that he should never lose his vigilance in battle, and he simply punched Leon with his fist so hard that a very bright stream of willpower pierced the boy through with pain. This yellow energy hit the boy directly into the stone wall of the cave, which the hero had demolished with his body from the force of the blow. The older brother and teacher look at Leon lying in the rubble of the wall and think with concern, wondering if he has died again from such a powerful blow. And it seems that this time the hero has truly died from the Titan's willpower. But he must reach the sacred water himself to be healed. They watch as Leon barely makes his way to the healing spring, leaving a trail of blood on the stone floor of the cave. The hero, in the process of recovering in the sacred water, raises his trembling finger upward as a sign that he is alive. And so the so-called day of choice arrives. And the teacher explains that from this day forward, the seal restricting the weapon's power has been completely removed. This will allow Leon to truly use his sword, as the hero will now have its true power without restrictions. The weapon will become 10 times stronger than it is now, and the hero will be able to cope with the catastrophe that will occur in the future. The teacher speaks with confidence that Leon, this determined young man, will surely achieve his goals with such perseverance and willpower. Therefore, the mentor tells his student that he definitely has everything he needs to achieve great things in the future. Elcid says proudly that he believes in Leon, that the hero has all the makings of the best warrior. And now, in a completely different part of the continent, someone is walking whose gold teeth shine brightly from afar, a sign of wealth. You can also see a gold buckle on his expensive pants, which holds all this wealth and shows off the owner's status. These are clearly wealthy people from a prestigious magic academy, dressed in expensive clothes and jewelry. They think with contempt about the wrinkled person sitting in front of the academy gates and blocking the way. These arrogant rich students approached Khan and kicked him, asking who he was to dare block the way for other people. When Khan turned to face his attackers, they were immediately shocked by who they saw standing before them. For this guy was the former boss of the slums and an insanely strong man capable of taking on any opponent. Therefore, the whole academy was filled with cries that the students were wrong and begging for forgiveness for their insolence. The 8th Saint said to Khan with admiration, "Please look at this place where the hero trained," Elahan says, pointing to a wooden pole that has been struck 1,000 times and a bucket of water to quench thirst. The girl rejoices and says with enthusiasm that this is undoubtedly the training place of her most beloved hero, Leon. The saint rejoices and says excitedly that she seems to smell this man here, which makes her insanely happy. Here, Elahan glances to the side and cannot help but rejoice at the traces of the hero's presence. The girl realizes that the holy sword has come here when she sees a huge crater in the ground in front of her. The saint thinks that the goddess watching from heaven can see her, kneels down, and begins to pray. Elahan asks the goddess to show her mercy and appear before the girl to bless her. The saint says that she has felt someone's gaze on her since she arrived in this city in search of the hero. But the girl simply decided not to waste time paying attention to anyone, and then a man emerged from the void. This is a man who kneels before her and respectfully says that he wishes to receive the grace of the goddess of light. The girl realizes that this is a high-ranking imperial knight and says in surprise that she does not remember any of the nobles studying at this academy. Then, another man in rich clothes emerges from the thick bushes, clearly belonging to the highest class of the empire. This is Lion, who politely tells the saint that he is very pleased to have unexpectedly met a representative of the church in this place. The young man proudly says that he is the legitimate son of the imperial family, and gives his full name with titles. When the girl hears this, she says respectfully that yes, it is indeed a rare encounter with a prince of the great empire. Lion says solemnly that he thought someone had come from the church, as the day mentioned in the prophecy is approaching. The prince's white hair gently blew in the light breeze, giving him the majestic and noble appearance of an aristocrat. Lion's gaze was determined and piercing, and the saint did not know what to expect from this meeting with a member of the imperial family. Elihan asked the prince directly what personal business he had with her, and how he could help a representative of the authorities. Lion clenched his fist in growing anger, realizing that something was going completely wrong here. The prince demanded that the saint give him a clear answer to his question. Was he not the hero of the prophecy? The butler, who heard this, says in horror, "Your Highness, how can you say such a thing about yourself out loud?" But the saint replied honestly to the prince, "I'm sorry, but of course he is not the hero mentioned in the prophecy." Lion says indignantly that he has been a hero for a whole year, and has done good deeds throughout the empire. Elihan replies diplomatically that she thought the prince was following her, knowing the truth. But it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Lion tells the saint desperately that this cannot be true, as his name means lion, and even his birthday is the same. When the saint hears about the coincidence of their birthdays, she realizes that there could well be a serious misunderstanding. But the butler begins to shout excitedly that there is no misunderstanding. Please check all the information again. But the saint tells the old man coldly that these words are spoken out of blind devotion, not out of knowledge of the truth. Elihan clenched his fist, his face becoming stern, and said that he would close his eyes once, but not twice. The butler immediately steps back and apologizes to the powerful girl for his insolence. But Lion thinks that a year ago, a man was awakened, the date of which coincides with the day of the prophecy. And it was as if a puzzle had come together in the prince's mind. He realized that Leon was the true hero of the prophecy, but Leon's noble face was shocked. He still couldn't fully understand, even though he was sure of his destiny. So the prince asks the saint hopefully, "Is Leon really the hero instead of me?" Leon cannot believe it, clenching his fist so tightly that his whole body begins to tremble with emotion. The prince's pupils narrow with realization, and he thinks with horror. Could he have been an imposter on the hero's throne all this time? The butler begins to shout desperately, "Your Highness, this cannot be. You are the true heir." But the old man thinks bitterly to himself that most likely it is all true, as the saint says. Lion recalls his past, how he first saw someone struck with a holy sword and realized his mistake. Lion was then just a little boy who knew nothing about the politics and intrigues of the imperial court. It was then that his father, the king, was killed before his eyes, and the little prince witnessed a terrible crime against his family. The boy saw the killer's laughing smile, which was forever etched in his memory, and became the source of nightmares for many years. And the boy's father, the great king of the empire, was treacherously murdered by his own brother in order to seize power and the throne. Then this usurper gestured to the little boy to come closer so he could deal with the heir. With his mad gaze, the murderer told the child that he would get rid of him too, so that there would be no pretenders to the throne. The boy was seriously frightened by what was happening, his childish pupils narrowing in horror at the face of death. Sir Gilbert grabbed the boy at the last moment, held him close, and began to flee from the palace assassins. The king's brother then simply cut down all the guards in the palace, leaving not a single defender of the legitimate authority alive. The remaining loyal warriors swore to the boy that he was the true heir to the empire, despite the usurpation. Therefore, for the sake of the day when the prophecy about the hero would be fulfilled, they would serve the prince until their last breath. When the man tried to cheer up the boy, who was crying in his arms, and protect him to the last from his enemies. After such a heavy conversation, the girl calmly tells the prince that in that case, she must go on. Sir Gilbert couldn't forgive this, and said to the saint in despair, "Wait, I can't let you go just like that." So the old man pleads with Elihan to reconsider her words for the sake of justice. Elihan says coldly to the butler that she made it clear that there would be no second warning for insolent people. But the saint adds that loyalty is unfair to those who cannot reflect on their words. But the man starts shouting and saying that for the sake of the empire, the only one who can save the people is their true lord. The old man swings his weapon, wanting to strike the girl, saying that this will lead the country to a bright future. The butler shouts that his highness is the real Prince Lion, who is perfect for the role of the hero of the prophecy. But the saint cannot forgive such ignorance on the part of a servant, clenches her fist, and says that punishment will follow. With her fist, Elihan pierces the man's body, leaving him with no vital organs after the blow. It was a swift death for the butler's audacity in treating a representative of the church in such a manner. Lion sees how such a dear person literally lost his life in a second and starts screaming in grief. The prince also quickly grabs his weapon to fight the saint for the death of his loyal servant. Lion's face is filled with genuine anger at the injustice that has surrounded his life since childhood. The prince begins to run very quickly toward the saint to strike her with his sword for killing the butler. Lion's eyes glow yellow, and he attacks his enemy like a bolt of lightning with his weapon in his hands. But the girl takes his weapon and cuts it in two with a single movement of her hand. Elahan calmly tells the prince that his attacks cannot hurt her, even though he is quite fast. The guy starts yelling at her, telling her to shut up and not to talk to him like he's a kid. Lion is outraged, but the girl calmly replies to the prince that she didn't even really kill his loyal servant. Elahan points his finger to the side and tells Lion to look to the left, where the butler is lying alive. Indeed, if you look closely, the butler is alive and breathing, the wounds on his body completely healed by magic. Lion is still in shock from what just happened before his eyes to his loyal servant. The girl speaks philosophically to the prince, asking him what he would choose if he could choose one of two options. She asks Lion a direct question about what he would choose between being the emperor of the empire or a hero. The saint tells the prince seriously that he understands the true reason why he cannot become the hero of the prophecy. Therefore, the young man is still in shock from such questions, which have completely overturned his worldview. And then Leon, while training in the mountains, hears from his teacher that he has finally achieved the long-awaited success in mastering his power. His older brother proudly tells the hero, "Congratulations, you have endured such difficult training and achieved impressive results." Qasim solemnly tells Leon to stand tall, that he has left his mark on a path that others could not walk for hundreds of years. And when the boy hears these inspiring words from his mentors, all he can do is thank them for their training. Then the two saw the reaction of their teacher, El Cid, and thought it was a strange reaction for such a moment. The teacher asked with a smirk why they were looking at him like that, as if they were expecting praise from their mentor for their work. Qasim replied bluntly that he knew he was a moral monster. And the king tells Leon approvingly that it's good that he managed to master the technique without any serious delays. The boy is puzzled, not understanding what delays the teacher is talking about, wondering if there are any time limits. And the teacher answers his student seriously that tomorrow is actually his birthday, a very important date, after which El Cid says that he thought tomorrow was some kind of noble day. But then the boy came to a terrible realization. The teacher says with understanding that he finally sees that Leon has come to his senses and finally understands everything. This is the teacher's birthday, the very day of the prophecy, and now the hero understands why they started training so hastily. After the seal is removed, the regenerative power becomes so excessive that it becomes impossible to completely control the mind and body. Therefore, the teacher tells his student anxiously that it is already midnight and that everything should now begin according to the prophecy. Leon is in complete shock, not even knowing what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, the hero sees something strange and inexplicable in the sky above the mountains. Leon sees the sun somehow approaching the moon, violating all the laws of nature and astronomy. Leon sees with his own eyes as he looks at this spectacle. He sees a strange energy pulsating in the air around the mountains. Then, a very bright flash occurs in the Titan Mountains, illuminating the entire area with a dazzling light for many kilometers. And now the guy is standing in a completely different space, where there is only white light and absolute silence. Looking around in bewilderment, Leon tries to understand what kind of mysterious place he has ended up in. Then he hears a voice, warm and soft, welcoming him kindly to the sacred space. Then a very bright light appeared, which almost blinded the boy with its incredible intensity and purity. Before Leon appeared the very goddess of light, whom he had heard about in legends and church prayers. The divine light was so bright and all-consuming that the young man could not stand on his feet. Tears welled up in the hero's eyes from the overwhelming emotions, and he tried to hold them back, but he couldn't control his feelings. Leon thinks in amazement, wondering if all this is happening unconsciously, as it is such a pleasant and uplifting feeling. The goddess tells the hero gently that sometimes when she looks at him, he doesn't seem crushed, but rather like he's gazing into the depths of the sea. She reassures Leon that he is just a little surprised right now, and that he needs to feel the difference between them gradually. The goddess explains to the hero that this is her personal space, her territory, and no one can harm him here. She asks the young hero to lift his head and finally look at her without fear or embarrassment. This creature, a goddess with white hair and a soft, motherly smile, radiates warmth and kindness. Leon realizes with awe that this is a cluster of light, that this is the true form of a goddess. She tells the hero honestly that he has not yet reached the necessary level to meet the true nature of a god face to face. The young man apologizes to the goddess for his unworthiness, surprising the divine being with his modesty. She tells Leon with understanding that she did not mean that his skills were not good enough for the meeting. If it weren't for a monster of power like Rodrigo, it would be practically impossible for mortals to see the face of a god. That's why Rodrigo saw the goddess's appearance from the very first meeting. When he arrived, he was completely indifferent to everything. It was a child who could not be called cute, which is why the goddess speaks of blowing up mountains for no reason. She replied to the hero that he must understand that this was utter nonsense coming from a great hero. And when the guy looks at the goddess, he thinks only of one thing: how cute and kind she really is. Now it is clear why the teacher calls her a real child in character and behavior. And the goddess replied with a slight hurt, that she is not a child at all and can hear all the hero's thoughts perfectly well. She continues to speak gently to the hero, saying that she thinks they can now finish talking about trivial matters and move on to the main point. And then the goddess tells Leon seriously that this path was not originally intended for him by fate. Therefore, if the hero wants to leave this dangerous path, he must say so right now without hesitation. After hearing this proposal from the goddess, Leon addressed her with sincerity in his voice and an open heart. The guy tells the deity honestly that he knows for sure that he cannot be called an outstanding person by nature. Leon admits that he was a child who was obsessed with his inferiority complex and weakness in front of others. And the hero remained in the same place all the time, not developing and not striving for more in life. Leon complained about his fate and told those around him that he was simply born weak and talentless. But the guy knows perfectly well that he is not good enough to even dream of becoming a hero capable of saving the world. But then, when the spirit of the weapon El Cid appeared, he told Leon that he was his disciple and heir to his power. El Cid chose him, so Leon will have to devote the maximum effort of his life to this. The hero wants to prove to the goddess that his teacher's choice was true, right, and fair. When the goddess heard this, she said with understanding that it seems she had started an unnecessary conversation, and raised her hand. She then solemnly declares that she now recognizes Leon as the goddess's messenger, and the entire sky lights up with bright stars. She tells the young man with a blessing that she will now give her protection to everything he does. Now the hero has his mark of protection, a seal carved in the area of his heart, for protection. The next mark brings purification of the soul and body from dark influences that could harm the hero on his journey. And finally, the mark of a person who prays has the ability to enhance all divine abilities. The next mark, the mark of the observer, has the ability to understand and see cracks in the world between dimensions. Therefore, Leon is now a true hero, even though none of this was his original destiny. She tells the hero with love that she is giving him all of this, and Leon's body literally rises into the clouds of light. The goddess says that the hero's clothes are restless, and the only thing that comes to mind is Rodrigo's clothes. So keep this as a birthday present for your teacher. And the first thing that appears is the hero's sacred cloak. She says solemnly that Leon's sword is as unyielding as a knee, even in the strongest storm of life. May the hero's future be filled with good encounters and true happiness for many years to come. The goddess speaks tenderly, saying that she will definitely watch over all of Leon's successes in this life. Therefore, heavenly blessings will follow the hero, and the goddess disappears like a flash, leaving only light. Finally, turning to Leon, she says that he knows what will happen next according to the prophecy. The goddess tells Leon sadly that the hero must know that he was not meant to be here by fate, and she knows perfectly well that his comrade from the academy, Prince Lion, who was born for this role, should have been here. El Cid began to speak indignantly about the goddess's choice, saying that she must understand why she chose someone incomprehensible instead of the one who was destined. Therefore, Rodrigo tells the spirit of the weapon firmly that his choice, Leon, knows how strong the boy is in spirit. These words of support warm the hero's heart, and Leon understands that he was chosen by his teacher, not by chance. The hero thinks with pride that he has successfully refused to bow his head to his original fate and weakness. And the teacher did not humbly accept the goddess's choice, so now the boy sincerely believes in his bright future. The goddess, hearing all this confrontation between teacher and student, looks at them with her mouth closed in amazement. Now, in Leon, the character traits of his great teacher Rodrigo are clearly visible, the same unyieldingness and strength of will. The goddess smiles sweetly with her angelic smile, seeing how the student is following in the footsteps of the great hero of the past. She blesses the hero, saying that Leon's sword will not bend even in the strongest storm, and that the future will be bright. Leon sees bright sunlight before him and realizes that he has returned to so-called reality from the sacred space. The hero had been floating in the air before and can no longer stay in the heavens without the support of divine power. Leon falls down and cries out to the goddess in panic, asking what he should do in such a situation, how to land safely. At that moment, the teacher and the older brother hear the loud sound of the hero falling from a great height to the ground. The teacher says ironically that what a brilliant return from his meeting with the goddess the student has made. Leon replies to his mentor with relief that he thought he would kick the bucket during his fall. Elsid tells the hero approvingly that he is back, and can see that he had a good talk with the goddess of light. The boy replies confidently to his teacher that he is now completely ready for the upcoming trials. The mentors look at the student's results and see with admiration that he did well, receiving 4 sacred marks. The boy decided to ask Elsid with curiosity how many he had received in his time. The teacher answered his student honestly that he had never received anything like that nonsense from the goddess. Of course, the boy realized that this was just envy on the part of the weapon spirit, and he spoke to his mentor with understanding. He explained that the goddess usually gives 2 marks, 3 at most, but Leon had even more than the maximum allowed. The hero feels power overflowing his body, his blood boiling with new energy in his veins. This feeling, as if Leon has truly been reborn for great deeds, does not leave the hero's consciousness. And then the older Titan brother tells Leon with a smile that he has a special gift for him to test. Kasim swings his fist as usual, but this time the guy manages to calculate and predict his move. So Leon steps aside, much to the surprise of his older brother, who did not expect such a reaction. And in fact, the hero himself was shocked that he was able to read the Titan's powerful blow. The teacher, seeing this, felt his eyes light up with joy for his talented student. And then Leon made another jump to the side, this time so fast and agile compared to the last one. The hero took out his divine weapon, which immediately shone with a new powerful aura from the markings. Kasim tells Leon with surprise that the hero has truly changed. But his clothes are the same as those worn by the great Rodrigo in his time. The elder Titan brother says with irritation that it makes him angry when he remembers the past with his teacher. Therefore, Kasim clenches his powerful fist and tells the hero defiantly that he will now definitely finish him off in a fair fight. The king strikes again with his fist, and a very bright energy of willpower emerges from the blow, aimed at destroying his opponent. But Leon is shocked that this powerful blow has done nothing to him except give him a slight push. The hero was able to withstand it steadfastly, and his body did not bend for a second under the onslaught of titanic force. The older brother is furious and says in bewilderment, "Hey, why did Leon suddenly become so good at fighting?" So Kasim starts looking around with his eyes, searching for vulnerable spots to attack the hero. Fists move toward the guy in huge numbers at the same time, making it seem impossible for a mortal to dodge them. But Leon is only too happy about this, realizing with delight that he is coping perfectly with the Titan's onslaught. The hero can calculate all of his opponent's attacks perfectly, but he should try something new in response. Leon takes his fighting stance, then lunges forward very quickly, dodging from side to side. The hero leaves a trail of light behind him like a bolt of lightning, approaches his older brother, and is ready to counterattack. Holding his sword with both hands, Leon is ready to swing and strike as powerfully and accurately as possible. The hero thinks excitedly, wondering if he is finally able to give his older brother a worthy fight. But then the Titan simply grabs the guy by the collar of his clothes, stopping the attack in its tracks. Kasim tells his student philosophically that he needs to stop there, that it will take another 30 years of practice to defeat him. Leon responds to his older brother with understanding, saying that he understands everything perfectly and thanks him for such a valuable lesson in strength. The Titan proudly tells the hero that he congratulates him once again on his true restoration of strength and abilities. But then the teacher turns to the young man and says seriously that there seems to be a problem. And the young man himself says shyly to Elsid that if he doesn't mind, he will wear his mentor's clothes. The teacher just sighs and says to his student with a smile, "Well, he's a fool. Of course you can." The spirit of the weapon responds to Leon with approval, saying that of course he doesn't mind such a decision. He's all for it. Because the hero is his student, and it couldn't be any other way, Leon looks good in the uniform of the great Rodrigo as his heir.